You have died, Theo Ragnar. Your trait has been activated, returning to the regression point. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out, leaving the dazed teenager staring blankly at the scene before him, completely clueless about what was happening. Just a few seconds ago, this boy had personally witnessed his entire clan being annihilated, along with the mother he respected most, who had become a cold, lifeless corpse. And right after that, he himself had followed the others into death. But when he opened his eyes again, he suddenly found himself facing the enemy who had killed his mother. And the very first mission assigned to him was to punch that damned old bastard straight in the face. But all of this had to be spoken about from a time before. In a magnificent, majestic castle, unlike its usual appearance, today it was engulfed in blood and flames, with screams and cries of agony echoing everywhere. All of this was caused by a group of masked intruders who stormed into the castle and slaughtered everyone inside. In some corner of the garden, a long-haired teenage boy was desperately resisting attacks from a black-clad assassin. This was the Ragnar clan, a ducal family that had guarded the empire at the northernmost point of the continent. The reason the Ragnar clan had stood firm like an unbreakable wall in the north for over 1,000 years was thanks to a special constitution. It was said to be inherited from dragon blood. Everyone bearing the Ragnar bloodline was born with extraordinary magical power, incredible endurance, and superior swordsmanship talent. Everyone except this guy. Right now, he had just taken a direct hit from the enemy, a slash that cut straight through his abdomen, blood gushing out everywhere. After that, Theo could no longer hold his body up and began to collapse onto both knees in front of his enemy. Seeing this, the cloaked man spoke up. Even at this point, you still haven't learned anything. There are things no matter how hard you try, you'll never be able to do. People call that incompetence. You didn't inherit the talent despite carrying the Ragnar bloodline. If it were me, I'd be furious too, young Master Theo. As he spoke, he began pulling down his face mask to reveal a very familiar face, making the protagonist's eyes widen in shock. "Rendon, why is it you?" Theo asked in astonishment. And perhaps feeling a hint of pity for the one about to die, the old man Rendon didn't finish him off immediately but calmly explained. "You see, every morning watching you train endlessly despite having no talent is truly a pitiful sight. Especially when that hard work leads you nowhere. Ragnar idiot, that title suits you perfectly. You should just run away, you useless trash. Ragnar idiot, that title suits you perfectly. You should just run away, you useless trash." And naturally, hearing those words, Theo gritted his teeth hard. He planted his sword into the ground to support himself as he stood up, then questioned. "Rendon, you approached me pretending to be my sword instructor and taught me those useless sword techniques. Just to drive me out of Rose Palace, you're utter scum." The moment the words left his mouth, Rendon suddenly swung his sword and sliced across Theo's left arm. It flew up into the air, and the pain of losing his arm made Theo scream in agony as if the house were burning down. Seeing this, Rendon swung his sword once more to flick the blood off the blade, then sighed and said, "Are you blaming me? All of this happened because of you. Why can't you understand?" As he spoke, he grabbed Theo's hair tightly and yanked his face upward, forcing him to witness the sea of flames before him. "Look, why is Rose Palace burning? Why are the members of your clan dying? Why has your mother become a soulless cold corpse?" On the side, another cloaked figure was very considerate. He dragged the body of some lady and threw it down in front of Theo like a torn sack, so that he could see this clearly. Then the old man Rendon delivered his verdict. "All of this is because you are the idiot of the Ragnar clan. In a clan ruled by strength, you are the weakest." Rendon's voice and expression were full of mockery. On this side, the protagonist's rage had reached its peak, and right after that he burst up, snatched a sword from somewhere, and turned to spill blood with the old man. But before that intention could be carried out, from afar a sword flew over, piercing straight through Theo's chest, sending his body flying backward. "You talk too much, end it already," the superior coldly ordered. Beside him, the old man Rendon, upon seeing this person appear, immediately put on a servile demeanor and said, "You've come, my lord, what an honor." Ignoring them, back to Theo, the fatal stab from the sword had begun to blur his consciousness. After recalling a few memories, this place finally came to an end. "It's over, everything is over, isn't it? I couldn't protect anyone, couldn't do anything. Everything has been burned to ashes. Is this really the end? Talent, if only I had talent too, would things have been different?" He thought regretfully in his heart before his consciousness completely sank into darkness. But right after that, suddenly in his mind rang out a mechanical voice. "You have died, Theo Ragnar. Trait activated, returning to the regression point." The sound had just ended. Our protagonist suddenly realized he was holding a sword standing in front of that damned Rendon. However, the scene was a bit different. "You look tired, young master. All right, today's lesson ends here," the man said calmly. Meanwhile, Theo's face on this side was still blank, completely not understanding what was happening. Seeing that, Rendon's voice carried a hint of complaint. Where's your mind wandering to? Speaking of Theo looking at the sword and the surrounding scene, he still couldn't figure out what had just happened. What's this? Didn't I just die? It must be me reminiscing about my life. I can't believe the face I'm reminiscing about is that hateful face of Rendon. Even death is cruel right up to the final moment, huh? He let out a sigh as if lamenting his fate, before suddenly in front of him appeared a blue screen that read, "First guidance mission, punch Rendon in the face." This suddenly appearing screen made our protagonist even more confused. Huh, what is this? Guidance mission, punch Rendon in the face. What the hell is going on? Do people normally reminisce like this when they die? I don't think he can see this. The kid thought while finishing looking at the screen, then turned to observe Rendon's expression. And this strange behavior of his also made the old man opposite feel a headache. What's wrong? He asked, puzzled. Not responding to those words, Theo directly tossed the wooden sword aside. I don't know what's happening anymore. Maybe this is a gift from the gods giving me a chance to vent my anger before I go. Even if it's a dream, I'll still beat him up. Having thought that, he didn't hesitate anymore and immediately swung his fist, punching straight into the face of the person he hated most. However, this punch of his was so weak it wasn't even enough to make the man's body flinch, and Rendon only looked at Theo with puzzled eyes, wondering what madness this young master was throwing now. Punching straight into the face of the person he hated most. However, this punch of his was so weak it wasn't even enough to make the man's body flinch, and Rendon only looked at Theo with puzzled eyes, wondering what madness this young master was throwing now. Just as he thought that, the old man Rendon on this side swung his sword and sent him flying like swatting a duck outward. I thought today's lesson was already over, the old man frowned and asked. And the pain from the blow helped Theo feel it more clearly. What is this? I can feel pain in a dream, he asked himself inwardly. Speaking of Rendon, looking at Theo's dazed face, he could only sigh. Ha, I understand your disappointment coming up to the awakening ceremony without any progress despite trying your best. But I cannot forgive a student who dares rebel against his teacher and someone from the Ragnar clan. You should use a sword, not your fists. I'll see you at the next lesson. Having said that, he turned and left immediately, leaving Theo behind with countless questions in his head. Wait, what the hell is the awakening ceremony? Theo muttered. Meanwhile, the trainee crowd around, seeing his miserable state, didn't bother hiding and chuckled. Hee, this idiot. Why did he disappoint his teacher so much? Is this guy really from the Ragnar clan? He's way too incompetent, even for an illegitimate child. That's all he can do even after putting in so much effort. Truly disappointing. Mocking voices began to rise one after another. However, our protagonist paid no attention to those words. Because right now, he still couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. I don't believe it. The clear pain I'm feeling right now, this realistic sensation. This isn't reminiscence, it's real. The awakening ceremony will happen in 2 more years. That means I've gone back to the past. How can this be possible? Theo thought in shock. However, before he could find an answer for himself, the notification screen appeared again, drawing his attention. Congratulations, you have completed the first guidance mission. Reward activated, Ragnar talent. Do you wish to accept the reward now? Yes/no. On this side, although he still didn't fully understand what was happening, looking at the notification, it seemed to be something good. So Theo instinctively reached out and pressed accept. You have received the reward. All your stats will increase rapidly beginning the next mission. At that moment, Theo's chest suddenly emitted a beam of light, leaving him completely stunned. What the hell is happening? Theo screamed inwardly. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a luxurious room inside Rose Palace, where old man Rendon was present, talking to someone about Theo's condition. Honestly, I've never seen anyone as useless as him. But that's exactly why I'm here. This true teacher Rendon will teach him with all my might. I'll make him strong enough to participate in the awakening ceremony 5 months from now, at least that much, the old man said with a bright smile. If one didn't know in advance what this old bastard would do in the future, probably everyone would fall for that friendly smile. Opposite him, a beautiful lady pulled out a bulging pouch of money as thanks for his efforts. She was Cecilia, the mistress of Rose Palace. Right, I'll leave the boy to you, Rendon. Please take good care of him a little more, she said while handing over the full pouch, and the old scoundrel accepted it without hesitation. Of course. I plan to teach him day and night, so please don't worry, madam. I'm not worried, I trust Theo, Cecilia said confidently. Who knows where this naive woman got such confidence in her useless son? After getting the money, Rendon immediately left. Walking down the hallway, he sneered, Cecilia, you'll have to worry after all. Even if I don't teach him properly, the truth is he's completely useless. Like mother, like son, exactly, that bloodline won't go anywhere. Looking at it, wonderful. As he spoke, he began checking the pouch again. And after seeing the glittering gold coins inside, Rendon grinned so wide he couldn't close his mouth. a hefty reward plus the title of instructor for the main line of the Ragnar clan. As compensation for leaking information about Theo and interfering with his development, that person would secure his own future, just like how the Ragnar idiot was his benefactor. The more he thought, the more disgusting his expression became, before he was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps coming from Theo. Then the boy dashed right past Rendon without even greeting him, making the old man's face twist in clear irritation. To that real failure. Back to Theo, he was rushing like his life depended on it. Ultimately, to see his mother, the one who had died in his previous life. "Mother," Theo called out loudly, drawing Cecilia's attention ahead. She turned and asked, "My son, you must be tired from today's training." Before she could finish, our protagonist rushed forward and hugged her tightly, leaving the lady a bit flustered. "Son, why? I've really come back." Back to the past 10 years ago, Theo thought while his eyes welled up with tears. Then after calming down a little, Theo looked straight at his mother and made a vow to himself. "I have to change the future. Right now I'm still weak with nothing in my hands, but if that mysterious notification window is real, then I can become stronger, strong enough to stand firm in that cursed battle for the throne, and strong enough to take revenge on Rendon." Second guidance mission, train your body to its limit. Do not exceed 100%. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the training area. At this moment, our protagonist was pushing himself to run and burn energy to complete that mission. "I really want to get revenge on Rendon right now, but with this weak body. Right now, I can't do it. I need to focus on getting stronger first." The intelligence agency I joined in my previous life, Black Tongue, I was demoted to the information gathering team because I lacked skills, but I never thought I'd use the information I collected like this. Body strengthening drug, superior potion of the Blood Sword Emperor, and its true value will be revealed in the secret manual. And most importantly, the grueling training I gave up because I lacked talent. All of this can happen because I now have the Ragnar talent. The notification window is real, Theo thought excitedly in his heart, and he kept running tirelessly without knowing exhaustion. Current progress, train body to limit, 27/100%. Around him, the other trainees saw Theo charging like a mad bull and running relentlessly, then turned to each other. How many laps has he run without resting? Is he that fit? Ignoring their thoughts, our protagonist, after running enough, switched to sword practice. "I'll run more than I ever did before, and swing my sword more times than before, so that I can truly become strong." Current progress, 65/100%. Time passed quickly. A few days later, at night in the training yard, Theo's figure was still madly practicing swordplay in the area. Not far away, a pink-haired girl sat smoking and boredly watching Theo. She was the manager of training ground number 4, Evelyn Naravel. "He's been training without sleep for several days now, that idiot of the Ragnar clan. But is he really talentless?" Evelyn wondered inwardly while witnessing Theo's insane efforts. Back to the protagonist, at this point he was dog-tired. "I'm gonna die." Current progress, 97/100%. "But I have to train my body to its limit," he screamed to himself. Last night he had reached 90/100%, but the moment he sat down to rest even a little, the number 90 automatically dropped back to 89. Making him panic, he didn't dare rest another second. "I never thought the percentage would decrease just from resting a bit. Now I can't stop until it's complete." And so, with insane determination, our protagonist gritted his teeth and swung his sword non-stop. "I'm almost there. Just a little more. Just a little more until I can't breathe anymore," Theo thought while starting to run circles around the training ground at his maximum speed, until the progress bar finally hit 100%. "Congratulations, you have completed the second guidance mission. You have received Dragon Heart as a reward. Additional reward for quick completion. You have received 10 years of magic from your previous life. Do you wish to receive your reward now?" Back to Theo, though exhausted and gasping for breath when he saw the system's prompt, he tremblingly reached out and pressed yes. And right after doing so, his body suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of energy, blowing away the dust around him. And Evelyn from afar witnessed the entire thing. Who knows how much time passed? Right now Theo woke up again after passing out, and realized he was in an unfamiliar room. "This is," he muttered, puzzled. Hearing his voice, Evelyn, with her usual cigarette, stepped in to explain, "Don't worry. This is the rest room of training ground number 4. Even as a Ragnar, collapsing from pushing yourself that far is no joke." "Evelyn?" Theo asked tentatively. On her side, Evelyn nodded. "You remember me. I'm the manager of training ground number 4, Evelyn Naravel. You passed out while training alone this morning, so I brought you here." Hearing that, he replied, "I see, thank you." Turning to Evelyn, she then handed him a glass of water to cool down and added, "But young master, you know that in the Ragnar clan, opening the Monocore before the awakening ceremony is forbidden, right?" "Of course," Theo shrugged in response. And not understanding what Evelyn was getting at, seeing his innocent look, Evelyn spoke directly, "Then you also know what happens if you break that rule." Hearing this, Theo's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" She emphasized, "Right before you lost consciousness, there was a mana wave that matched opening the mana core. Did you already open your mana core?" "Young Master Theo Ragnar," she said while staring wide-eyed at him, making the guy on this side go blank. "What are you talking about? If I had opened my mana core, I wouldn't still be alive right now," Theo wondered inwardly. Before he recalled the mechanical system voice, ringing out right before he fainted. "You have received the reward. Additional reward for quick completion. You have received 10 years of magic from your previous life." Thinking of this, Theo began to guess what happened. It's the Dragon Heart. Speaking of Dragon Heart, it's a mana storage that can be placed inside the Dragon Heart. Placing the mana storage in the heart makes it operate more efficiently, but humans, who are not dragons, place it in the lower abdomen, because the human heart cannot withstand the mana storage. That's why every warrior of the Ragnar clan dreams of obtaining the Dragon Heart. It's the easy path to becoming overwhelmingly strong. However, humans have never been able to surpass their own limits. But now the Dragon Heart belongs to me. The mission reward is truly amazing, Theo thought joyfully. Before sensing the cold gaze and atmosphere radiating from the girl in front of him and snapping back thanks to that, he was now in a very awkward situation. Great Swordmaster Evelyn Naravel. She retired after losing her left arm and became the manager of Training Ground Number 4. But she was once the commander of the White Armored Dragon Knights. Her skills were so outstanding that even the demon dragon of the White Armored Dragon Knights admired her. Moreover, she was famous for being extremely principled. She wasn't the type to care about status or power, and she couldn't tolerate any lies or cowardice. Once, when he was too rigid, she gave up being his direct master. In other words, if she discovered the mana storage in his Dragon Heart, he might be executed on the spot. However, what if she didn't discover it? Then he could turn the tables. Thinking this, with 10 years of knowledge from wandering the outside world, Theo began finding a way to handle the situation. At this moment, he spoke up, "Can you handle it?" Responding to Evelyn's questioning attitude, Theo's face turned serious as he said, "Are you threatening me just because of your momentary emotions? Will you take responsibility? I am also a descendant of the Ragnar clan. If your suspicion turns out to be baseless, this could be seen as insulting the Ragnar clan." Opposite him, Evelyn nodded in acknowledgement after hearing, "That's right, that's the rule." "Then do you know what the punishment is for insulting a descendant of the clan?" Theo asked while widening his eyes. "Execution," Evelyn replied. Hearing those words, Theo kept pushing his advantage, smirking as he pressed on. "Good, you already know that, so why don't you just check it yourself?" he said with an extremely challenging and confident tone, and the aura he was giving off made Evelyn feel strangely unsettled. What kind of feeling is this? What kind of person is this guy? But that was definitely mana waves, she thought, and without any hesitation, Evelyn accepted the proposal right away, even if he carried Ragnar blood. "Laws are still laws," she said while reaching her hand forward, lightly touching Theo's abdomen at the same time using her own mana to probe inside. But right after that, her face instantly changed color. When the inspection finished, "Wait, there's no mana core at all. Did I make a mistake? No way." The more she thought, the paler Evelyn's face became, because according to the rule she herself had stated, she might very well be done for. And of course that flustered expression couldn't escape Theo's sharp eyes. "Well, nothing, right?" he teased. "Please execute me, I was wrong. I'll pay with my life," Evelyn said while dropping to one knee. That sight made Theo feel extremely smug inside, and he also knew exactly why she couldn't detect anything. How could she? The Dragon Heart is completely different from a normal mana core. The existence of a mana core inside the Dragon Heart can be fully controlled by the user. In other words, I can hide my mana whenever I want. And the fact that a human could possess a Dragon Heart only became known to people years later. How could she possibly have guessed it? Thinking that while Evelyn was waiting anxiously, Theo simply patted her shoulder lightly and said, "No need. You were just doing your job, right? Not many people dare to risk their lives like that." At this point, Theo already had his plan set. Evelyn was one of the strongest around. Making her owe him would benefit him far more. Plus, the reason mana core awakening is restricted before the opening ceremony is to prevent the core from overflowing. "You worrying about me, the illegitimate child of the Ragnar family, potentially overflowing my own mana core? That actually makes me quite happy. Thanks for looking out for me, Evelyn." After saying that, Theo directly turned and walked away, leaving Evelyn behind full of unanswered questions. "A Dragon Heart plus 10 years of magic power from my previous life. This time around I'll be unbeatable," Theo thought silently to himself. Time flew by quickly. A few days later, old man Rendon was still continuing his usual teaching session with Theo like always. No, that's not it. You need to swing the sword a bit more to the right. How many times have I told you already? Turning back to Theo, all those nagging words from Rendon really grated on his ears. I'm getting stronger, but pretending to learn from Rendon is seriously annoying. That damn Rendon. He's secretly teaching me some weird-ass sword technique. There's definitely someone pulling the strings behind this Rendon guy. The one who killed me in the past, I have to find out who it is. Suddenly, a certain thought flashed through Theo's mind, and unconsciously he broke into a smile. That's right, Rendon shouted, young master, no talking during practice, he reminded sternly. At those words, Theo's eyes widened and he immediately snapped the wooden sword in half. I don't understand a damn thing you're teaching. It's all garbage. How the hell did someone at your level even become a mid-tier swordsman? On the other hand, the mission Rendon had received was surely to pretend to be a guide while secretly monitoring me, so I'll get him fired. I feel like you'd even struggle against low-level magic beasts. What did you just say? The old man ground his teeth audibly while veins bulged on his face. Seeing that Theo stepped forward, you deaf or something, staring straight into his eyes and repeating, you deaf, your skills are a stinking pile of trash. At that moment, the old man exploded in rage. Young Master Theo. He was secretly calculating. If something happens here, then Rendon will definitely have to contact whoever's pulling his strings. Scene shift to the Camellia Palace. At this moment, inside what looked like a tavern area, a young soldier suddenly burst in, excitedly shouting, Axion. Have you heard yet? That Ragnar bastard is going to duel my master next week. Seems he blamed master for his own uselessness. After that fight, he's definitely gonna end up crippled, the youth said gleefully. And to reward him for rushing over with timely news, a flying plate smashed straight into the young man's face at blinding speed, sending him flying backward. So what? One crippled bastard has nothing to do with me, Axion said irritably. He was the black tiger Axion Ragnar, one of the 4 hounds of the north. Beside him, the gentle-faced white-haired youth was also one of the 4 hounds of the north, Silver Tiger Remington Nursio. At the same time outside, probably hearing the noise, a blonde guy walked in and said, he should have been crippled long ago. Being careless isn't smart. This one was one of the 9 heavenly dragons, Heavenly Dragon Eid Troyvan. When he entered, Remington quickly bowed in greeting while Axion stayed calmly seated and replied, I only fear those with real talent. You're worrying too much. Why bother with that bastard child? In response, Eid's eyes flashed with danger. With Ragnar, even things that seem impossible can happen from the tiniest possibility. A single spark in the wind can ignite into a blaze. Back to Axion, actually he felt this situation was pretty chill, but overall it was still good. That instructor will handle it for us. Time passed quickly. 1 week later at the 4th training ground. By now the arena was packed with countless people gathered to watch the spectacle. From their faces it was clear nobody thought Theo had any chance of winning. Back to Theo, right now sweat was already beading on his face. Damn it. I only meant to humiliate him and get him fired, but things have gone way too far. Well, since it's come to this, I'll just take revenge on Rendon, Theo muttered while gripping his sword tightly. At the same time, his third quest was also to defeat this Rendon and claim victory. To explain this in more detail, let's go back 1 week earlier when our protagonist Theo, after insulting Rendon outright, declared him fired and told the old man to get lost. And of course, since the old man was enjoying a sweet gig, there was no way he'd give it up easily. So right after hearing that, he immediately made a huge fuss, young Master Theo. I don't accept it, there's still plenty of time left in my contract. In response, Theo didn't bother explaining much. What's the point? If I say you're fired, then you're fired. At that point, he himself was barely holding back his killing intent from lunging and stabbing the old man a few times, thinking about his previous life. I want to deal with him right now, but I'm still not confident enough in my abilities. First, I'll separate from him and gather more info about him. Turning to Rendon, seeing Theo speak so decisively with zero room for negotiation, the old man's face wrinkled like an ancient tree. No way. If I get fired like this, my mission fails. I have to convince him by any means. Thinking that for the sake of his rice bowl, Rendon swallowed his arrogant attitude and switched to begging, young master, please wait. This violates the rules. If I report this to the court, ignoring the dog barking behind him, Theo just kept walking straight forward until he received the notification for the third quest, Quest Guidance 3rd, defeat Rendon and achieve victory. The sudden quest pop-up made Theo's marching steps pause for a beat. At the same moment, Evelyn, who had been watching from the side, overheard everything and ran over, suggesting, Then let's settle this the Ragnar family way. The Ragnar way, Theo asked, puzzled. And she straight up explained the rule of the strong decide by a sword duel. No need for court, we just follow the winner's will. Heaven's helping me, Rendon screamed internally and hurriedly agreed. Great idea. Ignoring his words, Evelyn continued. The duel will take place 1 week from now. Sound good? She smiled while Theo's face turned pale as a pig's liver. Of course it doesn't. I still can't beat Rendon in my current state, he thought while glancing at Rendon's smug look like he already had Theo in the bag, though honestly he kinda did. Back to the present up in the stands, the young soldiers started gossiping about the Ragnar family's trash. From what I've heard, he can't even swing a sword properly. The gray-haired guy spoke up, and the shrimp head next to him gave a disbelieving sneer. Huh, no way, and he's still considered a Ragnar. If he were a normal Ragnar, I wouldn't say that. He's the crippled trash of the Ragnar family. How could he possibly beat a mid-tier swordsman? The crowd shook their heads with zero confidence in Theo. Down below, before the fight started, Rendon flashed a confident smile and advised, young master, if you apologize right now, I can pretend this never happened. No need to risk your life over pride. In response, Theo's eyes darkened. I should be the one saying that. If you don't want to become a one-armed swordsman, you better accept reality. Theo replied coldly, and seeing his kindness thrown back, Rendon laughed in anger. Even now you still, he ground his teeth while plotting internally. I thought I'd let him off once since he's so pitiful, but no more. I'll kill him and claim it was an accident. The outcome of the duel is obvious. Honestly, that would be even better. Thinking that he slightly changed expression, then said, then come attack me first. As your teacher, I'll let you have the first move. Hearing that Theo didn't hold back anymore, then I won't refuse. Saying so, he gripped his sword tightly and charged forward to strike first. Just like that, the battle between the two officially began. And right after the sound of swords clashing rang out, everyone up in the stands widened their eyes. At the scene before them, how could this be? Look, that idiot, about to lose. He really doesn't know how to swing a sword. At this rate, he might actually die, the crowd exclaimed in shock. Although rumors said Theo was trash, seeing it with their own eyes, they realized he was even worse than imagined. What's wrong, young master? You can't do anything against a mid-tier swordsman you look down on, Rendon taunted while his sword never stopped swinging. This is the obvious result. Theo Ragnar isn't even a low-tier swordsman, he's barely an apprentice. Lately his skills might have improved a bit, but still not enough. If he were at least at the level of the Four Hounds of the North, it would be different. But there's no way this idiot Theo could ever beat me, the old man thought happily to himself. Going back a bit, right after Evelyn made the suggestion, Theo hurriedly sought her out for a private talk. Evelyn, what were you thinking suggesting that duel? In response, Evelyn calmly sipped her tea and said, I'm helping you. If you want to get rid of him, you need to be more decisive. Seems like he has backers, so just firing him won't solve the problem. From Evelyn's words, it appeared she knew something about old man Rendon, and of course the protagonist, after hearing, was shocked. How do you know Evelyn? At that, Evelyn shrugged, because he's teaching you some bizarre sword style, so I had people secretly investigate him. Recalling the scene of him teaching Theo sword practice, make a sharper right angle. An angle this square seems a bit excessive. Where the hell did this bastard come from? Evelyn was stunned watching old man Rendon's teaching method. Turning to Theo, Evelyn didn't notice this in my previous life. Could it be I attracted her attention because of the monocore incident? Theo wondered inwardly, not knowing that Evelyn gently set her teacup down and continued. From my investigation, all traces of Rendon lead back to the Camellia Palace. Hearing that, the protagonist first froze, then gritted his teeth in fury. Camellia Palace, all because of that bloody throne war, those bastards. Thinking that, he fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. I'm surprised you found out this much. But with my current skills, I still can't beat Rendon, so what will you do? He asked. This isn't your problem. You can beat him, you're underestimating your own potential, young master, Evelyn said confidently. Back to the fight right now, old man Rendon was still relentlessly attacking Theo while not forgetting to crush his spirit. If you kneel and beg, maybe I'll spare you. As he spoke, he poured power into both hands and unleashed a devastating overhead slash that tore the air backward, but right after the clash, Rendon's face gradually shifted because the old man sensed something was seriously off here. Wait, there's something wrong. He's been blocking all my attacks for a while now. What the hell is going on? This isn't the Theo Ragnar I know. How did his skills improve this much? The old man thought in panic. Meanwhile, it wasn't just him. The entire crowd up in the stands had also noticed the abnormality as the fight dragged on into the present, what he's actually pushing him back. Did you see him defending properly? The shocked crowd muttered, hearing that Evelyn gave a subtle knowing smile. Going back 1 week earlier at that moment, she had proposed, if I train you for 1 week, you'll easily overpower someone like Rendon. Although personally teaching you breaks the rules, Rendon is a bastard who has no right to be an instructor anyway. Back to Theo, hearing her say that he was inwardly thrilled beyond belief. He couldn't believe things could turn out this way. It really paid off making Evelyn owe him. However, there was one thing worrying him. Why is she helping me this much? Is it because of what happened last time? Theo asked anxiously. And Evelyn casually admitted, yeah, partly, but also because there's someone I know who has his eye on you. This person really likes recruiting talented individuals. Back to the present, the longer they fought, the more Rendon felt himself gradually being suppressed by Theo. Right from the start, he had no talent. How could this be? Or maybe all this time, he's just been pretending to be an idiot. But why? Rendon frowned, trying to figure it out, while on the opposite side, Theo, noticing the old man's face constantly changing, spoke up during their locked struggle. Rendon, who's backing you? Before he could finish, Rendon jolted in fright and shoved Theo backward, backing what he yelled loudly. You think I don't know you've been feeding me garbage lessons this whole time? Theo said coldly, while the old man still tried to argue stubbornly. That's ridiculous. Do you know how much effort I put into not letting the old fart ramble? Theo dropped the name. Is it the Camellia Palace? The word stabbed straight into his guilty heart, making Rendon's face freeze for a beat. And that very expression confirmed Theo's suspicions. You're honest, huh? Good job, Rendon. Do you know what it feels like to have your arm chopped off? As he spoke, Theo seized the moment while the old man was still stunned and swung his sword upward from below, aiming straight for Rendon's left arm. And right after that, with one clean slice, he severed the arm completely. Around them, the sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. It wasn't until Rendon's agonized scream echoed that people snapped out of it. My arm, you bastard, how dare you? The old man gritted his teeth, ranting, completely unaware of how dangerous his current situation was. Turning toward Theo at this point, he walked coldly toward Rendon. With this, I've definitely become stronger, and I can get even stronger still. Thinking that, Theo began declaring to him, what did you say to me last time? It's my fault things escalated to this point. It's your fault that today you're dying here. After saying that, without giving the old man any chance to protest, Theo swung his sword hard, delivering the final blow to send him to the afterlife. At the same time, the system chime rang out. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the third guidance quest. For exceeding the objective, you have received bonus rewards. Would you like to claim the rewards now? Up in the observation stands, people were still in shock, unable to believe Rendon had just died like that. That idiot actually won an apprentice swordsman against a mid-tier swordsman. How is that possible? The crowd stammered back to Theo, staring at the corpse that hadn't even fallen, yet he just felt it was ridiculous, so weak. How could I have been defeated by someone like this in the past? But everything will be different from now on, Theo whispered silently to himself. While the system displayed the reward notification, skill observation has been activated as a reward. Additionally, 1 year of magical power has been gained. Hearing his rewards, Theo's eyes flashed with slight confusion. Oh, it's magical power. But what is observation? He wondered inwardly, but before he could ponder further, a figure descended from the sky above. The person's landing was so forceful it cracked the entire arena floor. The man boomed, Theo Ragnar. Hearing the voice, the protagonist quickly turned to look behind him. And this person was Julius Ragnar, bearer of the title Demon Dragon, commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. At this moment, he wore an extremely excited grin as he turned toward Theo. However, our protagonist couldn't feel happy at all. Demon Dragon, why is he here? When did he get here? Theo thought in terror inwardly. With his appearance, everyone felt a wave of awe. That's the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Why is one of the 9 heavenly dragons here? Speaking of Evelyn, seeing her boss's dramatic entrance, she could only rub her temples and headache. Commander, sir, you've destroyed the arena floor. Couldn't you land normally like usual? She said wearily to her superior. Back to the arena area now. Uncle Julius exuded an overwhelming aura as he approached Theo, making the boy nearly shit himself. Huh, what's going on? Did I do something? He asked himself inwardly, right after sending his teacher to the other world. But luckily for Theo, right after that, Julius burst into hearty laughter and slapped Theo hard on the back, hard enough to make the young man cough blood. Ha ha, that's interesting. Very good, very good. I'm genuinely surprised you brought this with you. Huh, the student has surpassed the master, he said cheerfully before rethinking Theo's action and retracting his smile. No, a bit disrespectful since you killed him, right? Anyway, from what I've heard, that guy deserved it. Whatever, forget it. Theo Ragnar, join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, he said while patting Theo's shoulder with the offer. Up above, Evelyn, hearing this, only gave a faint smile as if she'd predicted it all along. Meanwhile, the remaining students hearing Theo receive such an invitation went crazy with envy. No way the Ragnar idiot is getting recruited into the White Armored Knights even if he's good at fighting. Up in the stands, one of the 4 hounds of the North Remington suddenly turned to the person beside him. Hey, do you think there's ever been a case where an apprentice swordsman, someone who hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony, got recruited? Hearing the question, the curly-haired guy pondered a bit, then shrugged. Well, I don't know either. No need for him to say it. Remington already had the answer in his heart. Of course, never. You can't truly judge a person's potential while their mana core is still sealed. Even if their swordsmanship is outstanding, their magical power might still be lacking. And no matter how great Julius Ragnar is, even he can't be certain about everything. But could the demon dragon see that potential to make such a gamble? Back down below, everyone was holding their breath waiting for Theo's answer, but contrary to their expectations, right after he showed a cold expression and said, "Sorry, but I have to decline." The unexpected reply made Uncle Julius's face wrinkle up, while up above Remington also looked stunned. Even Evelyn couldn't understand what the hell Theo was thinking. Time passed quickly. The story of Theo defeating Rendon spread throughout the castle. Have you heard the idiot of no, I mean young Master Theo? I heard he killed his own instructor. Is that okay? Well, it just means his instructor was too weak. Honestly, the guy looked pretty useless anyway. And after witnessing that the demon dragon tried to directly recruit him into the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, however, the young master refused because he felt his skills weren't sufficient yet. A humble Ragnar, so rare. The crowd sighed in admiration. Scene shift to the Camellia Palace. At this moment, Lady Emil Ragnar of Camellia Palace was frowning while looking out the window. Things have gotten complicated. I can't believe he actually took down Rendon. Seeing her worried like that from behind, Eid spoke up. Please don't worry, madam. Wasn't Rendon sent precisely because his skills were terrible? Hearing the familiar voice, Emil turned to explain further. Exactly, the death of someone like that means nothing to us. Brother, this man is Heavenly Dragon Eid Troyven. However, the demon dragon has approached him. Moreover, they say Evelyn was the one who ordered it, which means we can't even interfere anymore by assigning him a new master. If he starts standing out, controlling the Rose Palace will become harder day by day. She gritted her teeth, saying. Meanwhile, Axion, who had just walked in hearing his mother speak, shook his head in exasperation, standing out. Why are you worrying so much, Mom? The family head would never care about this. Our plan can proceed as normal. On the opposite side, Emil spoke up. I understand the best way to control the Rose Palace without offending the family head is to keep Theo weak. Right, that's exactly what you're saying. That guy is still weak. Someone like that can't change much. Evelyn and the demon dragon always pay attention to the weak. Axion waved dismissively. However, Eid's eyes in front gradually turned cold as he reminded Axion, you should say don't make hasty decisions like that. Hearing that, Axion suddenly fell silent for a moment. Fine, since Mom and Uncle are this worried, I'll play with him a bit and make him understand his place. As he spoke, the guy pulled out a letter he had prepared in advance. Back to Theo's position at this moment. He had just finished training with Evelyn today. You did great, young master, she said, while sheathing her sword. Thanks, Evelyn. It's really different learning from a proper instructor like you. Theo smiled. Meanwhile, Evelyn recalled Julius's earlier offer and advised Theo it would be better if you joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Why did you refuse that offer? Hearing the question, Theo felt a bit regretful. Inside the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, it would be a lie to say I have zero regrets. That was my dream in the previous life. However, joining right now wouldn't be good. There's no reason to limit myself too early. When I think about the privileges given to the family head during the awakening ceremony, joining the White Armored Dragon Cavalry can't compare. Thinking that, Theo felt a bit better and smiled, saying, I don't want any special privileges. I still think I'm not good enough yet. I'm content with you training me until the awakening ceremony. All right, though the commander will be disappointed. Evelyn gave a faint chuckle. On his side, during free time, our protagonist also used the observation skill to check the stats of the swordswoman Evelyn Nerevel, 24 years old, female, title former vice commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, rank high-tier swordsman status, admires Theo's humility and personality, feels energy for the first time in a long while from teaching Theo, misses the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Reading this, Theo's face unconsciously broke into an extremely satisfied smile. This observation skill is super useful. I'll definitely make great use of it from now on. Thinking that, he also noticed the line describing Evelyn's current status as admiring him and missing the Dragon Cavalry. But before Theo could think any further, a young soldier suddenly stepped up and said, Excuse Excuse me, young Master Theo. I'm from the South Checkpoint Station. My name is Sybil Drea. I have something I need to tell you. With me, huh? Theo asked, puzzled. He's kinda scary. Who the hell is this guy? As he thought he activated his observation skill. And quickly, the info returned to him. Sybil Drea, title idiot of the South Checkpoint Station, rank apprentice, swordsman level, loyalty status. Has a strong desire toward Theo, wants to spar with him right now. From both their eyes, Sybil wore an extremely excited face. To the point, Evelyn behind him warily gripped her sword tight, while Theo was totally baffled. Does the system got the info wrong? A desire to spar with that look toward me. The final guidance quest has begun. Guidance quest 4th, abandon the title Ragnar idiot, 28 100%. Back to Sybil, afraid Theo might not get his intent, he hurriedly explained in detail. I want to follow you, young Master Theo. Honestly, I've ignored you all this time. I thought the Ragnar idiot nickname suited you perfectly. The guy said, bluntly unaware those words could send him packing early, since it made Theo ahead grip his sword tight, ready to skewer him anytime. This bastard. Theo gritted his teeth, thinking inwardly. Sadly, Sybil didn't catch that glare and kept blabbing, but I know you head out every morning and train harder than anyone. The fruit of that effort is the miraculous growth I witnessed firsthand. You're my idol, young Master Theo. When I wanted to give up after being called the South Checkpoint idiot, you showed up. Please let me have a chance to sword fight you, Sybil said, bowing with utmost sincerity, and at those words the fire in Theo's heart suddenly died out, replaced by a touch of sympathy for the young man. Normally I'd suspect his true motives, but according to the system notice, he seems totally sincere. Pretty unexpected. After taking down Rendon and rumors of me catching Julius's eyes spreading wide, I figured self-doubting underdogs would rush to challenge me. But I never thought people would actually want to follow me. Guess that means folks still got some Ragnar pride left. Fine, I'll need my own crew anyway to become head of House Ragnar. In this quest, the final guidance 1. That title I could never shake off. With this fresh chance, I'll wipe it clean for good. Thinking that the protagonist made his decision and turned to Evelyn. Evelyn, can we spare some time? Hearing him, Evelyn got what he meant and nodded. Of course, show 'em your skills. Just like that, with both agreeing and Evelyn refereeing from the sidelines, the sword duel kicked off. First, they held their swords straight ahead and introduced Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of Rose Palace, awaiting awakening ceremony. My master is Evelyn Naravel. Hearing that, she smiled, glancing his way. Replying, Sybil stood ramrod straight and said, Sybil Drea, apprentice swordsman of South Checkpoint Station. I inherit the Curre family sword arts and am proficient with the blade. Fight. The words barely left his mouth and Sybil powered his legs, charging forward lightning fast to strike first and seize the edge. Next, he swung full force straight at Theo, but got easily parried. He's insanely fast, even called the South Checkpoint idiot. I was confident in my speed, but young Master Theo's skills are straight fire, Sybil marveled inwardly. While raining down attacks from every angle over here, facing Sybil's barrage of stormquick strikes, Theo silently pondered, is this an idiot? If this were my past life, I'd barely block a couple. But now this is child's play for me. Done thinking, he counterslashed, and with one precise hit sent Sybil flying far back. His strike hit so hard Sybil hurled up his guts. As expected of young Master Theo, I lost, thank you. I learned tons, Sybil said, even though the bout wrapped in under a minute. God knows what he picked up in 60 seconds. Nice fight, Theo nodded approvingly. Right then, he eyed his reflection on the blade, and bam, a wild idea hit him. Wait, can I observe myself? Let's see. As he spoke, he triggered the skill, and though it was a whim, it actually worked. Observing Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, male, title Ragnar family, idiot, talent Ragnar, player, observation, access denied, access denied, access denied, status dying for awakening ceremony, level 1, stats strength 13, agility 14, vitality 12, magical power 190, intelligence 11, luck. Access denied. You have become aware of your stats will now be notated numerically. Back to Theo skimming the panel, he couldn't hide the glee on his face. My abilities fall under talent, meaning keep grinding these quests and I can unlock 4 more. I can even check my own stats. Looks like my magical powers sky high from past life magic and dragon heart, but why's luck negative at? Am I cursed or what? Is this why I was always dogged by bad luck before? Gotta figure out how to pump that luck stat ASAP, Theo muttered to himself. Cause negative luck like this means disaster could drop anytime. Just like that, he zoned out deep in thought till he realized a ton of eyes were locked on him and snapped back. Turning to the crew that rolled up with Sybil. Back there, Evelyn clocked the scene and pegged their goal. Even if Rendon sucked, he was mid-tier swordsman. Young Master Theo smoked Rendon and even snagged commander approval. Ragnar motto strength rules, so 2 vibes, either jealousy or straight admiration. And this bunch looks like the admirer squad, right on cue like Evelyn figured. Next thing, the group flashed winners, grins, rumors check out. If I was Sybil, could I even pair carry his blade. Same here. I want to spar him too, they all thought, eyeing Theo expectantly. Over here, Theo caught their hungry stares and let out a sigh. Then zeroed in on a young dude in the pack. Io Nalan, hearing his name, Io stepped up, shocked. You know me. Step up, spar with me, Theo shot back. Huge honor, I'm Io Nalan, third son of Viscount Nalan. I've mastered piercing sword arts, the guy introed, while Theo replied, Theo Ragnar of Rose Palace, here's to a solid duel. Words done, both lunged at once, but Io swung first, unleashing dragon sweep, sword dead at Theo's neck. The strike damn near clipped his throat, but with god-tier reflexes, our guy whipped his sword up to block, then surged power, flinging it wide. Proficiency in basic swordsmanship increased, proficiency in variable heart swordsmanship increased. Seeing his weapon yanked in one move, Io's face blanked, but he owned it. I lost. Gained Io Nalan's approval, luck +1, gained some EXP. The system pings fired up. Theo's fight hype approval boosts luck. Damn, it tracks rep 2. If so, I'll just keep dueling just like that. After Io, the rest lined up for Theo's welcome. Gained Beat Ramirez's approval, luck +1. Gained Eric Morin's approval, luck +1. Gained Manfred Nombert's approval, luck +1. Gained Manuel Noir's approval, luck +1. Gained Viro Perink's approval, luck +1. Gained Daniel Rieman's approval, luck +1. No clue how long passed now. The training ground was a pile of wiped out bodies while Theo himself gasped for air. But for that luck grind, he kept self-torturing. Next up, hearing that, but no one jumped. Seeing it, Theo peeked at the system screen, but damn, better not have. Once he did, he went quiet. Fought this many and only +1%. His gaze showed quest progress 28 to 29%. Clocking that, Theo eyed the nearby group, guessing maybe cause they already vibe with me, or need tougher foes, or flex when haters watch. Need another spark, Theo mused, then caught a voice nearing. You look beat, kid, you good? I'll rest when I gotta, but not yet. Theo fired back. Like his prayer got answered. Boom, heaven dropped a shot from afar, one of 4 hounds of the north. This time I'm calling dibs on a spar with you. Crowd couldn't contain shock. Remington, one of 4 hounds of the north. On that 4 hounds of the north, their Hulkus Link Ray Ragnar, Remington Nursio, and Axion Ragnar of Camellia Palace, top dogs of the unawakened gen in House Ragnar. Back to Remington, striding in, he introed himself. Remington Nursio came early to scope young Master Theo's swordplay pre-awakening. Thanks for taking the challenge, he grinned, while across Theo quietly observed the young swordsman. Young swordsman Remington Nursio, 17, male, title Narcio Vice, head Silver Lion, 4 hounds of the north rank, apprentice swordsman, talent sword genius, razor senses, workaholic, stat as stunned by a rival he never saw coming. Replying, Theo raised blade. Theo Ragnar, son of great northern guardian Kyle Ragnar, apprentice swordsman, prepping awakening. Saying it, Theo never figured Remington hit him up for a friendly. Never thought I'd face sword prodigy Remington. I respect, like this quest aside, I wanna go all out. Done thinking, Theo said, dead serious. Honor dueling, famed Narcio Vice head. Pump for an epic clash. Remington nodded. Right now Theo's mind had one thought concurrent. Me smoke Remington, one of 4 hounds of the north. Next, the battle between the two began. But contrary to everyone's guesses, right after that first clash, Theo's sword snapped clean in 2, while Remington's blade rested lightly against his throat. Seeing the scene, Sybil bitterly muttered, young Master Theo lost, huh? Unbelievable. Behind him, another guy wasn't too shocked. That's the obvious outcome no matter how much the young master improved. He still can't beat one of the 4 hounds, the strongest of this generation. But the fighting spirit the young master showed, Sybil shouted, trying to cover for Theo. But right after Remington's voice suddenly rang out, I lost, thanks for the match. The sword you're using was already worn out, plus you're exhausted. This duel is my defeat. Hearing that, Theo glanced at the broken sword in his hand and shook his head. On the battlefield, no one makes excuses like that. I lost the moment my sword broke. With that, both shook hands cheerfully. I hope we can have a proper rematch sometime. Remington smiled. Same here, Theo replied. At those words from both, the crowd around admired Theo even more. He got acknowledged by one of the 4 hounds. See, young Master Theo's different. At the same time, thanks to Remington's recognition, Theo's quest progress jumped to 35%. Beside him, Evelyn, seeing the result, gave a faint smile. Meanwhile, Theo didn't feel disappointed at all. The guy's seriously strong. By gaining talents and secrets through these quests, I've gotten way stronger, far beyond my past life. But the instant our swords touched, I could tell I'm still miles behind. Shame the fight ended so quick, but I still learned a ton. Not just my luck up by 10, my rep improved massively too. Too bad quest progress didn't spike much, but I can find other ways. What stage will get me the approvals? Theo mused inwardly. Turning to Remington at this point, he pulled out an invitation card and offered young Master Theo, honestly, I didn't come just to duel you today. I want to invite you to join the Serpent Dragon Society. Hearing the name Serpent Dragon Society, Sybil's jaw dropped like the house was on fire. Serpent Dragon Society, that elite social club only the chosen get into. And Sir Remington personally coming to invite him. Invited to Serpent Dragon Society, Theo thought, stunned for a second inwardly. Then asked back, can someone like me even join your group? Super famous, Theo said worriedly. But Remington quickly waved it off. Nonsense, you're more than qualified, plus it's not some super serious thing. Just a casual social group for folks our age prepping for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Huh, then why wasn't I invited? Sybil asked, confused from behind while the others were already wiping tears. Back to Theo with past life knowledge, he knew Serpent Dragon Society well. I don't know Remington's motive for inviting me, but the society's centered around Axion. It's packed with people who look down on me. Perfect environment to knock out this quest. Plus it'll let me scout Remington and Camellia Palace. No reason to turn this down. Thinking that with such a juicy deal, he reached out, took the invite, and nodded, thanks, I'll join. Oh, he's actually joining Serpent Dragon Society, someone in the crowd yelled excitedly. Remington shook hands, grinning, smart choice. If you have any questions, just ask. Next meetups in 2 weeks. Behind them, Evelyn seemed to guess something and puffed out a smoke ring. Time flew by. Shortly after, at Rose Palace. In Theo's private room, he barely stepped in to rest when his mother Cecilia burst through the door. My beloved son, she said joyfully. Oh mom, I was gonna tell you. Wait, hold on mom, what's all this? Theo asked, puzzled, eyeing the army of staff behind her hauling various items. At that, Cecilia revealed why she'd rushed over. I heard you got invited to Serpent Dragon Society, the one with Remington's son of that scheming Amel and talents like him. They even catch the council's eye. Everything from how you dress to how you act will be scrutinized. Mom knows you're flawless on etiquette, but clothes and bearing are a whole different beast. Luckily, that's something I can help with. Don't forget your mom was an actress. I'm thrilled to help my precious boy, she said, pulling out a measuring tape herself to take his measurements. Turning to Theo, hearing his mother's words, he thought inwardly, the illegitimate son of a concubine, a commoner mom. You've always felt guilty for giving me such a bad title, even though it's not your fault. In the cold Ragnar family, I wonder how hard it was for you having such a weak son. My beloved boy, she said, hugging him tight. Your mother believes in you. You can do this, she said, voice full of emotion. Theo gently hugged Cecilia back, comforting her. Mom, don't worry anymore. Your son's joining Serpent Dragon Society, Cecilia said, moved, and with those words, Theo silently vowed to crush anyone daring to bark at him in that society. Time passed quickly. 2 weeks later, today was Serpent Dragon Society's party day. Right now, Remington in fancy attire stood by a carriage like he was waiting for someone. And the one he waited for was our protagonist, Theo, stepping out in sharp formal wear with servants cheering behind. Farewell, young master, you got this, young master. The non-stop praise made him blush, a bit embarrassed. Over here, eyeing Theo's new look, Remington froze for seconds. Is that really you, young master? Theo, you look like a whole new person. Haha, even you're teasing me now, Remington, Theo shot back. Haha, I'm serious. Come on, the young swordsman said, gesturing to the carriage. Back to Theo. These past 2 weeks, his physique had clearly improved, leading to such a drastic change. He's right, not just taller, my muscles bulked up too, all from hardcore training. During that time, Remington visited daily. Now the two were pretty close. Plus, all the followers he gained were getting coached by Evelyn. I only wanted to train the young master short term. How'd I end up with this headache? She grumbled, making Theo unsure what to say. It really was 2 exhausting weeks, he sighed. Then Remington brought up, I heard this is your first official party. Yeah, Theo nodded. Seeing that, Remington advised, don't stress, you'll do fine. Just my friend Axion, he can be a bit mischievous, but actually Axion gave me the invite, said he wanted to meet you, so I hope you won't judge him too harshly. He even prepped this whole party for you. Remington explained, and to someone as experienced as Theo, he knew something fishy was waiting. But that's exactly what he wanted. Not Remington inviting me, but Axion. Huh. Things are going way too smoothly. I'm probably gonna get humiliated bad. Can't wait, Theo replied. Meanwhile, Axion was eagerly awaiting the Ragnar idiot. I'm so pumped, got a new toy to play with, he grinned excitedly. Time flew by. Soon the carriage carrying Theo and Remington arrived at the venue. We're here, young master, Theo, Remington reminded. And the place was Camellia Palace. Eyeing the area, Theo felt zero goodwill. Camellia Palace, the ones who egged Rendon on to sabotage my growth, the ones who devoured me, mom, and Rose Palace too. He frowned, thinking, while Remington, unaware, kept smiling. Shall we head in? Ah yeah, sure, Theo replied, quickly masking his hatred. Inside, Remington chatted, I heard Axion's personally greeting you. He's probably at the entrance, blah blah. Ignoring his friend's words, Theo focused on what trick Axion had planned. Axion inviting me makes sense. The Ragnar idiot's rising, so he wants to crush me early. early. But I didn't come unprepared, I'll show him who's stepping on who. Theo smirked inwardly. Suddenly he got drawn to a green light glowing from a nearby window. That's the quest light. Is there a quest inside the palace? Theo wondered. But before he could think further, something shot down from above, accompanied by Remington's panicked shout, "Young Master Theo." The words barely out and the sack hit ground, exploding into a cloud of flour. Seemed like Axion's first welcome in the dust. Theo calmly walked out. "It's fine, just flour." Hearing that, Axion relaxed a bit, then yelled angrily from above, "What the hell are you doing?" Back to Theo, he wasn't mad. These kinds of pranks were expected. If this were past me, I'd have eaten it full on. Thought Remington was in on it, but guess not. From his eyes, Remington's status showed, confused by the sudden mess. "Greeting me with flour? Who pulled this?" Theo narrowed eyes toward the window, where a few young soldiers snickered at the scene. Then behind them, Axion, seeing his lackeys nailed the job, stepped out to play it off. "How's that? Just friendly greeting between buds. Isn't that basic courtesy? A greeting you?" Remington was speechless with rage. "What, you mad? Just think of it as bro love." He grinned. An info on the guy popped up before Theo. Axion Ragnar, 17, male, title Black Tiger, rank apprentice, swordsman, talents Berserk Maniac, superior sword talent, status thrilled, found a fun plaything. Reading his info, Theo paused thoughtfully, then switched to acting mode and smiled back. "Thanks." "Thanks," Axion said, stunned. Theo's reaction wasn't what he expected. "Of course, with a welcome like that, naturally, I gotta thank you. I'm really looking forward to tonight's party." Hearing that, Axion's face first froze, but quickly his eyes lit up with extreme interest. You've gotten way more interesting." Next thing, Theo and Remington stepped into the grand hall. Spotting Theo, the crowd immediately buzzed. What's Axion thinking? Even if he's mainline inviting the idiot to Serpent Dragon Society, he looks decent, someone said, shocked. Seems he knew about the prank. Look, he's treating him like a toy. Another chimed in, and naturally those words reached Remington, so he turned, apologizing again. "Young Master Theo, sorry. Once more, they're not usually like this." "Ah, no worries. Honestly, I'm kinda grateful." Theo waved it off, leaving the young swordsman puzzled, but Theo had no plans to explain. "Keep talking trash. You guys need to badmouth me at least this much so I can crush you later. By the way, that green light I saw from outside seems this way, probably a quest, but no natural way to approach it yet," Theo thought while sipping the drink in his hand. Back to Axion, since the prank on Theo earlier flopped right after he stepped inside, this little dog rushed over to bite a few more times. "How's that? Enjoying the party yet?" Seeing him appear, Theo's heart involuntarily pounded hard from the tension. "It's Axion, calm down, stick to the plan." Thinking that, he took a deep breath to steady himself and smiled back. "Of course, thanks for inviting me. Sorry about what happened earlier. You went a bit overboard." "Will you accept my apology?" he said, draping an arm around Theo like they were super close buddies. However, his face looked more like a threat than anything. Behind them, Remington instantly sensed the weird vibe between the two and spoke up. "Axion," but before he could add another word, Theo cut in. Why apologize? I remember it was just a greeting, right?" Theo said, turning to look at Axion with cold eyes. And that reply once again threw him off. "What?" The guy unconsciously yelped before slapping Theo's shoulder and bursting into laughter. "Oh man, look at our Theo. He's so interesting. I never knew you were like this. You've changed so much. I like you now." Around them, the remaining young soldiers snickered without hiding. "Look at him, just standing there grinning like an idiot, an illegitimate brat with no real bloodline. Can't stand against the noble Troyven blood, haha." Exactly, even among Ragnars, there are different classes. No comparison between Troyven, the noble Eastern sword family, and some random commoner woman. But why's Remington hanging around that idiot? Actually, if you look closely, Remington's illegitimate too. "Hey, watch what you say," someone quickly warned, since Remington was still right there. "Oh right, taboo topic," they jolted, realizing, but how could those words escape Remington's ears? Hearing them, he just lowered his head and stayed silent. Meanwhile, Theo knew those barbs were aimed at him, but now dragging Remington in too, he couldn't hold back anymore. "I plan to observe a bit more, but this won't do." Thinking that, Theo shrugged off Axion's arm and said, "Axion, I should greet my friends properly, right?" Then, under everyone's puzzled stares, Theo calmly grabbed a bottle of wine and walked toward a blonde guy. "What, did I say something wrong?" he sneered. And the reward for that answer came right after Theo smashed the bottle straight into his head, shattering it into pieces. The blonde guy rolled on the ground screaming, clutching his skull. "You bastard illegitimate, how dare you?" he threatened. But before he finished, Theo kicked him hard under the chin, sending him flying backward. "Illegitimate, I just gave you a little greeting saying. That was too much, right?" Around them, the brawl instantly drew everyone everyone's attention. What happened? What's going on? Is Theo really that stupid? Back to Remington, the protagonist's sudden move made him worry for Theo. Young Master Theo isn't the type to do this. Wait, is it? Because of me? Remington thought, shocked. Back to Theo, his punishment on the blonde wasn't over yet. I've greeted him now. Should I say goodbye properly? He said, grabbing the guy's wrist while planting his right foot on his forearm. This was an extremely dangerous position, because with just a bit of force, Theo could snap his arm for good. Wait, the blonde yelled, but it was too late, because right then a sickening crack rang out amid everyone's stunned eyes. And that action pushed Theo's quest progress to 59%. Done. Theo confidently brushed his hair back. Anyone else want a greeting? At the same moment, 4 knights suddenly rushed in, surrounding Theo from all sides, swords pointed straight at him. The crime of harming a young master must be paid with death. They threatened Theo like it was obvious, unaware their move just put them in danger. Exactly what I wanted. This is why I came to Serpent Dragon Society, a place full of enemies, Theo thought inwardly, and asked, who is this guy? Third young master of House Hanavi, young master Ian Hanabi. Oh, one of the 6 vassal families supporting Ragnar House Hanavi. But so what, he thought inwardly, these guys won't stand by when the idiot they've always mocked suddenly acts up. The dogs of one of Ragnar's vassal families dare threaten me. Can you take responsibility for those words, you insolent bunch? Theo glared. With that, Theo's body erupted with massive pressure, making the knights' faces pale instantly. Only now did they realize how stupid their action was. What is this pressure? Is that idiot really a Ragnar? Thinking back, he does have right to inherit the throne, direct bloodline of House Ragnar. Moreover, Ragnar rules the north and commands the 6 snow families. Declaring death on that bloodline is a crime that could wipe out an entire family. This is bad. We thought he was just uneducated, but now no more. We have to apologize first, they thought inwardly, but before they could beg, Theo coldly ordered, kill them. The words barely out, and from above multiple sword shadows shot down at blinding speed before the 4 knights could even react. Their heads were already cleaned off, so they went to meet the Reaper without a word, and the one who struck was none other than Evelyn. Around them, seeing her appear and instantly handle the rude knights, everyone gaped mouths open, while Theo's quest progress hit 70%. Turning to her, done, she asked, Theo, when did you notice I was following you? Ah, that's obvious, he shrugged, replying while thinking. I don't know why, but with her tailing me, I can flip any situation without worry. To explain this, let's go back a bit earlier when Uncle Julius met Evelyn privately popping a wine bottle. He said, I thought you said no more disciples, so is your new sword pupil up to your standards? Across from him, Evelyn, seeing her uncle barge into her place, complained, don't you have anywhere else to go before retirement? You were always out. Haha, my recent joy in life is messing with you, so what's your answer? He said cheerfully, while Evelyn eyed the bottle, reminding, hey, that's expensive. Ignoring her complaints, Julius chugged half the bottle straight. What's your answer? Seeing the big guy down half like water, Evelyn sighed and answered, since it seems if I don't, he'll camp here forever. Fine. The kid exceeded my expectations. In terms of attitude and talent, he's the best I've ever taught. Hearing that, Julius's eyes flashed boldly, and he asked, huh, Axion trained under you too, but this one's the best. Exactly. In terms of potential, I mean his potential surpasses even young Master Axion. This isn't empty talk, Evelyn said, dead serious, and as longtime friends, Julius knew she didn't joke. With those 2 eyes, she sees clearer than anyone. So why hide his strength all this time? People don't change that suddenly, Julius said, belching loudly, while Evelyn wondered. The same seems true, but strange that someone whose hidden power forever suddenly starts showing it. Rash actions lead to falls, but it feels like something's chasing him. That's why I'm worried about him joining Serpent Dragon Society this time. If you're worried probably because of that brat Axion, then just tail him, Julius suggested. What? Evelyn asked. Maybe it's not what you're fearing, but something will happen. When wolves hunting for blood gather, they start establishing hierarchy. While there may be, tempt Theo a bit and get him to join the white armored dragon cavalry. You think you can retire just because you can't ride dragons anymore? Come back and take responsibility for the one you recommended. I'm out. Good booze, he said, leaving, immediately dropping off a familiar white armored dragon cavalry uniform, and at those words, Evelyn pondered a bit, muttering, because it's expensive. Back to the story. Seeing the current situation, Evelyn knew she'd been played by Theo. He noticed me following and deliberately set this up. Maybe he joined Serpent Dragon Society for exactly this. No need to worry about him. But when did he sense my presence? Definitely not ordinary. Back to Theo. He sensed Evelyn's presence the moment he stepped on the carriage, thanks to possessing the dragon heart, which boosts their sensory abilities, also called sixth sense. But anyway, the stage is set now. Thinking that Theo spoke, Evelyn, most people here have shown disrespect to an heir. What punishment does such a crime deserve? He said, scanning around. Right now, the young soldiers were sweating bullets, and to that question, Evelyn answered straight, per family law. Immediate execution is possible. Since they're pre-awakening kids, just take one arm and call it done. I understand, Evelyn said calmly, and immediately charged toward the group to to carry out the duty. Wait, the crowd panicked, yelling. But Evelyn's movements didn't pause at all. She aimed precisely at their arms and severed them clean. Second son of House Puran, eldest son of Red-White Mercenary Corps, fourth daughter of RS Caravan Guild. Third son of House Class, eldest daughter of House Walk. She named each offender as she cut, while Theo's quest progress kept climbing. Seeing that one young soldier knelt before Axion, begging, "Axion, please save me." Please, in response to the plea. Axion just showed an extremely cold face. Why should I? It's just a greeting, right? What, the guy was stunned seeing Axion brush him off so harshly, and before he could say more his arm was chopped off too. This one eldest son of House Behennick, and he was the last one left. Didn't expect to meet you like this, Evelyn. Axion greeted. Long time no see, young master. Evelyn nodded back. Next, Axion eyed everyone writhing in pain on the ground, thinking she only targeted those who commented on bloodline. She made it so even I as an heir candidate can't interfere. He frowned, thinking, while Evelyn, after finishing the punishment, reported back, "I severed the right arms of the 14 you ordered." Good. How are they? Theo nodded, asking. If they get to a priest right now, they might reattach, though their sword life will be another story. Evelyn shared her thoughts. Perfect, Sybil long said, seeing those guys' paths to high-tier swordsmen ended. Meanwhile, Remington, seeing it wrapped up, rushed over. Young Master Theo, you okay? Behind him, Axion, watching the scene, laughed in rage. Haha, Theo, Ragnar, the idiot of Rose Palace, really has changed. I want to step on you, he muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, after teaching the idiots here a solid lesson, Theo straight up left that suffocating toxic area. Let's go, Evelyn. Remington. Then as he passed Axion, Theo lightly brushed against him and smiled, saying, "Fun party, Axion." And with schooling that crowd, Theo completed the 4th guidance quest, escaped the Ragnar idiot title 100%. See you later. His voice dripped with mockery. Congratulations on completing the 4th guidance quest, along with Evelyn. All guidance quests are now fully completed. No one will call you the Ragnar idiot anymore. The quest is done, but my real revenge is just getting started. Claim the reward, Theo thought inwardly, and this quest's reward was experience growth potion. Effect increases level by 5, requirement under level 30. Time flew by. Scene shift to Camellia Palace. Right now, Emil and Ede were getting the report from their subordinate about what went down at Serpent Dragon Society. And of course, that witch Emil could barely believe her ears. Say that again. Axion got knocked flat by that idiot Theo, she said, dazed. Meanwhile, Theo and his crew were celebrating somewhere. Haha, to toast young Master Theo's explosive debut at Serpent Dragon Society. Bottoms up, Sybil yelled loud. Looking at the group's vibe, Theo gave a faint smile. He'd never felt anything like this in his past life. Back to Camellia Palace, after hearing the Serpent Dragon Society fiasco, Emil immediately summoned her useless son Axion and slapped him hard across the face. Not only did you give that idiot a perfect excuse, you let your own men get their arms chopped off too. Yes, ma'am, Axion answered softly, and that calm attitude only fueled Emil's rage more. Listen to yourself, Mom warned you over and over not to underestimate him. Forget forcing him to submit. You just handed him a reason to go wild. I told you the moment that lowborn Theo Ragnar starts standing out, taking Rose Palace will get way harder, she fumed. Mom, don't worry, I'll, Axion promised, but after that move, Emil had zero faith left in his words. I don't want to hear it. Go reflect on what you've done. You nearly ruined our big plan, chasing shallow thrills. Hearing that, Axion could only accept, yes, I'll remember. With that, he quietly left the room. And once he was gone, Emil spoke to Ede lurking in the shadows. Who did that boy take after being so impulsive? In response, Ede shrugged. Well, he takes after his younger self, madam. You call that a joke? Emil frowned. Don't get so mad this time. It might not be as bad as it seems. Ede smiled, making Emil curious why. At this point, Ede calmly explained, Rose Palace belongs to the clan head's harem, so outright seizing it is tough. Even if the head ignores it as a hangout for nobodies, it still has his backing. So what we need is a pretext. Luckily, he caused chaos at Serpent Dragon Society. Theo's becoming Rose Palace's face, so we can use this as ground. Then legally crush him over here. Emil, hearing Ede's words, her mind started racing. I worried when Theo got stronger because Rose Palace's influence spreading if the head pays more attention. But by using Theo, who's growing powerful if Camellia Palace legally eliminates them properly. Rose Palace will have no choice but submit to us. We can manipulate it effortlessly without effort. She smirked inwardly, then folded her fan. How long to prepare? Emil asked eagerly. We're already set. Tomorrow morning. When you wake, you'll hear great news. So tonight, enjoy your bath and sleep well. I even prepared a scented candle from Southern Argon Volcano region, he said, pulling out a small wooden box. In response came a passionate hug from Emil. You're really my brother. That's why I can't help help but love you," she said in a confusing line, making it feel like Theo's dad unknowingly grew horns, and even whether Axion truly carries Ragnar blood becomes a big question mark. Back to Theo's party group, while everyone was still toasting, Remington quietly sat beside him and said, "Honestly, I was pretty shocked. I didn't know you cared about me that much, young Master Theo." Beside him, Theo, hearing Remington ramble, suddenly got confused. "Huh, what are you talking about?" "I'm talking about Serpent Dragon Society," Remington replied, and hearing that Theo knew his buddy was starting to get drunk even though he only drank orange juice. Ignoring Theo, Remington kept musing aloud, "While you endured insults about yourself the moment they slandered me, your friend, you stood up without hesitation to protect me, young Master Theo. I couldn't do anything so shameful." Saying that, Remington turned to look at Theo with admiring eyes. "Exactly, the more I look, the more surprised I get." He endured being looked down on, seen as useless, illegitimate, but ultimately became strong, not to mention even against foes he couldn't beat, yet he had unbreakable will to win completely against Camellia Palace, where no one dared challenge. He drew his sword without hesitation. All for me. The more he thought, the more Remington couldn't hold back emotions, tears welling up. At the same time, the notification screen popped up showing the white-haired youth's current status. Deeply moved, believing Theo cares greatly about him. Seeing that notification, our protagonist sweated a bit. "Haha, seems he misunderstood something," he chuckled awkwardly, inwardly. Meanwhile, Remington made a big decision. "The family ordered me to build friendly ties with Axion, but I have different intentions." Thinking that, Remington turned and declared loudly, "From now on, I want to follow you, young Master Theo." Around them, hearing the offer, everyone cheered wildly, as expected. "Strong sticks with strong, you two are awesome." In response, Theo quickly raised his hand to stop. "No, wait, I think you're misunderstanding something." But before Theo could finish, Evelyn's voice suddenly rang in his head. "Just go with it. This misunderstanding isn't necessarily bad. Beside, probably everyone just wants to get along with you, young master." Hearing her, Theo was a bit surprised. Then he could only sigh. "I'm not special. It's all thanks to this system window, whether returning to the past or getting Ragnar family talent or becoming this strong. I wonder what this is. At first I thought fragments of regret, but with how detailed it is, I don't think so anymore. I have a vague feeling like I've been through this before, but whatever it is, it's helping me, so it doesn't matter." Serpent Dragon Society wrapped up. My level rose too. Seems every level up gives stat points so I can freely boost my abilities. Terrifying. I'm scared of the brilliant future I'll bring as someone this strong, he fantasized, chuckling, making Evelyn behind him shiver a bit. "Alright, first prepare for Camellia Palace's counterattack," Theo reminded himself and spoke. "Remy, by the way, can you help me with something?" "Of course, young Master Theo, tell me." "Ah, but just now you called me Remy so intimately," the swordsman said excitedly. But not wanting to waste time, Theo pulled out a prepared note and said seriously, "The fight for the throne between me and Axion will get intense soon. To prepare for that, help me." The sudden request made Remington drop his casual vibe. Meanwhile, our protagonist, when making this offer, had already calculated inwardly. In the future, Remington becomes Narcio clan head, their force strong enough to rival Ragnar. I should seize this chance to pull Remington to my side. "Take it, Remington," Theo thought inwardly. Back to the swordsman after 3 seconds of surprise. He happily took the paper and said, "Fine, I swore to follow you, young Master Theo. If there's anything I can help with, no matter what, I'll do it." "Thanks," Theo replied softly, "but just now you called me Remy so intimately," Remington reminded again. However, before he finished, suddenly a loud shout came from outside. "Theo, Ragnar!" The yell made everyone turn toward the entrance. Then through the main door, several knights in golden armor marched in. They were law enforcers. Ignoring everyone around, the leader locked eyes on Theo and pulled out an arrest warrant. "Theo, Ragnar. What nonsense is this?" Evelyn said, shocked, seeing the group barge in aggressively. But like he'd anticipated, Theo turned to everyone. "It's fine, stay calm." Then he carefully examined the warrant, muttering, "Let's see. It's a real arrest order, ink still fresh. They must have rushed it. Let's go," he said, extending both hands forward after verifying the warrant. And the leader quickly slapped cuffs on Theo's wrists and led him away. "Young Master Theo," the group called worriedly. At their words, Theo just turned back with a smile, making both Remington and Evelyn jolt. Then Remington looked at the note in his hand like he understood something. At the same moment, back at Rose Palace, Lady Cecilia had just heard from the butler about Theo being taken away. What Theo was taken where? To the court, she said, her legs instantly losing all strength as she collapsed to the floor, making the old butler worry. "Madam," he called out in alarm. "Oh, I'm fine, but what are they accusing my boy of?" Cecilia asked again. "It's about Serpent Dragon Society," They claim he incited rebellion. The butler stammered, and that news left Cecilia utterly stunned. You think they'll really take this to trial? I believe so. Because he completely wiped out Serpent Dragon Society, this won't end easily, the old man frowned, saying. And after hearing him, all the joy from Theo crushing those people vanished completely. Who could have guessed being invited to that society would lead to this? No, my boy will get through it. Theo's that kind of person. My son, please come back safe, she silently prayed for her boy. Back to our protagonist. Following the law knights, he was escorted to a courthouse, eyeing the massive architecture ahead. Theo thought, it's been a while since I came back here. Because I wiped out Serpent Dragon Society, this won't end with just detention, they'll definitely bring it to trial. Putting the Ragnar heir on trial means questioning my right to inherit. They probably want to destroy me completely, but that's exactly what I'm hoping for, Theo thought with an excited smile at what was coming next. Then, as he was led to the large doors, the two escorting knights shouted, prisoner Theo Ragnar has been brought in. Hearing that from inside came a voice, bring him in. Looking at the slowly opening doors, Theo felt a spark of anticipation. Yes, if I want to unleash what I've prepared, it has to be on a grand stage like this. With that, he stepped inside quickly. At this moment, up on the high platform were 9 large chairs representing the 9 heavenly dragons. However, only 4 were present now. Eyeing their presence, Theo felt some pressure. Truly, so many talented people gathered here. First, the demon dragon Julius Ragnar, captain of the white armored dragon cavalry. Next, the heavenly dragon Eid Troyven, head of the Central Intelligence Bureau. This lady is the sword dragon Osa Ragnar, lady of Plum Blossom Palace. The old man with glasses and a face like everyone owes him money is elder dragon Wolfgang Ragnar, head of the Wolfgang Council of House Ragnar, scanning them all. Sharp, intimidating faces, 4 of the 9 heavenly dragons protecting House Ragnar. If this were my past life, I'd be suffocating, unable to breathe, Theo thought inwardly. Then up above, after seeing him enter the bespectacled old man, Wolfgang spoke. Theo Ragnar. Yes, council head, I didn't expect to meet you here, Theo nodded, while a soldier beside him uncuffed his hands. Wolfgang, the council head, values bloodline. To him, an illegitimate like me is disgusting. He doesn't even hide his disgust, Theo silently assessed, and just as he thought, the old man cut off any pleasantries. Enough with the greetings, you know why you're summoned here, to answer for your crimes, right? House Byron Starrett, Merchant Guild, Red White Mercenaries, and even House Hanavi. Because of your foolish actions, they're all screaming to sever ties with the main family. You an illegitimate, can you bear the losses you've caused? That's why I'll hold you responsible for dragging House Ragnar's honor into the mud, the old man said, his face flushed red like he was ready to fight anytime. And at those words, Theo nodded in agreement right away. Yes, everything you said is completely correct. I was too careless. I should have taken their heads instead of just their arms, Theo said coldly. And that line made the group above jolt, what they said in unison. Over here, Theo continued, they are our vassals. The master grants them land and honor. Vassals pledge loyalty and their lives. That's the way of knights. Yet they dared threaten their master. If I'd known how insolent they were, I'd have beheaded them from the start. They deserve punishment, and the knightly principles must be restored. How could I stand by while House Ragnar's honor, maintained for over 1,000 years, gets trampled like this? Theo spoke with such powerful conviction that Eid and Wolfgang were left speechless. Meanwhile, Uncle Julius over there broke into a wide grin. Impressive. As expected, this won't end with a simple punishment. Back to old man Wolfgang. After a few seconds, stunned by the protagonist's words, his face wrinkled as he shouted, you dare mock me with such flowery words? Before he finished, Lady Osa spoke. I've heard your opinion. Logically, you're right. However, even if Ragnar is mighty, it's not so great that we can ignore our vassals and knights. If we don't listen, we'll collapse. Because you can't rule this world with brutality alone, the lady said gently. Yes, I'll remember that. Theo nodded, replying while inwardly sighing in relief. The clan head's first wife, the North's greatest swordswoman, Sword Dragon. Fortunately, she shows no hostility toward me. But why her? Theo frowned, thinking, recalling some future event. Unaware of his thoughts, up above, Lady Osa continued, I hope you understand the punishment you'll receive is justified. May I ask what it is? Theo asked back. And to that old man, Wolfgang answered, 3 months house arrest. But the awakening ceremony is only 2 months away. Theo questioned back, making the bespectacled old man slam his chair in fury. How dare you say that? Ignoring the old man's anger, Lady Osa explained, I considered that and decided to allow you to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. Also decided that the 15 youths you injured will join next year's ceremony. Over here, though things weren't exactly as expected, Eid was quite satisfied thanks to the demon dragon's intervention. The punishment was lighter than imagined. However, this isn't bad. Delaying the awakening is a huge humiliation for a Ragnar clan member. And the Rose Palace representative, bearing that shame creates an opportunity for our Camellia Palace to surpass. Once our plan proceeds, he can do nothing. He'll just have to accept if he's foolish enough to appeal we can handle him, but I don't think he's that stupid, Eid thought inwardly. Unfortunately, Theo was exactly that idiot I want to appeal, he said coldly, making all 4-9 heavenly dragons jolt. But right after Eid burst out laughing, unable to contain himself, even covering his face with his hand. Are you stupid? The arrogance is limitless. This makes everything easier for us. Up above, Uncle Julius worriedly said, do you understand what appealing means? Of course, Theo replied while thinking. I know this can't be settled with just 3 months house arrest. It's barely a slap. The demon dragon must have pulled some strings, but I have no intention of accepting even that light slap. On the contrary, I'm expecting a reward. Thinking that he said seriously, in a mighty and proud house Ragnar, appealing means war. In the end, only the victor has the right to speak. At the same time, a notification rang in Theo's ear, entering main scenario. Through this scenario, you can uncover many hidden secrets in this closed world good luck scenario quest. First, the path of the air. In another development, at the secret northern branch of Sears Merchant Guild, the place was engulfed in flames under someone's attack. And after the last soldier fell before the cloaked figure's assault, from behind a voice suddenly rang out, so they were hiding there after all. Just as young Master Theo said the voice belonged to Remington and the cloaked one was Evelyn. Seemed this was the task Theo had asked Remington to handle earlier. Looking at the box in his hand, he shook his head. Camellia Palace of Troyven has completely collapsed. Back to the courthouse after hearing Theo's proposal, old man Wolfgang was a bit stunned, then asked again to confirm you're turning something solvable with 3 months house arrest into a war. You're truly arrogant. Do you think one person can face the forces of 15 families? In response, Theo bluntly shut him up. That's something I have to handle myself. In cases of such overwhelming power disparity, isn't fighting through a representative duel the usual way? He said, turning to look at the group. Normally appealing means deciding winner and loser through war. However, when war is nearly impossible due to massive power gap, each side sends a representative, and the victor is decided in a one-on-one sword duel. That's the representative battle. This means the defendant's representative would be Theo, while the plaintiff's is highly likely Axion. If that happens, Theo will almost certainly lose, but why choose this path? Does he have some scheme? If he thinks Evelyn or I will step up as representative, he's dead wrong. Julius frowned, thinking, not knowing what the hell the kid was up to. Back to the protagonist, unaware of Uncle's thoughts, he proposed, next per the rules we'll decide representatives, and hold the representative battle in 1 week. What do you all think? He said, observing their expressions. Meanwhile, Edover there wasn't worried at all, because he thought Theo was counting on Demon Dragon or Evelyn as his representative. But with those two's personalities, they won't do it. You'll have to fight alone, Theo Ragnar. I'll send Axion and make you understand your place through death. Theo smirked, thinking of the future scene, and agreed fine. Then regarding representatives. Before he finished, suddenly, a familiar voice rang from outside, stunning everyone. I thought my son was a quiet child, but you're quite good at scheming. You've changed a lot since I last saw you, my son. The voice belonged to a burly man with dragon-like eyes. Stepping into the courthouse, he was House Ragnar's clan head, Kyle Ragnar. At this moment, he spoke. Stand up, my son. I heard about your situation on the way here. Seems you're in quite a complicated spot. I hear you want to appeal through a representative battle. Yes, that's correct, Theo answered calmly. Let's see. If that's the case, it'll be very hard for you to participate in that representative battle. Who do you plan to choose as your replacement representative? Kyle asked curiously. And right away, our protagonist realized this is a test. At the same moment, Ed above felt the same weight as this, he thought anxiously inwardly. Down below, Theo quickly gave his answer. Who wants to represent me? No one. Like that, I originally planned to step up myself for the appeal. Then you'll lose, Kyle stated. We won't know without trying, Theo replied. Then he placed his hand on his chest and declared, even if forced to bow, I will never lower myself. Hearing that, clan head Kyle burst into hearty laughter. Haha, did you all hear that, my son's words? Even if forced, I will never lower myself. No sentence describes House Ragnar better. Your attitude truly pleases me. Thank you, father, for the praise. Theo hurriedly bowed his head while speaking and secretly rejoiced in his heart. The representative battle was just bait. He had no intention of actually fighting, so it was great that he could tell the truth without having to hide anything. The tasks he had assigned to Evelyn and Remington, the evidence of Duchess Camella's rebellious conspiracy. If he had that, he could win without needing to fight, the boy silently thought to himself. Before Kyle could speak further, then I will personally give you one chance, as the head of the Ragnar family. I, Kyle Ragnar, want to test you with a single strike. Forget the trial. If you can withstand one single blow from me, I will erase all charges against you. Get out there now, he said excitedly as he strode outside. while Theo on this side was still stunned by his father's proposal. However, right at that moment, this Eid guy jumped in recklessly. "Patriarch, this cannot be allowed," he hurriedly said, because he knew that accepting a single strike from him meant Lord Kyle acknowledged his opponent. If he survives, he will become someone the Patriarch accepts. I don't think that damned Theo can endure it. But just in case he does, no, I have to prevent him from gaining the Patriarch's favor. Thinking this Eid guy quickly spoke up to dissuade. "How dare those vassals and soldiers comment on your son's bloodline? According to the rules, we should hold a representative duel." As for Kyle, having his fun suddenly interrupted made his face turn colder, and he warned this Eid, "Tianlong, shut up. If a vassal dares speak like that, you just need to eliminate him." Seeing Kyle's terrifying demeanor, this Eid shrank back and reluctantly accepted. "I understand, Patriarch." On this side, Kyle also noticed something and turned to speak to Julius. "Do you have something to say, Ghost Dragon? You've been chuckling for quite a while now." "Ah, nothing really. It's just been a long time since you showed this much interest in someone, Patriarch." The uncle shook his head and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kyle grumbled once, then turned back to Theo. "All right, let's stop the chit-chat here. So what do you think, son? Will you do it?" Hearing his words, our protagonist on this side was racking his brain, weighing the pros and cons. A single strike from the Patriarch, everything had shifted in a direction he couldn't even imagine. His plan had collapsed. But this change was actually better, Theo silently thought and replied. "That would be too heavy for me. How could I compare a single blow from father to a representative battle against vassals and soldiers?" "So you don't dare?" he asked back. "No, I just mean this exchange isn't fair." "Not fair," Kyle said with interest. "Yes, since the trial has become stricter, shouldn't my compensation also increase?" "Oh, for example?" Kyle asked curiously. And at this point, Theo also turned to look at Eid and stated his price. "For example, Duchess Camilla." Hearing Theo's demand, Eid's eyes immediately bulged furiously as he gritted his teeth. "That bastard," he involuntarily muttered, while Uncle Wolfgang also broke out in a cold sweat. "This is insane, daring to haggle with the Patriarch. This kid really doesn't know his place. A deal only happens between equals. That arrogance will get him killed soon enough." The old man sneered silently in his heart. But contrary to his thoughts, Theo's old man Kyle had completely agreed to the request. "Fine. If you're aiming for the heir position, at least have that kind of guts," Kyle said with satisfaction and turned to look at Eid, then asked, "Does anyone object, Tianlong?" In response, Eid hurriedly bowed and said, "Everything in Ragnar belongs to you. How could I dare comment on your decision?" Seeing this guy not acting foolishly, Kyle was satisfied and said, "Good, then prepare the arena immediately." "I will test Theo Ragnar right here," he said while turning to leave. Time passed quickly, cutting to the training arena. At this moment, both father and son Theo had already prepared swords for themselves. While the 4 from the 9 dragons calmly watched, only this Eid guy felt frustrated because things weren't going the way he had planned. "Damn it. The trap I set to catch Theo has turned into a stage to elevate him." He gritted his teeth thinking before reassuring himself, No need to worry. Even if that brat has gotten stronger, there's no way he can withstand a blow from the Patriarch. Even high-level swordsmen would struggle. "Theo will die here, he has to die here," Eid roared in his heart. Turning to Theo's side, Eid's intentions were written all over his face, letting him notice immediately. "I guess that's what he's thinking. Too bad for him, that won't happen." Thanks to the reward from the guidance screen, Theo smiled secretly in his heart. Speaking of his old man Kyle, with his keen observation, he quickly noticed something unusual about Theo. "Did he take some immortal pill when I wasn't looking?" "No, even if he did, such a rapid change would still." "Never mind. I don't really care how the kid got stronger. After all, you're still my blood." Hearing him say that, Theo also broke out in a slight cold sweat. "He really trusts me." Even the 9 dragons didn't notice. Putting that aside, as if he couldn't hold back from rushing in to give his son a proper beating, Kyle continued, "So are you ready?" "Yes, sir," Theo said seriously. "Normally I would use the greatsword, but since you don't know how to use mana yet, I'll use this rusty sword." "Any objections?" he asked while looking at the sword in his hand. And of course Theo wasn't stupid enough to make it harder for himself. Of course not, father. "Alright then, let's begin." As Kyle spoke, his entire body erupted with unmatched aura, surging toward Theo. And only when feeling this aura personally did the male lead realize just how incredible his old man was. Holy crap, releasing pressure like that just with battle chi. He trembled, thinking to himself. On the opposite side, Kyle was surprised to see his son not collapsing under his aura and said, "I'm surprised you can still stand. Of course my strength stat has nearly tripled. The reward I got from completing the guidance immortal pill for experience boost. Using it leveled me up, and I dumped all attribute points into strength, pushing my strength stat to 52. This feeling is pure freedom. Leaving the mundane and stepping into the extraordinary with this power. I can block one strike from father," Theo confidently told himself. At the same time, he gripped his sword tightly. Meanwhile, Kyle had already closed in front of Theo. raising the sword in his hand high and slashing down hard. At that moment, the male lead widened his eyes, using every sense to observe Kyle's incoming attack. "I see it. I can see it," he murmured. Next, a massive explosion rang out, causing the entire floor to crack into countless pieces. And after waiting for the dust to settle, Kyle turned to look at Theo and broke into a satisfied smile. "It's been a long time since I found a decent son," the uncle admitted, while the sword in Theo's hand had shattered into many pieces after just one strike. Then, as per the agreement, Kyle turned to declare to the others, "Theo Ragnar has proven his innocence through his will. This trial ends here." At the same time, while Theo had fainted, still clutching the sword hilt tightly, the system notification sounded in his head. "You have completed the emergency quest. One strike from Kyle Ragnar. You have received inventory as a reward. You have received the green key as a reward." Cutting to some palace, no one knew how much time had passed. At this moment, the male lead slowly woke from his coma and asked, "Where am I?" Beside him, Lady Camilla heard his voice and quickly grabbed his hand in panic. "You finally woke up, my precious son. You passed out. Do you know how terrified I was hearing you got hit by the patriarch's sword? How is your arm? Are you hurt? Try moving your shoulder. Do I need to call a doctor if it's broken or dislocated?" she said with tears welling up. While Theo, seeing his mother panicking, quickly reassured her, "I'm fine, mother. Please calm down." "But where am I exactly?" Answering his question, Uncle Julius outside saw him awake and came in to report, by the Patriarch's order. "The former Duchess of Camella, Axion, and the intelligence chief have all been expelled." "That means?" Theo widened his eyes, asking back. And the uncle smiled and said, "Yes. This is Camella Palace. The script has been updated. First scenario quest, the path of the successor. Take over Camella Palace and uncover its secrets. Receive Camella Palace one-on-one. Secret, not one-on-one. In another development, in some corner of the palace, that woman Amel had received the news and was being ordered to relocate, but unable to accept this outcome. She started fuming. "Why should I, the legitimate owner of this palace, be forced to leave my own property?" As she spoke, Amel stomped her foot in frustration, making the maids beside her awkwardly try to calm her. "Lady Amel, please calm down. We beg you to stay calm." From afar, Tian Long-Eid, witnessing this scene, fell into slight contemplation. Then he spoke to Axion beside him. "Axion." "Yes, uncle," Axion replied. "You must kill Theo Ragnar," he said coldly. "Yes, I already planned to cut off his arm during the awakening ceremony." Axion stated his intention, but this still didn't satisfy Eid. "No. His head, you must take his head," Eid said in an icy voice. It seemed hatred had completely clouded this guy's reason. Back to Camilla Palace. While wandering around exploring the palace, Theo also thought about everything that had happened. Things were unfolding completely differently from his plan, but this was a much better outcome. He had obtained Camella Palace without needing to play his trump card. Moreover, he had gained a second privilege, which was the inventory. He thought silently in his heart, and immediately a virtual inventory appeared in front of Theo. Then he reached into the screen and pulled out an apple. "I don't know how stuff like this can exist, but it will definitely be very useful." "Also this green key," Theo said while taking out a key from the inventory and looking at it with joyful eyes. "This is the green key miscellaneous item effect. Open the gate to hell, requirement, compatible with the hell gate. This key is definitely related to this place." As he spoke, the male lead turned his gaze toward a nearby door. And the special thing was that under the door handle appeared a glowing lock symbol. Then, unable to suppress his curiosity, Theo quickly used the key in his hand to unlock the door. And the moment the door opened, a gust of wind blew straight into Theo's face from inside. But that wasn't the most astonishing part. What shocked him more was that behind the door was a deep, bottomless cavern. What, Theo said in astonishment at the sight before him. And as if to explain to him, right after that the system displayed several notifications. "You have discovered a dungeon. Experience earned in the dungeon will be doubled as a reward." Reading this, though still a bit puzzled, Theo's eyes lit up with joy. A cavern inside a room in Camella Palace. This must be some kind of quest. "But whatever it is, I'll complete it. I can't miss the chance to double experience." Thinking this, Theo quickly stepped into the cavern. However, after just 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, remembering he hadn't prepared anything. Right. I shouldn't go in empty-handed, right? Time passed quickly after filling his inventory with countless different swords. Finally, Theo was ready to conquer this dungeon. "All right, let's go check it out," he said excitedly while holding a sword and shield in hand and heading deeper into the cavern. Inside the cavern, every certain distance a lamp would emit a green flame, attached to the side, illuminating the path for conquerors. Back to Theo, not long after entering, he witnessed his first opponent and was slightly shocked. When right in front of him was a white wolf with an extremely bloodthirsty and ferocious appearance. "Ha, a wolf. Pretty big as a beast," the guy frowned and said. But without giving him much time to wonder, in just 1 second the white wolf's figure suddenly vanished and instantly appeared in front of Theo. Luckily, the male lead's reaction was quick enough, so the moment he saw it flash, he hurriedly raised his shield between himself and successfully blocked this bite from it. Then both sides fell into a deadlock as this wolf stubbornly clamped down on Theo's shield. "You're pretty strong, you wild mutt. But I won't lose in a contest of raw strength," Theo gritted his teeth, saying while swinging the sword in his hand, slashing straight at the wolf's body, forcing it to release his shield and retreat backward to keep distance. However, even though Theo had pushed it back, the white wolf still roared ferociously with its mouth wide open toward Theo to show its dominance. Paying no mind to this dog barking wildly, while it was throwing a tantrum, Theo charged forward with his sword to seize the advantage. However, right when his sword clashed with the wolf's fangs, sparks flew everywhere. Its hide is thick, and its fast two half-hearted attacks won't be enough to hurt it. This definitely isn't an ordinary wolf. It might even be as strong as a beast from the northern wilds beyond the northern wall. That explains why its power won't be easy to deal with, Theo judged silently in his heart. At the same time, the white wolf on the opposite side raised its paw high and swiped straight at him. Seeing this, Theo leaped back to dodge, then using the momentum from the ground, he dashed forward again to attack. "If only I could recreate that flash, the flash I saw when facing my father's single strike. That pure white arc, so beautiful and perfect," he muttered while recalling the memory during the fight. However, this reminiscing didn't make him any stronger with this slash of his. The wolf simply turned its head aside and easily dodged it. Then both sides jumped back to maintain distance from each other, and after a while, with neither gaining the upper hand, Theo started feeling a bit irritated inside. Of course, copying it wouldn't be that easy, he said in disappointment. "Single strike, a short way to say one ultimate blow that brings instant death, if its key is putting everything into one single sword strike. I'll focus on swordsmanship skills and secret techniques, relying on the speed Evelyn taught me and thrust." Thinking this as if to challenge himself, Theo immediately tossed his protective shield aside. Then right after, with his body weight lightened without the shield, Theo's figure flashed once and instantly vanished from the wolf's sight, leaving it momentarily stunned. And by the time it snapped back, the tip of Theo's sword was already right in front of it. As a result, right after, a miserable, anguished howl from the wolf echoed, when its left eye was blinded by Theo's sword thrust. Seeing this, he broke into a smile on his lips. "Nice. I can do this," he said, and both sides charged at each other once more. Time passed quickly. 2 months later, at the 4th training ground, as on any other day, Theo's subordinates were training here. However, today seemed a bit special when one guy looked around and said, "There are way more people now." Responding to that, Sybil nodded and said, "Yeah, at this rate we should switch training grounds." Now the rumor that the patriarch taught young master the single strike has spread. We've been getting more and more people wanting to spar with him. Even though the young master, at this point, Sybil felt a bit annoyed as one after another came to challenge Theo, and right when he finished speaking, sure enough, some arrogant guy from behind spoke up. "Hey, you lot. When is your super elite young master gonna show up? It's been 2 months already. Where the hell did he run off to? I thought he never missed a single training day. I bet that coward ran away after his fake story spread too far. Maybe it's a lie he made up to win the trial, but with no witnesses, it probably got exaggerated. And the news that he defeated the Serpent Dragon Society is the same." The owner of this voice was Henry Modred, apprentice swordsman of the Plum Blossom Palace, and before his mocking words could fully leave his mouth, right after young Sybil charged forward and punched him square in the face, making his face cave in. Then by inertia, the idiot's body flew out like a torn sack, making the short black-haired guy beside him panic and turn to question Sybil. "Henry. Sybil, how dare an uneducated brute like you?" he said furiously. And answering him were countless cold stares from Theo's subordinates, making his voice die in his throat, unable to say another word. Next, it was Sybil's turn to angrily argue with them. "You ugly-faced bastards. You're nothing compared to the young master," the guy shouted, making the brown-haired friend beside him roll his eyes and remind Sybil, "You shouldn't comment on other people's looks. Whatever, I hate these bastards coming here to stir trouble, but now they dare insult young Master Theo too. Draw your swords, this is war," Sybil shouted loudly, and right on his command, the entire group gripped their swords tightly. Meanwhile, the guys from Plum Blossom Palace seemed to have some fighting spirit too, so they drew their swords in response. These uneducated fools really want to die, huh? The short black-haired guy yelled. However, before the two sides could clash in mutual affection, suddenly a wave of cold air spread toward the crowd, instantly freezing the swords of both sides. And somehow a girl had silently drawn her sword, standing between the two groups, and this cold air had come from her all along. Ray Ragnar, they shouted loudly, as this girl was one of the four hounds Ray Ragnar. At the same time, from behind suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Haha, how can you guys leave me out of the fun like this? The owner of this voice was a big, muscular, dark-skinned guy with red hair holding a greatsword, dressed in a completely wild style. He was also one of the four hounds of the North Black Bear Hulkislang. Seeing him appear, the crowd became even more shocked. Both Hulkus is here too, two of the four hounds. Back to Hulkus, after scanning around once, he seemed a bit surprised and asked, "Huh, only you guys here? Where's the Black Tiger?" Who? The short black-haired guy asked back. "You deaf or what?" I said. "Black Tiger, the owner of this training ground. I came here to fight Theo." Ragnar Hulkus roared fiercely. Back to our protagonist at this moment. He was still training inside the secret dungeon. "You have leveled up, you have leveled up. You have hunted 170 beasts. Remaining beasts in the dungeon 171. At this time, under Theo's feet were the corpses of countless white wolves. And here is his status after 2 months of grinding. Theo Ragnar, age 17, male, level 15, stats strength 91, agility 25, magic power 198, luck -6, vitality 20, intelligence 19, attribute points none, access denied. The protagonist took out a recovery potion from his inventory, and right after drinking it, his entire body was enveloped in a red glow, helping his wounds heal at an astonishing speed. I almost died a few times, but this saved me. He muttered. This is beginner recovery potion, consumable, type effect, restores 10 vitality points and heals wounds. Looking around at the wolf corpses once more, Theo muttered, "At first it was pretty tough, but everything's gotten easier now. But time really flies. It's already been 2 months. Now only one left usually. That means the boss is about to appear." As he spoke, he looked toward the staircase at the end of the cavern. Then, after resting enough, the male lead decided to head toward this staircase to deal with the last monster. Stepping into the 5th floor, the system notification sounded, while Theo looked at the broken sword in his hand and tossed it aside. "Looks like this one's useless now." As he spoke, Theo reached into his inventory, pulling out another sword, and also his last one. "I only have this left, huh? A ceremonial sword Mother gave me on my birthday. In the previous life, there were so many conflicts between me and Mother before the awakening ceremony, so I threw it aside in my room and let it rust. Looking closely now, it's a fine sword forged from white snow steel." He evaluated, looking at the shining sword before him, at the same time recalling some past memories. When Lady Cecilia led countless servants carrying all kinds of big and small gifts to meet him. "Happy birthday, my precious son. I waited until midnight to give this to you," she said excitedly. But responding to this enthusiasm was a rather harsh reply from the son. "Mother, the awakening ceremony is coming soon. I don't have time to waste on birthday gifts. You should know that better than anyone, good equipment can't change bloodline. Please leave, Mother." His cold words left Lady Cecilia stunned, while the maids behind were a bit awkward. Back to Theo. Thinking of this, he felt a bit of regret in his heart and promised himself, "No matter what, I won't repeat the mistakes from my previous life." As he spoke, he quickly headed toward the end of the cavern. And to keep the guy from being unprepared, the system kindly reminded, "This is the boss room. A powerful beast will appear. Please be careful." The notification had just ended when Theo spotted his final opponent. It was a large dragon, sleeping ahead. The only thing was it seemed to have no wings. "A dragon, huh? Ah no, it's just a low-grade dragon," Theo muttered. But a dragon is still a dragon. He couldn't recklessly charge in without a specific strategy. They say the Ragnar family are descendants of dragons, and the boss of this strange quest is a dragon. Is this just a coincidence? I don't know. But one thing is certain, I need to defeat this to complete the quest. But can I win? After all, it's still a dragon. Thinking this, Theo assumed his thrusting stance. Because he wanted to try using his strongest attack, I have to try the flash strike I practiced with the wolves now. It may not match Father's dragon flash, but if I maximize my dragon heart, I can inflict serious damage on it. As he spoke, Theo entered his highest state of focus, then right after he used all his strength and charged extremely fast toward this earth dragon. At the same time, the dragon suddenly opened its eyes, sensing danger. However, it was still a bit too late, because right after its right eye was blinded by Theo's sword thrust. Looking at the dragon screaming in pain before him, Theo smiled secretly in his heart. All right. Thinking this, the pained dragon went berserk and swung its tail, whipping toward him, instantly creating large cracks on the ground. Luckily, Theo dodged to the side in time, otherwise he would have been smashed into pulp. Looking at this powerful attack from it, Theo felt a bit regretful inside. I hoped I could peer straight to its brain. But it seems my attack didn't reach far enough, but I've seen the opportunity now I can win. Thinking this, Theo began using his secret technique gestures, footsteps causing his body to suddenly turn into a streak of light dashing toward this earth dragon and creating countless slashes across its body. While attacking, Theo kept moving around, continuously thinking in his heart, if I can distract it first with a normal attack and then target its weak point, Theo frowned thinking. However, this dragon wasn't easy either. Knowing it was blinded and hard to catch Theo's figure, it opened its mouth to the sky and let out a deafening roar, creating a stacking debuff on Theo's body. Low-grade dragons fear battlefield domination, affect fear status, applied, reducing movement speed by 10%. The notification had just ended when Theo's entire body suddenly felt heavier and less agile, making him only able to grit his teeth. Damn my body. At the same time, after seeing Theo forced to stop by its skill, the dragon seized the chance and swung its massive arms straight toward Theo to attack, forcing Theo with no choice but to raise his sword in front of his chest to block. However, the difference in weight was too great. Right on impact, his small body was blasted like a cannonball toward the cavern wall, leaving a small crater. And after taking this hit, Theo understood why this boss was the final one. Probably because of this, if the fight drags on, it won't be good. I need to target its weak point to end it quickly, and the dragon's weak point is thinking this. He gripped his sword tightly again and charged to attack once more, while the dragon on the opposite side made a similar move. At this moment, right when its sharp fangs were about to bite into Theo, he widened his eyes, observing meticulously, then immediately ducked under to dodge the bite and thrust his sword straight into the reverse scale on its chest. And just as Theo had said, the moment his sword collided with the weak point on the monster's body, that scale cracked into many pieces, allowing his sword to easily pierce through, the pain shooting straight to its brain, making the dragon start screaming miserably. Alright, Theo thought joyfully. However, it seems things aren't over yet, because right after, the dragon began huffing and glaring at him with eyes full of danger. Back at the fourth training ground, for some reason, Ray and Hulkus had started arguing under the bewildered stares of everyone around. What did you say, Ray? Ragnar. Theo, Ragnar has to fight me first, the big guy boomed so loudly that Ray had to cover her ears and complain the loser should stay out of it. That was 3 years ago. Skills improve every day, and 3 years is plenty of time to close the gap, Hulkus roared. But Ray just replied coldly, loser, and by this point, even if he were the Buddha of patience, Hulkus couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Fine. Then let's duel one more time. The winner gets to face Theo. Ragnar, the big guy, shouted and immediately swung his massive greatsword in a sweeping arc aimed at Ray's slender body. However, with this attack, she lightly deflected his sword to the side, easily blocking it completely. Then the continuous clanging of metal clashing rang out, leaving the Plum Blossom Palace and Rose Palace groups stunned, watching their fight. What the hell is going on? I don't know, but I'm scared, Henry stammered. And right when the battle was about to reach its climax, young Remington rushed in to break it up, blocking both their attacks with his sword and scabbard. If you want to fight, do it somewhere else. This is young Master Theo's territory. I won't allow you two to cause trouble while he's away, the Silver Tiger warned. However, seeing him appear, Sybil's eyes lit up excitedly. Oh, it's Remington, perfect timing. I've been wanting to spar with you too. Hey, Hulkus, didn't you hear me? Remington grumbled. But right after that, all three suddenly froze as they sensed an intense aura heading their way. What is this killing intent? Remington wondered in his heart. Then all three turned their eyes toward the source of the pressure, where a dark figure was slowly approaching the group. This pressure, what's happening? Remington said in confusion, while Hulkus broke into the widest grin ever. Finally, he's here, Theo. Ragnar. At this moment, Theo was using the low-grade dragon's fear skill to blanket the entire training ground. Going back a few minutes earlier, finally, because the wound was too severe, right at the reverse scale, the monster had died with its tongue lolling out. At the same moment it fell, the system's final congratulatory sound rang out. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a low-grade dragon. On this side, seeing it was finally done, Theo let out a relieved sigh. It started thrashing when I hit its reverse scale. At that moment, I really thought I was done for. Luckily, over time, it gradually exhausted itself. After all, the reverse scale is still its weak point. As he spoke, he flopped exhausted onto the dragon's body. While the system notifications kept coming, you have obtained low-grade dragon fang, you have obtained low-grade dragon claw. Low-grade dragon fang material type, effect reinforcement material for forging weapons, increases durability. Low-grade dragon claw material type, effect reinforcement material for forging weapons, increases sharpness. As the notification sounded, 2 items appeared before Theo, making him quickly sit up to inspect forging materials. I should use these to repair my sword. After all, I got it from Mother Hunting. That dragon really wore it down a lot. As he spoke, Theo looked at the birthday gift from his mother. But now it had been battered until it was chipped and notched. However, that wasn't all. After the dragon died, it gave Theo a few more rewards. You have obtained the low-grade Dragon's Fear skill. Low-grade Dragon's Fear skill, rank D plus, proficiency 1% effect, emits the characteristic killing intent of a low-grade dragon, overwhelming nearby targets, causing fear in targets weaker than the user. Reading this, Theo's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe it. What a skill, Dragon's killing intent, but I heard only the chosen ones can use that. I never thought I'd get a chance to try it. As he spoke, Theo tossed all his gear back into his inventory, then shook his head. Wait, even so, I'm not sure if it'll be useful in Ragnar. After all, that place is full of experts, he muttered, and quickly left the dungeon. Camella Palace dungeon completed. Closing the dungeon door, Theo sighed in relief. Anyway, with this, I've completed the quest. Main quest 1, the path of the successor. Take over Camella Palace and uncover its secrets. Take over Camella Palace. 1-on-1 secret 1-on-1. Congratulations, you have completed the first main quest. Because you completed the quest, you will receive a reward. The notification had just ended when suddenly before Theo appeared a gem that looked like the eye of some animal. It's the Nest Compass, multi-purpose item. Effect guides the holder toward the nest. Looking at this description, Theo's eyes showed curiosity as he brought it closer to examine. Nest Compass. What is this? Could it be related to the next quest? Well, I'll just keep it for now. As he spoke, he casually tossed the reward into his inventory, then staggered toward his room. I should head back to my room and rest. I'm so exhausted, he said, breathing like he was dying. However, before he could take more than a few steps, from behind a maid hurriedly called out, "Young Master Theo, I finally found you. There's an urgent matter." Hearing this, though, Theo felt utterly annoyed inside. He still turned back to see what she wanted. Seeing his bloodied appearance, the maid suddenly froze. "Oh my goodness, look at you. Where have you been?" she said in shock. But Theo had no time to explain everything, so he asked, "It's nothing, what happened?" Hearing this, the maid remembered her purpose and quickly said, "There's a brawl happening at the 4th training ground." Back to the story, that's why Theo appeared at this training ground and began using the Dragon's Fear skill to cover the entire area. "Get lost, I'm trying to rest," Theo said irritably, with eyes like someone who hadn't slept in 3 days. And under this king's haki of his, a bunch of Plum Blossom Palace rookies couldn't withstand the pressure, foaming at the mouth and collapsing unconscious. Turning to Hulkus, seeing the rookies dropping one after another made him even more excited. "Haha, such overwhelming killing intent. I knew it. I had a feeling you'd be interesting your mind, Theo. Ragnar, let's see how strong you really are." As he spoke, the big guy gripped his broad greatsword tightly and charged at Theo with full force, swinging straight at him. One would think this strike would at least give our protagonist some trouble, but actually it was the complete opposite. Right as Hulkus charged and swung, Theo casually swung his sword at the same time, instantly sending Hulkus's massive body flying away. In the stunned eyes of everyone, my strike got blocked so easily like that not just him, even Theo himself was shocked. I blocked it. On the opposite side, after being sent flying in one hit, Hulkus seemed to feel his pride had been wounded and went berserk, charging again. "No way, I'll just sit still." Black Bear Hulkus Lank. He's always considered the weakest among the Northern 4 hounds because he lacks skill variety and isn't too smart. But as a member of the Lank family, he's never been defeated in raw power. That's what Hulkus prided himself on. Before meeting Theo at this moment, the big guy charged at Theo with his sword, performing a downward cleave from high up. "Try blocking this, Theo." Ragnar, he shouted loudly, and facing this attack, Theo's eyes turned serious. And instead of blocking head-on, Theo used his sword to redirect Hulkus's blade, letting it slide along his own as he parried it to the side. Then, while Hulkus hadn't yet recovered his sword to defend, Theo didn't hesitate and unleashed a piercing slash, cutting straight through the young man's abdomen. "I blocked it and even countered. That's what all that leveling was worth." Theo smiled secretly in his heart, seeing his efforts bearing fruit. While on Hulkus's side, after taking a critical hit to the gut, he rolled over and passed out. Looking at the bloodied state of the black bear guy, Theo let out a heavy sigh. "I swung with full force without realizing. Luckily, Hulkus is famous for his durability, so he only fainted." Around them, Sybil's group, seeing Hulkus fall before Theo, stood stunned for a few seconds. Then the whole group erupted in cheers. While young Master Theo defeated the black bear, he took down one of the 4 hounds with a single strike. On this side, seeing the crowd getting rowdy, Theo quickly said, "Wait a minute, Hulkus is still alive." The words had just ended when suddenly his sword made a cracking sound and snapped. Then right after, in the joyful eyes of the crowd, the sword broke clean in 2. "Wait, the sword mother gave me," Theo said in shock, while the people nearby who didn't understand what was going on saw their young master break his sword and cheered even louder. "Wow, that's young Master Theo. He even broke his sword in one strike. Hey, why are you guys so happy? Theo shouted irritably. Meanwhile, Ray from behind, seeing the crowd cheering Theo like that, fell into thoughtful silence. Recalling some memory from the past when a little boy asked her, "Who are you? Why are you wandering around here? Aren't you cold? Let me put this on you, okay? How you're still cold, this won't do. Better come to my house first. When the snow stops, I'll take you home." As he spoke, the little girl wrapped her scarf around Ray and led her by the hand back home. Remembering this memory, Ray unconsciously broke into a faint smile and turned to leave. In that instant, it seemed Remington also caught that smile and was a bit stunned. Did she just smile? Ragnar. Ray smiled. The silver-haired guy thought in shock, feeling like he might be seeing things. Right after that evening at Camella Palace, a celebration party for Theo was held. Congratulations, Black Tiger young master. Congratulations, you've done great. You've trained extremely hard all this time. Now just keep up the momentum until the awakening ceremony. You can do it, the servants said joyfully, seeing their young master achieve results. And the happiest of all was none other than Lady Cecilia. To celebrate her son, she brought a whole basin of abalone, placing it in front of Theo and feeding him like a machine. "My son, try this abalone. These are limited catch abalones from the sea, slow roasted with butter. We only get from farms around the Fuha Mountains. We gradually increase the temperature to try this too. This is chicken raised solely on western Lazurian desert dates. These chickens are carefully slaughtered at just the right age, then stewed with ginseng imported from a far eastern country called Jusian." As she spoke, her arm didn't stop for a moment, forcing Theo to swallow before he could even chew. "Mother, please stop," he secretly said in his heart. However, thinking back to some sad moments from his previous life, Theo widened his eyes, swallowed, and said, "It's delicious, mother." Time passed quickly. After his stomach was bloated like a drum, the guy brought out the broken sword and confessed to his mother. "My son, what is this?" she cried out, seeing the birthday gift she gave Theo broken in two. "It broke during training. I'm sorry, it was the precious sword you gave me for my birthday, but now," he said sadly. But before he could finish, Lady Cecilia angrily shouted, "That damn old hag. She swore this sword was made from white snow steel and moon steel wood, so it would never break." Beside her, Theo, hearing this, showed surprise in his eyes and asked back, "Moon steel wood from the southern a thorn forest, right?" "Yes," she said, "only using rare and precious materials. But as you see, that was completely a lie. If what she said was true, it wouldn't have broken so easily," Cecilia growled, still fuming. Back to Theo. Hearing the sword was made from those materials, he started marveling. Inside moon steel wood is a special tree that grows by absorbing iron. It's considered rare because it retains the flexibility of wood while being as durable as steel. "I knew it was a good sword, but I didn't realize it was that valuable. Where did mother get this sword from?" he wondered in his heart. Meanwhile, Lady Cecilia seemed to have decided something and shouted loudly, "This won't do, mother. We'll go confront her and get answers. This time she has to make a perfect sword for you, my son." Looking at the young mother's fiery determination, Theo was dumbfounded. "I'm fine, really, I can use another sword." Hearing this, Lady Cecilia shook her head and corrected her son. "No way. Now that everyone has finally recognized your true value, we need to prepare more thoroughly than ever, especially now. And besides, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away, right? I can't let you attend with an old sword. Speaking of which, let's go right now." As she spoke, she quickly strode out the door, leaving Theo stunned. "Mother, where are you going?" "To the best forge in Winterra. Pasquare Forge," Cecilia said with a smile. Speaking of the Basque Forge, it was one of the 3 major weapon production facilities in Winterra, its reputation tied to its enormous scale, more like a full-blown factory. But that wasn't all. The most standout feature of the Basque Forge was its master, a figure ranked special by the intelligence agency, and a blacksmith bearing the title of Master Craftsman, a title held by only 2 other Ragnar artisans. People even called that person the living embodiment of capitalism, the Goblin of Greed. The demonic blacksmith Curson. At this moment, both Theo and his mother had arrived here to meet this Master Craftsman. Upon seeing them, Curson's expression turned to shock. "Oh, look who it is," Curson said in surprise when spotting Cecilia. While Theo himself felt even more stunned, he never expected to meet this person. But why does mother know the demonic blacksmith, he wondered to himself. Meanwhile, Cecilia, seeing the old elf still puffing on her pipe irritably, said, "You still haven't quit smoking, huh?" Beside her, Theo's eyes nearly popped out, hearing his mother call Curson mother. Turning toward Curson, in response to Cecilia's words, the old blacksmith waved her hand in refusal. "Mother, what? Sorry, dear customer, but our mother-daughter relationship ended the day you decided to leave." Paying no mind to those words, Theo, behind her, was still rooted in place, lost in his thoughts. "I always thought mother was an orphan with no family, but now you're telling me High Elf Curson is your mother. Wait, so that means I have a quarter elf blood? Is that why I'm so handsome?" Thinking this, Theo started getting so excited his face turned red. Unaware of Theo's wild thoughts, Curson didn't want to waste time and cut straight to the point. "So what brings our dear customers here today?" In response, Cecilia tossed the sword right at her and demanded return a defective product. On the other side, Curson caught the sword and grumbled, "What defective? Ha, that's rich. How dare you call a sword personally forged by me Curson defective?" Before she could finish, the elf's voice stiffened the moment Curson drew the sword from its scabbard. "Only the hilt remained, this is," she said in shock after confidently praising her own work, only to get slapped in the face, while Cecilia continued complaining, "If it's not defective, then what is it?" Hearing this, Curson pondered a moment, then turned back to ask, "Who used this sword? Your grandson, of course. Who else?" "The kid behind you, huh?" Curson said, glancing at Theo. "Hey mother, watch your words. That's the genius who will rule Ragnar from now on," Cecilia reminded her again. Meanwhile, Theo, seeing his grandmother paying attention to him, politely greeted Theo. "Ragnar of Camella Palace, it's an honor to meet the renowned master of Pasquare Forge." Responding to her grandson, Curson nodded in greeting. "Yes, I've heard about you. You've raised your son well, but back to the main issue. Is it really you who used this sword?" "Ah, yes, that's right. Is there a problem?" Theo asked back. "I told you it's defective," Cecilia complained. Next, Curson's eyes showed a thoughtful look as she spoke to both of them. "This will take a while. Follow me inside." Just like that, though not understanding what Curson intended, both followed the old blacksmith deeper into the forge. As they walked, Theo turned to ask his mother, "Mother, what exactly is your connection to the demonic blacksmith?" Beside her, hearing this, Lady Cecilia saw no point in hiding anymore, just as you've heard. "So she really is your mother?" Theo asked in shock. "I didn't know, because you rarely talk about the past. But even though it was only for a short 6 months, she was the foster mother who took care of me," Cecilia smiled, explaining more clearly, instantly shattering all of Theo's fantasies about elf bloodline. "Oh, so she's your foster mother," he thought, a bit disappointed inside. Unaware of her son's thoughts, Cecilia continued, gazing fondly at Curson's back ahead. "She loves everything she considers beautiful, whether jewelry, music, theater, or even people. That's why she took me in as her adopted daughter. She must have really liked me." Ahead, hearing these words, the old elf turned back, a bit embarrassed. "HMPH, enough about the past, it's pointless." "Haha, I bet you don't really think that." Cecilia covered her mouth, laughing teasingly, making Curson huff and turn away annoyed. Back to Theo, he asked again, "So why did you leave this place?" Then about that, Cecilia began explaining. However, before she could say much, Curson ahead answered for her. The girl walked out on her own, saying she'd become the wife of the Ragnar patriarch. "I never imagined she'd willingly go to that miserable place. What a fool, but credit where it's due, she actually survived that long," Curson grumbled. Meanwhile, the young mother was still lost in her own delusions. "The patriarch was so handsome, so masculine. He loved me with all his heart." On this side, unaware of just how much Cecilia adored Kyle, but her daughter running away to chase love still left Curson endlessly irritated. "Even so, last year she came back begging me to forge a sword as a gift for her son. I've never seen anyone with such thick skin," Curson said, clicking her tongue in reluctant admiration, making Cecilia a bit embarrassed in front of her son. "Mother, why would you say that in front of our son?" "What did I say wrong?" Curson shouted, and amid their bickering, Theo unconsciously broke into a faint smile. "I've never seen Mother talk like this before. It seems I never really understood Mother in my previous life. What an ungrateful son I was. I was too obsessed with the family, too controlled by it. Moreover, the demonic blacksmith seems to care a lot about Mother, so why didn't she do anything in my previous life?" Theo wondered in his heart, but found no clear answer. Time passed quickly at this point. Aunt Curson led both to some door ahead and said, "We're here. This is my room, the master's office." Hearing this, Cecilia's eyes flashed with confusion as she turned to ask, "Why are you bringing us this deep in?" "You should forge the boy the best sword to make up for it. Wait outside a bit," Cecilia Curson instructed. Then, before the young mother could react, she dragged her grandson into the workshop and slammed the door shut. "Mother, my son," Cecilia shouted, while inside Curson's expression changed the instant she pulled Theo in. "Hey Theo, I'll ask straight. You have a relic of the primordial dragon, right?" Hearing the question, the protagonist's face froze for a few seconds, then asked back, "Primordial dragon? You mean the ancestor of the guardian dragons protecting the family? I've heard the legend that our ancestors distributed the primordial dragon's treasures across Winterra to Ragnar descendants." But Theo's tone sounded like he didn't quite believe the legend. However, before he could finish, Curson teased, "Legend, ha, pretending you don't know. If you really didn't have the relic, how else could my sword end up like this? I poured my heart into forging this spiritual child. It couldn't break from anything else, only a relic. You know how valuable this is, right?" As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this heartbroken look, Theo's eyes widened and he apologized. "But it only broke when fighting a dragon. Why does she keep mentioning the relic?" Theo grumbled inside, turning back to Curson. After a moment of regret, she snapped out of it and barked, "Enough, forget it. It'll be faster if I just show you instead of explaining." With that, she led Theo to a chain coffin ahead and asked, "What do you see?" Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes flashed red as he focused, observing its green light. light. The same type of quest light he saw at the gate leading to the dungeon in Camella Palace. Theo frowned, thinking. But without waiting for his answer, Curson added, I can't see or sense anything from it, but judging by your reaction, you see something. I've tried everything to open this box and get what's inside, but it's useless. A relic from the primordial dragon, long ago in the Age of Myths. The primordial dragon plucked one of its fangs and forged a sword from it, the monstrous sword Moon Blade. If you can break the seal on this box and successfully draw the sword, I'll give you this Moon Blade. But you might lose your life. Wanna try? Curson said, turning to look at Theo with a challenging glint. And of course, with an offer like this, the protagonist couldn't refuse. That sword is mine from now on, Theo smiled, saying at the same time. He received the next quest, main quest Ragnar, the path of the successor chosen by the primordial dragon's relic Moon Blade. Moon Blade, the sword of the Black Snow Leader, one of the 9 dragons, the Black Dragon, but very few know its true appearance. That's because most who have seen or heard of this sword are either dead or missing. However, by chance, I have seen the true form of the Moon Blade. But why did the Black Dragon spare me? The Black Dragon's Moon Blade is here, and it's really a primordial dragon relic. I met the Black Dragon again 4 years later, so Curson kept the sword all this time, Theo silently thought. If that's the case, then I have to claim it no matter what. This is just like Camella Palace. Then with this green key, thinking this, Theo took out the key from his inventory and began using it to unlock the coffin's lock. The moment he turned the key, something strange happened. Suddenly, the coffin itself emitted light, and all the chains wrapped around it automatically loosened. Then, before the two could observe what was inside, the coffin began releasing black smoke, sucking Theo inside. What the hell is happening? He choked out. Then Theo's vision slowly changed to the scene of Rose Palace, engulfed in flames. It's Rose Palace. Why am I here? Oh right, I forgot, because I was too weak back then. For that I need even more power to defeat Rendon and crush Camella Palace, Theo told himself. At the same time, while his memories were still hazy, a massive crow's silhouette appeared behind him, extending its sharp talons and beak toward Theo. However, right then, the protagonist noticed the black bird trying to ambush him, so the moment it attacked, Theo spun around, grabbing its beak tightly, leaving its face stunned. Then Theo looked at the crow and tasked manipulating others' minds by exploiting their thirst for power. No wonder you're a monstrous sword. In response, the crow's eyes flared with anger. You insolent brat, how could you? Before it could finish, the protagonist explained, I've long overcome the despair you once showed me. Fool, you think I'd be tempted by your mediocre power when I have quests to complete? What are you saying? Let me go, human, the crow shrieked, struggling to break free, but Theo's hand clamped like a vice on its beak, preventing any movement. Turning to Theo, while holding the crow, he took the chance to examine its form closely. You're completely different from the griffin I recall you were at least 10 meters tall. Now you're barely my height. Probably because you've been sealed too long, Moon, but anyway, this works in my favor. You're mine now, Moon Blade. As he spoke, the guy raised his fist, preparing to use pure physics to discipline this griffin, making the griffin hurriedly plead, hey, let's talk civilized, it cried out in panic. Outside, hearing Theo's shouts, Cecilia rushed in, and seeing her son lying motionless, her eyes filled with tears. My son, please wake up, she said, shaking his body, but to no effect. Out of options, Cecilia turned to Curson. Mother, what is this? Why is my son like this? I told you to forge him a sword. I didn't ask you to do this to the boy, she shouted, while Curson's eyes showed worry. The monstrous energy has linked to his veins. I've never seen this before. Since he possessed a relic, I thought it would be fine. If anything terrible happens to my son, I'll never forgive you, Cecilia said with extreme fury. But fortunately for both, right then, Theo's hand twitched and gripped the sword tightly. Then suddenly, countless black energy bands like whirlwinds appeared around, slowly converging at Theo's chest and sinking into his body. Once it ended, Cecilia anxiously called again. Theo, hearing his mother's call, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes, making her joyfully hug her son. My son, Cecilia said through tears, while Aunt Curson, seeing Theo wake safely, sighed in relief inside. Looks like I worried you a lot. I'm fine, no need to panic, Theo reassured. At the same time, the system's final congratulatory notification rang. Congratulations, by subduing a griffin, you have successfully completed the second main quest, reward ownership, Moon Blade. Hearing this, Theo finally paid attention to the sword in his hand and thought, I got lucky. The griffin was easily defeated because it had just been unsealed, and its mind attack no longer works on me. The guy marveled at his negative luck stat still helping him this much. However, the rewards weren't over, because right after Theo heard even better news. By absorbing the monstrous energy from Moon Blade, your magic power has increased significantly. Plus 30 magic power. Your magic power has exceeded 200. Your magic power has begun to possess divine power. Divine type special ability effect. Enhances the body, recovers 1.5 magic power per second. The notification ended, and Theo immediately felt an explosive surge of power inside his body. His magic power had reached the level of a high-rank swordsman. Too bad I can't use all this magic power right away. I have to hold back until the awakening ceremony. Back to Kurson after the mother and son finished their emotional moment. The old blacksmith puffed her pipe and said, "You really surprised me. Congratulations, you actually succeeded." Hearing this, Theo smiled and asked back, "You'll keep your promise, right? Don't you know elves can't lie?" Kurson grumbled. Then suddenly the sword in Theo's hand began shaking violently, making him puzzled, and with her experience, Kurson explained for her grandson, "It's resisting." Hearing that, Theo's eyes fixed on the sword as he growled, "So you still don't acknowledge me as your master, huh?" From behind, Kurson explained for the sword, "Not exactly. Perhaps it's annoyed after being locked away for hundreds of years now that it's out. It wants to vent all that pent-up frustration. Why don't you try swinging the sword at that wall over there with all your strength?" Kurson said, glancing at a metal wall not far away, seemingly a sword-testing spot with several marks already left on its surface. However, hearing the request, Theo got a bit worried and asked, "Is this really okay?" In response to her grandson, Kurson smirked disdainfully, "Worrying for nothing, even if it's the moon blade. A swing from a kid who hasn't undergone the awakening ceremony can't possibly damage the Basque forge that stings." Theo grumbled inside, seeing his grandmother not believing in his strength much. "Huh, is that so?" the protagonist muttered, thinking, "Since I can hide my dragon heart anytime, why not take this chance to test Moonblade's power and use my magic power?" Thinking this, he calmly walked toward the wall, gripped the sword with both hands, and said, "Then excuse me for the trouble." With that, the guy assumed his stance, and right after, an intense surge of energy erupted from his body, instantly wiping away all of Kurson's earlier confidence. "Hey, huh. Wait a second," she shouted, but it was too late, because right after, Theo unleashed a piercing slash, cleaving the wall in front of him in two. Or rather, not just the testing wall, but an entire section of the workshop was sliced apart, making Lady Cecilia's eyes behind him sparkle in disbelief, while Aunt Kurson's eyes also sparkled, but in regret. "My forge, my money!" Kurson screamed, seeing the massive hole Theo created. "Patching this mess up will cost who knows how much of this old lady's fortune." Ignoring the chaos, Theo turned his attention back to the sword in his hand and panicked. "This thing might be way too dangerous. It absorbed all my magic power just now." Right as he thought that, Kurson suddenly appeared in front of him, reaching out to touch his abdomen to check, since when she's so fast, Theo thought in a daze. Meanwhile, after finishing the check, Kurson could only force a wry smile. "Good grief, you really don't have a shred of magic proficiency at all. You actually pulled that off purely with the sharpness of the blade, huh?" With that, Kurson turned to look at Theo and confirmed in her mind, "This kid is a genius. And this genius is my grandson, huh?" Thinking this, countless incomprehensible math formulas started swirling in the old lady's head. "Alright, Theo Ragnar, from now on, I'll be your sponsor. You just keep soaring high and show the world your skills. You'll become a living billboard for Basque Forge." As she thought, her eyes literally turned into dollar signs. "Mother, I can see money in your eyes," Cecilia called out from behind, startling the aunt a little. After that, having obtained his new sword, both mother and son bid farewell to Kurson and quickly boarded the carriage to return to Camella Palace. And before leaving, Theo handed over the fang and claw from the earth dragon he'd obtained earlier to Kurson. "Consider this compensation for me wrecking your wall. Use these to repair it." Spoils from a dragon, he must have gotten them when claiming the relic. "My daughter really raised an outstanding son," Kurson said with a smile, puffing out a long cloud of smoke. However, right as she turned around, from high above, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, "Long time no see, demonic blacksmith." The somewhat recognizable tone made Kurson narrow her eyes and turn. "Who the hell are you doing here?" Following her gaze, the voice was coming from atop some crow. At that moment, time flew by. 5 days before the awakening ceremony. At this point, Theo was still diligently training with Evelyn to improve his skills. And the more they sparred, the more surprised Evelyn became. "Your swordsmanship has become so much stronger and sharper," she praised. "I'm really happy to hear Master Evelyn compliment me," Theo smiled, saying. Meanwhile, the rookies watching Theo go head-to-head with Evelyn were practically dumbfounded. On her side, Evelyn was delighted to have trained such a disciple. It's been half a year since the young master started changing, and now he's strong enough to push even me back. Moreover, if in a few days he awakens his mana, that will be the birth of a monster. Thinking this, Evelyn stopped the session and said, "You're doing great. You could aim to top the awakening ceremony, young master." "I'll pray for your success," she said with utmost sincerity. Turning to Theo, he didn't forget to credit his teacher. "Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Evelyn. If I become number 1, I'll mention your name in my speech in front of everyone," the guy promised. But this promise didn't seem to make Evelyn happy at all. Why would you?" she asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, some other rookies, hearing Theo talk about mentioning names in the speech, jumped in. "Oh, me too, young master, please mention me as well. The excited group made Theo both delighted and annoyed. Good grief, being loved by so many people is tough, he said with an overly smug face. All right, I'm heading out, he waved dismissively. Time passed quickly, cutting to the central headquarters. Today was the day of the awakening ceremony, so Theo had dressed up nicely and arrived early. Theo Ragnar of Camella Palace, he announced to the gate guards. The awakening ceremony was the most important annual event for the Ragnar family. Every participant hoped to achieve great results at this ceremony, and as Ragnar family swordsmen, this was the first place they could gain recognition and honor. Because the entire Ragnar family was watching, including the patriarch, the 9 dragons, and even the former patriarch from 2 generations ago, Lady Hilda Ragnar. Looking at the youthful woman seated on the high chair, Theo could hardly believe his eyes. The more he looked, the less she seemed like someone 150 years old. Anyway, it's a relief she's here to attend. Up on the high platform, after confirming all the rookies had gathered, referee swordsman Dragon Gate Vahana Ragnar struck the staff beside him hard and shouted, "Attention, we will begin with the preliminary test. The preliminary test requires grasping a sword placed on the ground and leaving a mark on the steel wall ahead. For your information, this wall is forged from white snow steel. Ordinary steel swords can't even scratch it. But everything changes if you infuse mana into your strike. I'll distribute Soma to you. 1 Soma pill provides 10 years worth of mana. It's a spiritual elixir that will help you open your mana veins. Swallow the Soma and open the mana veins in your damage. Only then can you cut the white snow steel wall with these swords. The depth of the cut will determine your result. From now on, when your name is called, come forward, take a Soma, and step onto the platform." First participant Theo Ragnar stepped forward, he shouted loudly. Hearing his name, the protagonist confidently stepped up, receiving the elixir from a soldier while thinking, in my previous life, Axion topped the rankings. But this time it won't happen, he told himself. At the same time, the system issued the 3rd main quest: win the awakening ceremony, become the top ranker of the awakening ceremony. At this moment, Theo casually grabbed a sword stuck in the floor and silently approached the wall. Meanwhile, former patriarch Hilda, seeing him step up, curiously said, "Oh, so that's the boy Kyle, the one you mentioned before." Hearing this, Kyle nodded and replied, "The boy must have caught your interest. Of course, after you said you were keeping an eye on him, I got curious. Then let's see just how talented this kid really is," Hilda said with an intrigued smile. Back to Theo, though he'd gone through this once in his previous life, doing it again, still couldn't hide his nervousness. "Hugh, the awakening ceremony, huh? I'm a bit nervous since it's been a while since I last did it." He ID Chinese letter. Meanwhile, to make sure Theo didn't forget, referee Vahana reminded, "Now swallow the elixir." "Yes, I understand," Theo nodded, and quickly tossed the pill into his mouth. "In my previous life, I swallowed the Soma, but couldn't control the mana and severely injured my Danshin. But this time that won't happen." Theo smiled, thinking, and right after swallowing the pill, his entire body erupted with intense mana, making Vahana behind him worry a little for the boy. This idiot causing such a massive mana wave, he can't possibly control it properly. When swallowing Soma, you need to be extremely careful to stabilize the mana pathways in the Danshin. But Ragnar family members have more talent than mana, to the point that if careless, they can become crippled. He'll probably end up the same. The uncle frowned, worried for Theo. However, his worry was unnecessary, because very quickly, the wild mana inside Theo's body was brought under control, forming an energy membrane enveloping him. He withstood it, Vahana said aloud in shock. Back to Theo, seeing the energy suppressed, he felt a bit smug. "Finally, I have both dragon heart and a mana reservoir. This feels a bit anticlimactic. Unlike last life, this time it was way too easy. Anyway, from now on, I can officially use mana with this massive amount. I just need to let it all out for a satisfying release." Thinking this, he began gathering mana into his sword, then swung it hard forward toward the testing wall. In that instant, everyone seemed to see the phantom of a roaring dragon in the sky. The pressure he unleashed was so strong it made Remington and the others dizzy. Then in their eyes, the dragon head phantom dove straight toward the wall, creating a massive gash. This is the ultimate piercing slash. Behind, arrogant Axion, witnessing this, scowled in displeasure. As a result, after the shockwave fully dissipated, Theo had left a huge slash nearly spanning the full height of the wall, making referee Vahana stunned for several seconds before declaring the result. Theo Ragnar passes." The surrounding crowd gaped in shock, exclaiming, "Impossible. Since young master Thorkel, we've never seen anything like this. Is this really the slash of someone awakening mana for the first time?" After perfectly completing the preliminary test, the system displayed notification: luck stat -6, curse of misfortune has been lifted. Now your fame begins to spread across the world. Reading this, Ragnar felt joy. Finally, now I can start from the same point as everyone else. Many people showed interest in Ragnar's spectacular performance. "Osa Ragnar Plunis wants to take you as a disciple disciple Julius Ragnar is displeased with the attention you're receiving. Robber Ragnar has become wary, so he's the crow that appeared at the Basque forge of that demonic alchemist lady. Lady Hilda Ragnar shows interest in Ragnar. Looking toward Hilda, he thought, but most importantly, I've caught Hilda's eye, which makes me especially happy. She has the heart of Garuda. If I can obtain that heart. One by one, participants stepped forward, slashing at the steel wall. When it was Sybil's turn, the referee announced Sybil passes. Sybil was moved, thinking young Master Theo succeeded too. The four from the northern four hounds also took their turns. Each of their slashes left enormous cracks, completely different from the apprentice swordsmen. Seeing their results, the cold one, all northern four hounds produced terrifying results. But none left a mark as large as young Master Ragnar's. Now only one last person, he was stepping forward. No one else, it was Axion. The referee called Axion. Ya stepped forward, his eyes looked terrifying at that moment. People below whispered, at this rate, the competition will be between Black Tiger and Dark Tiger. No, even Axion can't match that. I didn't expect Black Tiger to be on that level. Hearing their words, Axion's rage boiled even more. He strode forward, proudly proving his level. Vihana instructed, please swallow the soma. The moment he swallowed the soma, Axion charged at the steel wall with extreme speed. Vihana angrily shouted at his action, wait. Axion's body erupted with incredibly powerful aura. He swung once, instantly creating the afterimage of a massive dragon with razor-sharp fangs. That slash slammed into the wall, causing violent tremors not inferior to Ragnar's earlier. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Vihana froze in shock. This is they've surprised me too many times already. Axion's slash crossed over Ragnar's, creating an astonishing result. The crowd gaped again in horror. How is this possible? They're almost identical. Who wins in this case? Precision will decide the victor. After finishing, Axion stood observing, thinking for a moment, then turned back to his position to await the result. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the outcome. Would Ragnar or Axion win? Referee Vihana announced the first stage of the awakening ceremony has ended. You've all done well this year. I'm very pleased to see many significant improvements. Those who passed prepare for the second stage in 4 days. And finally, we will announce the long-awaited rankings. The top ranker of the first stage in the awakening ceremony was Theo. In the first awakening ceremony, the person at the top was Theo Ragnar. He stood there stunned, unable to believe he had actually claimed first place. The referee announced his score as 10-10, perfect technique, mana control, nothing wasted. The result left the crowd in shock, constantly shouting, Axion, Axion isn't first, Axion lost. Even the depth of the sword mark is almost the same as Lord Theo's, what almost like young Master Thorkel's. Theo Ragnar is now one of the top 5 candidates, considered the closest to the position of successor. The referee announced second place goes to Axion Ragnar. Unfortunately, he also scored a perfect 10, but the length of his sword mark was shorter than Theo Ragnar's, so he ranked second. At this moment, he was furious beyond words. Third place Remington Nazio, fourth Ray Ragnar, fifth Hulkus rank, sixth Erica Rang, 32nd Lizzie Zigger, 33rd Rico Edit, and 87th was Sybil Drea. Everyone had performed exceptionally well in the first preliminary round. The second awakening ceremony will take place 3 days from now in the Eastern Mountain Range. All 87 outstanding participants prepare thoroughly. Alright, today's ceremony concludes here. Back home, they threw a celebration party for Theo Ragnar's victory. Cheers to the top 2 spots. This is the true power of our training group. Congratulations, Theo and Remington. Theo raised his glass, thanking everyone for their congratulations, but this isn't the end yet. Our goal is to conquer the second awakening ceremony together. Theo draped his arm around Remington and said, we'll claim both first and second spots. Evelyn was there joining in the celebration. She offered her congratulations to both. Congratulations on taking first, Theo Ragnar. I'm glad your hard work paid off, but at the same time, I feel ashamed for falling so far behind. Seeing Remington looking down, Theo humbly said, hee, this time I just got lucky. What do rankings matter between friends? Hearing that, Remington felt somewhat comforted. Thank you, Theo. The heavy feeling inside me is starting to lift. The two clinked glasses, toasting their close friendship. We'll give it our all in the second ceremony. Cutting to the Eastern Mountain Range, where snow-covered peaks stretched endlessly. Theo Ragnar had arrived here. He stepped forward steadily, saying, I've taken first in the awakening ceremony, something I never dared dream of in my previous life. Even though this wasn't a real battle, beating Axion is still hard to believe. Theo Ragnar clenched his fist, but this is only the beginning. Taking down Randon before was just a small matter. My real enemies are Axion and Tian Long. I'll use every plan to pay them back tenfold for what they did to me in my previous life. He reached into his pocket, pulling Pulling out something, it was the compass he'd received from the previous quest nest. Compass, multi-purpose item. Effect guides the holder toward the nest. The compass was pointing toward the eastern mountain range. In the second awakening ceremony, I'll finally find out what the nest really is. Suddenly at that moment, he sensed someone behind him. Instantly, he vanished, leaving the person confused. Hoo-ha. Before they could react, Theo Ragnar's sword tip was already at their throat. Who the hell are you? The person panicked. Wait, calm down. I'm not suspicious. I'm Gatsby Yachten from the Wind Sword Unit. My captain watched the awakening ceremony and sent me here. Theo finally relaxed. A scout. I figured they'd come, but didn't expect them this fast. Theo Ragnar asked what exactly. He said Theo has been offered a chance to participate in the unit's recruitment exam. Theo spoke. Not scouting, but recruiting me to take the test, right? Yes, you've surely heard of the Wind Sword Unit's reputation. Just getting invited. Before he finished, a voice rang out from afar. I think the Wind Sword Unit is full of idiots. The newcomer was a girl with a great sword on her back. She said Prince Theo Ragnar isn't like those fools. Yachten hearing that snapped. What did you say? Who are you to talk like that? She ignored him and spoke only to Theo Ragnar. We're inviting you to join the Iron Black Cavalry. What do you think? Her name was Ayan Sasari, vice commander of Iron Black, nicknamed Fire Demon. Yachten muttered. Fire Demon, huh? She replied, yes, now that you recognize me, get out of my way. Suddenly, a group rushed past her at incredible speed, heading straight for Theo Ragnar. They shouted, delighted to meet you. We're from the Black Sword Unit. We guarantee you a captain position within 3 years. This is legal affairs. The captain came personally. Security Bureau is here. If you agree, we'll support you fully. Quite a crowd. They overwhelmed Sasari, leaving her suffocating. She got angry, shouting, hey, lineup, stop pushing. What lineup? Whoever grabs him first wins. Got it. Theo was stunned, thinking this is ridiculous. Better get out of here before it gets more annoying. At that moment, another person arrived looking for Theo. He was surprised by the sudden appearance. She approached Theo Ragnar and said, I know this might seem ambitious, but to secure a talent like this, am I really willing to stoop this low? She was the Lady of Plum Blossom Palace, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Prunus. Those around gasped. Lady of Plum Blossom Palace. She came in person. She looked at Theo and said, I'm like the rest of you. I came to meet Theo Ragnar to take a stroll and see the child. Cutting to training ground number 4. Axion had slaughtered everyone there. Not a single survivor. He sensed someone approaching from behind. Immediately swung his sword, launching a full force attack, hurling his sword like a bullet. With just 3 fingers, the person successfully caught his strike. The arrival was Tian Long Troivan. He said, truly pathetic. Venting anger in the wrong place changes nothing. Axion finally recognized his uncle. He tossed the sword down, turned, and walked away, saying, when facing this you need calm and planning. Axion, follow me. The second awakening ceremony. I'll show you how to turn it into Theo Ragnar's grave. He walked off with eyes full of killing intent. Back to the scene, Sword Dragon Osa Ragnar Prunus approached Theo. Those around were shocked by her presence, saying, Lady of Plum Blossom Palace came personally. This makes our side look too weak. Fire Demon Ayan Sasari shouted, Lady, please wait. Before she finished, a sphere of power enveloped the two of them. Inside, impossible, the space has been disconnected. Could she be planning to teach him directly? The sphere gradually vanished into the space. Theo Ragnar had now entered Sword Dragon's spatial seal. Their eyes met. He thought silently, I've stepped into the Plum Blossom Palace Ladies' Seal, a completely isolated space. I never thought I'd witness something only heard about in rumors. It seems my reputation is truly real now. Sword Dragon spoke, Long Lord will surely be furious, but who can stop me when I want to give someone a gift? Theo asked, puzzled. A gift. She drew her sword and said, the Long Lord's sword is very strong, like dragon breath falling from the sky, incinerating everything to ashes. The space transformed into a dreamy flower-filled forest. But I'm different from him. I infuse countless transformations into my sword. Theo watched in awe as she continued. The dragon I pursue is one that contains every possible transformation. Right after speaking, the Plum Blossom Palace lady unleashed her techniques, teaching Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar watched every move intently, trying to absorb everything into his mind. All within one breath. I call this Plum Blossom swordsmanship, first reign of heavenly flowers. Theo Ragnar, hearing her say that, trembled with excitement, thinking in his head, unbelievable, 120 steps and sword forms in a single breath. Could even the Long Lord have to step back before her swordsmanship? If I can combine what I just saw into one slash and unleash it all at once. Theo Ragnar looked at her and said, I don't know if I'm allowed to accept this. Sword Dragon nodded and said, if you've seen it clearly, that's enough. Right after she spoke, the space shifted and the two returned to the original space. She said, if you want to see more, come find me anytime after the awakening ceremony. The people around stared blankly at the two of them, still not understanding what just happened. Theo, I hope you become a fresh wind in this place. Right after she finished speaking, she vanished, leaving cherry blossoms falling to the ground. Theo thought, this really is too big a gift. Whether I accept it or not, it feels overwhelming. But becoming a disciple of the Plum Blossom Palace Lady and a member of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry is that too much. I'll think about this after the Second Awakening ceremony. Cutting to 3 days later near the northern Great Wall, in the mountain range where the Second Awakening ceremony was held. This winter mountain range is a vast area stretching from our Winterra stronghold to the Demon Sea, and we the Ragnar family have protected humanity from the cursed land, the Demon Sea, full of monsters on the other side of the wall for over 1,000 years. All of you have a duty. One day you will take on this role. That's why this place was chosen as the stage for the Second Awakening ceremony. The one speaking was the supervisor of the Second Awakening ceremony, Senior Swordmaster Jackie Ragnar. However, as apprentice swordsmen, none of you are permitted to step into the Demon Sea. The test area is limited to inside the wall. Be careful, don't cross the boundary into the Demon Sea. The content of the test is very simple. Over the next 15 days, hunt beasts from the Winter Mountains and collect the bells tied around their necks. The bells come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The higher the color in the spectrum, the higher the points and the stronger the beast. In particular, beasts with violet bells are at a level none of you can defeat, but they will give you an astonishing amount of points. You are free to use any method in the test as long as you bring back the bells before it ends. Theo Ragnar thought silently. No restrictions on methods. That means stealing prey or bells from others is allowed. He's openly encouraging conflict, but that's our rule of survival. Finally, Jackie Ragnar said, we have placed nests at various locations to prevent monster invasion. Supplies are buried in these safe zones, so use them wisely. Now the test begins. Everyone scattered after hearing the supervisor's command. He thought silently. Since the test lasts 15 days, securing supplies is the top priority. We need to secure supplies first, and we must support young Master Theo. Black Bear excitedly charged forward, shouting, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be real fun. Axion recalled his uncle's instructions. Stick to the plan, Axion, and that place will sooner or later become Theo Ragnar's grave. Jackie Ragnar followed behind Axion, keeping an eye on his actions. Theo Ragnar began moving. Someone was trailing behind him. He called out, young Master Theo. It turned out to be Remington. He looked at Theo and said, you once said we're friends, right? Theo asked, what's up? Remington replied, after thinking hard these past 3 days, I realized I see you as both friend and rival, so I've become ambitious. I want to truly surpass young Master Theo. Theo Ragnar smiled hearing that. I understand that feeling. I also see Remington as both friend and rival. Remington laughed upon hearing that. Haha, what a relief. I was worried. I was the only one thinking that way. That's why I can't hold back in the Second Awakening ceremony. That's what I wanted to say. Theo Ragnar wished him luck, then good luck to you. Right after Theo spoke, Remington left the area. Theo thought silently, in reality, Remington has set me as his target. Could anything be more exciting? This is thrilling. Now I become much stronger. Anyway, set emotions aside. Let's find the dragon nest first. With that, Theo took out the nest compass, holding it in his hand. Nest compass, miscellaneous item. Effect guides the holder toward the nest. The compass moved, pointing the direction for Theo Ragnar. Where the compass pointed was the eastern mountain. In the mountain was a cave emitting the green quest light, a place Theo Ragnar would head to. At this moment, on the edge of the Winter Mountain range, Theo had arrived. Following the nest compass's guidance, he said it must be around here somewhere. Didn't expect it to be hidden under all this snow. How bit do I have to dig through this whole pile of snow? Yeah, I really should have brought a shovel. Digging with a sword feels kinda weird. Theo drew his sword and said, well, if no teeth, then chew with gums. Right after speaking, Theo swung once, creating electric sparks that blasted the snow pile everywhere, leaving behind trees and a cave entrance. Theo lowered his weapon and said, now come out, you guys. He stepped out chuckling, when did you notice us? Thought we were secretly tailing you perfectly. Theo showed surprise, you guys how? Fat one in the trio spoke, see, told you guys we're too noisy, we're done for. I think this punk is stronger than we thought. Nice to meet you. Number 1, the 3 were the notorious Buck Mountain thugs, High Cow and Lund, 3 bandits of Buck Mountain. They were the ones who massacred civilians under the guise of accidents during missions. Consequences of Theo Ragnar's pursuit of overwhelming power. Especially Theo couldn't forget the Buck Mountain Village massacre. Back then he worked with Huxial and resolved that case, so he knew better than anyone how horrific it was. Besides the official count of 761 dead, there were 220 missing. The horrifying part was the victims' identities couldn't be determined because all their heads were crushed. Theo looked at them, thinking silently, I planned to deal with them early for their vicious nature, but ended up facing them like this. Moreover, they're tailing me. Theo spoke, you're after Axion's fortune, right? The 3 glared at Theo with killing intent. He laughed, haha, you think we'd let ourselves be manipulated by a fellow disciple? Theo asked. No, then what? They replied, a lackey like you couldn't even imagine. Theo immediately thought of the chief elder and said, so you were sent by the council president. Hearing that, they jolted, stammering, what? How? Damn, how does he know? Theo replied, from what you just said, it's obvious. Seeing the supervisor isn't following, looks like he's on your side too. Seeing Theo figure out their identity, they said, "Look at you, pretty sharp for someone like that." Kao asked Hai, "Are we in trouble?" Hai replied, "No problem, he's about to die anyway." Hai grinned, smugly looking at Theo, and shouted, "Nothing satisfies me more than destroying pretty faces like yours." Theo looked at him with cold, emotionless eyes. Before the three thugs could act, Theo's technique closed in at extreme speed. The scene caught them off guard, their eyes wide in terror. The technique swiftly took one arm from each. A single slash shattered the surrounding rocks and ground. Theo Ragnar said coldly, "I don't want to be like you. Instead, I'll leave your heads intact." A second slash, Theo Ragnar took their heads, leaving them dying with eyes wide open. And just like that, in a short time, he swiftly eliminated the three arrogant thugs. Theo said at this moment, probably because they're young, they weren't hard to deal with. He thought silently Plum Blossom swordsmanship from the Plum Blossom Palace lady after 3 days of practice. "Finally, I can perform the technique 3 times in a row by drawing curves with circles and arcs, allowing flexible transformations and applications. Of course, I can't do 120 in a row like her." He grabbed each head and said, "Now clean up their remains. I need to figure out how to enter the basement." With that, Theo tossed their heads down the mountain. As he turned his back, a strange sound came from below. Theo wondered, what was that sound? Theo approached and looked down, discovering a hidden staircase below. The system displayed hidden quest: find the invisible staircase and explore the green actions discovered entrance. Theo immediately jumped down to continue exploring what was hidden inside. At the same time, Robber Ragnar silently watched Theo Ragnar from behind. Current number 1, Axion Ragnar captured 41 demons with a team of 21 people. Number 2 was Remington Ragnar. In the Ghost Dragon meeting, a soldier reported, "What about Theo Ragnar?" In the Ghost Dragon meeting, a soldier reported, "What about Theo Ragnar?" He said Theo Ragnar currently has 0 demons and no teammates. Ghost Dragon reacted in shock. "What? I guess he's either hiding or ambushing." Sword Dragon spoke lightly, "If it's a guess, that means no confirmation." "Ah yes." Chief Elder said, "Just because he stood out in the first round doesn't mean he'll shine in the second. He might hesitate when facing real combat." He laughed loudly, "Haha, especially since he's just a bastard child in his mind. He thought, looks like those thugs did their job right." Tian Long looked at him and transmitted, "Could the council president be involved in this?" Chief Elder replied, "Yes, I couldn't give advance notice." Tian Long said, "Yeah, as you see, everything went well, so don't worry." Tian Long was stunned, eyes wide. He cursed inwardly, "Damn, this crazy old man acting on his own, without asking me first." Tian Long thought, after Camilla Palace was taken over, I quickly checked Rose Palace. However, I couldn't find any trace of the ancient dragon's achievement. The clue leading to Rose Palace must definitely be held by that Theo. I have to kill him after getting the clue. Tian Long turned and transmitted to the soldier, "Tell Axion to hurry up." Sword Dragon noticed their gesture and grew suspicious, saying to Ghost Dragon, "The council president and secretary are probably plotting something. We should set up our own safety net too." Ghost Dragon replied, "No. Theo isn't someone easily fooled. He's definitely got something going on, so intervening in the test won't help anyway. Besides, I can't overlook the fact that you met Theo without informing me." Sword Dragon chuckled and said to him, "When it comes to that, isn't Theo's feelings the most important?" Back to Theo Ragnar, he was gradually delving deeper into the mysterious cave. Before Theo were grotesque piles of dried bones. Theo walked past each skeleton, saying, "There are powerful mental attack traps. Ordinary people would lose their sanity after overcoming Moonblade's trial. This is nothing to me. I didn't expect the compass to point here." Theo placed his hand on the cave wall. Instantly, his vision expanded thanks to his divine power. Divine power is a special ability effect, alters physical capabilities, uses mana to enhance senses. Before Theo now was a cave entrance with a mysterious golden light. Right, that's the direction. Theo looked ahead and smiled. This place is the nest of a young dragon. 3 years from now, this is where Huxial will hunt the young dragon and find the legendary item. I feel bad for Huxial, but I have to take it first. Theo now stood before the gate. Inside was the young dragon. Theo Ragnar stared blankly at the scene before him. "No way, this isn't a young dragon's nest. It's an ancient dragon's nest. A site filled with piles of gold and a dragon lying atop that mountain of gold. A dragon deep in slumber, completely unaware of Theo Ragnar's presence." Theo's face paled, thinking, "Damn, if I have to fight a dragon, forget getting Axion's relic. I'll definitely die here. Why is this dragon here for the young dragon? Then did Huxial spread false info, or is it because I came 3 years early anyway? This is too unexpected. This time I have to retreat." Thinking this, Theo turned to leave. "What a shame, but I have to get back before Huxial arrives." While deep in thought, the dragon suddenly awoke, its fierce eyes locking onto Theo Ragnar. Theo, startled, turned around. Looking back, the ancient dragon was already right in front of him without him noticing. It looked at Theo and said, "You are the first chosen after a long time." Its name was Ancient Dragon Roadbroke. I am Roadbroke, its eyes full of killing intent, its form truly terrifying. You humans of Ragnar lineage call me the guardian dragon god, master of the Winter Mountain. Hearing this, Theo's eyes widened in shock, his mind filled with question marks. Theo immediately knelt, bowed his head, and said, "I pay respects to my ancestor." Roadbroke looked confused. "Ancestor?" Theo explained, "Isn't the guardian dragon god the companion of our ancestor Sigurd, and also the mother of Friedrich?" The dragon understood the issue and said, "Oh, it seems that brat Friedrich has been spreading nonsense. The truth is Sigurd and I were once companions, but that was only respect for the soul contract partner. There was never any emotional bond from the start. How could a human possibly be a lifelong partner to a dragon?" Theo stood up, looked at it, and asked, "So the rumor that our Ragnar family bloodline carries dragon blood is just propaganda?" Roadbroke replied, "Yes, that's correct. Through the contract between me and Sigurd, dragon blood was passed down." Theo stammered, asking further, but was refused. "Enough greetings now. I will begin the guardian dragon god's duty with the chosen. From now on, I, Roadbroke, will uphold the original oath and allow the chosen to pass my trial." Asked 3 questions, Theo Ragnar froze before the ancient dragon's words. Theo rejoiced, thinking silently, "Not a combat situation. Great. My goal is to stand at the peak of Ragnar. To do that, I need to understand Ragnar more clearly. I have to seize this chance to get as much information as possible." Outside, Axion was still relentlessly hunting beasts to collect the bells around their necks. With just one slash, the beast fell easily. The bell he obtained was a green one. He picked it up and said, "This makes 57 now." Then he tossed it to the soldiers following him and asked, "What about Theo Ragnar right now?" They replied, "Still no news on where he's hiding. Maybe he's scared to face the monsters, haha." The one speaking was Axion's close aide, Orion Gardner. He looked at Axion, thinking, he easily defeats beasts like that. Truly, Axion is formidable. I have to stick close to him no matter what. Even if he gets stronger, he still lives like a fool. Even if he gets stronger, he still lives like a fool. Axion suddenly lifted him up and said, "You don't know because you've never been strong. Have you ever seen me fear anything? If you have power, you fear nothing." Eyes full of killing intent, he growled, "What are you scheming?" The fury in Axion terrified him. He screamed, "No, I'm sorry." A soldier approached and said, "Excuse me, Lord Axion, there's a message from above. Hurry and carry out the plan." Only then did Axion release him, saying, "I understand. Tell uncle not to rush. Because the one who wants to kill that bastard the most is me. I'll strike him the moment he shows up," Axion said with eyes brimming with killing intent. Back inside the hidden staircase, Theo Ragnar stood pondering the questions for the ancient dragon. "Now I'll ask the first question." Theo Ragnar took too long making it, sigh and complain, "I've waited for you until I'm bored. What do you want to know?" Theo Ragnar asked it, "Why are you here?" It said, "You're asking basic questions to dig for hidden info." Huh, that's a good one. "The reason I'm here is because there's a monster existing at the edge of the world, beyond the sea. It's called the Nameless King. For 1,000 years, I've been here on a mission to protect the world. The Winter Mountain is just a rumor." Hearing this, Theo thought silently, my feeling was right after all. The look in Roadbroke's eyes earlier definitely showed fear. The existence of that Nameless King brings terror even to an ancient dragon who's ruled for over 1,000 years. "I want to ask about that, but there are more important things I need to learn first." Theo asked, "I'll ask the second question. What are the relics of the ancient dragon? Note, from now on, ancient dragon divinity will be renamed Ancient Dragon Relic." It answered, "Oh, there are about 3 relics, but I don't know much. Seems you're quite lucky." Theo asked, "There are 3. Theo thought silently. "One is the Camella Palace dungeon, the second is Moon Blade, so what's the last one?" "That is the Ancient Dragon Relic. The result of the ancient dragon's soul split into 31 parts, given to humans to protect you from the Nameless King. Ancient dragon relics have no fixed form. They can be items, experience, or even strange phenomena." Theo was shocked by what it said. He recalled his memories and realized, the last relic I have is regression, so it's me. If this happened because of ancient dragon Roadbroke, then it makes sense. But something's off. There's always a guardian dragon relic protecting the ancient dragon relic, but there wasn't one in my regression. Theo continued asking, "I'll ask the final question. Why was I chosen?" Theo looked at it, thinking, why would someone as mediocre as me be chosen to fight the Nameless King? The ancient dragon approached and said, "I'll answer you with a question. Why do you think you're the only one chosen?" Hearing this answer, Theo froze for 5 seconds, sweating profusely. "I'm not the only one the relic chooses." Theo Ragnar began speculating, "Eid Curson Black Dragon. They know about the the relics and want to collect them. If they were also chosen by relics, then perhaps they also saw these messages and regressed too. I'm one step closer to the truth of the world, but everything just got more complicated. The fact that there's a nameless king, even ancient dragons, and there are other regressors besides me. The ancient dragon said, now I've answered your 3 questions, duty complete, so I'll grant you the reward. Theo replied, alright, I came here to take Axion's relic, but I've changed my mind. I have to take something much bigger, something incomparable to any single item. At the same time, the system notification popped up, congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest reward opportunity to claim the ancient dragon's treasure. As you can see, this nest holds all kinds of treasures from across the world, precious gems, relics, immortal elixirs, skill books, weapons, whatever you want, it's here. Choose anything you desire, and I'll grant it to you, so what do you want? Theo got excited, boldly shouted, I want Roadbro. The ancient dragon was stunned hearing that. What you want that? It roared in anger, seems my reputation is eternal. What an amusing joke. Then tell me again, what do you truly desire? Speak clearly. Theo said, seriously, I already told you. His answer left it speechless. You just said that you're not joking, you're serious. Theo said firmly, yes, I'm dead serious. I want Dragon Lodbrok. Right after he spoke, it let out a furious roar, its aura forming a shockwave blasting forward. It was enraged, you insolent brat. It bellowed with its jagged maw, do you really think you can claim all my treasures and knowledge with just a few words? Its draconic aura was the guardian dragon's fear. Theo Ragnar spat blood, but he had to stay resolute. Theo didn't hesitate, then used the low-grade dragon's fear skill to counter Roadbrok's power. It shouted, you're truly foolish. Do you think a low dragon skill can stand against me? Theo, with blood in his mouth, shouted right in its face, you, the guardian dragon declared, I could take any treasure of yours. You never said Lodbrok couldn't be one of them. He thought silently, this is a gamble where I bet my life, but if I get her, the reward is worth it. He looked at it, thinking the guardian dragon stood with ancestor Sigurd to build the Ragnar family. Now nothing proves legitimacy more than becoming her companion. That way the past I went through won't repeat, the Ragnar clan won't be destroyed. This is an opportunity I can't miss. Theo shouted again, please grant me Lodbrok, you've already sworn your sacred oath. Stand by, no fight alongside me. Its eyes fixed on our protagonist. The image of Ragnar's ancestor appeared, its aura was so similar to his back then. The great dragon sighed and relaxed, fine, I accept. The aura around its body began to steam. It was transforming into human form before him. A human body gradually took shape, wind howled through. The dragon turned into a woman with 2 horns on her head, proving to everyone she was indeed a dragon. She said, Theo Ragnar, you've made me quite curious, I'll give you a chance. She slowly walked toward him, her figure graceful, alluring, with an enigmatic allure hard to see through. Theo Ragnar stared blankly at her. She confidently said, have you been captivated by my beauty already? After all, I'm 2,000 years old, oh great guardian dragon. Theo noticed not her beauty, but the large hole in her chest. He blurted out, wait, you mean this wound? She replied truthfully, my heart was lost 50 years ago, and since then I've patiently awaited death. At most, I can live 3 more years. That's why I couldn't leave my nest. In other words, even if I follow you, I can't help you directly. She asked again, well, since you've seen it, I'll ask again. Do you still want to choose me as your reward? Theo looked at her and smiled. Of course, my answer never changes. I choose Lodbrok as my reward. The system then displayed notification, you have selected Ragnar's guardian dragon Lodbrok as your reward. She laughed, you're truly foolish, but perhaps that's the nature of the chosen. The system notified again, title companion of the guardian dragon has been created. Title descendant of the ancestor has been created. He looked at the guardian dragon and said, I'll become stronger than anyone. I'll claim more ancient dragon relics too. A soul bond with Lodbrok was established afterward. Thanks to that, Theo gained a massive amount of experience. Theo looked at her and said, I'll find it for you, something to replace your lost heart. Among the ancient god relics, there must be something that can do it. Theo Ragnar leveled up, thinking, I think I need to at least do that to be worthy of the title companion of the guardian dragon. She smiled happily, please take care of me, my new companion. But as I explained earlier, I can't leave this place until you find something to replace my heart. I'll hibernate here and wait. Also, I have something I need you to do to truly form the soul bond. Take this book, read it, and awaken your mind gate. You can do it within a month around my nest. Our simple provisions, use your time wisely. Theo Ragnar opened the book. It was an additional reward. The system congratulated, you have received Grimoire Axion. This is Axion's book, Hidden Creature. It contains magical principles related to echoing sounds from the moment of creation. Sacred sound holds the entire truth of the universe. He thought silently, this is amazing, getting this book. Theo replied, yes, the second stage of the awakening test is ongoing. The exam only lasts 15 days. I have less than half a month left. She looked sharply at Theo Ragnar, thinking, even so, it's possible. But I won't allow it. Theo exclaimed, surprised. What? She said simply, it wouldn't be interesting if I let you go awaken your mind gate before the second stage ends. And of course, I won't let you leave leave until then. Time remaining until the second stage concludes. Only 12 days and a few hours left. Back to before the second stage intelligence officer. He said, as you all know, the reason the totem pillars could create safe zones against demons is thanks to the demon summoning gems inside them. By amplifying the sealed demon's energy within the gem, it keeps other demons away. But if we destroy those gems, you can summon demons whenever you want. Right after shadows appeared under his feet, demons emerged. Just looking at them showed they weren't ordinary. His dragon bit one demon to death. He continued, you've seen it. The second goal of this test is to hunt demons and collect points so that Theo has no choice but to hunt demons. One replied, I understand, uncle, you want me to use the gem to lure Theo here. He nodded yes, but that's not enough. Simply luring and killing him won't work. If we do that, we might fail to retrieve the Rose Palace relic clue. Another asked, then why not torture him before killing him? He'll talk. He replied, you know better than that. The strength gap between you and Theo isn't huge. Can you capture and torture him? However, he's very emotional. Use his subordinates as hostages, that group of dropouts at Training Ground 4. Capturing them as hostages will be much easier than force him to reveal the relic info. The other nodded, I understand. He clenched his fist, trembling with anger. This is because Theo is no longer as weak as before. That's the plan set. But unexpectedly, instead of hunting demons, he never appeared until the very last minutes of the test. Only 12 hours remained. Axion was first with 860 points. One said, what a waste. We even carefully placed uncle's people among the judges. Until now Theo hasn't shown up, young master. Perhaps those three council scum already caught him. Otherwise there's no reason he hasn't appeared. Phillips Plum Blossom Palace Disciple, second stage swordsman, ranked 7th with 446 points. He sat pondering, then glared at the other. You're supposed to be Plum Blossom Palace's bright talent, but your vision is this poor. Now I understand why the Plum Blossom Palace Lord pays more attention to Theo than you. Philip scowled. What did you say? Damn it, I'm helping him catch Theo, and he mocks me, this bastard. He was furious. Then Axion spoke, enough. I didn't expect much from you anyway. Damn Theo Ragnar, if you won't show yourself, I'll make you appear. His face twisted viciously. Dragon Scale Society people and Plum Blossom Palace people are all here. Everyone follow me. It's time to hunt. We'll kill every single dropout from Training Ground 4 one by one and see if he shows up. This scene was coincidentally witnessed from afar. The one who saw was Ray Ragnar, second stage swordsman, ranked 3rd with 561 points. Somewhere someone was taking down demons. This one was low-grade ice lizard god. These were subordinates following young master Theo Ragnar. One said, finally, we took it down, finally got a demon, and the golden demon bell. Another added, see, told you, teaming up we'd make it. I have to brag about this achievement to Lord Theo. These were people Theo cherished. But one worried everyone. Only 12 hours left until the second stage ends. No word on where young Master Theo is since the test started. Another comforted, we've gathered plenty of supplies for him. Don't worry, he's probably aiming for something bigger. He must be doing something more important than hunting trash like this. We'll keep collecting and hand it to the young master when he returns. One nodded, probably true, since just surviving gets you through the second stage rankings. Aren't that crucial, right? Another said, true, but I really want to see young Master Theo take first again. He promised to mention me. One laughed, yeah, he said the same to me. While they were chatting, a sharp sword pierced Sybil's heart. Ha 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 ha, you guys make me laugh to death. The attacker was Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 173 points. The others shouted, Sybil, that's Dragon Scale Society, what's going on? Orion laughed, what do you think? You're just sacrificial lambs to lure out your precious young master. We really want to meet that damn young master of yours, so don't blame us for being ruthless. At the same time, inside Lodbrok's lair, she said, this is quite surprising. You actually managed to open your mind gate in less than half a month. The system displayed notification. You have somewhat grasped the magical principles in Grimoire Axion and created a new skill. Theo thought silently, lucky the info I heard in my previous life was correct. The most important factor in learning this magic is the quantity and quality of mana. Since I have mana reservoir and dragon heart, learning twice as fast as normal is obvious. The system notified again, your state is too low. A low-grade skill has been revealed. Skill C rank, minor dragon synchronization. Freely manipulate and read lingering thoughts of objects through spiritual contact. Theo thought silently, what a weird name, minor dragon synchronization. Lodbrok spoke, I guess at least reaching this level makes you worthy to be called my companion. With this, you've mastered the basics. The rest you'll have to hone through real combat. When you reach higher levels, you can even hear my voice anywhere. Even borrow my power aura power like your ancestors. Theo Ragnar rejoiced. She continued, of course, to do that. My recovery must come first. Don't forget, I only have 3 years left. Theo replied, don't worry, I'll complete it before the 3-year limit. I'll definitely find something to replace your heart. Lodbrok smiled happily, looking at him. I hope the future you won't disappoint me. Then she reached toward Ragnar to do something. She said, with this, I declare the original contract between us formed. I'll wait for our next meeting, my new companion, after 1,000 years. Turns out she used magic to send Theo Ragnar outside. He said, this is great having formed a contract with the guardian dragon, but I haven't made any progress on the awakening ceremony. Now I only have 12 hours. It's like I'm making things harder for myself, starting to earn points after everyone else by over 10 days. That's brutal. If I just hunt demons normally, there's no way to take first in 12 hours. If so, there's only one strategy: rob everyone, no exceptions. In my previous life, Axion took first, so this life he'll probably do the same. In other words, the only way for me to take first is to defeat him. That's the fastest way. Even so, taking him down definitely won't be easy. Right then, someone was behind him. The person slowly stepped out. Theo stopped, turned toward them, sword in hand. Finally, I found you. Theo, startled, looked at the other party in confusion. You. The person's mouth was full of blood. Theo looked at the person in shock and horror. You are. That person was none other than Ray Ragnar. What happened to you? Were you attacked by a monster? Theo continued in astonishment. What kind of monster could possibly beat you up this badly? Theo froze in place. Looking at the wound on her body, it was a sword slash. She had been attacked by a human. Ray, what the hell happened? She collapsed to the ground and whispered hoarsely, go, head west first, hurry. As soon as she finished speaking, she fell completely into our protagonist's arms. Careful. Theo took hold of her sword. And read the most recent memories using the synchronization with the young body skill. The hidden thoughts within the sword would be transmitted to its wielder. You have read the memories of the sword's owner, Ray Ragnar. He was horrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. This was the memory he saw. Still no word on Theo, but since we've gone this far, he'll show up soon, right? I've left plenty of traces of his people at training ground number 4, and there are monsters that can lead him here. Everything's set up. A voice said, hey, should I kill them or not? The guy across from him looked confused. Kill? Did I do something wrong? No, I mean, should we thin out these guys a bit? Why'd you bring 9 of them? 2 or 3 hostages would be plenty. Another voice replied, you mean these ones? Go ahead, feel free to kill a few. At that moment, Ray Ragnar couldn't just stand by and watch, so she stepped forward. What's going on here? Ray, you want to stop me? What you're doing is wrong. It's gone way too far. Axion replied, whether it's too far or not is my business, not yours. I don't want things getting any more complicated, so mind your own path and stay out of mine. Everyone here is Theo's friend. Let them go. She drew her weapon. Axion sneered coldly, so that's how it is. His eyes turned icy. You're actually taking that guy's side. Right after Axion finished speaking, Ray charged at him with her sword. He stood facing her, slowly drawing his own blade as a deep crimson killing aura emanated from him. Clang, one clash, the light from the impact lit up the sky. Somehow no one could be seen anymore. Ray Ragnar was knocked flying backward, coughing up blood. She was no match for him. Notification. Due to missing status, some thoughts could not be read. Seeing the scene, Theo Ragnar felt utter horror. What the hell is going on? Why would Axion capture 4 of my teammates? Ray Ragnar was surprised. How did you know that? Theo grabbed both her shoulders and shouted, tell me right now what happened while I was gone. Ray gritted her teeth and said, as soon as the competition started, Axion did everything he could to capture you. But since he couldn't find you all this time, he captured your teammates to force you out. Theo was stunned. What? Ray continued, I wasn't looking for you just to tell you that. Theo Ragnar roared in fury, all of you, even now you won't leave me alone, but you're going to pay for this. I'm not the weak pushover you used to bully anymore. Ray, where are they right now? Where's Axion? Tell me quick. Not long after, a voice rang out. It's Theo. Theo's here. He's shown himself. Another person said, young Master Axion, he's appeared. He suddenly showed up at the northern cliff edge. Axion asked, you sure? Absolutely, right now he's talking to Ray. I think he'll head this way soon. Axion laughed sinisterly. Haha, Theo Ragnar, I'll prove to you that someone like you will never surpass me. Right after he spoke, a voice transmitted from far away behind the tall trees. Don't forget, young Master Axion. You don't need to face him head-on. Just get the relic information through the hostages, that's enough. As for Theo Ragnar, we'll handle him properly and thoroughly. While we're dealing with him, use the summoning orb to distract the nearby supervisors. Axion replied, got it. Back on this side, Ray said, no, you can't go meet Axion. The Intelligence Bureau's supervisors are on his side too. You don't stand a chance. No matter what, you won't last long against them. There are too many. Ray cried out in anguish, this isn't a fight, it's a massacre he's orchestrating. It's a trap to kill you. You can't go alone, that's suicide. Let's find other supervisors, convince them, and go together. Theo gritted his teeth. There's no time left. I'm really grateful for your help. But while we're hesitating here, something bad might happen to my teammates. Tell me where they are right now. I have to go immediately. Ray shouted, are you stupid? Don't go. If you go, you'll die. What's the point of anything if you're dead? Even if it means sacrificing a few people, you have to. Before she could finish, Theo yelled right in her face, I don't want to lose another teammate. I don't want that, you hear me? Remembering the time before the second trial began, Theo said, our goal is to get through this blooming ritual together. Ray still insisted, you should remember this is the Ragnar family. There's no way to avoid sacrifices. She added, didn't I also step in to try to save them? And end up this badly wounded? Are you saying you just want to stand by and do nothing? Theo replied, I'm sick and tired of always having to endure like this in misery. He looked at Ray and poured out, I can't repeat the mistakes of the past. His face suddenly turned deadly serious, and behind him, the faint silhouette of a guardian dragon appeared. Now tell me where that damn Axion is. The scene shifts to somewhere else, with stuff scattered everywhere. Someone was approaching and picked up a carefully tied box. These are the things Sybil's group collected, along with a golden bell and bloodstains. Something terrible has happened to them, hasn't it? He said while glancing at the other two remaining members of the Four Hounds. If you've forgotten, this big guy is Hulkus, one of the Northern Four Hounds, ranked 5th with 499 points. Erica with 521 points, ranked 8th. Hulkus said, I'm really sorry, but could you help me with something? The one asking was Wellington, who was also ranked 2nd with 688 points. Back to Theo Ragnar, he was being attacked by a massive snow ape. Our protagonist drew his weapon. I really don't have time for this. Get out of my way. With one swing, Theo struck and finished it instantly. Taking it down, he immediately headed straight to the place Ray Ragnar had mentioned. He wanted to rescue the people Axion had captured on his own. There was a high chance Cow, Sybil, and the other hostages were still alive. Eid was the one who guided Axion, so he probably arranged it to kill him cleanly without causing chaos. Since this was during the competition, the path to Axion was blocked by many large snow apes. He couldn't take a detour that would waste too much time. The fact that the supervisors were with Axion was proof they were Eid's people too. With one sword strike, Theo quickly cleared the group of apes without spending much time. Ordinary monsters like these simply couldn't trouble him anymore. Those supervisors were definitely planted by Eid to kill me, and they'll cover up Axion's abnormal behavior. Even so, I have to move faster because Axion is the most unpredictable variable. But it's precisely because of that variable that I'll be able to catch Eid. Theo leaped up, spinning a sharp blade, and drove a straight thrust into its skull. No matter how big and tough it was, one hit like this and it was done. Ray Ragnar, he said, that's right, Theo, from childhood you've always been like this. Let's head home first. She stood up, recalling memories of the two of them as kids. Then she tried to run after him. When we were little, you saved me from freezing to death. This time I'll help you. Wherever she went, blood trailed behind her. Her wounds still hadn't stopped bleeding. Back to the people captured by Axion, they were being brutally beaten by him. Damn it, Axion stomped hard on Sybil's head, pinning her face to the ground. I already told you. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you all. Didn't you hear me, or are you not afraid of dying? Right then, the supervisor spoke from afar through transmission. Young Master Axion, don't forget the Intelligence Bureau Chief's advice. You're not allowed to change the plan on your own. HMPH, Axion was annoyed but still complied. He sheathed his sword, then sat down on top of Sybil. He sat there staring straight ahead. Where the supervisors were watching, 4 prosecutors have been sent to kill that Theo. Does that mean my uncle doesn't believe I can beat that useless Theo? He sat thinking to himself, how could that idiot be so highly regarded by my uncle? He was furious, trembling all over. At that moment, a footstep approached, and seeing who it was made, these guys panic and shock. Axion's attitude changed immediately afterward. You finally showed up, Theo Ragnar. The one who arrived was our protagonist, covered in blood. Just looking at him sent chills down the spine. His gaze, fixed on his teammates, seeing how miserably they'd been beat. Theo turned his eyes to the right. Where Axion's group stood, they had slaughtered many people, including those who wanted to kill him. Theo just gave a faint smile, his eyes cold and radiating killing intent. In front of him was an entire gang. Axion spoke up, you kept me waiting way too long. Theo looked over at Sybil lying unconscious. He was so furious that his hands and feet were trembling. Axion stood up, hand resting on his katana. Just as he was about to charge forward, the supervisors reminded him. He stopped. You must already know the situation before coming here, right, Theo Ragnar, so I'll get straight to the point. If you want to save your friends, you have to. Before he could finish, Theo cut in. Are you scared of me? Axion was surprised. What did you say? Theo continued. Are you afraid of losing to me? Theo put on a provoking attitude and his words successfully struck a nerve. Axion shouted, what nonsense are you spouting? Theo replied, it's not wrong. If you weren't afraid of losing to me, there'd be no reason for you to do all this. You gathered a bunch of people, all staring at me with hateful eyes. And you even pulled off this utterly shameful and humiliating hostage-taking stunt. Isn't all of this just because you're scared of losing to me? That strongest in the North title of yours is probably just empty hype. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in rage. You bastard, HMPH, HMPH. If not, how about you fight me one-on-one? A proper Ragnar duel, a decisive sword fight. Of course, that's only if you still have a shred of pride. Axion was furious, his attitude starting to shift. A decisive duel, if I lose, I'll give you everything you want, including my life. But if I win, you. Before he could finish, Theo interrupted. Ha ha ha, a sword duel. The idiot Ragnar wants a sword duel with me now. Theo Ragnar, don't you realize your arrogance has reached the skis already? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, he unleashed a deadly aura full of murderous intent. The supervisors transmitted another reminder. Young Master Axion, he's just provoking you, don't respond to him. Don't fall for his trap, stick to the original plan. Axion yelled, shut up all of you. Don't you believe in me? Fine Theo Ragnar, let's fight. Theo had successfully provoked him, and he smiled. Over at the supervisor's side, one said, things are getting complicated now, what do we do? Another replied, it's fine, it's still within our expectations, just a bit more work. If the young master goes too far, we'll just follow the plan. Back to them, Axion said, this is a proud Ragnar decisive duel, no one interferes until it's over, and none of you touch the hostages since they're part of my bet with him. Right after Axion finished speaking, Theo Ragnar accelerated and charged forward. Clang, one clash, sparks flew. Though a bit surprised, Axion still easily blocked our protagonist's strike. The impact left a trail of sparks etched onto the blades. Theo said, thanks but don't waste time, come on. Theo spun around, built momentum, and swung his sword in a reverse slash. Axion closed in lightning fast, their swords clashing again, clang clang clang. Axion taunted, as expected from the son of a lowly concubine, such a cowardly move. The force from both of them spread outward, sparks flying far with every colliding strike. Axion shouted, you damn bastard. I'll show you the true power of the Ragnar bloodline. With one swing, Axion unleashed a strike accompanied by the form of a red dragon charging with its mouth open. Facing it, Theo was horrified. How was he supposed to deal with this? With the power our protagonist had gained recently, he didn't hesitate and countered head-on with a strike of his own. His sword emitted a green light, flashing straight into the dragon, gradually tearing it apart. This left Axion questioning everything. Theo stood watching him with a contemptuous smile, holding the precious sword he'd obtained before. Do you even have what it takes to lecture me? Orion Gardner, witnessing this, was shocked. He was the president of the Dragon Scale Society. Back in the early stages, I had my doubts about him, but is Theo really this skilled? That strike just now left 3 deep claw-like gashes. This is getting too tough. Axion might actually lose here. Should I betray him and switch to Theo Ragnar's side? This Axion guy has always been an extremely arrogant asshole. He sank into thought. No. The Imperial Intelligence Supervisors are here. They'll handle everything. I just need to focus on distracting the other supervisors. Right after, he turned and shouted, Dragon Scale Society, disperse from here. We don't want to get caught in this mess. Move out individually and leave. Let Axion handle it. The scene flashes back to when Axion was a child. An adult said, Axion, you must claim the Ragnar throne for your mother and your uncle, for the prosperity of the Troyven family. Ragnar is just a cover for you. You're truly a Troyven, do you understand? At that moment, Axion gritted his teeth in astonishment. He leaped up, shouting loudly, Theo Ragnar. He swung a powerful downward slash. Theo blocked with his sword, clang, sparks flew. Axion gritted his teeth fiercely, while Theo just smiled as if there was nothing difficult about it. Thanks for acting exactly as I expected. A report came in. Theo Ragnar has finally shown himself. He's facing Axion head-on. Haha, it's over. You finally made your move, Theo Ragnar. I knew you were still safe. Another voice, what? He wasn't taken care of by those guys. So he's still alive, thank the heavens. I really don't know what he's been up to, but my plan can finally begin. Once Axion gets the performance info, the elite swordsman I've chosen will personally take his head. At that moment, another update arrived. Theo Ragnar and Axion are currently in a one-on-one duel. Hearing this surprised him. His eyes changed. His plan wasn't going as intended. What the hell? Over here, their battle was extremely fierce. More than 50 exchanges and still no clear winner. Every sword strike from both was ferocious, aimed straight at the opponent. He's too strong, he's improved at an astonishing speed. But he can't possibly be this fast. Axion had been wounded on the face, his eyes staring intently at Theo Ragnar, full of killing intent. He observed every move Theo made. I've read all the moves of this useless trash. He launched his sword with full power straight at Theo, putting him in danger. It was a sword-throwing technique. Theo recalled his death in his previous previous life. That move was exactly like the one Axion was using now. Axion gloated, "You should know that using a secret technique with predictable motions only lets your opponent read you." After he finished speaking, he was stunned. Blood was flowing, dripping from the tip of the sword onto the snow. Theo had blocked it. He caught the sword directly with his hand. "So it was you. You're the one who killed me in my previous life." The person Theo Ragnar has been investigating all this time is Axion. He's the one who ended Theo Ragnar's life. "You're the bastard who did that." Theo's eyes were dazed yet filled with malice. He laughed with twisted delight. "The moment I died, I was fated to die without ever knowing who burned down the Crimson Flower Hall. Because back then I had no power. Luckily, that bastard revealed himself to me, so now I know who he is. Thanks to Evelyn's investigation, I discovered the deep connection to the Camellia Hall. So the most logical conclusion was that the ones who killed me back then were from the Troivan clan. And among those Troivans, there was one who used a rare technique, the sword-throwing technique, and that was Axion Ragnar. Only someone extremely arrogant would dare use a move that easily leaves them without a weapon. Before, I wasn't 100% sure it was you, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes again, this time I'm 100% certain." Theo Ragnar, furious, crushed the sword in his grip. "Back then and even now. Why do you bastards, why do all of you scum want to kill me so badly?" Axion froze at the sight. He had just crushed the sword barehanded. "What? This is nothing like my previous life. This time I'll save myself and all my teammates." Theo gripped his sword tightly. His eyes razor sharp, he was more serious than ever before. With that, he hurled Axion's sword back at him, the blade flying like an arrow straight toward Axion's face under the force of Theo's throw. Axion barely tilted his head and dodged it effortlessly, sneering, "Hey, where the hell are you aiming? What kind of half-assed imitation is that?" Theo glared at him with eyes that looked ready to tear apart the one who had destroyed the Ragnar family in his past life, the one who had turned the Crimson Flower Hall into a sea of flames. Rage surged within him, his killing intent radiating terrifyingly. Even though Axion was quite far away, he instinctively stepped back several paces. "What the hell is this? This killing intent is no joke at all." Power erupted in swirling auras, faintly revealing the form of a ferocious beast, the Guardian Dragon. Axion broke out in a cold sweat. Could this guy have been hiding his talent during the first selection round? With one strike, a loud impact rang out. And at that moment, Theo closed in on him at extreme speed, almost like instant teleportation. Axion was stunned, unable to react in time. Boom boom, an explosion sent chunks of ice and snow flying dozens of meters into the air. Axion blocked the slash, but Theo's sheer power forced him to stagger back several dozen meters. It didn't stop there. Theo immediately followed up with a second strike. Theo Ragnar gripped the hilt with both hands and thrust straight forward. Axion wasn't weak either. He swiftly dodged the direct stab to the face. "Hey Axion, when are you finally gonna show me your real power?" Constantly provoked by Theo, he flew into a rage. "You damn bastard." Axion grabbed Theo's thrusting arm with his left hand, yanked him in, and thrust his own sword straight toward our protagonist's face with his right. Theo was in extreme danger. How would he handle this move? In less than 100th of a second, he tilted his head aside. The blade only grazed his neck and cheek, leaving a small cut. Then Theo countered with a reverse slash, leaped back to create distance. Both unleashed incredibly lethal attacks in a battle so fast that other rookies couldn't even follow their speed. Theo stood ready in stance again. Axion observed every tiniest movement. Suddenly, Theo vanished right in front of Axion. What kind of technique is this with such terrifying speed? Like a bolt of lightning, Theo Ragnar closed in on Axion with sword in hand, and with one strike directly disarmed him. In a cold voice, Theo said, "Axion, do you know what it feels like? The feeling of getting stabbed right through the gut." His words sent chills down the spine, the killing intent thick and heavy. Theo held the sword, aimed straight at Axion's body, and thrust downward hard. Switching back to the other side after examining the traces on the ground, Remington gave his assessment. "These aren't marks from a beast attack. This shows someone dragged them away. The only one bold enough to pull this off is Axion." Hearing that, the big guy Hulkus curiously asked, "Axion, he's ranked first. Why? Is he trying to recruit more followers or something?" Remington shook his head slightly. "Not quite. From what I see, he probably captured Theo's teammates to force him to show up. He's planned to eliminate Theo Ragnar during this second awakening ceremony." Hearing this, Hulkus couldn't hold back and roared like the place was on fire. "What the hell? He should fight fair. What the fuck is he doing? That's shameful. That cowardly, despicable Axion deserves to die." Unlike Hulkus's fiery anger, Erica beside him remained completely calm. "So what? This is the Ragnar awakening ritual. Situations like this are normal." Wellington looked at them thoughtfully. "It's exactly because of things like this that I can't stand the Ragnar family. No matter how much they glorify strength, I can't accept this kind of crap." At his words, Erica's expression gradually shifted as she warned, Hey, you're talking dangerous stuff. Better not let anyone overhear that. Are you being serious? Wellington nodded, dead serious. That's why I have to save my teammates. It's exactly what Theo would do too. If you join me, that'd be great. For Hulkus, as long as there was fighting involved, he was thrilled and immediately agreed. Hell yeah, I'm in, I'll join you. You coming too, sis? Erica sighed, so tiring, I'm not going, I don't care. I only tagged along hopping to run into Theo Ragnar, but there's no sign of him. Besides, I despise weaklings, I've got zero interest in saving them. Hulkus teased, damn sis, you're ice cold. Erica snapped, what you say, you little punk. Wellington cut in, all right, Erica, I know why you want to meet Theo. She paused thoughtfully looking at him. I promise you, if you help me this time, that guy will help you achieve your goal. With that, the three of them successfully came to an agreement and started rushing at full speed to rescue Theo's teammates. Leading the way was Wellington, dead serious. Everyone, push a little harder, we're almost there. While moving, someone blocked their path. Stop right there. You can't go any farther. It was the Dragon Scale Society group. They were blocking the way. Hulkus was shocked. The Dragon Scale Society guys. One of them laughed, well, if it is Wellington, long time no see, after you ditched us to chase after that useless trash. Now you're hanging with these brainless, muscle-headed bears, Hulkus raged. What the hell, you bastard, you dare call us idiots with nothing but muscle for brains, like dumb bears. The guy laughed, what, no way, I didn't say that at all. Wellington spoke up, move aside, Orion. I really don't want to fight old friends even a little. Orion replied, really, I decline. If you won't step aside, then I'll have no choice but to make you. With that, all three drew their weapons at once and charged. Switching scenes back here, Sybil was panting heavily, trying to pick up the broken sword, clamping it between his thighs to cut the ropes. That sword was the one Theo had thrown when he grabbed and crushed Axion's blade. That throw wasn't a miss, it wasn't an accuracy. Theo had done it on purpose. Everything was part of Theo Ragnar's original calculation. Sybil thought, this is the chance Theo gave us. Right now I have to end this. He started straining to saw through the ropes. From afar, it was clear that the downward thrust Theo had made was blocked by someone. We could see that now there were three people. Was this another variable? While Axion was in danger, a stranger appeared, blocking that sword strike. He was likely one of the supervisors Ed Troyven had planted. He said, you finally showed up. Theo thought to himself. I'm sorry, young Master Axion. I'll take my punishment after the awakening ceremony ends. This guy was none other than the high-ranking Swordmaster Supervisor, Liam Troyven. He swung his sword, sending Theo Ragnar flying backward, then shouted loudly, everyone escort the young master now. Immediately after, he charged forward, attacking relentlessly. Young Master Axion, you've fought enough. Leave the rest to us to clean up. We've picked up the sword you dropped. Axion took his katana back, gripping it tightly. Axion looked toward the two who were clashing. That guy was a high-ranking swordmaster, extremely strong. He launched a frenzied assault on Theo with vicious sword strikes. One hit, and it was game over. Theo Ragnar was basically completely outmatched, overwhelmed to the point where he could only desperately defend. In a split second, he spotted an opening, his eyes shifting instantly, and he swung his sword. Clang, one clash, blades met in a shower of sparks. Liam blocked it effortlessly, then immediately countered with a powerful downward slash. Theo raised his sword to parry. I really have no choice but to admit it, not just young Master Axion, but even the high-ranking swordmasters he brought today aren't weak at all. His gaze fixed on Theo Ragnar as he thought to himself, he's no match for me. The only chance is right now while no other supervisors are around. It's truly a shame to kill a genius like this. But it's all for the Troyven family. He gripped his sword with both hands and leaped up. Farewell, Theo Ragnar. Our protagonist couldn't react in time. The guy's speed was just too fast. At that critical moment of extreme danger, Liam was suddenly pierced through from back to front by a sword, blood spurting from his mouth. He never expected this could happen. It's the young Master Axion, why would you? Axion's eyes burned with fury. I already said no one interferes. And just like that, the guy was done for, bro, one clean thrust through the chest. The scene left even Theo Ragnar stunned. Axion coldly withdrew his sword, and the supervisor collapsed forward. The others behind him were shocked by his action. Young Master, what are you doing? Axion glared at them furiously. You interfered, that means you think I'm not his match. You think I'd lose to some illegitimate bastard like him? This is a huge insult to me, the rightful heir. Theo Ragnar thought to himself, this guy's seriously insane. He's willing to kill his own people, truly ruthless. Axion then turned to Theo Ragnar and said, I acknowledge you're really strong. He recalled his uncle's words, the weak are just useless trash, but you, Axion, you're truly talented. Crush everything and stand at the top. That's the only way you can claim the Ragnar throne. Back in the present, veins bulged on his face. You're strong, but you have to stay weaker than me forever. That's how it should be. I was destined to be the strongest. I'll take the throne, and there's no way I'll lose to someone like you. He gripped his sword tightly, a terrifying aura radiating from the blade. Anyone who stands in my way, I'll kill them all, no exceptions. As he spoke, he swung his sword and charged straight at Theo Ragnar. Our protagonist narrowed his blood-red eyes and stared him down. Boom, one slash shattered the ground into pieces, the sword chi clearly visible. He was surprised to see only rubble in front of him. Theo Ragnar had vanished. Theo was above him. He had leaped up to dodge at the last second, weapon in hand, ready to face him again. Using the momentum of his fall, Theo Ragnar unleashed an incredibly powerful downward slash with the razor-sharp Than Ngu Y letter 1 EC7 TK I letter 1 EBFM. He severed Axion's sword, then carved a long gash across his body, fresh blood spraying out. The guys behind quickly rushed to the one Axion had just stabbed. "Senior Liam, are you okay?" Liam coughed violently. "Damn it, I knew he was reckless, but I never thought he'd go this far," Liam shouted. "What are you all hesitating for? Forget about me, go help young Master Axion. Kill him now, kill Theo Ragnar immediately." One of them worried, "But he's resisting so fiercely, I'm afraid if we..." Liam roared, "What are you thinking? If young Master Axion dies, do we survive? Hurry up and kill Theo Ragnar." Back over here, Axion let out a furious yell, swinging an upward reverse slash that pushed Theo back. Haha, no way, this can't be happening. His eyes glazed over as he remembered earlier. Even the faintest glimmer of hope with Ray Ragnar, I still couldn't predict what was coming. Even a weak candle in the wind can suddenly burst into flames. Snapping back to reality, Axion broke out in sweat and muttered, "This can't be. Why do you keep worrying about that bastard? He's just a useless, talentless worm. You can easily crush him and make him realize his place. You know that, right? The gap in strength between you and Theo isn't as wide as before anymore." He recalled his uncle's words before setting out, rage boiling as his eyes rolled back. "A lowly worm like you can be torn apart and killed in an instant. I am Axion Ragnar, the one destined to rule the North and the rightful heir to the Ragnar throne." Like a wild beast unleashed from its chains, he charged at Theo Ragnar once more. Facing Axion without fear, Theo said, "You talking about that damn throne? Because of your ambition, do you know how many of my people have died? If you won't give up that ambition, I'll crush it myself with my own strength." He gripped the Than Ngu Y letter 1 EC7 TK I letter 1 EBFM and channeled all his power, pouring everything he'd learned into this one strike. The form of the guardian dragon faintly appearing along the blade, sword chi thick and dense. He roared, "Dragon Claw." Axion was horrified at the momentum of that strike. His eyes said it all. "I'll become stronger and wipe out anyone who tries to destroy my clan." Axion's red dragon was shattered into pieces, everyone around staring in shock. That one strike from our protagonist sent shockwaves so strong that even Wellington felt it clearly from afar. Axion's mouth gaped open. He took the full force of the blow with no way to defend. The two stood about 2 meters apart, Axion clutching his broken sword, frozen in place. Then boom, a world-shaking impact. His body was sliced clean through by Theo Ragnar's sword chi, and our protagonist took his head. The Dragon Claw's sword chi didn't stop there. It sent massive shockwaves hundreds of meters back, kicking up clouds of dust and smoke. Axion dropped to his knees, streams of blood dripping onto the snow. And he was gone, the end of an arrogant, victory-obsessed fool. His severed head tumbling through the air several times, before landing on the ground. Theo stepped forward and kicked the head of the guy who'd killed him in his past life, Axion. He stood tall like a war god, the proud stance of the victor, a gentle breeze fluttering his long hair. Liam stood frozen for 5 seconds. Young Master Axion is dead. After decapitating Axion in the previous clash, Theo's blade was drenched in blood, dripping down onto the still furious head of Axion, rolling across the white snow. The surrounding supervisors, witnessing the scene, couldn't believe their eyes. Liam's eyes widened in sheer horror, staring fixedly at Axion's mangled corpse as he stammered, young master." Now he was like a cornered dog with nowhere to run. Liam roared in rage, "Kill him, kill that bastard right now." All 4 supervisors charged without hesitation. Theo stood his ground, unshaken in the face of enemies burning with intent to take his life. His face calm, a faint smile masking the growing anxiety burning in his mind. "Looks like I'm in deep trouble now. From here on out, it's all just a gamble of luck. Even at my peak, it'd be tough to take on 4 high-ranking supervisors, let alone in my current state, things are even more hopeless." His stamina had hit its limit, and his mana was nearly depleted after that last attack. His eyes locked onto the supervisors rushing toward him, their sharp blades aimed straight at his neck, brimming with killing intent. But hasn't it been about time for him to show up already? From behind came the sound of hurried footsteps. It was Wellington's group. They'd broken through the Dragon Scale Society and arrived just in time to help. Theo's eyes widened in shock. "You guys." Right now, in front of Theo, were 3 people desperately holding off the supervisor's attacks. Turning toward Theo, he asked in confusion, "How did you all get here?" Wellington turned his head back and replied, "We're saving a teammate in danger. Isn't that the obvious thing to do, young Master Theo?" Erica chimed in from the side with a grin. "In person, you look even more impressive than I imagined." Damn, Theo, this is the first time I've met someone as strong as you. There's no way you can die here. Theo's soldiers, now freed, stood up to fight alongside. We'll support you with everything we've got, young Master Theo. We can't just run away after causing trouble like this. Wellington's sword clashed powerfully against the supervisor's blade. He shouted, "Direct intervention by supervisors is strictly forbidden. Do you realize that meddling directly with a candidate is a grave crime?" His eyes were stern, his voice cold and resolute. Hearing that, the supervisor's face turned pale with panic, and he immediately transmitted, "Lord Liam, what do we do now? Things have gotten way too serious. Should we just eliminate them all?" "Please give the order." Liam was struggling to stand with his severely wounded body. His face darkened with utter shock. "We're finished. We couldn't get any information on the Crimson Flower Palace relics. We couldn't even take out Theo Ragnar. And young Master Axion has fallen here too. Right now, the situation is beyond saving. There's no way to recover or fix this failure. So the best course of action now is..." His voice rang out with menacing finality, like a man with his back against the wall. "Kill them all. Claim it was an abnormal mana surge and monster tide outbreak, resulting in the deaths of all candidates on site. That's the best cover we can pull off now." As he spoke, he pulled out a pouch filled with monster seeds. "If we make it look like an accident, it'll erase any traces linking back to the Troyven family." With that, he immediately dumped a bunch of monster seeds from the pouch. 2 level 5 monsters should be enough to pass this off as an accident, right? His subordinates were stunned and shocked at first, but they quickly adapted and followed orders. "Yes, sir. Everything for the Troyven family." As he said it, he hurled the monster seeds toward the battlefield. But life isn't a fairy tale. From behind, a fatal stab came flying in, piercing Liam's body once more and making him cough up blood. Getting stabbed in the back like this must sting like hell for this old bastard. With a cold expression and an imposing aura, the figure shouted, "Liam, what the hell are you doing here?" It was the Dragon Armor Cavalry Supervisor Selp, with Supervisor Aaron right behind him. The two were joined by Supervisor Natasha from the Plum Blossom Hall and Sally from the Water Wheel Hall. Liam, taking the direct stab, sprayed blood everywhere. "Damn it, one after another, why do these bastards keep showing up to block my way?" He collapsed to the ground, dying in extreme bitterness and regret. Selp warned the 3 remaining, "You lot stay right there. If you value your lives, surrender quietly. Or if you want to end up like Liam, go ahead and keep resisting." They all glared at Theo with fury, but now they couldn't touch him anymore. After seeing the supervisors arrive, Theo passed out from exhaustion, but Ray caught him just in time. "Wow, you showed up right on cue, huh?" Theo thanked her for stepping in to protect them, but Ray shot back, "Theo, that was way too reckless. Why'd you push it this far?" Theo's gaze shifted toward the 3 captured supervisors, and Axion's headless corpse. Suddenly, Wellington rushed over. "Young Master Theo, what you did was insanely dangerous. Why didn't you call me for help?" Erica and her crew came up to claim credit too. "Hey, I helped you out, don't forget that, got it? Theo, you're not allowed to die until we have our rematch." Even the subordinates Theo had rescued came running over in tears. "Young Master Theo, you went this far to save us. Even if we die, we won't regret it." Theo leaned into Ray's embrace and whispered, catching her off guard, "This is the kind of strength I'm chasing." Hearing those words, Ray felt like she hadn't misjudged him after all. "Oh, by the way, pick up those bells for me so I can snag first place too." She smiled secretly, feeling happy. "You really haven't changed at all since back then." The scene shifts back to the main castle residence, where the higher-ups were listening to the battlefield report. Ead's face showed utter shock, as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. The soldier holding the report was trembling with surprise too. Every face in the meeting room filled with doubt and confusion over the new information. "Axion is dead." Ead's eyes burned with insane hatred. Everything he'd planned had failed, and now he'd even lost his beloved nephew. Finally, the closing ceremony for the second awakening ritual had arrived. All the surviving candidates gathered in one place, with murmurs and whispers spreading around about the brutal test they'd just endured. A leader stepped forward to declare the end of the exam. "Everyone, you've worked hard. And based on what you've accomplished, I hereby declare the second awakening ritual concluded." That was none other than C letter 1EEDU long D stroke letter 1EB1NG long Feral Ragnar, one of the 9 most powerful and influential figures in the Ragnar family. Seeing him, all the candidates stared in awe and amazement. Is that really Lord D stroke letter 1EB1NG long, the man who rarely shows himself? Why is he here? Out of 87 candidates, 45 had successfully passed the awakening test. Not a bad survival rate, Truly, this batch's talents are the best in history, especially the top scorers, impressive numbers. His eyes narrowed meaningfully, and a direct gaze toward Theo left the boy quite startled to be under his scrutiny. All who have passed the second maturity ritual will be promoted from apprentice swordsman to junior swordsman. You can take pride in that. Now, as official Ragnar swordsman, you're permitted to act as such. Everyone here has been approved, so now I'll announce the scores for the second maturity ritual. First place, Theo Ragnar, 1121 points. Hearing that, those around him were stunned. Sure enough, it's Theo Ragnar, 1,000 points. He had 0 until almost the end. How is that even possible? Hey, you haven't heard, he defeated Axion and took the top spot. Theo's face remained calm despite the surrounding gossip and side-eye. From above, see letter 1ED Yu Long continued announcing. Second place, Remington Nasio, 926 points. Third, Erica Lank, 843 points. Fourth, Ray Ragnar, 789 points. Fifth, Hulkus rank. 45th, Ayan Layman, 28 points. That's everyone who passed. You've all worked hard. However, the ritual isn't over yet. There's still the final part, the third awakening ritual. His eyes turned cold and extremely stern. Those qualified to participate in the third awakening ritual, raise your hands. Remington asked, did you collect enough of them? I see you have a lot, but I don't understand their meaning. One by one, Remington raised his hand, followed by Erica and Ray, who had also gathered enough and deciphered them. Finally, Theo slowly raised his hand, affirming his position as the leader. Farrell explained, the hidden piece of the second maturity ritual is the attribute-based breathing technique. Candidates must collect magic sprouts engraved with random passages and learn them. Collecting them is very difficult, but comprehending them is exponentially harder. That's why they're called hidden pieces. Only those who master them during the exam can assign an attribute to their mana and qualify for the third awakening ritual. In his previous life, Theo had struggled to understand those passages. But now, with his hack, things were different. Synchronization with the young body. It allowed him to read the thoughts of objects, and vivid images of fierce battles flashed clearly in Theo's mind. The core of those passages was a recounting of the ancestors' ancient battle, the war against the dragons. So Theo could instantly grasp everything, even without fully understanding the text's literal meaning. See letter 1EAD Yu Long immediately burst into loud laughter. Amazing. Even one success would be great news, but 4 of you. Theo smiled inwardly. In my previous life, neither Ray nor Remington achieved the attribute breathing technique. Is this the butterfly effect I've caused? But it's really interesting. He continued, all right, each of you show the judges what you've collected. Starting with Theo Ragnar. Now that Axion was gone, everything would change dramatically. Theo stepped forward with calm, supreme confidence, his smooth, glossy hair flowing like silk threads. But there's no need to fear anything. It will definitely be a brighter future than before. Suddenly, a powerful magic circle appeared beneath Theo's feet. What I achieved is lightning. Lightning bolts surged around him, but this is only the first step in the 5 stages of attribute mana control. First, infuse mana with lightning attributes, then manifest it externally. His eyes blazed like unstoppable lightning. Thunderbolts of unparalleled power struck down right where Theo stood. He seemed to transform into the legendary thunder god everyone knew. This is the second step. Witnessing the scene, Theo's subordinates gaped in shock. As expected of young Master Theo, not just infusing, but fully manifesting it. Normally, people would stop here, but for Theo, this was child's play. Inside his chest, his dragon heart pounded fiercely. Theo had successfully mastered his attribute mana, compressing it into a small energy orb in front of his chest, his face beaming with supreme confidence. That's the third step, energy control. Outside, Remington felt genuine joy at Theo's talent. Ray was utterly stunned by how strong he'd become. Even Erica had to praise him in awe. That musclehead back there has probably become a hardcore fan already, haha. That's seriously impressive. No wonder the rumors. You really reached the control level. But before she finished, Theo continued, leaving C-letter 1ED Yu Long wide-eyed once more. His heart beat even more powerfully than before, unleashing fierce energy all around. The entire area was enveloped in light from his radiating power, looking incredibly intense. Theo's eyes widened with killing intent like a dragon eyeing its prey. Attribute breathing technique, Thunder Radiance. With that, Theo instantly drew his sword, unleashing a single strike packed with all his power. Aimed straight ahead, its name is Thunder Dragon. A dragon born of lightning swept away everything in its path, charging straight toward the judges. Shocked exclamations rang out. He's attacking the supervisors, facing the merciless Thunder Dragon charging at him. See letter 1ED Yu Long remained utterly calm. Haha, interesting, you've reached the expansion stage already. He slowly raised his hand toward the incoming attack. Attribute breathing technique, water tenfold water suppression. A counterattack effortlessly sliced the dragon into 4 equal parts without any strain. You've made me far more interested, Theo Ragnar. If you want to test the judge, here's my answer. The crowd below could only gape in disbelief. What level is this guy even at? See letter 1 Yulong laughed. Well done, Theo Ragnar. I'll add 1,000 points for you. Theo replied. Thank you, sir, the crowd murmured. As expected from letter 1 Long, he's always generous with bold candidates. The scoreboard now showed a massive gap, Theo ahead by 1,000 points over second place. 2,100 points, that's overwhelming. At this level, is he really on par with the ancestors? Could that be possible? Farrell continued, all right, you three, show me what you've got. Right after Remington, Ray, and Erica demonstrated in turn, Remington Nasio earned 500 bonus points for his water attribute control display. Ray Ragnar received 300 points for her ice crystal mastery. Erica got 300 points for her blazing flames. Holding the scoreboard, letter 1 Long couldn't help but marvel. Ha ha ha, what an outstanding batch. Normally, over 1,000 points already makes you the undisputed leader, but here we have 4 top scorers, truly worth looking forward to. Final tally, Theo Ragnar, 21 points, Remington, 26 points, Erica, 43 points, and finally Ray with 89 points. Everyone, you've worked hard. Except those participating in the third awakening ritual, everyone else may leave. Prepare thoroughly for the designation ritual in 1 week. Standing before him now were only the 4 who passed the hidden challenge. Suddenly, the mountain behind emitted an extremely strange aura, forcing all 3 others to their knees under the crushing pressure. See letter 1 Yulong's eyes turned icy, his voice low and grave. Now, shall we begin the third awakening ritual? Theo's face twisted with anger. Why does this feeling? Why is Lodbrok's energy appearing here? With the second awakening ritual concluded, Theo, Remington, Erica, and Ray now faced the most crucial challenge in their journey, the third awakening ritual. This wasn't just a simple meeting with the family head, it was a brutal test where every decision rested in his hands. The outcome of this encounter would determine whether they earned nomination to the family head's residence, a key milestone confirming their potential as Ragnar heirs. Inside Theo, emotions swirled chaotically as his eyes narrowed with fierce determination. The one waiting for him was the Ragnar family head himself, and he whispered, why am I sensing Lodbrok's energy here? That's impossible. But if you've taken Lodbrok's heart and you're the family head, cold sweat beaded on Theo's forehead, his face paling, eyes flashing with red fury and bulging veins. No, I have to verify this myself. At that moment, a cold, authoritative voice rang out. Now, overcome the dragon might and greet the family head. See letter 1 Yulong's voice boomed like thunder, shattering the silence. Instantly, overwhelming pressure enveloped all 4 candidates. They felt crushed by an invisible mountain, forced to their knees, breaths labored. Damn it! Erica gritted her teeth, eyes blazing with rage. How the hell are we supposed to climb that mountain like this? Theo stayed silent, regulating his breathing while feeling the pressure crushing every muscle. I think I know how to overcome this trial. He spoke calmly, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone needs to sync with the mana wavelengths if you want to go farther. Erica's face went blank, brows furrowing. Wavelengths, what do you mean? Beside her, Remington didn't hesitate and quickly explained. He means we need to generate out-of-phase waves to interfere and cancel the pressure, right? Theo nodded, eyes sharp. Exactly. You're always sharp, Remington, but theory is one thing, actually doing it is another. This is how they filter out those truly worthy. Anyone who can't control their magic power has no right to meet the family head. Remington nodded thoughtfully. You're absolutely right. Meanwhile, Erica sat there dazed, not understanding a word. Out of phase, waves, interference. What ancient language are you two speaking? She bit her lip, face full of confusion. Remington just shook his head with a helpless smile. Patiently elaborating, listen, magic power is also a form of wave. This wave has vibrational properties like sound or water waves. The family head's aura generates specific mana wavelengths. To overcome that pressure, we create an opposing magic wave to neutralize it. Got it? After the simplified explanation, Erica's eyes lit up. So you're saying I just need to generate magic power opposing this pressure, right? Remington nodded, pretty much. But instead of thanks, Erica yelled in frustration. You blockhead obsessed with complicated principles. Why didn't you explain it simply like that from the start? Remington shrugged with a light smile. I just helped you understand, now you're yelling at me. Ray, though not joining the argument, had already figured out what she needed to do. Erica kept ranting, exactly, you're all principles and no fun. Are you really only 17? You talk like an old man. Despite the ongoing bickering between Erica and Remington, Theo focused entirely on controlling his mana. Powerful yet fluid streams of mana flowed out, forming a stable energy field around him. Both Erica and Remington stared in shock at what was happening. He's already done it? Theo not only neutralized the family head's pressure, but did so with such skill and mastery that it commanded respect. Standing amid the calm, magical wind, he smiled confidently, his posture majestic like a war god. The boy's cold voice rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. "I will become the next family head. That's only natural." Theo's bold, smug declaration left everyone who witnessed it stunned. Even C-letter 1EED Long, the symbol of stern authority, couldn't hide the glint of interest in his eyes. Truly interesting. With that said, Theo quickly turned and left, leaving Erica and Remington standing there in a daze. The two hurriedly called after him, but couldn't make Theo slow down. C-letter 1EAD Long reminded them, his voice full of authority. "You three, don't just stand there frozen. Your scores will be based on the order in which you reach the family head's location." The reminder hit like a wake-up bell. Erica, Remington, and Ray instantly realized that any delay could cause them to fail this crucial competition. All three dashed off at maximum speed, disappearing from C-letter 1EED Long's sight in the blink of an eye. "Really quite fascinating," C-letter 1EED Long murmured, a rare smile briefly appearing on his face. "I never expected at this age to want to take on such talented disciples." The scene shifts to the Camellia Palace, where the ghost artisan's booming laughter echoed throughout the castle. "Haha, my precious youngest daughter, where are you? Come out, my lucky charm." She flung open door after door, her face brimming with joy. The servants trailing behind just shook their heads and whispered, "Oh heavens, the ghost artisan is here again." The Camellia Palace, once a place of royal calm, was now filled with noise ever since Theo, the young master of the family, had become a shining star in noble circles. Inside one room, Theo's mother Cecilia was giving special instructions to a designer about the new outfit requirements. The door suddenly burst open as the ghost artisan charged in excitedly. "So you're here, my dear Cecilia." Cecilia turned, sighing wearily. "Mother, please maintain some decorum within the palace grounds." The woman laughed heartily. "Decorum? Who cares about all that fancy nonsense? I'm about to get filthy rich." Cecilia shook her head gently. "But aren't you already very wealthy?" "Yes, but not enough to make the walls crack and the roof cave in. Now I'm finally at the peak of my career. Thanks to Theo becoming a shining star, my workshop is flooded with orders nonstop. I've finally gotten the fame I deserve." Cecilia smiled at her mother's joy, but deep down she couldn't help feeling anxious. "I've always believed the boy would succeed, but seeing him act like this now makes me uneasy. What if he gets hurt? What if he can't handle the pressure and all the attention?" Cecilia's hands clenched tightly, her eyes flashing with strong determination. "I can't just stand here helplessly waiting anymore. The only thing I can do now is support him with everything I've got. But if only I could help him in a more practical way." Behind her, the woman kept rambling on about past achievements, the days when she focused solely on crafting weapons just to survive. But now, she declared she was shifting to crafting and selling accessories, as if opening a new chapter in her life. Those carefree words seemed to plant a bold idea in Cecilia's mind. "And then my revenue will increase tenfold, hee." She laughed with full confidence. Cecilia suddenly cut in, shattering her mother's smugness. "Mother, have you ever tried making a prosthetic arm?" The air seemed to freeze for a moment, only to shift into something oddly ominous. Is Theo about to become Yang Guo? The story quickly cuts to where the family head was waiting. He burst into delighted laughter as his loyal crow relayed Theo's bold declaration. "Haha, it says it'll become the next family head? What an arrogantly interesting child." The family head turned to look at the crow, his eyes a mix of amusement and warmth. "I know what you're worried about, but even parents have no right to block their child's dreams. Youthful ambition is unstoppable. You understand that, right? Back in our day, we were the same." He pointed toward the sword graveyard, a place filled with challenges. Thousands of swords stuck densely everywhere, vivid proof of life-and-death battles. But despite the reassurance, the crow couldn't hide its irritation. It clearly disliked Theo and didn't hesitate to show it. The family head just smiled, his voice steady like an underground river. "I told you not to worry. What I want is the prosperity and growth of Ragnar. Anything that stands in the way of that, I'll handle just like this." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, then softened like a gentle breeze. "Nothing has happened yet. We still have time to observe the boy, even if my son, Theo Ragnar, turns out to be a regressor." After the second awakening ritual, the family head had a brief conversation with his crow. He had been sitting in the sword graveyard, waiting for the worthy children to pass the final trial. When Theo arrived, the family head's face lit up, a wide smile spreading. "You've finally made it, my son." His eyes narrowed with caution. On the opposite side, after pushing himself to get here, Theo was quite exhausted. Standing before him now was an extraordinarily powerful figure. The aura radiating from him alone was enough to make breathing difficult. the family head's strength was truly on another level. The pressure created by the family head was overwhelmingly terrifying for the awakening candidates. The family head suddenly spoke. First, do you know what these are? After glancing around for a moment, Theo easily recognized, this is the sword graveyard. I've heard these are the swords of those the family head has defeated. The family head closed his eyes, his voice recalling what the boy had once said. Exactly, that's what a family head must be. A position where you face countless threats and challenges alone, a position where you can't rely on anyone else. A position that follows the law of the strong. You must stand above everyone through your own power if you want to lead this family to prosperity. The family head's eyes opened slightly. Do you believe you have the right to claim such a position? Theo's face remained utterly calm, his voice full of confidence. Of course. In response came the family head's dissatisfied expression. Don't answer so easily. I had to slaughter thousands upon thousands of lives to stand here. Can you still hold that answer after feeling their hatred? With those words, the accumulated grudges in the sword graveyard manifested one after another, rushing toward Theo. I'll curse you forever. How dare you do such cruelty? I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Facing the lingering hatred, Theo's determination remained unshaken. He stood calmly before them without the slightest waver. Why is that? What's your reason? The family head's simple question carried deep implications, forcing Theo to think carefully. A flood of thoughts rushed through Theo's mind. To avenge his previous life, to become family head and end this cursed battle for the throne, Theo was ready to overcome any trial to fulfill his mission. Slowly, his hands drew his sword, but right now Theo wasn't sure if this was the answer the man wanted. If that's the case, there's only one way left. His hands gripped the sword tightly with fierce resolve, pointing straight ahead. I'll answer with my sword. The words struck right at the family head's weak spot. He smiled broadly, utterly satisfied, his cold gaze enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Excellent, from now on I won't treat you as my son but as an arrogant challenger. Let's see what you've learned from her teachings. Hearing that, Theo's face immediately showed shock. Did the family head just say her? Just as he suspected, the family head was the one who took, before he could finish the thought, a single slash effortlessly cut his body in half. Even the sword in his hand was split like an ordinary piece of firewood. Theo's eyes widened in utter shock. Had he been cut down without even realizing it? The family head, a single ordinary slash is more than enough to take down this immature child, truly overambitious. Final thoughts swirled in Theo's mind. Am I dead now? Theo's consciousness gradually grew hazy and indistinct. This is the heart sword, a realm only absolute masters can create. For an awakening trial, this is more than sufficient. Even as he said that, the crow kept objecting. HMPH, are you worried our little protagonist might die? Exactly. This is a cruel trial for an immature child in the midst of awakening. Only those with unbreakable will and resolve can escape the heart sword. But if its determination is half-hearted, it's better for it to die here as an empty husk. That way, I won't have to deal with a regressor who could only bring harm to the family. Inside the heart sword, Theo's soul floated in some undefined void. I'm dead. I guess it's normal to be taken down by someone as strong as the family head, right? This time, Theo felt no regret like before. He had done everything he could. Theo had secured the Camellia Palace. He had avenged Randon and Axion, the ones who harmed him in his previous life. Everything was just the luck of fate, but at least this life was far happier than the last. Maybe this is the end of this journey. Hands clung to Theo's wandering soul, trying to drag him down and extinguish all hope. Time to rest, huh? Pieces of his soul gradually dissolved into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a bird appeared from somewhere and spoke. Hey kid, that's enough. Get up right now. If you fall just from something like this, you'd be better off letting me swallow you back then. Those words acted like a stimulant. Theo snapped awake, his determined eyes returning. You're right, thanks. His hands gripped the sword once more, but this time everything felt different. Theo couldn't let this be the end. After struggling so hard to reach this point, how could he give up? Theo had promised himself, even if this body shattered, even if this soul was crushed, his unbreakable will would never disappear. This second chance at life was dedicated to revenge. A single sword strike packed with all his power and unyielding faith, forged across 2 lifetimes, was unleashed straight ahead. It acted like a key, guiding him out of the darkness. The heart sword's barrier officially collapsed, and Theo returned to the world he desired. The sword in his hand swung down, proving the path he had chosen, a path full of thorns and hardship. On the opposite side, the family head slowly approached his son. His face filled with satisfaction, eyes brimming with expectation for the future. Well done, you've passed. Those words marked the conclusion of this grueling awakening ritual. The scene shifts to the day of the nomination ceremony at the family headquarters. After resting, Theo arrived here with his sister and said, "It feels so crowded here, it's making me a bit nervous and anxious." Beside him, Erica quickly chimed in, "What? You're all grown up and still acting shy like a kid." He angrily shot back, "I'm not being shy, it's just that there are so many powerful people here. Unit commanders, see letter 1 Edu Long, the former family head, and even the current one." Hearing that, Erica replied nonchalantly, "Such a kid. Relax, nobody's interested in someone who couldn't even achieve attribute breathing like you." "Huh, what did you say?" He gritted his teeth in frustration, but couldn't do anything to this fiery woman. "Can't you just tell me, what exactly did you get from the family head in the third awakening ritual?" In response to that question came the same indifferent face. "That's a secret. You don't need to know. You're so stingy. If it were my Theo, he'd have shared it already." Hearing that, Erica felt a bit irked. "Your Theo? Are you delusional or what? What the hell are you talking about? You know as well as I do that a soldier's life means becoming a sword for the Ragnar family. We have to bet our lives on Ragnar. In that case, I want to serve a cool, powerful lord with all the strength, personality, and ambition. Only Theo Ragnar fits that bill. I'll bet my life on him. So that's why I call him my Theo." "Huh, so he already agreed to that?" Hulkus replied with a straight face. "He has to agree. Why? I'm planning to join the same unit as him." "I don't know why, but the family head said he won't bring Theo back to the family head's residence, so I can follow him into whatever unit he chooses." From the high platform above, a drum sounded, signaling the start of the ceremony. "Attention, everyone. The nomination ceremony will now commence. The top outstanding graduate of the awakening ritual, Theo Ragnar, please step forward." All around Theo now came cheers and encouragement from every direction. He had successfully won people's hearts. Standing in the vast square under a clear blue sky, a place his previous self never dared dream of, Theo's face showed clear joy, his eyes filled with faith in a bright future ahead. "I definitely won't let things end in regret anymore." From the high seats, Evelyn looked incredibly happy. "Everyone's watching you, young Master Theo. Where will you choose?" She'd be thrilled if he picked the White Dragon Cavalry, but Evelyn knew that was just her selfish dream. "Congratulations on achieving the overall top graduate position, Theo Ragnar. Your extraordinary talent in every field is truly something others should strive for. Now your choice is." Before he could finish, Ed Troyven stood up, leaving the announcer utterly shocked. He was one of the Heavenly Dragons, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Troyven. And the candidates below were stunned. What's he doing? Is he planning revenge for Axion? No way. Even the family head was watching Ed's every move, and the Legion commanders didn't take their eyes off him for a second. "Central Bureau Director, I don't know what you're intending, but please sit back down." Ignoring everything around him, Ed calmly spoke. "Theo Ragnar, the Central Intelligence Bureau." Theo's expression remained suspicious. A heavenly dragon, he's probably still in shock over Axion's death, but even he wouldn't dare cause chaos at the nomination ceremony. Contrary to Theo's and everyone's thoughts, Ed's warm smile and gentle voice rang out. "I would like to offer you the position of Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. What do you think?" In Theo's previous life, he was seen as trash, so after the awakening ritual, Theo ranking first was something truly extraordinary. Even within the Ragnar family, he had always been at the bottom. It seemed a new dragon had just awakened its hidden power. His rise to the top was a story that shook many apprentice swordsmen. It was truly the kind of journey so many dreamed of achieving. No matter how strong he got, who could have imagined he'd kill Axion? They said he even took down supervisors. If no one had stopped him, did he really possess that kind of power? They said Theo completely overwhelmed Axion. The stories spread throughout the family, and more people admired and wanted to follow Theo. It was truly a positive shift. Now no one looked at him with contempt anymore. Instead, their eyes held envy and admiration. Theo was no longer the Ragnar family's trash. He had achieved first place in the awakening ritual. The system sound rang out. "Congratulations, you have completed the winner of the awakening ritual scenario mission. Your reward is 1 ether core. The reward has been stored in your inventory." Theo looked at the system panel, his face showing curiosity. "Ah, right, I had a mission. What's an ether core? Since it's a long-term mission, it must be something really good." Suddenly, Ed's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Our Central Intelligence Bureau wishes to offer Theo Ragnar the position of Deputy Director." His fake smile was obvious to anyone. Theo stood there, face thoughtful with many calculations. What scheme is he up to now? Theo immediately activated his observation skill on Ed Troyven. The system panel displayed all of Ed's information before his eyes. Ed Troyven, 46 years old, Heavenly Dragon title, talent in schemes, strategy, plotting, a hidden dagger full of ambition, targeting Theo Ragnar as a hunting dog to decode the ancient dragon relic secrets. Of course, that makes sense. He's definitely after the ancient dragon relic. Eid must have learned from some intelligence source that I have it, but from now on, things won't go your way anymore, Heavenly Dragon. Theo's hands clenched tightly in rage. House Troyven, I will destroy you all with my own hands. The grudge from my previous life, this time I'll repay it tenfold. Just wait and see. Beside him, QU letter 1EF7 Long immediately objected. What are you doing, Central Bureau Director? I'm simply recruiting talent according to nomination ceremony procedures. Is there a problem? His voice grew sharper, extremely annoyed. Do you think everyone here is stupid? Even a 3-year-old knows you're trying to get revenge for your nephew's death. Eid's expression remained utterly calm. Haha, understandable. But you're wrong, QU letter 1EF7 Long. As an uncle, I could be furious, but as Central Bureau Director, I only want to recruit exceptional talent. What's wrong with that? Hearing that, QU letter 1EF7 Long gritted his teeth in anger. This venomous snake, he only cares about his own interests, even right after his nephew just died. Both stopped as the judge below spoke. I fully understand your desire to recruit outstanding talent, but please wait until the procedure officially begins. He turned downward and said, Now then, Theo, have you made your decision? Actually, I haven't decided yet, so I'd like to hear the reasons from everyone first. Does anyone here have an offer for me? His face showed a sly smile, eyes full of calculation as he looked toward C letter 1EDU Long. From the high noble seats, a woman's hand rose, starting a series of highly attractive offers. It was Osa Ragnar Prunis. She made her proposal. Theo, I want you to become my disciple, and at the same time, I promise you the position of young master of the Plum Blossom Palace. Hearing that, everyone below erupted in commotion. Young master of Plum Blossom, the palace master has no children. Does that mean they'd adopt Theo Ragnar? If that really happens, he'd become the heir of Sword Dragon, one of the most powerful sword styles, top tier. Even Remington couldn't help being amazed. 2 of the 9 dragons have already made recruitment offers. That's truly impressive, young master Theo. Erica couldn't avoid it either. Like this, the other captains and leaders won't dare speak up anymore. Suddenly, a massive crow appeared in the sky with a voice. I want in on this too. Right after came a landing that cracked the ground, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. The figure of a man wrapped in black bandages slowly emerged. It was H letter 1EAFC Long, leader of Black Snow, Robber Ragnar. Black Dragon, even Black Dragon is joining the recruitment. His voice was gentle but firm. I've followed your journey throughout the awakening ritual. Perhaps the family head was right. You have many qualities that attract others. Join Black Snow. I promise you a position in the Void Snow. That was truly a very tempting offer. Void Snow was the highest rank in the secret intelligence organization Black Snow, where Theo could operate openly and receive honor. In his previous life, Theo had been in Black Snow, and only 8 people ever reached Void Snow. No matter how hard he tried, he could never touch it, but now it came so easily. Right after the next person spoke, it was Thang Long. The master of Thang Long Hall, Feral Ragnar. His voice was calm and gentle. Theo, your performance in the 3rd awakening ritual was truly impressive. Don't forget, Thang Long Hall welcomes you anytime. Witnessing the scene, the other candidates were shocked. What? Even Thang Long Hall has stepped in? That means 4 of the 9 dragons have made recruitment offers. It's not over yet, you forgot there's still one more. It was QU letter 1EF7 Long, captain of the White Armor Dragon Unit, Julius Ragnar. Despite the extremely tempting offers from other units, QU letter 1EF7 Long's face remained cold and stern. White Armor Dragon Unit, we offer Theo Ragnar no special privileges whatsoever. Huh? Why is he so stubborn about this? As expected from a captain, he believes proving yourself is true honor rather than meaningless perks. I truly wish to recruit you into White Armor Dragon, but I won't offer any special favors, because that would be unfair to the other members. All I can give you is one thing, my full support with everything I have to develop your strength and turn you into the strongest, worthy of a Dragon Knight's honor and pride. That's all I can do. After hearing all the offers from the units, Theo showed a satisfied smile. I understand now. In that case, my choice will be. Before he could finish, the smile of a mysterious figure on the high platform seemed to snuff out the thought. You're a regressor, aren't you? The words awakened something deep inside Theo. What? He immediately turned his gaze toward the voice transmitting directly into his mind. Waves of majestic power emanated from one person on the high platform. It was the former family head of the clan, Hilda Ragnar. Though extremely confused and worried, Theo still tried to act unconcerned. I don't understand what you're talking about. The former family head's smile remained. This little brat, I don't know how you lived in the previous round, but your acting is pretty decent. Thinking that, Theo's eyes widened in shock. Round, what does that mean? Could there really be multiple regression cycles? Suddenly, the judge's question rang out, startling him. Theo, is something wrong? You look worried. May I have a moment to gather my thoughts? Of course, this is a very important decision, but don't take too long. Returning to the conversation, the former family head continued transmitting to Theo. No need to hide it, I'm a regressor too, but my designated rounds have already ended. A flood of chaotic thoughts rushed through Theo's mind. So that means she's regressed many times before. How is that possible? If so, just how many regressors are there? My current opponent is a former family head of the clan. Better to answer honestly and ask the questions I'm wondering about. Theo's first question to Hilda, around means you can regress multiple times. HMPH, you don't know anything, so the family head didn't tell you. Well, that makes sense. The family head despises regressors with a passion. It's surprising he even let you live. What? So all those harsh trials I went through were because he hates regressors? The former family head's face remained calm, her smile full of triumph. Seems like you have a lot of questions, but there's not much time now. If you want to know the secrets of this world and the family, come find me after the ritual ends. We'll settle everything then. Theo stood there with a thoughtful expression, silent and saying nothing. In the third awakening ritual, the family head hadn't mentioned any answers at all. All he showed Theo was the heart sword. He was someone who hated regressors. If so, then the aura Theo felt from him back then and the stolen heart of Lodbrok. There was only one final explanation. The family head was the one who took Lodbrok's heart, because she was an ancient dragon who accepted normal regressors. No human could defeat an ancient dragon. That was truly impossible, but the family head was a truly special existence. He was the only one capable of that unthinkable feat. The reason his name resounded across the world and people called him a demigod was his overwhelming strength and unopposable authority. Theo forced a wry smile. If that's the case, then there's no other way to uncover the family's secrets about regressors. Theo Ragnar, have you decided where you'll go? Theo replied, yes, I've decided. I will join. After taking time to think and listen to the benefits each of the 9 dragons offered, Theo finally decided where he belonged. His voice rang out strong and resolute. I will join. The scene cuts to a moment later, with the author still not revealing where Theo chose. So frustrating, we finally get to hear the wish of the second place finisher, Remington. I will join Thang Long Hall. Hearing that, Farrell's face lit up with genuine joy. Finally, someone talented enough to earn his full recognition and interest. Now, Remington officially became the disciple of one of the 9 dragons. The reason he chose there was likely because they shared the water attribute. It's pretty straightforward. In his previous life, Remington didn't join the Ragnar family but returned to his own Narcio clan to build his strength. After achieving everything he wanted and gaining considerable power, he led soldiers to rise up against House Troyven. Though the rebellion ultimately failed, Remington's name still spread far and wide as a formidable swordsman not to be underestimated. However, this time he chose to stay with the Ragnar family. This is definitely the butterfly effect caused by Theo's presence. The two stepped forward and exchanged a farewell handshake. Looks like we won't see each other for a while. Do your absolute best and let's meet again when we're both even stronger, okay? Of course, young Master Theo, I look forward to that day. Remington's eyes showed firm determination, a happy smile spreading across his face. Across from him, Theo bid farewell to his friend with a similar expression. Both had goals they needed to strive for and achieve. Right after, it was Ray's turn to choose, and as Theo had expected, she returned to the Daffodil Palace where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resided. In truth, he had already guessed it 8 or 9 times over before she even spoke. There was no place more suitable for her than the Daffodil Palace. There, she could maximize her power. Back to Theo and the group in the training hall, everyone wanted to follow Theo no matter what, but unfortunately they couldn't as their scores weren't high enough to join. Even Theo felt regretful having to part ways with his loyal subordinates, but it was fine. As long as they were still in the Ragnar family, they'd meet again somewhere down the line. That was essentially the main content of this year's nomination ceremony. The event came to a close. Everyone, you've worked hard, return to the units you've chosen. From this moment forward, give everything you've got for the dreams you pursue and for a brighter future. While thoughts still swirled in Theo's mind, a familiar voice suddenly called out, drawing his attention. Hey, Theo. I didn't expect us to end up in the same unit. It was Hulkus and Erica both had joined the same unit as Theo. It really wasn't a coincidence at all. Hulkus stepped forward with an awkward grin, while Erica beside him just sighed at her silly little brother. Well, at least Theo's got some new friends now. Theo walked over with a cheerful, excited expression. Great to see you both, Hulkus, Erica. I'm really grateful for your help in the second round. You two helped me a ton. Yeah, don't forget that, Erica said, blushing slightly for her. Strong people were incredibly attractive. I like you too, young Master Theo, Hulkus quickly jumped in, and you like the strong ones. Both burst out laughing at Theo's bewildered face. These siblings are so weird, but why do they suddenly like me so much? Just then, a soldier in the unit shouted, "Attention, everyone, the captain is coming." No matter what, if there was another chance, Theo would still make the same decision. He was certain this was the most honorable unit in Ragnar, and the perfect place to take his first step on the path to becoming family head. No other place was more ideal than the White Dragon Corps. From afar, QU letter 1EF7 Long approached slowly with an excited tone. "Welcome to White Armor Dragon. This is where you'll reach the peak of your strength." Theo thought to himself, guess I'll go find Hilda later. He stepped forward and stopped, eyes sharp with a confident, sly smile. "Now then, shall we hear the hopes of the new recruits? Tell me about your ambitions." The first to speak was Hulkus. "I want to become a super cool knight that everyone respects. I want my name to be known far and wide." Erica said, "To become the strongest of this generation. I want the captain to acknowledge my strength." After they all stated their wishes, every eye turned in one direction. Theo stood there, posture relaxed, face cold and calm. Speaking softly, "I want to become the captain of the White Dragon Corps." He didn't want the world to fall into the same state as before. To prepare for the great war ahead, he had to become truly powerful. Hearing Theo's bold words, the White Dragon Corps members couldn't help but admire him. That guy got guts, saying something like that right in front of the captain without hesitation. Feeling the immense potential in this batch of recruits, QU letter 1EF7 Long laughed heartily. "Ha, excellent, you all have big dreams. If that's the case, then you've come to the right place. Even if each of you joined White Armor Dragon for different reasons, here there's only one thing you need to remember." QU letter 1EF7 Long clenched his fists, voice firm and resolute. "Every drop of blood, every bead of sweat from each of you will write the history of Ragnar. Today's hardships will become tomorrow's honor, so never let your shield break or your sword bend. Your comrades will protect your back, so you protect theirs in return. We are a mighty unit because of our unity and resilience. So never give up, because at the end of a road paved with sweat and tears, even blood, lies the honor of a mighty swordsman of the Ragnar family." The rousing speech filled the new recruits with motivation and direction. "Welcome all to the family of White Armor Dragon. From today onward, I will lead you on the path to becoming truly powerful." Right after he finished, from above, a dragon descended behind QU letter 1EF7 Long, shattering the ground with its landing, a breathtaking, cinematic scene. Seeing a real dragon, the new recruits were stunned. "Is that a dragon?" the captain's partner. QU letter 1EF7 Long's voice rang out with joy and excitement. "This is my partner, Gulla, the leader dragon of White Armor Dragon." In the sky above, other dragons were slowly approaching. They were the other members of the White Dragon team, ready to greet the new recruits who had just joined. One by one, they landed with tremendous force. "Now then, climb onto the backs of your seniors' dragons." Hearing that, the new recruits' faces went blank. "We have to ride dragons right now." With that, QU letter 1EF7 Long immediately leaped onto his partner, back. "The official initiation ceremony begins now. It's time for you to find your own partners. Everyone, gather at Dragon's Lair. I'll teach you the first lesson of the Dragon Knight Corps there." Instantly, Gulla stomped its feet, launched into the sky, spread its wings, and soared straight toward the lair, leaving behind a group of stunned new recruits, along with the seniors who had just arrived. Theo and his friends' faces showed clear curiosity and excitement. This is a real dragon knight. Now I'm going to have my own dragon. This is way too awesome." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out beside him, catching Theo completely off guard. "Let's go too, young master." "So in the end, you chose to join White Armor Dragon. Honestly, I'm really happy about that." Theo stammered, still unable to believe what he was seeing. "Evelyn, why, you're back in White Armor Dragon." Evelyn smiled happily, her voice warm and gentle. "Yes, that's right." Theo's eyes widened. He seemed to notice something he hadn't before. "Evelyn, your arm, it's recovered." Before him now stood Evelyn with a prosthetic arm that looked incredibly perfect. Likely a gift from Theo's mother for taking care of her son. Let's flash back a few days earlier to the meeting between Theo's mother and Evelyn. "Hello, I came to express my gratitude for what you've done." Hearing that, Evelyn was shocked. "The Lady of Camellia Palace, you came all this way yourself." She planted her sword upright and replied seriously, "If you're here because of young Master Theo, there's no need. Even without my help, I believe his talent would have shone just as brightly." The lady quickly interrupted. "Yes, that may be true, but knowing someone truly supports and acknowledges you can become a huge source of motivation for the boy. And above all, that person is incredibly reliable. I've heard you're exactly that kind of person for Theo." All around, the trainees who overheard the lady's words were stunned. Even Evelyn, with all her experience, felt flustered by what she heard, her voice stammering and shy. "No, I'm just a retired swordsman. I even lost an arm. How could I possibly help the young master?" Across from her, the lady spoke to stop her. "Please don't belittle yourself like that. Sometimes the light that guides someone out of darkness doesn't realize how brightly it shines. You are that light. Instead of empty thanks, I will help you shine even brighter in this vast world." Back to the present, Evelyn had received a priceless gift she never dared imagine. "Thank you, young master. I heard you took special interest in this matter, right? Thanks to your help, I was able to return to White Armor Dragon. Truly, I'm very grateful." Hearing those words, Theo looked confused, still not fully understanding. "I should have handled this sooner. Looks like Mom took all the credit and pinned it on me. She hasn't changed at all from my previous life. Thank you, Mom. I, Evelyn, swordsman of White Armor Dragon, swear eternal loyalty to you, young Master Theo. I will be your sword forever." Theo's face lit up with happiness, a wide smile spreading across his lips. "Thank you, Evelyn, it's nothing. Please guide me well." Right after, the two headed straight toward the mountain range, the lair of White Dragon, to find their own partners. All around, the area was covered in floating clouds and flocks of dragons flying from afar. This was the lair of White Dragon, where the wyverns lived. As you know, White Dragon Corps carries out missions together with wyverns, so the joining ceremony is held here. Theo gazed at the vast space, feeling incredibly excited inside. "If I can't find a companion here, that means I can't join White Armor Dragon, right?" "Yes, that's correct. Though it's quite rare, there have been a few cases like that." A series of thoughts flashed through Theo's mind. In that case, will new recruits like Erica and Hulkus be okay? I don't think this suits their abilities, but whatever, they'll probably figure it out on their own. Evelyn pointed ahead, her voice gentle. "You can observe around first. Usually, you'll immediately sense which wyvern will be your partner." The two walked around once to search for a suitable dragon. The first they encountered was the Ademan Optrex species, a storm predator lord with enormous size up to 15 meters and brown scales. Next came the poisonous Avieli type, dragons that spew deadly purple poisonous mist, snake-like bodies with a lethal venomous stinger at the tail tip. Then there was the herbivorous long-sword Siga species, a gentle earth dragon that usually hides underground and launches surprise attacks from below when detecting threats. Finally, the high-speed Velociraptor species, small but agile dragons that hunt in packs, highly intelligent and capable of breathing fire. The two had to run for their lives when they accidentally entered the nest of these dragons. "We almost got roasted alive." Those are the wyverns currently managed by White Dragon Corps, mainly divided into those 4 types. "So, have you sensed anything with any of them yet?" Theo looked puzzled. "Sense, not yet." Theo had his eye on one before coming here, but he couldn't find it. Recalling memories from his previous life, after the earth-shattering dragon war, a mutated wyvern appeared and invaded the White Dragon Corps lair. Alone, it massacred hundreds of carefully raised wyverns. Its name was Shadow Black Dragon. That day, 8 villages were burned to ashes and dozens of swordsmen were slaughtered. No one at the time could take it down quickly. The entire Ragnar family classified Shadow Black Dragon as a second-tier disaster and ordered its immediate extermination. In the end, it was defeated only after Black Dragon and Sword Dragon arrived in time. Its death was a great loss, but there was no other choice. The name Shadow Black Dragon was its nickname due to its extraordinary ability to hide in darkness. If I could have a companion like that, it would be truly amazing. The traits of that dragon I saw in the past are beyond question. Suddenly, Theo's eyes widened in shock. Found it. In the far distance, 4 or 5 dragons were gathering and doing something. That's probably the target I'm aiming for. The scene shifts to a certain cliff where QU letter 1EF7 Long and his companion were still casually sitting, observing the new recruits searching for their own dragon. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared and spoke. "You look awfully pleased with yourself, Captain of White Armor Dragon." QU letter 1EF7 Long turned to look at the woman with a smug smile. "If I didn't act happy, I wouldn't have a single dragon under my command, one that everyone desires." "In that case, that's great. I was just about to talk to you about that very thing." It was the Lady of Plum Blossom Palace. She slowly approached with a gentle voice. "Captain of White Armor Dragon, are you planning to make Theo Ragnar the future center of the unit? Am I right?" QU letter 1EF7 Long's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "As I thought, you're very careful with your words, lady." "Of course, words are the root of all trouble. If I'm not careful, things could get very complicated. It seems you're aiming for a much bigger picture, aren't you?" In response, QU letter 1EF7 Long answered coldly. "I don't recall saying anything like that." The Plum Blossom Palace lady continued to step closer. "Don't worry, I came here only to make an offer for that boy. HMPH, what exactly are you scheming? Theo Ragnar has already chosen White Armor Dragon. That kid won't be able to come to Plum Blossom Palace. What kind of offer could she possibly be making? Ignoring QU letter 1EF7 Long's suspicion, the Plum Blossom Palace lady continued. Let him come with me. What do you think of that proposal, QU letter 1EF7 Long? His eyes widened in shock. What the hell is she talking about? Back to the cliff with the group of dragons. At this moment, 4 dragons were circling around a white dragon in the center. Both Evelyn and Theo rushed over to stop them. Here we go again. HMPH, do you know about that wyvern? Yes, it's been isolated for a long time. I've tried to do something to improve the situation, but it was useless. It's not actually a wyvern, so perhaps that's why the others reject it. Huh, it's not a wyvern. Exactly, it was born from a female wyvern and a male biffer. Hearing that, Theo was stunned, his eyes widening. Isn't a biffer a level 1 sea bottom monster? How could? Evelyn turned and replied, that's the mystery. Normally, something like this shouldn't be possible. Level 1 monsters have power on par with natural disasters like storms or tsunamis. Even one breaching human defenses would cause massive destruction. Biffers are powerful shadowy creatures that live hidden in the depths of forests. They rarely appear, but their strength is nothing to scoff at. If everything is as suspected, the abilities of Shadow Black Dragon must have been inherited from its father, a Biffer. When it was born, it became a huge problem for White Armor Dragon. At first, we planned to observe it after letting it stay in the lair. But the other wyverns refused to accept the little one. They banded together to isolate it from the herd. Still, that wasn't a good solution, so we've been quite worried. Feeling that the dragon before him shared a similar fate to his own, Theo felt a touch of sympathy. It's been rejected just because it's different from the others. What's the little one's name? Its name is Umbra. In an ancient language, that name means shadow. Theo's smile grew brighter than ever. He now had even more reason to choose this little one as his companion. Shadow, huh? That's a really great name. Theo turned, ready to leap straight down, startling Evelyn. Young master, what are you doing? Looks like I've found my companion. With that, he decisively jumped down, ignoring her protests. What do you mean? I'll go ahead. Theo plunged straight toward the ground without hesitation. He had made his decision. From above, Evelyn still didn't fully understand and called out, Young Master Theo. As he fell, Theo reflected, this time I'll give you a different life, Umbra. A different life just like the one I have in this life. A thunderous explosion rang out as Theo crashed straight down the cliff, rescuing his companion in an incredibly cinematic way. He reached into his inventory to pull something out. Instantly, Theo hurled several short swords forward. His eyes widened as he activated the skill. You can use telekinesis to move designated targets. The short swords he had thrown were now enveloped in powerful energy sources one after another. Theo's feet stomped powerfully in midair, moving like a true immortal cultivator. It looked no different from sword flight. Every movement Theo made was incredibly smooth and agile, his strides long in the air like a true master. Each step wasn't just precise but carried terrifying power. At his age, few could do what he did. Behind him, Evelyn, having witnessed everything, couldn't help but be stunned. My God, when did he learn telekinesis? The way he uses it, I've never seen anything like it. His growth speed is unbelievable. On the cliff, Umbra was currently still surrounded and threatened by the 4 dragons. It roared in fury as if shouting at the dragons, get lost. The scene before him made Theo reminisce about his own past. In his previous life, he was always mocked and ridiculed. Is he really a Ragnar? Haha, so pathetic, as expected from the son of an ordinary woman. Those contemptuous words echoed endlessly in Theo's mind. They were reminders not to repeat the same mistakes. Theo quickly gathered his swords, lightning characteristic of him crackling from them. His eyes widened, breath ragged as he activated his power. Breath of the Thunder Dragon. The swords transformed into powerful lightning bolts. They shot toward the enemies at blinding speed, unstoppable. When the swords merged together, their power multiplied exponentially, creating the Dragon Seal, a force dangerous enough to drive away all the dragons. After all 4 flew off, the swords embedded in the ground still crackled with lightning even though the attack had ended. At that moment, Theo's feet slowly appeared, his voice gentle and calm. They ran away after just a little scare. Those dragons are nothing but cowards. Theo quickly approached, his face showing concern. Are you okay? One would think Umbra would be grateful to the one who just saved it. But no, Umbra immediately turned its gaze toward him, eyes full of suspicion and wariness. Before Theo could say anything, Umbra flapped its wings and flew away, leaving Theo standing there stunned. Wait. Theo braced himself, looking a bit disappointed. HMPH didn't even get to say anything. From behind, Evelyn landed and spoke reassuringly. It's in a state of tension right now, so it won't be easy to approach. Maybe you should wait a bit before trying again. Theo turned and countered, no, this is the best moment. Why do you think it still lingers near the nest even after being rejected like that? The answer is simple, it's very lonely. Mental wounds hurt far more than physical ones. It must be hurting right now, so it can't go far. Help me chase after it. Evelyn's face showed confusion. She didn't seem fully convinced. As Theo predicted, Umbra had returned to its nearby nest. Its breathing rapid. It seemed the wounds from the earlier dragons were causing Umbra great pain. Both Theo and Evelyn quickly caught up. She cautioned, many knights have tried to tame it, but none succeeded. Umbra is very wary of those around it. Its current state only makes things worse. Theo turned away, ignoring her warnings. Can you get me some food? While you do that, I'll try to understand it. After all, this is my initiation test. The two entered a battle of wills with no compromise. Theo knew one thing clearly: wyverns fear less than drakes. This was a fight he was sure to win. Theo's eyes filled with killing intent as he stared straight at Umbra without hesitation. Across from him, Umbra seemed to realize it was Theo's match, but it still refused to give up. Seeing that, Theo increased the pressure another level. Now, Umbra could only struggle in despair, but it still didn't surrender. One might think Theo would beat it into submission for its arrogance. But no, he poured a healing potion onto the wound on Umbra's neck to treat it. All the wounds quickly healed as his warm, caring voice spoke. How do you feel now? The pain has eased, hasn't it? Umbra's eyes widened in confusion, letting out a few cries as if asking why Theo was doing this. Theo's hand gently touched Umbra's neck, a flood of thoughts rising in his mind. Perhaps it's because of the dragon heart, but I can sense Umbra's emotions right now. Deep in its subconscious is rage toward the herd that rejected it, sadness and longing that constantly conflict. It still yearns to be part of the herd, long-lasting, painful loneliness. Its feelings toward me right now are very conflicted. It's suspicious of me, someone who suddenly appeared offering warmth and care. But at the same time, Umbra doesn't want me to leave at all. Theo gently stroked its head. It's okay, I won't betray or abandon you, so don't worry. Also, there's this. As he spoke, Theo reached into his inventory and pulled out a dazzling gem. I know you like shiny, flashy things like this, right? Umbra's eyes widened, full of delight. It seemed Theo had hit the mark perfectly. He brought the gem closer, his voice teasing, "Do you want it?" Though it loved it dearly, Umbra still acted shy and turned its head away, as if refusing the overly tempting gift. But when it opened its eyes again, something it never expected was right there. Theo had already fastened the dazzling gem around Umbra's neck, leaving it stunned and bewildered. "This is just a little gift from me. If you come with me, there'll be even more shiny things. So what do you say? Will you agree?" Faced with such a tempting offer, Umbra became flustered, unsure how to respond. Not letting the opportunity slip, Theo continued his expert bribery technique. "I heard you don't like saddles or reins, right? But I can make something different covered in gems like this. It'll definitely be super shiny and beautiful." Hearing that, Umbra couldn't stop daydreaming about how stunning it would look wearing them. Meanwhile, Theo was thinking, how am I going to steal some gems from Grandma? What a filial grandson I am. At the crafting workshop, the ghost artisan seemed to sense it. Her whole body suddenly shivered violently. "Are you okay, ma'ams? You don't look so good. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm about to lose another fortune." What sharp instincts! Umbra suddenly stood up tall, looking majestic and powerful. It let out a mighty roar as if acknowledging Theo as its master. "You have been recognized by the flying dragon Umbra as its master. You have learned a new skill. Tame flying dragon, rank C, proficiency 1%. Higher proficiency will increase the trust of the tamed dragon. While mounted, both rider and dragon gain a 10% power boost." After Theo successfully tamed Umbra, Evelyn returned with her spoils, each hand dragging a wild boar looking effortless. However, her own companion was panting heavily behind her. When she arrived, Evelyn realized she had missed the most exciting part. Before her now was the sight of Theo and Umbra getting incredibly affectionate. Evelyn was overwhelmed, speechless. How did you manage that? This little one has never opened up to anyone." Theo turned with an incredibly happy smile. "Oh, you're back, Evelyn." The two had a brief chat afterward. Seeing Umbra eating heartily, Theo said, "It really likes that. Thanks for bringing those 2 boars, Evelyn." Still stunned, she asked urgently and seriously, "How exactly did you tame Umbra?" "HMPH, simple really. I just took care of its psychological wounds." When Umbra's heart wavered, the gift sealed the deal. Once the wounds were healed, everything fell into place. Hearing that, Evelyn still couldn't fully comprehend. She was so shocked by the person in front of her that she couldn't speak. "You want me to eat that?" "It's fine, I've eaten enough. Eat as much as you want. No need to save any for me." Evelyn closed her eyes, a smile spreading across her face. As expected of young Master Theo, not only can he win people's hearts, but even wyverns too. "You always bring surprises, young master." She clapped in celebration. "Umbra has acknowledged you as its companion." A flying dragon offering its back is the ultimate sign of trust. Suddenly, Evelyn's voice became urgent. Wait, no, suddenly what are you doing? Across from her, Theo calmly replied, HMPH, Umbra told me to climb on. No way, even though it's accepted you as its companion, you haven't trained in flying yet. Plus, riding a dragon without reins or a saddle is extremely dangerous. If it takes off now, that's the shortest path to death. Hearing that, Theo just gave a confident smile. It's fine, I have my own way. With that, Theo immediately activated the tame flying dragon skill to compensate for his lack of riding experience. Umbra flapped its wings powerfully, soaring into the sky, leaving Evelyn watching from below. Haha, this is really interesting. Alright, I get it. You want to show me something cool, right? Let's go. Sitting on Umbra's back, Theo's face was filled with joy, but memories from his previous life flooded back once more. Something doesn't feel right. How could a pure dragon like Umbra turn into such a terrifying demonic monster called Shadow Black Dragon? There has to be some hidden truth behind this that I need to uncover myself. The scene shifts to a certain waterfall, a dark magical aura slowly seeping out, signaling something ominous. At this moment, Theo and Umbra were still joyfully soaring through the sky toward the place Umbra wanted to show him. It flew toward a massive waterfall, beside which was a hidden cave that could easily be missed if not careful. Theo strode forward, his voice gentle. Wow, I thought I knew the eastern mountains well back in Huxial. I never expected a crystal cave like this right next to that waterfall. You really love shiny things, huh? Umbra let out joyful cries in response. Theo stepped closer, eyes scanning around. Suddenly, he spotted some suspicious flowers on the ground. That's. He approached and gently picked up the eerie purple flower. Just looking at this tells me why you became Shadow Black Dragon. All this time, you've been eating these, right? Truly surprising, I never expected to find shadow blossoms full of demonic energy in a place like this. Their name is Evil Spirit Flower, a plant that only grows deep in the Demon Sea. It absorbs pure demonic energy, thriving under moonlight. For monsters and demons, it's an incredibly precious miracle drug. However, dragons and demons are opposing species. How could you absorb this? Could it be because Umbra has two bloodlines? Still, this is extremely dangerous. I'll have to burn them all. As he spoke, Theo used lightning to incinerate the evil spirit flowers into ashes. Umbra panicked at the sight, letting out sad, protesting cries. Theo stood up with a cheerful voice. Don't worry, I won't touch your crystal stash. With that, his gaze landed somewhere ahead. Before Theo now was a corpse bound to a distant wall. It seemed like something quite dangerous. Theo approached, eyes widening in shock. A human? No, more like a corpse. This body has been here for a very long time. Theo drew closer, thoughts racing. Even after all this time, the corpse remains perfectly preserved. Low temperature is one thing, but that's not enough. This person must have had tremendous mana while alive. What exactly happened here? Why was someone this powerful imprisoned and left to die miserably in this place? Something's definitely off. When I get back, I'll have to investigate further. Theo turned away, voice calm. First things first, let's finish dealing with these evil spirit flowers. Before he could finish, the seemingly dead corpse suddenly glowed with hatred. It opened its mouth wide, its eye sockets pitch black yet filled with immeasurable rage. Caught off guard, Theo's eyes widened in horror. Damn it, I let my guard down. Fortunately, from behind, Umbra charged in, delivering a powerful kick to the corpse and saving Theo's life. Theo's face lit up with joy. Umbra. It let out a mighty roar, having finally found a worthy master. Umbra would protect him with everything it had. Across from them, the corpse pinned to the wall seethed with fury. It opened its mouth again, aiming to bite Umbra and infect it with deadly poison. Theo's eyes widened in alarm. This is bad. He lunged forward, using his own arm to block the grotesque corpse's bite. Its jaws clamped down so hard that blood sprayed from Theo's arm, the limb going numb as excruciating pain spread. Word by word, the undead corpse roared in rage. Kyle, Robber, you two bastards. I'll never forgive you, damn dogs. Hearing those names, Theo's face filled with shock. Did I hear that right? Aren't those the names of the family head and Black Dragon? What exactly happened between them? Amid the chaos, a familiar figure appeared. The sword technique of white armor dragon sword thrust, it was Evelyn. She charged with a barrage of powerful stabs, blowing the corpse's head off and freeing Theo from danger. Young Master Theo, are you all right? Answer me. Theo collapsed to the ground, his hand drenched in fresh blood. Hey, it's you, Evelyn. Sorry for causing trouble. Before he could finish, intense pain surged through his body. He gritted his teeth in agony. This hurts like hell. The poison in that corpse is full of demonic energy. It's draining my power bit by bit. If I don't drink an ether core antidote soon, things will get critical. Evelyn's voice became extremely worried. I'll take you back to headquarters for treatment right away. It'll hurt a bit, so bear with it. Beside her, Umbra cried out as if objecting to something. It stepped forward to block Evelyn from taking Theo. I'm not hurting him. I'm trying to protect the young master. Stop it, Umbra, or even if you're his companion, I won't hold back. Theo's face turned pale, sweat pouring down as his voice grew weak. Wait, Evelyn, hold on a second. He turned to Umbra. Do you have a way to save me? It roared a few times in affirmation. Though his body was rapidly weakening, Theo forced a cheerful smile. All right, I'll trust you. Hearing that, Evelyn panicked. But young Master Theo, if we don't return immediately, your life is in danger. You've been infected with demonic poison from that corpse. Calm down, Evelyn. The survival rate for demonic poison is under 30%, treated or not. In that case, I want to trust Umbra this time. Umbra evolved into a rank 2 demon dragon by eating evil spirit flowers. If so, it must have encountered this corpse before. The result, it learned how to absorb demonic energy and poison from dead bodies. So please trust Umbra. With that, Theo passed out, leaving Evelyn extremely worried as Umbra immediately began searching for a cure. It bit off some evil spirit flowers, then gathered crystals from the cave, bringing everything to Evelyn. You want me to mix these and feed them to him? Umbra nodded repeatedly in agreement. Still, looking at the ingredients before her, Evelyn hesitated whether to go through with it. Time was critically short, Theo's life hung in the balance, and she had nothing else she could do right now. Evelyn closed her eyes with determination. Fine, I'll take the gamble. She took the ingredients in hand and used her mana to blend them together. From Evelyn's palm, a black-purple liquid slowly flowed into Theo's mouth. She had done everything she could. Whatever happens next, we can only leave it to fate. Both Evelyn and Umbra held their breath, sweat dripping down their faces as the atmosphere froze in this life-or-death moment. Suddenly, Theo's dragon heart began pounding fiercely, signaling something about to happen. This is unbelievable. Theo's entire body was enveloped in a surge of mana. Is he really recovering? From his body, lightning began spreading in all directions without any control, yet it seemed Theo's power was gradually changing and transforming powerfully. The color of the lightning slowly shifted to black. I've never heard of anything like this before. What exactly is happening? Theo's body was lifted into the air. Inside him, a chaotic battle for power was raging. A system notification rang out, beginning body purification process. The subject will absorb the traits of Shadow Black Dragon. A new power is about to be born. The scene shifts to Julius's command office. After hearing the report from his subordinate, QU letter 1 EF7 Long's face filled with doubt. Has Huxial approved this report? They have, sir. The information has been verified as 89% accurate. Hearing that, QU letter 1 EF7 Long flew into a rage. He smashed the table before him and roared. Damn it. What the hell is going on? I already thought bad news was coming our way. But this is completely beyond my expectations. The 5th squad captain of White Armored Dragon Cavalry and 15 others. All of them had perished on the battlefield. After being given the antidote concocted by Evelyn using ingredients suggested by Umbra, Theo's body was now undergoing a purification and rebirth process. A ritual that cleansed all impurities from his system and transformed him to accumulate mana far more easily. This was an ancient secret art that very few people knew about, but it demanded powerful mana users and inflicted excruciating pain. And even then, it had only ever been proven effective on children under 5 years old. The fact that this purification process was happening to Theo right now was the result of countless coincidences aligning perfectly. In other words, it was downright defying the odds. Extreme Yang monster essence was gradually accumulating in his body, strengthening his muscles. Extreme Yin corpse poison had invaded Theo's body, boosting his magical power. Condensed mana had built up from digesting the phantom shadow poison. With Umbra's help, the dragon had mastered how to neutralize that notoriously difficult toxin. All of these elements came together like a predestined arrangement, falling into an eerily perfect balance. Instead of being destroyed or expelled, the demonic poison was absorbed by Theo's body. He took in the very essence of its power and made it his own. Back in the present, once his body finished the purification, Theo's eyes snapped open as he woke up. Beside him, Evelyn and Umbra were still extremely worried. Are you okay, young master? Theo struggled to sit up. His body hadn't fully recovered yet and spoke softly. Evelyn, Umbra, I'm sorry for making you both worry. His face was filled with exhaustion. Clearly, the purification had drained a tremendous amount of energy. Both Evelyn and Umbra let out relieved sighs. We were this close to freaking out. Theo looked at his personal status window right then. Theo Ragnar, 17 years old, titles. Greatest Genius Tiger in a Millennium, Ragnar Talent, Observer Player Inventory. Guardian Dragon, Purification Rebirth, Phantom Dragon status. Drowsy from an unexpected encounter, acquired demonic poison that created the first Phantom Dragon. If not controlled properly, it may become the second Phantom Dragon. After reading everything, his eyes narrowed at the line about the Phantom Dragon's power. What? You've gained a total of 85 points added to your stats? This is seriously insane. The crystals in this cave were all condensations of the purest energy. Their power had diluted the toxicity of the phantom shadow poison and even acted like a healing medicine. Theo looked at Umbra and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It's really lucky that I trusted him. The Ragnar physique was already perfect to begin with. Now with the added traits of Purification Rebirth and Phantom Dragon, what could possibly be better? Theo clenched his fists with determination. From now on, my growth speed is going to be unimaginable. But first, there are still a few more important things. He stood up and slowly walked toward the corpse that had bitten him earlier. The big question was, who the hell was this old monster guy anyway? Hearing that, Evelyn quickly stepped closer to examine further. Her eyes locked onto a certain spot. What's wrong, Evelyn? Young master, there's something carved on the wall. Are these lines a diary? But carving such intricate words onto the cave wall like this isn't easy at all. He must have been a true master craftsman. I was defeated by Kyle and Robber. Now I must hide here to prepare for revenge, but my body has already. Reading up to this point, Theo's earlier memories flooded back into his mind once more, finally confirming what he had overheard. My body is decaying at an alarming speed. Could it be because Robber damaged my magic core? The phantom shadow poison I absorbed is probably what's killing me day by day. My consciousness is fatting, demonic nature is slowly taking over everything. Damn it, I haven't even started my revenge. How did things turn out like this? The more time passes, the more I lose myself. It seems the time has come for me to make my own decision. I've accepted that there's no hope left. I will abandon everything and melt down my beloved sword, the Jade Serpent Blade, to seal myself here. I hope someone finds this place someday. I hope they can fulfill my wish, hope they can complete the unfinished vengeance. I pray that my successor will overcome them. I will leave my entire legacy here and wait for one who is worthy. Reading to this point, both of them were utterly stunned. Wait, the next part is, isn't this illusion Phantom Sword Technique and Thunderstorm God Wind? Sword Technique and Thunderstorm God Wind? That means this person was a legend who freely manipulated wind force and was the tragic hero who once fought for the family head position against the current lord. That's right, he was Wind King Hector Ragnar. I heard he died in that battle back then, but it turns out he's been here in this cave all this time. Suddenly, Evelyn's eyes widened as if she realized something. Immediately, Evelyn dropped to her knees and bowed before Theo, leaving him completely shocked. Theo stood there calmly and asked, "What are you doing, Evelyn? Why are you suddenly bowing like that?" Evelyn explained slowly. Even though he was defeated by the family head and exiled here, he was still the Wind King. He was still a legitimate heir of the Ragnar bloodline. For a clan subordinate to harm a legitimate heir is absolutely unacceptable. This is a grave crime that demands immediate execution. Before she could finish, Theo cut in to stop her. "Stop talking nonsense. The one you just killed was no longer a Ragnar, he was just a mad undead corpse. Besides, he did it to save me. Was there any more reasonable choice? But the rules. It's fine, everything that happened here will forever remain a secret." Theo turned around, his voice firm. "If you're still worried about that, then take the Wind King's secret techniques, Evelyn. You're the most suitable person to keep them." Hearing that, Evelyn's face filled with panic. "Are you serious, my lord? The Wind King's secret arts are on par with even the 9 Dragons' ultimate techniques. Why would you give them to me? Isn't it obvious? Become the Wind King's successor and grow even stronger. And you must inherit the legacy he left behind. If you do that, then the Wind King can finally rest in peace, right? Now that you've become his heir, no one can call it a crime anymore." Theo looked straight into Evelyn's eyes, his gaze urging the courage she had always kept hidden. "Didn't you say you'd become my sword?" Those words seemed to unlock Evelyn's mind as thoughts flooded through her. "I, Evelyn Nerevel, senior swordswoman of the Ragnar clan, hereby swear eternal loyalty to you as your permanent subordinate. I humbly beg the great and noble lord to accept this oath of allegiance." Theo smiled. "You really haven't changed at all. You're still the same stubbornly rule-following person." He stood up, drew his sword, and prepared for the ritual. "I, Theo Ragnar, accept the oath of loyalty from Evelyn Nerevel, etch it into my heart and soul, and on the long road ahead, I swear to turn you into my vanguard sword." Both of them shared satisfied smiles, as if an incredibly strong bond had just been forged between them. Umbra didn't know if it fully understood, but its expression looked very pleased too. Back at the White Armored Dragon headquarters, many candidates had already returned after finding their companions. Hulkus was extremely confident and shouted with glee, Ha ha ha, Theo Ragnar still hasn't come back. Looks like I'm the most talented one in the white armored corps now. Before he could finish, from the distance, a pair of feet slowly approached. The smug looks on Hulkus and his companions' faces vanished, replaced by absolute shock. Hus, Theo Ragnar, what the hell is he bringing back? Right in front of everyone now stood the majestic Umbra. Theo's appearance instantly silenced all the bad gossip about him. Even the instructors were stunned. What? Don't tell me that's Umbra. How could he possibly make that ferocious dragon his companion? So this is why Theo is called the once in 10,000 years genius. Seriously, even this counts as talent? What the heck? Hulkus plopped down on the ground, finally realizing just how massive the gap was. Evelyn stepped forward and reported, Senior Knight Evelyn and Apprentice Swordsman Theo Ragnar, we have completed the aptitude test and returned. But where's the captain? Why isn't he here? Oh, he just received an urgent letter and went back to the office. Another swordsman answered. An urgent letter? What exactly is going on? Suddenly, something appeared in the distance, kicking up clouds of dust. It was the captain of the white armored dragon, arriving with his companion in a great hurry. I know everyone just finished the induction ceremony, but sorry, this is an emergency situation. I have an order for all of you. The entire group is being mobilized to Jackie Fortress for a real combat mission. Hearing that, murmurs erupted all around. Mobilized for battle right after joining? What the hell is happening? Among the confused crowd, only Theo remained calm and composed. He had known this was coming. So it's finally here, the series Merchants Guild hostage crisis at Jackie Fortress. A plot to steal the dragon-slaying sword Bomung and spark a rebellion. Of course I also know who's behind it, no one else but Eid Troyven. The White Dragon Corps captain appeared with a serious, angry face. His voice was calm but carried authority. Everyone present here will be dispatched to Blanky Fortress. Hearing that, the swordsmen in the corps grew anxious, whispers spreading everywhere. Commander, what's going on? What mission is so urgent that we have to deploy even the new recruits who haven't finished basic training? The demon dragon clenched his fists, his voice full of bitterness. 5th Squad Captain Triner Isbin, and all 14 of his subordinates have gone missing without a trace. Theo caught every single word without missing a beat. He knew exactly who the captain was talking about. Triner Isbin was the oldest knight in the white armored dragon corps. Even the demon dragon regularly sought his advice. Though his strength wasn't at the level of the 9 dragons, there was no way he could be taken down so easily. Theo thought to himself, could this be the butterfly effect caused by my own appearance? The demon dragon continued. According to Huxial's report, there's an 89% chance they're dead, and even if they're still alive, they can't continue the mission. The current forces will form a temporary 5th squad to carry out their duties. The temporary 5th squad captain will be Evelyn Naravel. Since the mission will deploy soon, complete basic training immediately. He gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe they're dead, but if they are, we will avenge them. The demon dragon's face was filled with rage, veins bulging in his eyes. With that, the demon dragon immediately left, leaving Theo standing there lost in chaotic thoughts. Looks like things are about to get really tough. Past memories flooded back into his mind once again. The Black Skull Bandits kidnapping the series Merchants Guild event had originally ended with 0 casualties thanks to the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's efforts. It was supposed to be that way, but this time it had changed. Yes, but this time it had changed. The true goal of the event was something else, stealing and transporting the dragon-slaying sword Bomung. Eid Troyven had used the Bomung he stole in a coup to overthrow the Ragnar clan, but now everything had shifted differently from his previous life. If all of this was his fault, then there was only one way to fix it. I have to see it with my own eyes. A hidden quest window appeared before him. Collect the dragon-slaying sword Bomung. Switching scenes to a watchtower in the frigid mountains, a guard was complaining. With this weather, it's freezing. I'll never get used to this climate. His eyes turned toward the distant horizon as he muttered, why does the moon look so weird today? It was the white armored dragon cavalry charging at breakneck speed, led by Evelyn, the temporary captain of the 5th squad. They were charging at breakneck speed, led by Evelyn, the temporary captain of the 5th squad. He immediately leaned forward and shouted down below, it's the white armored dragon cavalry, they're coming. Sound the alarm now. Before he could finish, a mighty attack slammed straight into the guard's face, sending him flying without even a chance to scream. Dust and debris rained down from above as Evelyn ordered everyone, quickly drop the bombs, don't give them time to react. A barrage of bombs rained relentlessly toward the fortress. The entire battlefield was now shrouded in a storm of bombs and bullets, earth torn up, smoke blanketing everything. The enemy leader quickly shouted to his soldiers, everyone, get inside the walls, don't die pointlessly. Before he could finish, high above, a shooting star descended. It was Evelyn and the Night Corps. She easily smashed the idiot's head into the ground. This is the moment of purification. She pointed her sword forward, her voice ringing out with power. Kill them all for me. Instantly, all the swordsmen charged forward with absolute confidence, swords gripped tightly, eyes burning with resolve. Show them all the price of daring to touch the white armored dragon cavalry. We'll make them a costly lesson for any fool who dares oppose us. The entire fortress was now engulfed in flames and smoke. Even from far away, the sheer devastation was obvious. While the battle raged on fiercely, somewhere else, a soldier clutching the dragon-slaying sword had safely escaped. Damn it, they said they'd handle the cavalry. If I'd been even a second slower, I'd be done for. He looked at the sword in his hand with a gleeful expression. But whatever, once I hand this over, my job's done, and then I'll head to some remote spot and live the rest of my life in luxury. Before he could finish daydreaming, a sword flashed lightly across his throat, sending him to his final rest. It was a swordsman in a black cloak. He seemed to be the one behind all of this. He calmly wiped the blood from his blade, his eyes cold and ruthless. How's the merchandise? One of his subordinates respectfully offered up the dragon-slaying sword. Here it is, my lord. He took the precious sword in hand, satisfaction clear on his face. Excellent, this is exactly what we needed. He turned and ordered his men. We've achieved our objective. Prepare for the next phase of the plan. Understood. Now only one final step remained. As he spoke, he gazed toward the burning castle. I'll wipe out every last one of those filthy bugs. Behind him, soldiers were slowly pushing forward massive cannons. It looked like this had been his trap all along. Back at the fortress, the white armored dragon cavalry had now completely suppressed and taken control of the situation. The soldiers who didn't resist were carefully tied up. Haha, that was way too easy. You were right, everything went way too smoothly. Theo's eyes showed suspicion. It's hard to believe that a veteran-led 5th squad got wiped out by these guys, and that's not even counting. He slowly lifted the commander's head and activated synchronization to read his memories. He knew they'd stolen Bameng, but he'd never actually seen it himself. What exactly happened between them? The small fry don't matter, but how could even the fortress commander have no clue at all? Did I miss some crucial detail? Suddenly, a senior approached from behind. What's up, Theo? Something wrong? Ah, no, I'm just thinking things over a bit. Even if they call you Lightning Tiger, a rookie is still a rookie. Come on, just admit you're nervous because this is your first mission. We've rescued the hostages already, so let's regroup with the rest of the team. Yes, coming right up. I want to get home quick. I'm reeking of gunpowder already. Those words seemed to unlock what Theo had overlooked. His eyes widened in shock. Theo abruptly brushed aside the senior and dashed straight toward the supply crates without a word of explanation. What's wrong with him? Probably hates the smell on himself. You serious? Well, who knows? Theo swung his sword with a powerful, decisive slash right across the nearby pile of crates. Finally, Theo confirmed his hypothesis. I knew it. From behind, the senior quickly ran over. What are you doing, Theo? What's going on? Both of them stared wide-eyed ahead, utterly stunned. This whole pile is explosives. Those bastards, they were planning to take us down with them. Theo turned back and said, we don't have much time. We need to get out of here right now. Got it. Everyone assemble. We have to evacuate immediately. Before he could finish, a cannonball came hurtling in at unimaginable speed, forcing Theo to whip around. He shouted as if tearing the air apart, everyone run now. Explosions rang out one after another across the fortress. The mysterious man's bombardment had begun. On the other side of the battlefield, following the man's orders, his subordinates began reloading the cannons. Continuous barrages rained down without pause, sweeping the field and leaving only ruins in their wake. His face showed triumphant glee. I'll wipe them all out, not even an ant will escape. This is all for him. Switching scenes back to the Ragnar clan castle. Inside a luxurious room, a woman was cradling something under the moonlight. It was the clan leader's wife, Axion's mother. She seemed to have gone mad after her son's death. There, my sweet Axion, does it hurt so much? You're okay, mommy's going to bring that filthy worm's head back to you soon. Her face twisted into madness, bloodshot eyes wild. Rewinding to before the fortress was bombarded, the white armored dragon cavalry was completely dominating the guards. Evelyn tore through the battlefield alone, her sword unstoppable against anyone. Don't let a single one escape, kill them all for me. All the swordsmen immediately charged forward at Evelyn's clear command. Standing amid the battlefield, Evelyn thought to herself, the 5th squad led by Triner Ispen got defeated by these guys? No, that can't be right, there has to be something more to this. While things were still unclear and Evelyn was trying to find a proper answer, a cannonball suddenly flew straight at her from somewhere. Luckily, with her sharp reflexes, Evelyn barely dodged it. "Captain, are you all right?" Though her body was unharmed, her cloak had been singed and burned. Evelyn's face grew tense, sweat dripping down. "This is insane." She pointed her sword backward and ordered, "It's a large-scale artillery attack. Everyone, take defensive positions immediately." Hearing that, not only the white armored dragon cavalry, but even the fortress guards panicked and instinctively fled to save themselves. Unfortunately, a cannonball slammed right into one guard's face, giving him no chance to protest. Such is the fate of a side character. Right then, Theo's swordsmen ran over to regroup. "Captain, is everything okay on your side?" Evelyn turned and said, "You guys came at the perfect time. This is a massive bombardment. We need to get out of here fast or we'll all die." Theo agreed. "Understood. Head to the outer wall in the opposite direction of the artillery fire." Before he could finish, a system window suddenly appeared. "You have unlocked the mind gate, granting full brain function enhancement through complete nourishment." Seeing that, Theo was surprised. A new skill unlocking at a time like this, it boosts thinking speed and clears doubts, a crucial skill on the battlefield. Instantly, his eyes were flooded with countless streams of information. Maps and fortress structures appeared before him, as if reminding him of something. Now it was all about processing data to select the optimal path based on what he had. While he was deep in analysis, Evelyn ran over and grabbed his shoulders. "Why are you just standing there, young Master Theo? We have to escape right now. Snap out of it, or everyone will be in danger." In response, Theo quickly took Evelyn's hand. She was shocked, unable to understand what he was doing. "What are you planning? We really don't have much time." Theo's face turned serious, mixed with worry. "No, we have to go deeper inside." Evelyn was stunned, unsure if she'd heard wrong. Debris kept collapsing around them as the two slipped through every nook and cranny deeper into the castle. The swordsman following behind couldn't help but doubt. "He wants us to go into the place we almost got blown up. Our 21 lives are in his hands now. Damn it, shouldn't we just run outside?" Now Theo was carrying the lives of his comrades on his back. He explained, "If we run outside now, we'll definitely run straight into another bombardment or ambush. That's exactly what they're counting on." As he ran, Theo used synchronization to read the lingering thoughts of those around him. "They must think we can't possibly survive inside the fortress during a large-scale attack like this. But right now, with my abilities, we have a real chance to make it." With the mind gate unlocked, synchronization spread rapidly. He glanced around at positions. Left side rigged with explosives. Right side under artillery fire. "In that case, we'll head down the stairs." The whole group sprinted at full speed, explosions roaring behind them. One misstep and anyone lagging would be dead. At the rear was Evelyn, making sure no team member got left behind. They thought the path would lead to some exit, but no, what awaited them was a solid wall. "Wait, this is a dead end." "Hey Theo, you told us to trust you and follow. You have a plan, right? We can't turn back now." Not wasting time, the ceiling above them began to collapse. Evelyn shouted clearly, "Everyone brace for impact." Every eye was filled with worry. They were truly hanging by a thread. Theo gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with fierce determination. "I won't let anyone die in a place like this." His whole body erupted with intense power. He was betting everything on his decision. The entire fortress sank into a sea of flames, everything crumbling under the mysterious swordsman's bombardment. He stood there, eyes cold, observing. "Report, Commander, all artillery has expanded their firing range." He slowly drew his sword and said, "Always keep this in mind. This is revenge for young Master Axion, so act with utmost caution. Any mistake will not be forgiven. I don't care if they're crushed or not, just bring me their heads, understood?" Amid the rubble, something was struggling to rise. It was the white armored dragon cavalry. They had survived the collapse safely. "I thought we were goners. Just like you predicted, Theo. You really had a brilliant plan. You smashed the floor in the last seconds before the shells hit, or we'd all be fertilizer by now." While they were still celebrating their survival, suddenly guards rushed in from somewhere. "What? Who are you people? How did you get down here?" Theo sat up, dazed. "Remnants of the Black Skull. Why are they here? We investigated this place before and found nothing." Before he could finish, what appeared before him left Theo stunned. They are shadows of a group of people being held captive. Behind the guards, slowly coming into view, no one else but the 5th Squad Captain, Trainer Ispin. He was heavily restrained, his body battered and covered in wounds. The group quickly rescued them without much trouble. "I'm glad you're still alive, Trainer. But this is truly shocking. Who would have thought the mastermind behind it all was the Ragnar Intelligence Bureau?" Evelyn spoke calmly. The 5th Squad Captain was surprised. "You say that, but you don't look too shocked." He'd lost a leg and the other swordsmen had lost arms or similar. Evelyn slowly stood, her voice lowering. "I already suspected it. In a chaotic place like this, there had to be insiders, but I never imagined they'd stab their own comrades in the back like this." From behind, senior swordsmen protested. "This is blatant betrayal. We can't just let it slide." "Exactly, we have to take revenge." In response, the 5th Squad Captain remained calm. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. It's best not to act rashly right now. They were fully prepared to capture us from the start. With our current forces, we can't gain the upper hand against them in this fight. The best option now is to report this to Huxiel outside. No, that's impossible. Theo quickly interjected. The truth is we got no help from Huxiel earlier. That means they must have wiped out Huxiel's ambush team outside. That's why we went deeper into the fortress instead of charging out recklessly. But that doesn't mean we'll lose. There's still a way to win this tough battle. Both Evelyn and Triner looked at Theo expectantly. He pointed toward the guards. They buried all their comrades under that opening barrage. They're trying to end this fast and can't drag it out. Theo's face grew serious, fully confident in his judgment. For that reason, they'll definitely come back down here to check our bodies, thinking victory is assured and letting their guard down. If we ambush them while hiding in that rubble over there, the final victory will belong to the white armored dragon cavalry. That will be the end of this battle. Hearing that bold declaration, Triner's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked straight at Theo, thinking to himself, he even unlocked the mind gate at that age. He smiled and agreed. Maybe I'm just getting old, thinking of giving up my life in a place like this. Looks like we've got some outstanding new talent in this operation. He reached for a nearby staff, then slammed it firmly into the ground. You're absolutely right. The white armored dragon cavalry won't just sit here and take this. We'll follow the plan as laid out. White armored dragon cavalry, everyone assemble. We're ready for battle. After discussing the plan in detail, the white armored dragon cavalry immediately set their ambush into motion. The enemy soldiers were roaming the battlefield, which was now nothing but piles of rubble and debris. They scoured everywhere, searching for the bodies of Theo and the white-armored dragon swordsmen. One fortress guard, caught in the earlier bombardment, lay dying on the ground, weakly crying out for help. Save me. Please, just this once. The only response was the ruthless coldness of the enemy commander. Without hesitation, he stomped down, crushing the defeated man's head under his boot. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, splattering across his own face. He turned and asked, "Subordinates, have you found them yet?" "Not yet, sir. We're still searching. We've finished the west side and are now checking the east." Hearing that, a hint of suspicion crossed his face. The outside ambush team hasn't reported anything unusual either, so they definitely couldn't have escaped from here. He walked among the scattered corpses. But something's off. Why haven't we found a single white armored dragon corpse here? Wait, everyone stop. Has anyone spotted any sign of the white armored dragon team? Before he could finish, suddenly from the rubble, the swordsmen burst out with decisive slashes toward the enemy. Some lost their heads, others got gutted with multiple holes in their stomachs. Even the commander's position had an ambush waiting. A sword rose from the ground straight toward him. It was Evelyn. She thrust without mercy. Luckily, with his sharp senses, he barely dodged, though a scar now marred his eye. It was still better than getting pierced through the skull. He immediately drew his sword and blocked. In the calm effort to handle the sudden situation, the instincts of a high-level swordsman remained completely unblunted. Evelyn kicked hard against his body to push herself back. A direct thrust came at her, but with her agility, she flipped several times in midair and easily evaded. Each leap was like a dancer performing in the sky, gliding and shifting unpredictably. Evelyn landed on the ground just a few steps from the commander. He quickly shouted, "It's an ambush. The enemy is the white armored dragon team. Everyone prepare for battle." Behind him, even with the warning, the situation had already turned disastrous. The white armored dragon swordsmen easily overwhelmed the enemy thanks to the terrain and their pre-planned ambush. One by one, the foes were taken down swiftly before they even understood what was happening. Theo swept through the battlefield alone. Unless something extraordinary occurred, this victory would surely belong to the White Dragon Corps. Evelyn gripped her sword tightly, her voice full of anger. "I had hoped it wasn't the Intelligence Bureau, but it looks like I was wrong. According to Ragnar law, traitors will be executed on the spot." Evelyn raised her sword high, her eyes showing no mercy to the man before her. Now is the time for judgment. She charged in, their swords clashing with terrifying power and speed, sparks flying everywhere. Every move was masterful and refined, colliding in a display that lit up the entire area with flashes. Though the fight was intense, the commander was deeply anxious. How did they survive those explosions? How the hell did they do it? Veins bulged in his eyes. His carefully built plan had completely collapsed, and cleaning up the mess wouldn't be easy. In a brief moment of distraction, Evelyn seized the opening and knocked his sword aside. Her left arm flicked out a short hidden dagger as a concealed weapon. She swung at the enemy, but he stepped back to dodge. Still, he lost balance and couldn't steady himself. This was the perfect opportunity. A mighty slash swept across the struggling commander. He was forced back, sliding several meters across the ground. Evelyn stood tall and declared clearly, members of the Intelligence Bureau, further resistance is pointless. The moment the ambush succeeded, you had no chance left. Surrender wisely and we'll spare your lives. Before she finished, the defeated commander couldn't accept it. If he escaped now, only death awaited him anyway. He roared, "Everyone, on my command, activate the forbidden technique." His order echoed across the battlefield, even shocking the 5th Squad captain. Forbidden technique, what is that? From behind, the soldiers' bodies began to twist strangely. They charged forward with endless bloodlust, eyes raging as if they'd lost all reason. This is reverse flow annihilation, a forbidden art that burns all life force for short-term power. One punched Theo hard in the side with force far beyond what they'd had before. It sent him staggering back, the impact beyond imagination. They didn't give him time to recover. Several charged with overwhelming killing intent like fearless moths to flame, their eyes filled only with endless madness. Unexpectedly, a senior from the White Dragon Corps stepped in front, shielding Theo. Dozens of swords pierced through the brave swordsman's body. With his last strength, he managed to utter, "Rookie, run." Each word etched deeply into Theo's mind. A stranger had sacrificed his life to protect the next generation. It was truly noble. Theo gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "You bastard, how dare you do that?" Dragon Claw triple form, a powerful slash swept through, blasting everything away. Enemy bodies scattered like clouds in mist, dissolving into dust. Without stopping, Theo glanced at his comrades and activated Thunder Gate opening to boost his precision. Every enemy was locked in his gaze. He knew their positions and strengths perfectly. He lowered his stance, channeling power into his body for a sweeping strike. "I won't let anyone die here anymore." Dragon Claw triple form. Hundreds of sword strikes swept the battlefield with pinpoint accuracy, weaving into massive walls. Wherever they passed, only enemy corpses remained, shredded pieces flying everywhere, leaving a tragic, ruined scene of smoke and dust. As the smoke cleared, the marks on the ground were sharp, square, and strangely beautiful. The commander, though alive, was utterly horrified. How could he neutralize reverse flow annihilation so easily? "My army's been wiped out." "No, impossible. I can't let that bastard live." With that, he charged straight at Theo without hesitation. The senior swordsman in the Corps, having witnessed the earlier attack, couldn't help but be amazed. "Theo, when did that kid get this strong?" "I don't know, but looks like we gotta step up our game." After unleashing that all-encompassing slash, Theo's body ached. "I forced a power boost with Thunder Gate, but it seems it's still a bit too much for me." From behind, the commander had also activated reverse flow annihilation, charging with suicidal intent. "Theo Ragnar, I'll drag you to hell with me no matter what." Theo turned, eyes full of worry. His magic core is distorting, no way. The commander's face had lost all sanity. He was definitely trying to self-destruct. But things weren't that simple. Evelyn appeared instantly, shielding Theo. Wind Thunder God technique, furious wind annihilation. His arms were severed like autumn leaves, his body blown into the air, suspended. Evelyn stomped down hard, then leaped high, streams of mana fused into her power. Wind Thunder God technique, chaotic windstorm. She channeled the full secret art into his magic core, releasing all the accumulated energy inside. Theo's eyes widened in shock. The explosion from his mana core stopped. In a flash, Evelyn's strike landed a devastating blow on him. The commander's body sprawled across the rubble, blood pooling everywhere, ending the long battle. Seeing that, Theo sighed in relief. "That was close, I almost bought it." Voices rose from behind. "You did great." "Theo, truly worthy of my recognition. Don't even dream of taking the top sword spot from young Master Theo. It's mine. Thanks to you, we survived. Thank you so much." The senior reached out to Theo. He turned, still dazed, but quickly broke into a satisfied smile. "Maybe this is what I never got to experience in my previous life. It's called camaraderie, right?" The group headed toward the 5th Squad captain and the surviving members. "Hey, when did you learn those skills? You shouldn't know about that, you might get in trouble." The whole group hugged tightly, incredibly close. The scene felt so familiar. Perhaps this was the start of a truly powerful corps. Seeing it, the 5th Squad captain felt a warmth in his heart. Looks like this new generation will carry the White Dragon Corps burden. The long night had passed. A brilliant dawn rose once more over this land. After the failed campaign to eliminate Theo in the previous chapter, the atmosphere at the Crimson Flower Palace was now extremely tense. Axion's mother was being choked and lifted into the air by someone, her face twisted in agony, tears streaming, full of panic. No one else, it was Ed Troyven. He was furious about what had happened. "You damn bitch." He slammed her to the ground, voice raging. "How dare you do something like that without telling me?" From afar, a subordinate rushed over in worry. "Master, master." He looked at the paper on the table and said, "Where did you get the guts to steal my seal? Kill that bastard Theo Ragnar and the white-armored dragon cavalry. You dare say that? Do you know what you've caused?" Ed Troyven threw the scroll at the feet of the Crimson Flower Lady. How dare you interfere with the Troivan clan's grand plan? Before he finished, she covered her ears and screamed. Ah, I just wanted the head of the scum who did that to Axion. Is even something that simple too much for you? As she spoke, she sobbed desperately. That bastard and everything connected to him, I have to tear them apart, burn them to ashes to quench my rage, so Axion's soul can finally rest in peace. Only then will my heart feel even a little lighter. Eid Troivan's face twisted with fury, but he said nothing. Just because one brat died, you've forgotten your own role. Immediately, Eid Troivan kicked out, crushing the rotting corpse of Axion right in front of his mother. What a bunch of useless parasites, you lot haven't accomplished a damn thing. Eid Troivan turned to his sister with utter contempt in his eyes. You lost the dragon-destroying sword, the key to the entire plan. From this moment on, you're no longer a member of the Troivan clan. That look, it felt so familiar. Yes, it was the exact same gaze her father had once given her, filled only with disdain for something inferior. With that, Eid Troivan turned and walked away without looking back. She's useless now, lock her away where no one can see her. Eliminate every insect connected to this so no word gets out. Yes, master. Eid Troivan's face was livid with rage. Why do all my plans get ruined by these incompetents? Please, please reconsider just this once. If you spare me, I'll do anything. His sister's voice kept pleading, but now it was meaningless. Eid Troivan strode through the mansion filled with screams of agony. Spare me. The rebellion he had painstakingly prepared had turned to dust. All this disaster was because of that damn Theo Ragnar. I swear on my life, I will end you with my own hands. Back in Theo's room, he was now reviewing his own stats. The dragon-destroying sword Theo had just obtained from the recent great battle was truly a priceless trophy. The mysterious greatsword dragon-destroying Bomung, level 82, requirements unknown, effects unknown, current status. Sealed, the mystery within must be unraveled before it can be used. Holding it in his hand, Theo couldn't stop marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship and sharpness of this legendary blade. It really lives up to its name. Suddenly, a surge of power burst from the sword. It instantly injured him, forcing him to drop it to the ground. Just as I expected, it's not called the dragon-destroying sword for nothing. There has to be a reason behind it. Theo's hand was covered in countless cuts even from that brief touch. It's clearly a hard counter to the Ragnar clan. If so, then the information I had from my previous life is correct. I won't be able to use it unless I unlock the mystery hidden inside. It was a relic from the ancient mythological era, enigmatic like an illusion, not easily wielded by mortals. But if someone could unravel its secrets, it would grant legendary power, a supremely powerful treasure. In his previous life, Eid Troivan must have unlocked Bomung's mystery to carry out that coup. Recalling what he had done back then, a certain place suddenly came to Theo's mind. For now, I should store it in my inventory. Until the mystery is unlocked, it's just a useless hunk of metal. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door from outside. Who's there? Theo hurried to open it and found Evelyn standing there. She bowed respectfully and said, "Sorry to disturb you at this hour, young master, but do you have a moment? The commander wishes to see you." Meanwhile, in his office, the white-armored Dragon Corps commander was talking with the recently rescued 5th Squad captain. "It's great to know you're back alive." His expression suddenly grew serious. "But is what you said true? You really want to retire?" "It's embarrassing to admit, but as you saw, I lost my legs and even Rocinante, my dear companion, in that battle. Besides, with this old body, I can't hold out on the battlefield much longer. I want to spend my remaining time back home, remembering my fallen comrades." Hearing that, the Corps commander could only sigh. "Who can stop that stubborn old man? Do what you want, haha. Thank you, Commander. I know this isn't a worthy replacement, but I have something to say about the rookie Theo Ragnar. Go ahead." At that young age, he's already opened the Thunder Gate. The demon dragon's face lit up with excitement. "What? The Thunder Gate? That's the boundary between ordinary people and the transcendent, isn't it?" Honestly, I was shocked when I first saw it too. He clearly wasn't born with it as some innate genius. It felt more like he forcibly pried open a door that was always tightly shut, violently forced it open. But no matter how, the potential space within him has suddenly expanded enormously. Compared to what he holds now, there's still an absurdly vast gap left to exploit his hidden potential. Haha, if that's the case, isn't this great news? We have to fill that expanded space. He could become a pillar of the White Dragon Corps in the future. Yes, that's all an old-timer like me can say to the younger generation. The rest depends on him. At the White Dragon Corps arena, the commander met Theo as summoned earlier. From now on, you'll have to learn everything and grow in your own way. Theo looked worried, still not fully understanding what the demon dragon meant. Now the two stood facing each other in the arena, under a high moon and cool breeze, with no one around to disturb them. "Hey Theo, I heard you played a key role in this mission, right?" Theo bowed calmly. "Not really, it was all thanks to my teammates' support." "Is that so? Don't be too modest. How far has your martial path progressed?" Theo pondered for a moment before answering. "Martial path, you mean my combat strength? Fighting now feels much easier than before." No, I'm not asking about your fighting techniques. What I really want to know is, what world is your sword trying to express?" Theo was stunned by the sudden question, falling silent with some hesitation. "If that's what you mean, I'm not really sure myself. I only train with one desire, to imitate the family head's swordsmanship." The demon dragon nodded approvingly, then drew the sword from his back. "That's how everyone starts." Instantly, the demon dragon unleashed his domain. Waves of aura erupted in all directions, carrying an overwhelming pressure. The entire surrounding space was quickly enveloped in the crimson color of blood. The ground beneath his feet became a literal sea of enemies' blood. So this is the demon dragon's realm. Theo recalled images from his second awakening. It was completely different from the realm the sword dragon had once shown. What he just said, could it be because each person's martial path forms their own unique world? Every word from the demon dragon carried terrifying pressure. "My sword represents the demon." A terrifying pillar of power shot straight into the sky. If it were an attack, no one could stop it. Theo stared intently at what was happening. So this is the demon dragon's power. Without wasting more time, the demon dragon began unleashing a series of techniques. Each slash carried destructive might. They were refined, masterful, with no openings in any strike. Every swing displayed accumulated experience, the crystallization of countless brutal battles, forged by risking life, constantly pushing forward and breaking limits. Theo's eyes widened. He couldn't look away from these perfect sword paths. This is an opportunity that doesn't come often. A wall of blood rose before him. It twisted inward, then split apart, covering everything in its path. The demon dragon stopped his sword and slowly approached Theo with expectant tone. "What do you think of what you just saw? What did you glimpse in the demon dragon's martial path?" Theo thought, then instinctively answered, "Power and destruction." He smiled. "Exactly, that's the essence of the demon, instinct, directness. Even if it ultimately shatters, it's a straight line, piercing and destroying everything it touches. Violence, destruction, power, all directed toward death." "Then, what do you think of the Plum Blossom Palace Lord's realm?" "Her realm is elegant and beautiful." The demon dragon crossed his arms thoughtfully. "Beautiful, huh? The Plum Blossom Palace Lord's swordsmanship embodies life, so that makes sense. A seed sprouts, grows, then blooms into a flower. That's life. It's slow, gentle, always transforming, never stopping. It never ceases its own development. That's martial path." Hearing this, Theo tried to organize his thoughts. Is this the martial path she once mentioned? Though both were among the 9 dragons, their interpretations of swordsmanship differed so much. Life and death, existence and demise. Do you think the meaning of these two swords is completely opposite? Isn't it? Haha, if I told you now, where would the fun be? As he spoke, he dispelled his realm. Right after, the demon dragon tossed Theo a strange book. It seemed to be some kind of secret manual. What is it? It's a conversation between me and the Plum Blossom Palace Lord about the truth of swordsmanship. Theo's face filled with shock. Are you serious? Though it's extremely rare. Theo Ragnar, you have become the disciple of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon. The demon dragon and the sword dragon were conversing on a cliffside. During the earlier examination, the demon dragon had recorded their entire conversation in a notebook, which he later handed to Theo. Holding it in his hand, the demon dragon's expression grew solemn and contemplative, as though he had his own private thoughts swirling inside. After a moment of reflection, the demon dragon grumbled, "You really are something. That kid's already my member, yet you want me to share him as a joint disciple." Hearing that, the sword dragon burst into laughter. "Don't be so petty. The ultimate goal here is for Theo's benefit anyway, right? You won't refuse my proposal, will you? I'm sure you already know, but Theo has drawn expectations from others. The boy is ready to compete with anyone to become a candidate for the future family head position. Just look at his talent. His growth speed is unprecedented, faster than anything seen before. That also means he'll hit a wall much sooner than most, the barrier every breakthrough seeker faces, but hitting it way ahead of normal people." Holding the notebook, the sword dragon spoke with confidence. "This will help Theo overcome that wall, so this collaboration will definitely be meaningful." Suddenly, the demon dragon's voice cut in as if to stop her. "But what if Theo becomes the head of the Ragnar clan? Wouldn't that make him an enemy of the Ragnar clan at that point? Who's going to take responsibility for this?" Hearing that, the sword dragon's face showed shock, as though the lady had never considered this possibility before. This has happened more than a few times in the past. Most who grow at such a rapid pace usually meet a rather unfortunate end. Exactly, if history repeats itself with Theo Ragnar, everything we're trying to pass on to the boy will turn into a double-edged sword, bringing ruin to the Ragnar clan. The sword dragon gave a light smile. You surprise me, demon dragon. I thought your head was only filled with good things for him. But after hearing the fear in your mind, I'm more convinced than ever. She spoke with trust. Julius, you're truly the most suitable person to hold this. Watch the boy carefully. When you feel the right moment has come and you're certain of your decision, give it to him then. Make sure the boy isn't led astray by greed. He must grow into a true sage, someone capable of shouldering the clan's responsibilities. Recalling those words from back then, the demon dragon hesitated over his decision to give the book to Theo. Across from him, after receiving the precious book, Theo's face lit up with joy. The two strongest among the 9 dragons created this book together. Am I dreaming? Am I really about to become a disciple of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon? He spoke forward. Do I really deserve this? It's fine, you don't need to be so humble. I'm only telling you because I believe you're worthy of it, that's all. Theo bowed his head, a gentle smile forming, thinking to himself, for me to grow this fast, it's all thanks to their help. And I haven't even done anything to repay them yet, but they're still helping me unconditionally. Theo knelt in respect. Since the Rendon incident, you've helped me countless times. I swear on my honor that one day I'll repay your kindness. Meanwhile, though it wasn't clear what the demon dragon and Evelyn were discussing, her face looked exhausted. The demon dragon stomped hard on the ground, his body radiating heavy, oppressive aura. Haha, there's a way for the kid to repay that favor right now. As he spoke, he advanced toward Theo. Come here and spar with me, Theo Ragnar. It's been a long time since I had such a fun toy. No, wait. Such an outstanding disciple. I can't call myself commander if I just sit around like this, right? Haha, the real lesson is only just beginning. Theo looked stunned. Do I really have to fight him? He charged with full force, clashes echoing everywhere. Good, faster, even faster. From behind, Evelyn quietly slipped away in silence. She quickly locked the gate. Apparently bought off by the commander. Save me, Evelyn. I'm very sorry, young master. This is the commander's order. I can't disobey. And so Theo was trapped in the arena all night with the commander, sparring until he could no longer stand. The next morning, Evelyn arrived and unlocked the chains on the door, stepping inside slowly with a guilty expression. Evelyn's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected it to reach this level. Before her was Theo in a pitiful state after training with the demon dragon. Slumped there lifelessly. Young Master Theo, are you all right? She approached slowly with a comforting voice. I think the commander went a bit overboard this time. A bit overboard? More importantly, as you mentioned earlier, I've already locked the previous ringleader in the underground prison. Finally, some good news that made him smile. But is it really okay to just imprison him like that? He's not the type to betray his master no matter what we do. Keeping him like this isn't ideal. It's fine, everything's already part of my plan. Theo leaned close to Evelyn's ear and whispered something. It seemed he had figured out how to make use of this pawn. Though she didn't know what it was, Evelyn's face showed surprise after hearing it. Switching scenes to the Crimson Flower Palace, Theo slowly entered the training area. Welcome, Theo. Theo bowed deeply. It's an honor to meet you, Lady of the Crimson Flower Palace. The sword dragon descended gracefully. I've been waiting for you quite a while. Have you received the gift that the demon dragon and I prepared for you? Theo replied calmly and gently. Thank you so much. That book has helped me tremendously. Hearing the answer she wanted, the lady used her inner energy to draw a sword lying in the training area toward her. Instantly, she leaped straight to where Theo knelt, the entire space filled with fluttering cherry blossoms, as if they were on Plum Blossom Mountain. The sword dragon's feet landed lightly and elegantly, her voice warm and gentle. I'm glad to hear you say that. As she spoke, she slowly approached Theo. I want to continue teaching you about sword techniques that others often overlook, the root of all swordsmanship. The foundation for every future development. We'll start with this and end with my favorite discussion, making a flower bloom through swordsmanship. The Crimson Flower Palace lady pointed her sword at Theo. Now I'll ask you once more. Theo Ragnar, do you truly wish to become my disciple, the sword dragon? Before answering your question, may I ask one thing? What you're saying, are you asking as a heavenly dragon sword master? That response left the sword dragon quite surprised. Oh ho, I didn't expect you to know such a rarely known secret. She planted her sword in the ground and began explaining briefly. Yes, I won't deny it. The Heavenly Dragon Sword is a secret school passed down to only one disciple. I am its sole inheritor and the Heavenly Dragon Sword Master. You want to know my true intention in wanting to take you as a disciple, right? I'm sorry if it made you uncomfortable. It's fine, I won't blame you for something like that. Actually, I have no ulterior motives, from the technique that makes plum blossoms bloom to the heavenly dragon sword's worldly grace. From the very beginning, I intended to pass it all on to you. Theo's face filled with shock, speechless. Is she serious? Switching to a later moment, Theo slowly walked away from the Crimson Flower Palace. Flanking the path were elegant pink cherry trees in full, beautiful bloom. Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere, making Theo stop. There you are. Someone stood at a distance, speaking arrogantly. You're the rookie from the white armored dragon cavalry, Theo Ragnar, right? Theo turned. You're not one to let these guys bully you. It's me, what's the problem? The squad leader's eyes narrowed in annoyance. That's your reaction, not even a proper greeting. Now that you're part of the Crimson Flower Palace, a disciple under the sword dragon, shouldn't you at least show basic respect to your seniors? Hearing that, Theo gave a mocking smile. I thought it was something big, but it's just childish drama to protect your fragile egos. Seniors, you're not even my direct superior. What hierarchy are we talking about? He shouted in rage after Theo's stinging retort. What did you say? We're not your superiors. You're the disciple of the Crimson Flower Palace lady. How are you not a junior? Theo paused, clearly out of patience with these idiots. Looks like you're seriously misunderstanding something. I already refused the sword dragon's offer to take me as a disciple. Hearing that, the seniors' faces filled with utter shock. Under the gray sky of the training ground, Theo knelt in the middle of the arena, his mind wrestling with the weight of the Crimson Flower Palace lady's proposal. She wanted to pass on both the Plum Blossom legacy and the legendary Heavenly Dragon sword techniques. She looked at him coldly and asked directly, "Are those things not tempting enough?" Theo stammered. "Of course they're tempting. But I still don't understand why you value me so much." Theo had never done anything truly meaningful for her. The lady simply told him to stand. She gently touched his cheek, lifting his face, and explained there was no grand reason. It's just, you remind me of the current Ragnar clan head when he was young. Theo was surprised, wondering if he really resembled the clan head. The sword dragon confirmed it, saying he was identical to her husband in youth, not just in appearance. The young clan head had relentlessly pursued his dreams and ideals. The lady paused, her eyes dreamy, and said, "Perhaps the clan head is still dreaming of them even now." That relentless pursuit is why he never fell into despair. He worked tirelessly to overcome every challenge. Every day was a grueling battle against colossal enemies in harsh lands. Yet despite it all, the clan head never yielded or compromised his core principles. She smiled fondly, revealing, "When I look at Theo, I see that fierce, idealistic side of the clan head, the side I fell in love with back then." Seeing that spirit reignite in Theo, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. After satisfying Theo's curiosity, the sword dragon declared it was time for his answer. Theo took a deep breath. "I admit this is an incredibly tempting offer, more lavish than a fancy buffet, but I'll have to decline. May I know the reason?" Theo explained frankly that he already had too many mentors. Besides the lady who had taught him so much, there was the white-armored dragon commander Julius, senior swordsman Evelyn and Ayan Sasari, plus his friends and teammates, Wellington, Halkus Rank, and Erica. He had even learned from his rivals, Axion, Skydragon, and especially Eid Troyven. Hearing that, the sword dragon couldn't help but be puzzled. She raised an eyebrow in surprise, calling even Eid Troyven a mentor. "I really didn't expect that. I heard you had conflicts with him, right?" Theo was firm in his answer. "That's exactly why." He affirmed that the hardships created by his enemies had helped shape the strong Theo of today. Each word seemed to awaken something deep within the lady. Theo continued explaining that his sword style had been learned from many sources and would always change rapidly, so he couldn't faithfully maintain the traditions of a single school and pass them down intact to future generations. The sword dragon pondered for a moment, then smiled. "You can't preserve tradition because your sword path is always evolving." Both aspects were admirable yet carried a touch of regret. Theo met her gaze seriously. "Though I can't become your disciple, it would be my greatest honor to be your son." As he spoke, Theo bowed deeply with utmost respect. The lady's eyes widened, genuine surprise flashing across her face. Then, like the brilliant dawn, pure joy bloomed on the sword dragon's features. Switching scenes to another time, under a gentle moonlight in a garden adorned with blooming plum trees in full splendor, the Crimson Flower Palace lady sat on a chair, sipping wine while her maid poured more. She smiled, savoring the flavor of the wine. The maid cheerfully remarked, "The lady seems to truly cherish him, doesn't she?" The sword dragon didn't hesitate to confirm, "Of course." She explained that fate, or perhaps destiny, had never allowed her to have a child of her own, but now she had one. A man so much like the one she loved, who had just promised to become her son. How could she not be overjoyed? The maid smiled, expressing her happiness at seeing the lady so joyful. "Knowing you're this happy makes me happy too, Lady Osa. You should thank Theo, he's finally made you a mother." Right after, the sword dragon instructed the maid to prepare a letter to her husband with some news. What would the lady like me to write? It's about Theo's promotion exam. Hearing that, the maid's face showed surprise. Forgive me, but Theo is still a rookie who just completed the awakening ceremony. If he draws too much attention at such a young age, the lady must worry that danger could lurk around him. The lady surely understands that. The sword dragon set down her glass, her expression resolute. That's exactly why action must be taken swiftly. Before the great storms descend upon the Ragnar clan and swallow everything, she wants to grant Theo as much power, knowledge, and support as possible, for he will be the key to this clan's future. Deep beneath the white-armored dragon headquarters, in a frigid underground cell, the captured commander Sigurd slumped against the wall, chained tightly at the neck and limbs. He had lost one arm. His remaining eye widened as footsteps echoed louder and clearer down the corridor. A cloaked assassin with a cold mask and razor-sharp claws stood outside the bars. Sigurd recognized his visitor and spoke. Finally, you've come. The masked assassin urged Sigurd not to resent him. Everything is according to his will. I would never doubt anything he does. He lifted his collar and ordered the assassin to kill him immediately. The assassin hurled daggers straight at the prisoner without hesitation. It seemed the crucial lead would be severed. But no, the moment the blades neared Sigurd's throat, green energy surged from somewhere, forming solid shields that blocked them. The assassin recoiled in shock. What is this? From above, Evelyn smashed through the ceiling and leaped down. She glided toward him, voice cold. I've been waiting for you here quite a while, you little rat. The assassin hissed, realizing who she was, but it was too late. The whole situation was a trap. Instantly, he parried her relentless barrage of attacks, stunned inwardly by Evelyn's astonishing skill. He cursed his misfortune. Is she always this strong? With just a few strokes, Evelyn quickly overpowered the assassin. Though regretting he couldn't eliminate Sigurd to tie up loose ends, he knew capture would bring far worse consequences. He had to escape and plan for the future, sensing his intent. Evelyn refused to let him slip away easily. A whirlwind of energy blasted straight into his path, halting his advance. She declared coldly, he won't escape this place so easily. Without delay, Evelyn summoned another technique from Hulkus Ragnar, the secret art of the Tempest God. A vortex erupted, an emerald storm exploded, sweeping everything in its path and slamming the assassin into the cold stone wall. He writhed, throat constricted, blood gushing from behind his mask. In panic, he began gathering energy in his palm, preparing to self-destruct and erase all evidence. But Evelyn had anticipated it, with razor-sharp reflexes. She grabbed his cloak and struck hard into his abdomen, dispersing the surging energy. Why do you lot always do this when plans fail? Evelyn hurled him down the corridor, declaring, that trick won't work on me a second time. Switching scenes to another place. In a secure cabin deep within a snow-covered forest, far from the Ragnar complex, an important meeting was taking place. Evelyn Naravel had captured an assassin who infiltrated the dungeon. A masked swordsman pointed at a map. She presented her findings. This assassin belongs to an organization called Serpent Demons, operating under the Troyven clan. This is clear evidence of Troyven involvement, likely a direct link to Troyven himself. Demon Dragon Julius, seated at the head of the table, declared gravely, this nearly confirms our suspicions of an insider within Ragnar ranks. Cleve agreed, emphasizing that the meeting was held in this remote location to prevent any further intelligence leaks. Based on our intel, the Serpent Demon's base is in an ancient castle in a harsh region. Within hours, if the assassin doesn't return, they'll deem the Sigurd assassination mission a failure and burn all evidence before fleeing. So the objective is clear: ambush the enemy base before they escape and seize every piece of information possible. This is the core of the newly assigned joint mission. Concluding her report, Cleve stated her name and rank. My name is Cleve, a Snowless. Hearing that, Theo was stunned. He hadn't expected to encounter a spy of this caliber here. The demon dragon cleared his throat and added one final point. This mission will also serve as Theo Ragnar's official promotion exam. Cleve and Evelyn both looked surprised. Theo himself wondered if he was truly ready for such a challenging promotion test. Julius sighed and confirmed, Theo meets the criteria, but be warned, this isn't a path of roses and glory. In this mission, every challenge is tied to blood and peril. The difficulty of Theo's promotion exam has risen significantly. Though promotion tests are normally scaled to rank, assigning a mission that could ignite civil war as a mid-level swordsman's trial is exceedingly rare. The demon dragon leaned forward, revealing, I know Theo ordered Evelyn to monitor the prison because he predicted an assassin would be sent to eliminate the prisoner. Evelyn coughed awkwardly. Since Theo had initiated this chain of events, the demon dragon demanded he see it through to the end. Theo apologized for acting on his own, The commander accepted the apology, but warned even as heir, acting without consulting superiors is unacceptable. Now that things have escalated to this point, Theo must complete the mission flawlessly. He leaned in, grabbed Theo's collar, and lightly bonked his head with a firm voice. Pass the exam and officially advance to mid-level swordsman, then you'll have the right to undertake solo missions. Understood? Yes, sir. Theo regained his composure, answering decisively. A faint smile appeared as he realized events were revolving around him more than he'd imagined. Suddenly, a familiar blue screen appeared in his vision. Quest number 4, Dark Ties from the Previous Life. Objective: this is your chance to sever the dark connections from your past life and thwart their sinister schemes. Theo reflected on the notification, wondering if some invisible thread had bound him to these figures across timelines, leading to all this chaos. Noticing his distraction, Cleve asked, "Is something wrong?" Theo Ragnar, "No." He answered with resolute eyes, "I won't just do this mission, I'll complete it at any cost." "Good, if you're ready, let's begin." It was time to end everything. The snake hunt officially commenced. In the forest where a palace loomed in the distance, shrouded by dense woods, Evelyn and Theo crouched low, hidden in the shadows. Cleve turned to face them, voice serious and urgent. "There's likely a snake in our ranks, so this mission is limited to the 3 of us, the 2 who joined and me." She narrowed her eyes, tone firm with confidence. "Our target is an assassin organization. As swordsmen, we have the advantage in direct confrontation, but we're at a disadvantage in numbers." She gazed toward the distant assassin hideout, the mission's weight clear in her voice. "No matter what happens, never drop your guard." Theo nodded, determination burning inside. Understood. Switching inside the assassin hideout, where 2 figures hunched over a table, reviewing documents. One squinted at the papers, voice hurried. "We've arranged all the documents. I'm gonna leave as soon as he returns." "But how long has he been gone?" "About 2 hours. He should be back soon." While the conversation continued normally, from the room's corner, a sphere rolled in. Before the assassins could react, the sphere released thick smoke, enveloping the room in seconds. One assassin's eyes widened in shock. He covered his mouth, suppressing panic. "This is an ambush." Before he finished, a figure emerged from the darkness, moving at supernatural speed. She swept through the room like lightning, killing them all, each strike precise, ending lives with graceful motions. 2 other assassins were gravely wounded before they could react, their weapons barely raised in defense. It was Cleve. The masked assassin reeled from the incomprehensible speed of the assault. "How were we discovered?" Blood seeped from the wound on his neck. He muttered in pain, "Damn it, how is this possible?" Cleve's gaze swept over the fleeing assassin with cold determination. She glanced at the table before her. Then with a powerful kick, she sent the table flying, charging straight at the escaping assassin. Cleve deftly snatched the documents floating midair, her eyes scanning the room once before declaring, "This area is cleared. Evelyn and I will handle everything here. Theo, head to the basement." Theo nodded without hesitation, voice firm, "Yes." He couldn't help but marvel at Cleve's swift and decisive actions. She had taken down 3 assassins in the blink of an eye. Wasting no time, Theo dashed down to the basement, ready to eliminate any enemies lurking there. His mind raced with details from the earlier meeting. If the blueprint is accurate, the stairs to the basement should be straight ahead. Determination fueled his steps. But as he neared the entrance, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Theo hadn't noticed a taut wire on the ground. His foot caught it. Before he could realize what was happening, Theo's eyes widened in shock. An arrow shot straight at him, missing his face by mere centimeters. His body reacted on instinct, gritting his teeth. He jerked his head at the last second, narrowly dodging the arrow. But before he could regain balance, more arrows rained down from multiple directions, aimed directly at Theo. Realizing the danger lurking around him, Theo's attitude shifted in an instant. A surge of irritation and urgency rising within him as he grasped just how serious the situation had become. Not wasting a single second, Theo activated his synchronization skill and instantly analyzed the surrounding area, the entire layout of the room unfolding before his eyes. All the hidden traps were now laid bare, and the enemies lying in ambush could no longer conceal themselves. Without hesitation, he opened his inventory and drew out several swords, his object transfer skill flaring to life as he precisely controlled the blades. Right after that, he activated Dragon Thunder Breath, charging every sword with crackling lightning energy. Theo then unleashed Dragon Seal, releasing its full power in a flash and severing every trap in an instant. Every trap along his path was neutralized, and all the ambushing enemies were cut down, everything handled in the blink of an eye. One of the assassins, still dazed, tried to mutter weakly, How is this possible?" Theo pressed forward without a glance back, leaving the fallen assassin crumpled on the ground. Each step downward only heightened the tension in his mind. If the security is this tight, there has to be something extremely important down in the basement. but before he could finish the thought, he reached the bottom of the stairs. Theo's eyes widened in shock as his gaze locked onto the scene in front of him. The floor was soaked in blood, and in the distance stood a motionless figure dressed in red. The moment the man sensed Theo's presence, he spoke in a voice thick with twisted excitement and dark delight. "Oh my, I can smell the stench of corruption all the way over here. I can't believe a massacre is happening right in the middle of such a sacred prayer." The man wearing a hood that obscured most of his face turned to confront him, an overwhelming and terrifying aura radiating from him like that of a malevolent priest. Behind him lay piles of skulls, and on the wall a grotesque symbol drawn in blood stood out starkly. "You really are an impatient believer." Theo gritted his teeth, his heart pounding with tension. A name echoed in his mind: the Demon Holy Church. Memories of the Demon Holy Church flooded Theo's thoughts, sending a chill racing down his spine. The Demon Holy Church. An apocalyptic cult proclaiming the end times were near, and that a savior would descend. A fraudulent religious organization that specialized in luring the gullible and the lost. His thoughts darkened. They're the ones behind the Great War that brought down an entire empire. The sinister priest grinned widely, eyeing Theo with gleaming eyes. "You seem to know who I am." He spread his arms wide, his voice brimming with twisted joy at being recognized. Theo's expression grew even more strained, sweat beading on his forehead as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. Without delay, he activated synchronization again, scanning the surrounding mana in hopes of getting a clearer read on what he was facing. But what appeared before him made his heart race in disbelief. This can't be real. A mysterious flow of mana, defying all basic rules of mana itself, poured from the shattered mind of the priest like a gateway straight from hell. Is this what the priests call divine grace? The blood priest narrowed his eyes, his tone dripping with malice and contempt. "How pitiful it seems you're one who lacks faith in the Savior." He clasped his hands together, his voice growing even darker. "But that's all right." A massive pressure flooded the room, the oppressive aura from the priest enveloping the space and creating a suffocating dread. "I will grant you the honor of becoming a sacrifice to the one true God." Theo stood firm, swiftly drawing his sword and preparing for battle. The priest moved with horrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Theo, lunging forward with a chilling scream. "I hope you won't refuse this grace from the Lord." Theo's face stiffened. He tried to block the first strike with the sword in his hand, but the priest's strength was utterly absurd. Is this really the hand of a human being? The battle erupted with complete domination. Every attack Theo launched was countered or blocked with flawless precision. No matter how agile or skillful he was, the priest was always one step ahead, dodging or parrying effortlessly. The blood priest pulled his hand back, channeling all his power into a lethal strike aimed straight at Theo. Theo tried to tilt his head to evade, but the moment he spotted an opening, he absolutely refused to let it slip. He swung his sword, channeling energy into the blade with his skill, ready to unleash a powerful counterattack. Theo delivered his strike, pouring every ounce of strength into the blow, but what stunned him was that the blood priest blocked the full-force attack with nothing but his bare hand. Sparks flew as their clash shook the entire basement. Yet no matter how hard Theo tried, his attacks proved completely useless. The blood priest effortlessly deflected each one, his hand absorbing the force like an iron wall. Theo's mind reeled in disbelief. He blocked my full-power strike with his bare hand. Before Theo could even process it, with one brutal motion, the priest punched him into the wall with terrifying force. A deafening crash echoed as blood sprayed from Theo's mouth, pain shooting through his entire body. Even a mere subordinate blood priest of the Demon Holy Church is this high level. The blood priest approached slowly and deliberately, the air growing heavier with the promise of cruel torment. "I can't use Dragon Claw third form here unless I want to get buried alive with him, but a plain attack won't cut it. So what the hell do I do now?" Theo loosened his grip on the sword and stared at it, searching for an answer. "What can I even do with this sword right now?" The voices of the demon dragon and sword dragon rang in his head, their teachings cutting through the fog of despair. Explosive, destructive power is the foundation of swordsmanship. It is death. The root of swordsmanship is death, the essence of sword chi and the technique he wanted to teach me. How to bring life through the sword, life and death, living and violence. Do you think these two principles are complete opposites? He understood the answer had always been within reach, the perfect balance between life and death. With a wicked smile, the priest mocked Theo. "Oh Lord, look at this little lamb spilling its precious blood." His grin widened, eyes blazing red with malice. "Please accept this pitiful lamb as an offering. Surely it will please you." The blood priest slammed his fist downward with devastating power. The impact exploded, shattering the ground and sending a violent shockwave ripping through the basement. But at the very last moment, Theo sprang up, dodging the strike by a hair's breadth. he rolled to the side and barely managed to stand, his eyes locking onto the blood priest. The priest narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with annoyance. You really are one stubborn little lamb, aren't you? Theo felt energy concentrating around his sword. Now I get it. These two swords aren't opposites at all. Life and death are a natural cycle. Death always awaits the end of life. And life sprouts from death. They're not two separate things, but one unified whole. If I apply that principle, gather all the wasted energy and condense it into a single beam of light, I can win this. The blood priest watched with amusement, raising his hand mockingly. Don't be so foolish. Haven't you realized your sword is useless against me? But before he could finish, Theo unleashed a direct slash straight into the priest's palm. Dragon Flash, that was the name for the lightning-fast strike he had just delivered. Instantly, the entire room erupted with energy. Shockwaves from Theo's attack spread throughout the basement, the air thick with crackling electricity. The blood priest raised his hand to block, a smirk on his face. This new sword technique is quite interesting. But his expression changed swiftly after those words as his body took damage. He felt the terrifying power behind Theo's strike. Though he had blocked similar attacks before, this time was completely different. The blood priest's face twisted in shock, eyes widening as the energy from Theo's attack began to overwhelm his defenses. Blood started seeping from his hand, trickling down his palm and fingers. The strike felt like an attack on life itself, its force so immense that it sent the blood priest flying backward, slamming into the wall with bone-shattering impact. The pressure was so great that the wall cracked apart, blood pouring from the priest's body. His voice trembled with a mix of rage and disbelief. I never thought I'd achieve enlightenment before death. You truly are a seed of evil. I cannot allow you to defile the Lord's world any longer. Not letting him finish, Theo charged forward, grabbed the priest's head, and smashed it against the wall behind him. Theo immediately activated synchronization, placing his hand on the priest's face to read his memories. I need to use this chance to uncover the source of that strange power the demon Holy Church is using. But the moment his hand made contact, something bizarre happened. The blood priest seemed to dissolve, as if he were being pulled out of this spatial dimension. Theo was dragged along, yanked out of reality in an instant, and hurled into another dimension. The environment around Theo shifted violently. He could barely comprehend what was happening. His thoughts spun in confusion. This is completely different from every other time I've read memories. It's like I've been transported somewhere else entirely. Suddenly, Theo's gaze fell on the system screen that had just popped up in front of him. The notifications were distorted and glitching from the ominous energy of this place. He tried to make sense of them, but before he could fully process the information, multiple warning windows appeared in rapid succession. One was a glaring red alert. Warning, you have encountered an enemy far above your level. Please flee. Theo's face froze, the warning sending chills down his spine. What the hell is this? But before he could think further, the atmosphere around him shifted abruptly. An oppressive pressure squeezed him from every direction, the crushing weight making his very presence shrink under its absolute power. A voice boomed, shaking the space. Who are you? The voice roared louder, the pressure intensifying. What are you? Theo's vision blurred under the force, but he fought to stay focused and keep his composure. A gigantic eye appeared before him, opening wide with a malevolent, vast gaze that locked onto him. The eye was so enormous that Theo looked no bigger than an ant in comparison. The voice thundered even louder and more ferocious, shaking Theo to his core. How dare you disturb my slumber? A colossal being materialized in front of him, its form immense and constantly shifting, countless eyes staring down at Theo. Theo's mind reeled as he found himself trapped in a warped, alien realm dominated by this horrifying presence. His eyes widened in astonishment at the giant creature before him. So this is what those demon holy fanatics have been hiding, he thought to himself, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. Answer me, what are you? Even now, he couldn't stop thinking. Their god, the so-called grace those fanatics always talk about. It wasn't a lie after all. The creature had just awakened, its eyes sweeping the space in fury. Its voice boomed like thunder as it searched for the intruder. So it's you are Theo Ragnar. Theo's eyes widened in shock. It knows who I am. He struggled to grasp the unbelievable situation. Without hesitation, the being's massive tentacles wrapped around his legs, squeezing with crushing force. I have found you. The protagonist of this world. Before it, Theo was tiny and powerless as the tentacles tightened further. Overwhelmed and bewildered, he could hardly comprehend what was happening. His eyes darted around, desperately searching for an escape, but the tentacles bound him too quickly for any resistance. His body sank into their grip, completely helpless. Fear surged up, threatening to swallow him whole. But just when hope seemed lost, something miraculous happened. A brilliant golden light exploded from within the tentacles, illuminating the dark void. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief as the light grew blindingly bright. It was Lodbrok, the ancient dragon, shattering the hold with earth-shaking power. With a heaven-rending roar, Lodbrok broke free and soared upward. Theo still dazed, Lodbrok, carrying Theo away from the giant creature's crushing grasp. How did you get here? The dragon's eyes remained fixed on the strange being without wavering. In a deep, resonant voice, Lodbrok answered, "My companion, that thing is still beyond what you can face right now, even with your terrifying power. Both of us are insignificant before that colossal entity." Lodbrok continued, voice grave yet resolute. "Even if you reach the level of Sigurd, I'm not certain you could win." Theo's face showed pure astonishment. What the hell is going on? The dragon's tail lashed powerfully, yanking him away from the battlefield with immense force, and sending him flying backward. "You have to leave this place. Theo Ragnar, it is not yet time for you to confront this. Leave it to me." The world around him shifted abruptly. With a violent pull, he was dragged back to reality, crashing into the assassin's lair. He collapsed to the ground, body trembling, eyes wide in disbelief, heart hammering as he tried to process what he had just witnessed. Unconsciously, Theo raised a hand to his head, mind in chaos. "What was that? I'm back. What just happened?" His thoughts spun wildly. Lodbrok is facing that thing alone. But when his eyes landed on the blood priest standing before him, reality slammed back into focus. The blood priest collapsed to his knees, clutching his head with both hands, his face a twisted mix of agony, rage, and utter disbelief. He muttered in a voice full of torment, How could an atheist be granted an audience with the Lord?" His fingers clawed at his own face as his mind shattered, screaming in madness. "I sacrificed my entire family to the Lord, and yet an atheist gets to meet him." But before he could utter another word, in that very instant, the blood priest's life was snuffed out with one swift, clean slash. Theo's eyes were cold and resolute, his expression unyielding. "Even I would reject a so-called god like that," he muttered under his breath, his mind still reeling and his body trembling from the sheer intensity of the encounter. Was that really the god those demon holy fanatics have been hiding? Could that be the nameless King Lodbrok once mentioned? Memories flooded back from the conversation during the awakening ceremony, when Lodbrok explained that for 1,000 years she had been tasked with guarding the world from the entity imprisoned in that solitary cavern. But having lost her dragon heart, Lodbrok only had 3 years left to live. Fragments of past life memories swirled chaotically in his head. 5 more years until the Great War ignited by those demon holy cultists. The death of the guardian dragon, the rise of the heretical faith, and Troiven's rebellion, all those consecutive events can't possibly be coincidences. A sharp pain stabbed through his head, forcing him to clutch it tightly. Everything is connected. He staggered, his body weakening under the mental strain, but just before he could collapse, Evelyn suddenly appeared and caught him. "You did great, young master." Her voice was filled with pride and unwavering resolve. Not long after, Cleve descended into the basement. Her eyes narrowed as she scanned the surroundings. Her gaze quickly settled on Theo and Evelyn. "I rushed here after hearing there was a hidden priest, but it looks like my help wasn't needed after all." She swept her eyes over the scene, pausing at the priest's corpse. "He took down one already." Evelyn and Theo turned toward Cleve as she spoke, her voice brimming with pride. "You're truly incredible, Theo Ragnar." Her eyes shone with admiration. "I can't believe you defeated a priest single-handedly. You don't need to prove anything more." The scene shifted, the 3 of them gathered around a table, examining documents. Cleve's tone grew serious as she reviewed them. "I think this is everything they had, just reports, nothing usable as solid evidence." Theo approached, holding a small box with a contemplative expression. "I found this down in the basement. Take a look." Evelyn's eyes sharpened with gravity the moment she saw the box. Memories flashing back to when she and Remington retrieved it on the young master's orders before the awakening ceremony. That's the secret ledger of Ceres and Troiven. She thought to herself, why hasn't he used it yet? Did he predict all of this? Thea watched Cleve closely as she flipped through the pages, her brows furrowing tightly. She paused at one page, scanning the details. This is the ledger of the Ceres merchant conglomerate. It records transactions with Troiven, complete with their official seals. She closed the book and turned to Theo. "Excellent work, Theo Ragnar. If we gather enough evidence, we can prove Troiven's treasonous conspiracy and his ties to the heretical cult." Theo's and Evelyn's expressions darkened at the grave implications. The proof was finally within reach. Cleve continued, "This should be more than enough to bring them down." As they left the hideout, Cleve's words echoed in his ears. "I'll confront the Ceres Merchant Guild myself." His mind flashed to Troiven. He clenched his fist, eyes narrowing with fierce determination. Just wait, Eid Troiven, this time it's your turn to be crushed. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the white armored dragon cavalry. Julius sat behind his desk, slamming a document down hard, his face contorted in fury, teeth grinding as he muttered, I knew it, Eid Troiven, I knew that bastard would betray me someday. Across from him, Robber calmly sipped his tea, expression unreadable. It's not certain yet, there's suspicious activity, but he's still only a suspect. Julius crumpled the paper in his hand, voice thick with frustration. You think I'm an idiot? Robber didn't flinch, remaining perfectly composed. The Black Dragon has shown me this. It goes far beyond mere suspicion. This isn't just a hunch, so stop guessing pointlessly. Julius's face darkened further. Looking at your reaction, you definitely knew and ignored it anyway. Robert gently lifted his teacup, took a sip, then abruptly changed the subject. Theo Ragnar, I heard from Cleve's report that the kid took down a priest all by himself. No assistance needed, right? Julius's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Now's not the time to talk about that. Robert, amused by the demon dragon's reaction, teased further. That boy would fit much better with my black snow. Let him come to me. Julius openly scowled. Why do you always have to be like this? Robert narrowed his eyes, tone turning serious. Outstanding reasoning, exceptional analysis and planning skills. From just one small clue, he pinpointed the critical link. It's almost like he was trained in Black Snow's exact methods. It's as if he already has prior experience. Julius waved him off dismissively. Either way, I've already chosen him, so hands off. Hey big bro, you and Lady Osa Ragnar really act like a couple of thieves. Robert set his teacup down, his expression suddenly grave. Well now, it's been a long time since I heard that name. He paused, lost in thought for a moment, then continued. Kyle, me, Osa, and you, Julius. It feels like just yesterday the four of us were brothers. Julius cut in irritably. Your sentimental stories aren't swaying me. If you try to steal Theo, I won't forgive you. Robert's gaze darkened, his voice turning cryptic. Looks like you still haven't realized it. Suddenly, with a swift blur, Robert appeared behind Julius. It's perfectly normal for an older brother to steal from his little brother, isn't it? With that, Robert turned to leave, casually snatching a few bottles of liquor from Julius's shelf as he went, chuckling. Next time prepare something more expensive, little brother. Before Julius could react, Robert dashed out, leaving an exasperated shout echoing down the hallway. Fortunately, there were currently no spies within the white armored dragon cavalry. Nowhere else remained untouched by the heavenly dragon's reach. Robert's body gradually faded into the air as he thought, it's better to leave this plan to Julius. Today is the day we strike the series Merchant Guild. There's going to be a lot to handle. Things are getting more and more interesting. The scene shifted to the main ceremonial hall of the series Merchant Guild. The atmosphere thick with anticipation as a man approached the podium where several figures waited. Upon reaching it, he bowed respectfully. I am Navin Bacchus, second son of the Bacchus family. The bald man in front of him with a long beard stroked it thoughtfully while scrutinizing him. I am Quadrax Series, leader of the series conglomerate. He replied, I formally propose a marriage alliance with the Bacchus family. Quadrax gestured toward his daughter. She bowed gracefully and spoke in a calm voice. I am Lily Series, fourth daughter of the series family. The air grew solemn as Quadrax continued. From this day forward, the Bacchus and Ceres families will be bound by marriage. These two will forge an enduring union. With a subtle smile, Quadrax thought to himself, finally, I've achieved it. He glanced at the emblem on Navin's chest, nodding its prestigious design and the name of a noble house. This is just the beginning, House Ragnar, you who have always looked down on us. His smile widened, eyes narrowing with smug malice. Before long, we'll have our rightful revenge. Behind them, a bald man stood silently, his face flushed red with fury, fists clenched tightly, eyes cold as he watched the ceremony. His mind darkened further. How dare that merchant call my family in front of the Bacchus? He seethed inwardly, one of the 6 great noble houses, and yet treated like this. His body trembled with rage, but he forced himself to hold back. I have to endure. With the dowry from this marriage, I can save the family. His expression grew even darker, thoughts turning bitter. Who cares about that illegitimate child anyway? Meanwhile, Navin Bacchus stood confidently before Quadrax Ceres, the corner of his mouth curling as he recognized the old man's blatant intentions. So predictable. He thought, eyes narrowing as he analyzed the situation. These merchants really think they can help us. He glanced at the other Ceres members, each face revealing sinister schemes. They think they're gaining an advantage, but they're blind to the bigger picture. They don't even realize their own guild is being used as collateral. Anyway, I won't be alive much longer anyway. His smile turned grim as he contemplated the slow collapse of the series conglomerate. He extended his hand toward Lily, voice gentle. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lily. I'll treat you well as Ceres' son-in-law and as your husband. Lily stood before him, her face stiff with distrust, filled only with suspicion. She crossed her arms, narrowed her eyes at Navin, and spoke firmly. How can you prove it? Navin faltered for a moment, but immediately flashed a sly smile. He chuckled softly, understanding her implication, his expression softening as he replied, looks like you already have a plan. My family is going bankrupt, and even I'm being sold off in marriage. But if you, my bride, wish it, I can deliver the daughter of House Bacchus. The bald man, witnessing the exchange, nearly exploded with rage, eyes flashing with fury. That damned bastard, what the hell does he think he's doing? Lily slowly rolled up her right sleeve, revealing a scar on her arm. Her voice trembled with anger as she shouted, bring me the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who did this to my arm. Navin's smile widened, eyes narrowing with intrigue. She wants me to publicly assassinate the heir of another noble house. The crowd's murmurs grew louder, shock evident in their voices. Quadrak Ceres, Lily's father, stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and whispered, Lily, I told you not to say such things in public. Lily bowed her head in silent acceptance, then suddenly turned back, her face lighting up with excitement. Seeing Navin standing there with a confident smile and determined eyes, he straightened up, voice serious and commanding. Since my young bride desires it, I will bring his head. Outside, the sky blazed with the silhouette of dragons circling above the city. Citizens looked up in astonishment, voices filled with confusion. What is that? I think it's a wyvern, right? Before they could comprehend, the dragons began descending, and 3 figures leaped from their backs. What? People are jumping down. Gasps of amazement echoed across the square. With an earth-shaking boom, the 3 landed perfectly, striking heroic poses. The crowd froze, eyes widening as they recognized the emblem on the flag. That's the Ragnar crest. The realization sent chills through everyone. The flag wasn't just cloth, it was a declaration of war. Cleve, expression grave, planted the Ragnar banner into the ground, her voice low but commanding, resonating across the crowd. From this moment on, we will enforce justice in the name of Ragnar. She paused, eyes sweeping the crowd. We have uncovered attackers linked deeply to the Ceres Merchant Guild. The investigation begins immediately to trace acts of treason. Anyone who interferes will be considered complicit and executed on the spot. The crowd recoiled in horror, faces tense, breaths catching. Execute on the spot. Someone whispered. Cleve's voice rang out again, carrying even into the guild building. If you claim innocence, allow Ragnar forces to conduct the investigation. Inside, Quadrak Ceres felt his blood run cold, his face twisting, jaw clenched. Damn it, they figured everything out. No, impossible, I have to stay strong, can't show weakness. As Quadrak tried to compose himself, the bald man stepped forward, voice heavy with anxiety. Treason, what the hell is going on, Ceres? Outside, the voice rang out again, sharp and unrelenting. Quadrak Ceres, get out here right now. Inside the building, sweat poured down Quadrak's forehead as the pressure crushed him. In panic, he started clawing at himself, but he quickly suppressed it, forcing himself to think, Clan leader, what do we do now? Quadrak clenched his fists, face twisted in fury, roaring, don't make me laugh. A single piece of paper can be easily forged. His eyes blazed with rage as he shouted, his voice carrying clearly outside. Someone is framing us, no matter how dirty you play. How Ceres will prove our loyalty to Ragnar. Your lies will be exposed soon enough. Ceres soldiers. Eliminate anyone who dares disrespect Ragnar, anyone who dares point a blade at Ragnar and those loyal to him. The tension was suffocating as both sides braced for the storm about to erupt. Hearing their guild leader's words, the bald man's face tightened with worry. He placed a hand on Quadrak's shoulder, voice low and anxious. Lord Ceres, are you saying you won't cooperate with their investigation? Quadrak violently shook off his hand, face darkening as he snarled in rage. This wedding is off. He jabbed a finger straight at the bald man, frustration boiling over. You're truly an idiot. Do you really think we'll just let you walk away after everything that's happened? The charges stacking up are treason, do you understand? Quadrak leaned in close, faces inches apart, teeth grinding, his smile anything but friendly. You, a member of the 6 Pillars, should know exactly what treason means. Did you think I'd face this alone? Glancing out the window and seeing Cleve, Evelyn, and Theo standing firm below, Quadrak's eyes darkened. Think about it. If they had solid proof, there wouldn't just be 3 people standing there. An entire army would blot out the sky. Confidence surging back, Quadrak turned to the bald man and the entourage. Got it. They're not even certain about their own evidence. If we hold them off just this once, we'll come out clean. Before the bald man could respond, a steely voice cut in. Navin stepped forward, pushing between them with overwhelming presence. What are you saying to an old man who can barely shuffle to the bathroom? he mocked, tone dripping with sarcasm yet firm. He placed a hand on the bald man's shoulder, flashing a mischievous grin. Right, elder? The bald man's eyes narrowed, teeth grinding in fury. You little brat, how dare you? Unfazed, Navan turned his back and walked away, smile never fading. He waved casually with an air of indifference. Isn't this better? He kept taunting. As he glided toward the window with fluid grace, a chance to deliver the wedding gift to the bride this quickly. The bald man's mouth fell open, eyes wide in shock. Damn it, that bastard child, what the hell is he thinking? Without hesitation, Navan leaped through the window, landing lightly, then dashed across rooftops, heading straight toward Theo and the others. Meanwhile, the bald man stood stunned, his expression shifting to panic. Damn it, that illegitimate brat. The moment he draws his sword, will be branded as accomplices. He spun toward his subordinates, voice cracking like a whip. We're joining to support House Ceres. The order was clear. Soldiers moved instantly, armor clanking as they assembled. The scene shifted outside. Ceres soldiers formed a terrifying encirclement around Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn, spears leveled and aimed precisely. Meanwhile, the three stood firm, swords drawn, ready to strike back. Cleve, face grave, pointed her sword at the soldiers and shouted, "This is your final warning. Stand down or you will be executed on the spot for treason." Her words hung heavy in the air, carrying the promise of death. The soldiers hesitated, tension thick, standing frozen for a moment. Sweat streamed down their faces, teeth clenched, unsure what to do. From above, Navan watched, closing in on Theo's group. With a precise leap, he landed right in the middle of the tense standoff, leaving the three Ragnar members stunned. His smile confident, voice dripping with mockery. Ragnar people really love executing others, don't they? Evelyn and Cleve's eyes widened in shock. How did this swordsman slip through their lines so easily and insert himself right in the middle? Before they could react, Navan struck. With a fluid motion, he swung his sword in a full 360-degree arc, the sheer force pushing Theo, Cleve, and Evelyn back, feet skidding across the ground. Navan's voice almost teasing, eyes gleaming with amusement. A pleasure to meet Ragnar's entourage. Especially you, Theo. Never thought I'd say this on our first meeting. Theo's eyes widened, heart nearly stopping as he recognized the man before him. No way, it really is him, he thought. Memories crashing in like a freight train. In the Great War, the one who sowed chaos for Ragnar alongside Ceres and Troyvan, the sword demon Navan Bacchus, second son of House Bacchus. Navan smirked, face smug, pointing his sword straight at Theo, voice laced with mockery. I'll take your head. Theo's heart pounded hard, barely able to process the situation, as Navan charged with paralyzing speed. The power and precision of the attack surpassed anything Theo had ever faced. The sword demon moved like a phantom, a streak of deadly intent. I have to use knowledge from my past life. Theo's mind raced as he blocked another strike. This was his chance. Resolute, he shouted to Evelyn and Cleve, voice steady despite the chaos. I'll handle this guy. Evelyn's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, that guy is. Before she could finish, Cleve cut in, voice calm but firm. It's fine, trust him. The others are probably destroying evidence right now. We can't wait any longer. We have to end this fast. Blocking another blow, his body screaming in protest. I'll catch up with you guys later. Navan's laugh echoed, dark and taunting. I don't mind if they jump in, but are you sure you're okay? Even looking like this, I'm pretty strong, you know. Theo let out a small laugh, a smile breaking through despite the danger. I could say the same. He muttered, eyes narrowing as he stared at Navan. Mind if I ask you something? Navan's eyes sparkled with interest, posture relaxed. He closed his eyes briefly and nodded lightly. Go ahead. Theo's smile widened, pointing a sword at Ragnar is blatant treason. Are you the traitor, or are you trying to destroy House Bacchus, or is this revenge for your mother? At the mention of his mother, Navan's face hardened, his grip tightening on the sword. Oh, that's rich, young Master Ragnar. You just had to drag up the one memory I want buried deepest. His eyes flashed with rage and pain, voice ice cold and venomous. Now I've got even more reason to take your head, Theo. Don't worry, I'll make it a clean cut. Sweat streamed down Theo's face, breath short, but his voice held steady. Just hear me out for a second. With confidence and warmth, he lowered his sword, extending a hand toward Navan, expression calm and reassuring despite the tension. Let me help you get your revenge. I can help you bring down House Bacchus. Standing before Theo Ragnar was Navan Bacchus, the man unofficially hailed as the strongest sword of House Bacchus, a title adorned by the proud, ferocious wolf emblem of his family. He wasn't just a prodigious swordsman, he was the embodiment of tragedy, a story etched deeply into every cold, razor-sharp strike. Theo knew Navan's painful history all too well. Despite possessing talent rivaling the greatest ancient warriors of House Bacchus, Navan had never been acknowledged by his clan, all because of his origins. An illegitimate child born in a brothel, an indelible stain on their noble bloodline. Rather than nurturing that overwhelming strength, the family treated his very existence as a threat. His mother, the pitiful woman who had sacrificed everything for her son, was forced to leave this world, leaving the young Navin kneeling beside her cold body, tears mixing with the dirt on the ground. That profound resentment had ignited a blazing fire of vengeance in Navin's heart, one ready to burn House Bacchus to ashes, even if it consumed him too. If Theo could strike at that exact weakness, he believed he could pull Navin to his side and turn him into an ally. "Let me help you get your revenge and bring down House Bacchus," Theo repeated, his voice firm as iron, eyes unwavering. Navin stood opposite him, running a hand through his disheveled hair, his expression a weary mix of doubt. He let out a soft, mocking chuckle, voice low but laced with sarcasm. "I don't know where you dug up information about my mother, but one thing, for sure." Before the words finished, Theo's eyes tensed like a drawn bowstring, bracing for the attack that seemed ready to pierce through anything. Without the slightest hesitation, Navin swung his sword, unleashing a long-range slash that tore through the air, hurtling toward Theo at terrifying speed. The blade gleamed, carrying a killing intent so thick it seemed to freeze the atmosphere solid. Theo, with his battle-honed instincts, raised his sword just in time to block, pouring every ounce of strength into the clash. The impact sent out a shockwave, cracking the ground beneath their feet and sending shards of stone flying. Navin's strike was so ferocious it dragged Theo backward, his boots skidding across the broken earth, carving deep furrows. Navin stood motionless, face as cold as ice, voice dropping low. "I've got no reason to accept your offer. Even without cooperating with you, House Bacchus will collapse under the weight of their own treason anyway." Theo listened closely, eyes narrowing as the truth sank in. "That's right, he doesn't need my help at all." His expression turned grave, eyes blazing with unshakable resolve. "House Bacchus will fall on its own, but you, Navin, you'll vanish along with them." Navin sighed, rolling his eyes with casual indifference, voice almost apathetic. "Pointless worry. I've got nothing left to regret in this world. I don't mind disappearing along with that cursed family." But before he could finish, Theo cut in sharply. "That's dragon vein fever, isn't it? A disease that strikes when a young body can't handle an overwhelming talent. If treated early, it can be easily cured, but if the golden window is missed, it becomes an incurable illness that cruelly shortens life." Navin's head dipped slightly, jaw clenched tight. Theo's words struck like a dagger into the deepest wound in his heart. "House Bacchus didn't treat you in time, so the time you have left is." Theo trailed off, but Navin cut in. 5 years, impressive deduction for a noble young master. You really dug up every dirty corner of my past, didn't you? Without another word, he charged forward, rage exploding through every sword strike, each one laced with lethal killing intent. "But knowing about my illness changes nothing. Today, right here, House Bacchus will vanish, and I'll die as Navin." Their swords clashed, the deafening ring like thunder, sparks flying brilliantly through the air. The force knocked Theo back, but he quickly regained balance, smile never fading. "What if I could cure your illness?" Navin froze, eyes flashing with confusion. "Nonsense. Dragon vein fever has no cure." He unleashed a barrage of attacks, each slash ripping at the space around them, forcing Theo into a fierce defensive stance. Theo blocked solidly, but Navin's power kept pushing him backward. Yet Theo's eyes still burned fiercely, mind racing with memories from his past life. "In my previous life, the cure for dragon vein fever was discovered. Right after his death, a device like an arc reactor was the key to solving it all. Right now, I'm the only one who knows that secret." He stood firm, voice brimming with confidence. "No, it can be cured." His smile turned into an arrogant smirk, eyes narrowing and glinting red in the dim battlefield light. "I'm absolutely certain." Navin stood stunned, eyes wide, mind reeling as he tried to process the words. Theo pressed the advantage, reminding Navin of his own earlier words that House Bacchus would fall even without his cooperation. "Just like you said, House Bacchus will disappear even if you don't team up with me. But if you take my hand, then even when House Bacchus falls, you can live on as a hero, one who helped House Ragnar crush the rebellion. Why not give me a chance to prove it?" Navin stood frozen, eyes locked on Theo's outstretched hand. His mind churned like a storm of doubt and fragile hope. Could it really be true? Can dragon vein fever actually be cured? The thought gnawed at him, sparking a faint glimmer of light in the darkness of despair. The battlefield scene shifted to another angle, where Ceres' soldiers were loading massive ballistae, preparing a new volley. They slotted enormous spear-like bolts, aiming them precisely at Evelyn and Cleve. The ground trembled as the barrage launched, bolts tearing through the air at deadly speed. Cleve darted forward, hand flashing out to snatch one bolt mid-flight and hurl it aside like a harmless twig. Beside her, Evelyn deflected another with her sword, the steel ringing out, her movements graceful yet overwhelmingly powerful. She sighed, muttering, "This is starting to get annoying." Cleve narrowed her eyes, irritation clear in her voice. Yeah, really annoying. She glanced toward Theo, frowning. Is he still not done yet? Evelyn turned, scanning through the dust for Theo's figure. Looks like they're talking about something. Cleve lost patience, slamming the captured bolt into the ground. Eyes darkening as she surveyed the chaotic battlefield. HMPH, can't I just wipe them all out? The thought flickered through her mind. But the demon dragon's earlier warnings held her back. Memories of their previous conversation flashed by Robber Ragnar sitting across from her, opening a bottle of wine with a relaxed smile. Don't act unless you can handle the consequences. Our priority is gauging how much potential he really has so we can recruit him early. Cleve had stood before him, expression serious. You mean I should just observe? Robber nodded. Exactly, he took down a blood priest, but you didn't see it firsthand. That's why we need to confirm it. Our mission is to accurately analyze the individuals who will shape Ragnar's future. Remember that gathering more evidence is Theo's task in this operation. He paused, then added, but if there's a what-if limit you mentioned, does it involve demonic cults? I'll allow intervention at the supervisory level and above. Back in the present, Cleve sighed inwardly. She knew Robber would complain if she stepped in at this level of threat. But the thought of delaying and missing her break made her furious. With terrifying strength, Cleve blocked the incoming volley, shockwaves rippling across the courtyard and sending debris flying everywhere. Evelyn startled at Cleve's sudden shift in demeanor, then noticed Navin raising his sword as if about to strike. Is the young master losing to him? But Theo acted first, rushing after Navin with a cheerful expression. Both of them dashed past her, leaving Evelyn stunned. Navin had now joined their side. He charged forward, intercepting the Bacchus subordinates attacking Cleve and Evelyn. His swordsmanship was a deadly dance, steel flashing through the dust and smoke. He bowed his head slightly, voice carrying a hint of apology. Sorry for being rude to you ladies earlier. Does this make up for my initial discourtesy? Navin grinned, eyes lighting up. Now we're on the same side. A system notification rang out clearly and excitedly. Hidden quest completed. You have successfully recruited the sword demon Navin as an ally. The tide of battle reversed in an instant. Navin became a whirlwind of destruction, tearing through the Bacchus soldiers' ranks, leaving them screaming in despair as they desperately tried to stop him. He leaped onto the massive ballista, causing the soldiers to panic and shout instinctively. But it was already too late. With just a few precise slashes, Navin shattered the siege weapon, ropes snapped, wood splintered, explosions echoing like thunder. The Bacchus subordinate leader looked up at Navin silhouetted against the smoke-filled sky and roared, cursing, Navin, you traitor, you dare turn your sword against the family that raised you. Navin landed lightly and retorted with biting sarcasm. Was there ever really a family that accepted a filthy bastard child? He charged forward, sword gleaming, ending the enemy with one clean stroke. Evelyn watched Navin with admiration. He really is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient god's heir. She turned to Theo. How did you convince him? Theo replied simply, voice calm. I just promised him what he wanted. Don't just stand there, we should follow. Navin, it's time to capture Quadrak Ceres. Inside the chapel, Quadrak stood by the window, watching his forces being pushed back step by step. A subordinate rushed in, voice trembling as he reported the dire situation. Quadrak roared, eyes bloodshot. You think I don't know? There's no time left. The rest of you, order the destruction of every document that could serve as evidence, especially anything connected to Troyvan. But Quadrak suddenly shouted in fury, no, don't touch those documents. The subordinate looked confused, stammering, what's wrong, my lord? We should destroy them as soon as possible to minimize casualties. Quadrak grabbed him by the collar, face twisted with uncontrollable greed. If we burn those documents, how do we recover the money invested in House Troyvan? You expect me to give up that fortune just because of those Ragnar bastards? Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak appeared silently behind Quadrak like a ghost from the void. He spoke in a low, mocking tone. You're saying we should abandon that money just because of those bastards? Quadrak startled, spinning around, sweat beading on his forehead. You finally showed up. I really need your help right now. This timing is perfect. Outside, Theo led the charge into the chapel, sensing the battle nearing its climax. He urged his comrades forward with unstoppable momentum. But as the chapel doors burst open, he froze, a deep primal fear rising and spreading through his body. A figure in the black robes of a demon Holy Church bishop stood imposingly in the doorway, surrounded by twisted, grotesque figures as if they had stepped straight out of hell. Rejoice, faithful ones. The time has come to carry out what you were taught. The scene flashed back to moments earlier, when two shadowy figures emerged quietly from the darkness. The first was a tall, imposing man, followed by a bishop in majestic black robes. As they approached, a flicker of relief lit Quadrak Ceres' eyes. You arrived just in time. I truly need your assistance right now. Quadrak turned around to face the two figures, his voice laced with a hint of confidence. I guess there's no way for people like you to die in this world, right? You even sent a bishop from the demon holy church here. You and Troyven aren't on the same side anymore, are you? That means you're standing with me. Please, I beg you, help me. The two figures continued advancing, their steps slow but deliberate. The bishop spoke in a low, menacing tone. I will help you, but only for the sake of Judgment Day. But first, those documents related to Troyven. Quadrak's eyes narrowed, suspicion rising. He stared straight into the bishop's eyes, voice sharp and cautious. Why do you want them? Those documents are my source of money. Do you think I haven't hidden them well enough? If you want my money, do your job properly. But before he could say more, the bishop's subordinate lunged forward like lightning, grabbing Quadrak's face and squeezing tightly. Quadrak's face contorted, breath choking in his chest. The bishop leaned in closer, eyes glinting with malice. Arrogant fool. Do you really intend to oppose the great plan of the Lord, you wretched atheist? With an almost bored calm, the bishop turned and walked away. Enough, kill him, he continued. There are plenty of others lined up ready to provide funds. The subordinate immediately tightened his grip around Quadrak's throat, the terrifying pressure making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. His vision blurred, body trembling. Blood seeping from his mouth in those final moments, Quadrak's voice rang out in utter desperation. I'm sorry. The bishop paused, catching the despair in his tone. Wait, please wait. I'm sorry I was too disrespectful, Your Eminence. If I die now, Troyven will suspect you even more. You can't let that happen. With a casual wave of his hand, the bishop signaled his subordinate. The hand choking Quadrak loosened, sending him collapsing to the floor, gasping desperately for air. The bishop turned back, tone indifferent yet deadly. Burn every document related to Troyven immediately. Don't even think about running. The Lord is watching everything. You'd better hurry if you still want to live. Quadrak's face paled, the threat sinking deep into his bones, every instinct screaming at him to flee. The scene shifted outside, Theo's eyes cold and focused on the battlefield ahead. He's finally shown up. His gaze locked onto the distant figure of the demon holy church bishop. The bishop's lips curling into a sinister smile as his voice boomed with authority. From our blood, the Lord shall descend upon this place. The air grew thick and bloodthirsty as the bishop's cultists roared in unison, their voices thundering across the battlefield. Worship our Lord, worship our Lord. Theo's heart pounded as the entire army of the demon holy church charged toward him and his team, their eyes wild and soulless. As Theo plunged into battle, his sword flashing like lightning, he cut through the cultists with absolute precision. I suspected the demon holy church was behind this, but I never expected them to deploy a bishop into combat like this. He took down a group of enemies in one fluid motion, barely pausing as more took their place, relentlessly surging toward him, with only one goal in mind, to kill him. One after another fell, severed cleanly, but their numbers seemed endless. Meanwhile, Evelyn fought at the center of the fray, her voice ringing out in irritation. You lunatics. Navan struggled to hold back the fanatics advancing, his tone carrying a hint of worry. They just keep coming. Are we going to be okay if this keeps up? Amid the chaos, Cleve stood behind Theo, Evelyn, and Navan, her eyes calm but calculating. She watched them fight, their determination clear as they faced an entire army alone. She narrowed her eyes, face showing a flicker of disbelief as she looked toward the bishop in the building. So the bishop really did show up. This is going to be more troublesome than I thought. Her hand slid to the hilt of her sword, then paused. Wait, actually, this might be better. And with a smooth motion, she drew her blade, steel gleaming in the dim light as she prepared. She glanced at Theo and the others. Now I have a reason to wipe them all out. In the blink of an eye, Cleve moved so fast no one could track her. Instantly, the enemies in front of Theo, Evelyn, and Navan began exploding into pieces, blasts sending cultists flying, some sliced into shreds. She didn't stop there. With a powerful leap, she soared into the air, dual swords in hand. Explosions rocked the battlefield, throwing the cult forces into disarray. She landed lightly, energy surging around her. From now on, I'm taking the lead. Her eyes narrowed at the enemy army, face grave and resolute. We can't just stand here letting this trash block our way. I'll destroy this place. But contrary to her expectation, Theo shouted to stop her. Wait, don't forget why we came here. We need those documents before they get destroyed. Cleve paused for a moment, sighing with an indifferent yet slightly disappointed tone. Theo, I think I overestimated you. She spun her sword effortlessly, unleashing slashes. Since the demon holy church has shown itself, we don't need to find any more evidence. Theo refused to back down, charging up beside her with fierce determination. No, it's the opposite. The fact that they're intervening this heavily proves there's something they don't want us to touch. The cult's actions had now become even more urgent and dangerous. Whatever they were protecting, they couldn't afford to lose it. Cleve narrowed her eyes. I get it, so what do you plan to do? The enemy army kept advancing, but Theo's group refused to yield. Every swing of the sword brought down more cultists. Cleve continued. Either way, our priority is to break through them first, right? Yes, but by the time we get through, the evidence might already be destroyed. He sliced through several enemies in one smooth motion. Face hardened with resolve, I have a way. Theo activated Mind Gate combined with Blood Dragon synchronization, pushing both to their absolute limits. His eyes glowed bright blue as the skills activated. Now Theo could scan the entire battlefield with perfect clarity, seeing everything within reach. His skill covered a wide area, including nearby buildings. Cleve continued fighting, momentarily lost in her own thoughts. No clear evidence yet, but since Black Dragon told us about this, maybe we should observe more. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. A blood priest lunged forward, fist raised as he shouted, "How dare you let your guard down?" But before he could strike, Cleve acted. In an instant, hundreds of slashes tore through the priest's body, leaving him unable to comprehend what happened. He collapsed, body shredded. Cleve's eyes burned with bloodlust, face like stone as she turned to her teammates. "Fine, Theo, this time I'll trust you. We'll handle things here, but you have to secure that evidence no matter what." Hearing that, Theo didn't hesitate. He leaped up, kicking off an enemy's face, using him as a springboard to soar higher. "Leave it to me." But while airborne, something strange caught his attention. The Demon Holy Church cultists formed a human wall, their eyes glowing with terrifying light as they charged toward him. The situation turning critical, but Navan and Evelyn appeared, cutting through the chaos to support Theo. Navan's special skill erupted in green light while Evelyn unleashed Storm God, her whirlwind technique blazing with brilliant green energy. Their combined attacks shredded the enemy ranks, clearing a path for Theo to advance. Navan grinned brightly and shouted, "I've cleared the way for you, my lord. Keep pushing forward." Hearing that, Evelyn shot back with a cold glare and irritated voice. "Since when did you get to know the young master well enough to call him my lord?" With Blood Dragon synchronization still active, Theo opened his inventory and summoned multiple swords, using remote control. He made the swords hover in midair and leaped from one to another with astonishing agility. As he soared through the air, he glanced back at Navan and Evelyn, flashing a grateful smile. "Thanks, you too." With that, Theo activated Thunder Dragon's Swift Guard to boost his speed, dodging attacks effortlessly as he headed toward the building. His mind focused on the task ahead. They wouldn't entrust something as important as destroying top-secret documents to just anyone. If there's someone suitable, it has to be a high-ranking commander. As Theo scanned the building with enhanced vision, something caught his eye. His gaze locked onto a figure, a smile spreading across his face. "Finally found you, Quadrak." A system window appeared in his view, clue to evil from the previous life. "This is your chance to settle the grudge from your past life. Stop their scheme." Back to the battlefield, both landed on the field with graceful yet deadly movements. As their feet touched the ground, enemy soldiers' heads rolled, blood spraying everywhere. Navan tilted his head slightly, grin growing more arrogant. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Navan Bacchus, the first sword of my lord." Hearing that, Evelyn gritted her teeth in annoyance. "First sword, your jokes are going too far." Unfazed, Navan replied playfully, "Judging by your reaction, you must be the first sword. Then I don't have to worry anymore." Navan's gaze briefly shifted to Cleve, the one annihilating enemies with those lethal sword paths. His tone softened. "If she's the first sword, then I'm happy to be the second." Feeling teased, Evelyn narrowed her eyes, anger flaring. "Are you saying you're better than me?" Without hesitation, Navan charged forward, sword gripped tightly, eyes blazing with excitement. "Of course I am." His blade swung, cutting down several enemies like slicing through cake. Evelyn froze as his sword stopped just inches from her neck, perfect control. Navan smirked smugly. "What a coincidence we're on the same side. How about this? Whoever takes down more cultists becomes the first sword." Evelyn sighed irritably. "I'm on a mission, not playing your silly games." Navan laughed, voice full of amusement. "Are you scared you'll lose?" The words pushed Evelyn to her limit. In a flash, she deflected Navan's sword with masterful skill, eyes burning with determination. Navan stood stunned by her sudden shift. Before he could react, Evelyn pierced through dozens of cultists sneaking up behind him. Precise, deadly strikes executed at extraordinary speed. Without stopping, Evelyn dashed past Navan. Lightning fast, her Storm God skill exploding and sweeping away enemies. "Let me show you why I'm the young master's #1 sword. You'd better not regret what you just said." Navan regained his confidence, gripping his sword tightly. "I'm looking forward to it." Both charged into the cultists again, competing fiercely, neither willing to lose. The scene shifted to a quiet corner of the city, empty streets contrasting the chaos at the center. A lone tavern appeared, faint torchlight casting long shadows on the walls. Inside, a secret passage led down to a basement. Quadrak Series approached, sweat beading on his forehead, heart pounding. He took a deep breath, unlocked the secret door, the sound of the lock echoing in the silence. A torch was lit, illuminating a small room with a wooden desk in the center, surrounded by bookshelves. Without hesitation, caution, he approached the wooden chest, his trembling hands lifting the lid. Inside lay the documents he had painstakingly gathered, evidence tied to Troyven. His mind raced with everything that had happened. All I have to do is burn this and it's over. That way I can escape the treason charges to some extent. But hesitation held him back, the torch in his hand shaking as he thought of the immense value those documents held. Do I really have to burn all of this? Everything here is incredibly valuable and important. It won't be easy to recover any of it. If I factor in the deals I made with the Heavenly Dragon, I have to recover it all at any cost. But the bishop's warning echoed again in his mind. If you don't destroy these documents, death is inevitable. He sighed bitterly, better this than dying. He let the torch drop from his hand, watching the flames slowly fall toward the chest of documents in front of him. But just before the fire could touch anything, a streak of black lightning flashed, flooding the room with crackling energy. A figure blurred past Theo, lightning fast, snatched the torch out of the air before it could destroy everything. Quadrex spun around, eyes wide with horror as he saw him. Theo Ragnar, how did you get here? Theo's eyes burned with bloodlust, his voice low but commanding. Looks like your fourth daughter's arm wasn't enough after all, was it? Quadrax's face paled, blood beginning to spill from his mouth and nose. He forced a strained smile. I'm sorry, I'll do anything, please spare me. But before he could finish, Theo's sword swung in a blur, black lightning trailing behind it, enveloping the blade and severing Quadrax's head in an instant. The gruesome thud of his head hitting the floor echoed as his body crumpled, never even realizing what had happened. Theo's face twisted with rage, his voice cold and merciless. Those who betray Ragnar have only one fate, execution. With that, Theo quickly checked the pile of documents. The system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have completed the quest. The grudge from your previous life has been settled. Flipping through the documents in his hands, Theo couldn't help but wonder. Is this really worth mobilizing the entire Demon Holy Church? The secret ledger I gave Cleve was already enough to nail Troyven, but that's not everything. Even if it's the Heavenly Dragon, House Troyven could still cut him loose if things got dangerous. So he needed enough evidence to take down not just Eid Troyven, but the entire Troyven family. With these documents, I can drag them all down. Looking at the massive bookshelf, Theo felt a wave of exhaustion. Every document here is crucial evidence. What should I take first? His eyes scanned upward and stopped on a book titled Rose Palace Investigation Report. Theo opened it and the first line sent a chill down his spine. This is. Be cautious of Black Dragon surveillance when searching for the sacred relics. Is this Troyven's handwriting? As of now, 2 sacred relics have been located. I also suspect the remaining hidden relics are in the Rose Palace. Reading that, his hand clenched tightly in fury. Sacred relics in the Rose Palace? What does that mean? All the discrimination, false accusations, and the miserable end I suffered in my previous life, it all stemmed from this. According to their plan, Theo Ragnar had to be eliminated. Rage burned through his body, eyes overflowing with wrath. All of this just because a sacred relic might be hidden somewhere. He roared, crumpling the paper in his fist. Eid Troyven, you filthy bastard. But then Theo quickly regained his composure, closing the book as he spoke. Even if I publicize these reports now, it won't change anything. I'll take my revenge slowly but surely. With that, his gaze locked onto 2 glowing cubic objects on the shelf, radiating ancient energy. To make things more interesting, I'll take the 2 sacred relics you worked so hard to obtain. As he touched them, a system window appeared. You have discovered 2 sacred relics of the ancient dragon. The scene shifted back to the Merchant Guild headquarters, the atmosphere heavy and tense, mixed with the clash of swords. The Demon Holy Church forces still held the upper hand, but Naven and Evelyn stood firm back to back, unyielding. The 2 had cut down countless cultists, but the battle was far from over. Naven panted heavily, body covered in bruises and blood from the relentless fighting. Evelyn caught her breath and broke the silence with a cold voice. I remember who you are now, Naven Bacchus. The Demon Holy Church cultists showed no fear, advancing with eyes blazing murder, giving the 2 warriors no moment's rest. Evelyn swung her sword, felling another enemy, then spoke seriously. Last year you ranked 2nd in the awakening ceremony and then vanished, right? Naven, exhausted but still charging forward to cut down more cultists with swift strikes, flashed a crooked grin. It's an honor to be remembered by you, Evelyn. As he lunged at another foe, he shouted with determination. But now's not the time for old stories. At this rate, I'm going to become the #1 swordsman. Suddenly, a burst of green energy exploded across the battlefield. Naven froze in shock as the energy swirled into a massive vortex, sweeping everything away. He stared in awe, looking at Evelyn, who met his gaze with stern eyes, her own glowing green. With that move, we're even. Naven panted, nodding in agreement, eyes full of respect. Yeah, I'll admit it. But just as Naven lowered his guard, a massive figure charged at terrifying speed. The giant who had accompanied the bishop gripped his war mace and prepared to strike. Navan's eyes widened at the overwhelming presence, but he quickly leaped aside, dodging the blow by a hair. The giant's strike smashed into the ground, cracking everything and sending fissures spreading wide. The giant rose, eyes blazing red with rage. Don't celebrate yet. You brats think you can ruin the Great Spirit's plan. Navan smirked, turning to face him. Let's finish this guy, Evelyn. She narrowed her eyes in agreement. Good idea. We'll settle who's number one with him. Without another word, both charged the giant with blazing auras. Evelyn enveloped in radiant green energy full of resolve, while Navan glowed deep blue, sharp focus and unbreakable will shining through. But just as the giant swung his mace in counterattack, a new figure appeared from above. A high-ranking member of the white-armored dragon cavalry descended on a dragon. The dragon dove swiftly, claws seizing the giant and slamming him into the ground. Navan and Evelyn halted and stepped back. The dragon's claws dug deep, pinning him and sending shockwaves across the battlefield. As the dust slowly cleared, the image of the giant pinned motionless under the dragon emerged. It was a white-armored dragon cavalry member. A blonde man stepped forward with a satisfied smile. How's that, Captain Evelyn? Right on time, huh? Navan and Evelyn stood stunned and furious, shouting in unison, why the hell did you touch him? Both flared with anger, eyes blazing. The man paled, flustered. I thought I was helping. Suddenly the sky darkened as more dragons appeared. The entire white-armored dragon cavalry landed on rooftops and charged into battle. Their forceful descent crushed several cultists instantly. Another high-ranking member shouted clear orders. All units, 5th Squad of the White-Armored Dragon Cavalry, engage. Eliminate every member of the Merchant Guild and the Demon Holy Church. Immediately, the white-armored soldiers surged forward, destroying everything. Dragons breathed fire to incinerate enemies, spewed poison clouds to suffocate them, or tore them apart with claws like ripping paper. The battlefield filled with flames, toxic gas, and screams. Inside the Merchant Guild headquarters, the atmosphere had grown somewhat calmer. The bishop lay collapsed on the floor, dozens of weapons piercing his body, blood pooling everywhere. Despite his grave wounds, he still smirked with satisfaction, voice full of contentment. I sincerely hope the new sun rises over a blood-red sky and the true end arrives. Help them resist temptation and accept our reverence. The blood of the god will guide us, may the rest find peace. Cleve sat nearby, exhausted but still nonchalant. She rolled her eyes, then sighed mockingly. Schemes like that really don't suit me at all. After going berserk like that. She glanced at the bishop. His body was shredded by swords, limbs severed, yet he wore a mad smile, as if the burden in his heart had finally been lifted. The scene shifted outside, now eerily quiet after the battle. The white-armored dragon cavalry set up temporary complaint booths, with long lines of civilians reporting damages. Evelyn stood amid the chaos, surrounded by endless questions. One person approached with a report. Can I go now? Evelyn, clearly exasperated. Yes, just show me your Merchant Guild card and you can leave. About compensation? Complaint reception is at the far left. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. White-armored members ran back and forth, shouting orders. Captain, do you need that report? Another voice, hurry, bring it here now. Someone tossed a report to Evelyn. Boldly titled, someone ate the flying dragon's goods. Who the hell did that? She received another from a soldier. Captain, does this job come with extra pay? Evelyn gritted her teeth, eyes squeezed shut in frustration. Suddenly she lost control, eyes turning into slits of fire, veins bulging on her forehead. What's with all the damn calling, you bastards? She grabbed the nearest table and hurled it skyward. The throw sent a few members flying with it. Then she roared with murderous intent. Handle it yourselves. I suck at paperwork too, you know? She scanned around, searching. Huxial, where the hell is Huxial? Where did she run off to after dumping us here like this? The scene shifted to a peaceful corner of the city, inside a simple tent where Theo and Evelyn were discussing seriously. Theo looked at the documents before him and spoke. This is what the Merchant Guild leader wanted to destroy. Traces of relics, leaked information, detailed betrayal plans, all recorded here. Cleve glanced over the documents and set them down on the table. Smiling proudly, you did great, mid-tier swordsman Theo Ragnar. Theo looked surprised, eyes wide in astonishment. Thank you, ma'am. Cleve laughed heartily at his reaction, then grew serious. You work efficiently like you've been part of Huxial for ages. So, what do you think of Black Dragon's invitation? Theo scratched his head, looking awkward. About that. Cleve sighed and smiled lightly. No need to be so nervous, I was just teasing. Theo laughed sheepishly. Hard to tell if she's joking or not. Cleve moved on. One more thing, I've got good news for you. The operation to capture the Heavenly Dragon is underway. The previous ledger was enough to prove his treason. You've got him. Theo's eyes lit up, a bright smile spreading. So that means. Cleve cut in firmly. Yeah, the elite capture team from Huxial is already in action. They're probably escorting him back to the capital right now. Right then, the tent flap burst open. A Huxial member rushed in, breathless and urgent. "We've got a big problem, ma'am." Theo and Cleve turned back, their faces hardening with worry. The scene abruptly shifted to the battlefield. A soldier struggled to stand firm. He was hiding his true strength. Troiven swung his sword through the air with horrifying speed and precision. An elite Huxial soldier in the capture team had his head cleaved off in the blink of an eye, his body collapsing while Eid maintained his cold, impassive expression. Only fools reveal their full power. He scanned the battlefield where the high-ranking Huxial soldiers lay dead, heads severed from their bodies. A wicked smile spread across his face. "Congratulations, Theo Ragnar. Rose Palace Axion. Dragon Slayer Swordsman, Ceres Merchant Guild, everything I painstakingly prepared." His voice trailed off, but rage boiled beneath it. His face twisted grotesquely as a mad laugh escaped. "You really ruined everything, Theo Ragnar. Nothing's left." His eyes narrowed with grim determination. "Fine, go ahead and celebrate. Revel as much as you want, because the Troiven plan will continue regardless." He gripped the sword tightly in his hand and muttered, "We lost the Dragon Slayer sword, but I've obtained this instead, so it's enough." He trudged step by step into the thick snow and gradually vanished, his whispered words carried away by the wind. The time is near. The scene shifted to the Rose Palace, where the usual lively atmosphere had grown even more vibrant with preparations for a major event. The palace courtyard was packed with people moving purposefully, the air thick with anticipation. Inside the grand hall, nobles gathered in lively conversation while tailors meticulously measured for new gowns. The atmosphere blended excitement and expectation as luxurious outfits were prepared for the most honored guests. One lady exclaimed, "Oh my, this design is exquisite." Another smiled brightly in reply, "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" Amid the bustling crowd stood a solitary figure in a corner, creating a stark contrast to the extravagant chaos around her. It was the demon blacksmith. She calmly puffed on her pipe while observing the nobles with detached interest. She overheard someone ask, "When will the new magic seals be ready?" Another replied, "They just came out, we still need to verify the quality." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she watched, growing busier by the moment. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. "Mom, you finally made it," Cecilia called out joyfully, approaching with a radiant face. The blacksmith turned to her daughter and asked, "What's with all these tailors?" Cecilia replied excitedly, "I'm about to open a new shop. It's a high-end brand specializing in luxurious fabrics and dazzling jewelry." The blacksmith's face froze, staring at her daughter in stunned silence. After a brief pause, Cecilia continued detailing everything with overflowing enthusiasm. A smile slowly spread across the demon blacksmith's face, her eyes filled with love and pride. "It's been so long since I've seen that smile, hasn't it? It's more beautiful than any gem or jewel." Suddenly, Cecilia grabbed her mother's hand, beaming, "So don't worry about the cost, okay?" "What?" Cecilia looked surprised. "You didn't come for that." The blacksmith clicked her tongue and chuckled lightly. "You catch on quick." "But that's not the only reason. I came because there's another important piece of news about the Rose Palace." At the mention of the Rose Palace, Cecilia's eyes widened in fear, sweat beading on her forehead. She gripped her mother's hand tightly. "Nothing happened to my son, right? Did that monster do something again?" The blacksmith looked at her daughter, eyes softening with compassion. "What have you been enduring all this time?" She gently placed a hand on Cecilia's head to comfort her. "Calm down, don't worry too much. Actually, it's the complete opposite." She took another puff from her pipe, smoke swirling around her, then continued, "Try not to be too shocked, my daughter." That woman, Cecilia's face showed pure shock, eyes wide with horror. The scene shifted to the Rose Palace, revealing a horrifying sight. The air hung heavy with the stench of death. Blood stained the walls and floors everywhere. Bodies lay scattered across the courtyard. Those who witnessed it stood frozen, eyes wide in terror. The entrance gate was lined with severed heads, each marked as traitors to House Ragnar. Hearing that, Cecilia could no longer hold herself up and collapsed to her knees. Her mother's words still rang in her ears, but they offered no comfort. She looked up at her mother with tear-filled eyes, voice weak. "I'm sorry, Mom, I'm just glad it's finally over." The demon blacksmith knelt beside her daughter, heart heavy. She hugged Cecilia tightly, comforting her. "My girl, she needs you more than ever now." Cecilia leaned into her mother, sobbing as she released years of pent-up pain. "It really happened, didn't it, Mom?" The blacksmith looked at her daughter, eyes reddening, voice warm yet tinged with sorrow. "Have you ever seen an elf lie?" Cecilia's sobs quieted, but her words carried heavy weight. "All this time, I never let it show, but every day felt like walking on a knife's edge. Being falsely accused, blamed without reason, even targeted for assassination. I didn't dare tell anyone, but I nearly died several times. Each time, I just prayed they'd spare my son's life." Cecilia looked up, face streaked with tears. "All that pressure in my heart, it's finally gone. It's really over now, right, Mom?" Seeing her like that, the demon blacksmith couldn't hold back her own tears. She looked at her daughter with pride mixed with heartache. "I never fully understood the burden Cecilia carried alone. Yes, it's over, my love. You've endured far too much by yourself. You did so well, my daughter." The scene shifted to Theo's mansion, where he and Navan had just arrived after the battle. Despite the heavy mission, the atmosphere felt somewhat lighter. Navan, with his usual carefree demeanor, spoke first. "Heard you've become quite famous, huh?" Theo, pouring tea, smiled warmly. "You arrived later than I expected. Have you finished everything?" Navan lounged back on the sofa, still relaxed. "Huxial told me not to say anything, but you already know everything, right? Just as predicted, House Bacchus is collapsing. Starting with the family head, anyone who signed those bills will lose at least their title. They deserve it after everything they've done. House Bacchus is finished." But Theo still wasn't satisfied, asking, "Is that really enough?" Navan looked surprised. "What do you mean?" Theo met his gaze with confidence. "Navan, I propose that you become the head of House Bacchus." Navan froze. "What, me?" Theo placed his hand on the table, resolute. "If everyone else loses their titles, you'll be the only one left who can take over the family. Become my strength in the coming war against House Troyven." Navan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly returned to his nonchalant self. "War with Troyven? This kid was aiming for that from the start, huh?" Theo sipped his tea with a confident smile. "The power struggle between me and him is now out in the open. War with Troyven is inevitable. Troyven's ties to the demon Holy Church and involvement in the Heavenly Dragon Rebellion have been confirmed. So the question is, what is he plotting in the north?" Everyone's faces tensed. This was practically a declaration of war. Navan pondered. "Yeah, after Troyven and the cult got exposed, they won't just sit still." He leaned back, laughing casually. "For someone who's dying soon like me, war is that big a deal. Don't I need something to do anyway?" Theo smiled about that. Immediately, Theo took out something and placed it in front of Navan, surprising him. "What's this?" "Didn't I tell you I can cure your illness?" He handed over a sheet of paper and explained. "This is the formula for curing ether core fever, and this is the ether core, the main ingredient. It's not widely known yet, but ether core fever arises from chaotic mana flow inside the body. This core will neutralize your mana flow." Navan was stunned, mind reeling. "I can't believe it. I thought you'd cure me just enough to keep me alive, then use it to control and imprison me." Theo looked surprised. "What?" Navan grew serious. "If you give me everything, what's to stop me from taking it all and running?" Hearing that, Theo replied confidently, "If you want to do that, I don't mind. Focusing solely on power only creates more problems. You and I are both victims of it." His eyes shone brightly, voice softening but firm. "I don't want to dominate others through force. What I want to build isn't oppression or coercion, it's mutual trust." Navan was stunned as the meaning sank in. "What I want isn't suppression or force, it's trust." He gave a short laugh and sighed. "I was planning not to underestimate you since you're still so young, but turns out you're still a naive romantic." Theo smiled. "So you don't want to cooperate?" Navan stared at his reflection in the tea, deep in thought. Finally, he took a sip of tea and set the cup down, then stood up quickly, drew his sword, and placed it before him. Voice solemn, "I, Navan Bacchus, head of House Bacchus, swear to become the sword of Theo Ragnar." Theo smiled with satisfaction at the result he had achieved. Navan returned to his carefree demeanor and said, "Is that enough for you?" Theo raised his cup confidently. "More than enough." After Navan left, Theo stood alone in the hall, reflecting. War with Troyven. Everything is progressing much faster than in my previous life. He looked at the table where the relics lay and told himself, but no need to worry, everything is still going smoothly. He placed his hand on one relic and said, "First, let's see what's inside this treasure chest." A notification appeared. Side quest, conquer 2 relics, you have obtained them. Progress 02. Theo decided it was time to open the treasure chest he had obtained, recalling the relics he had absorbed before. The little dragon and the griffin, along with the immense power they had granted him. The thought of the strength this new relic might bring filled Theo's mind with excitement. He quickly slipped the Mimau ring onto his finger. A system notification flashed up. The scenery around him shifted as Theo was teleported into a new dungeon. Theo found himself standing in a barren landscape of endless sand and rock. He realized this was a desert, a place he had only seen in books before. The scorching heat hit him immediately, making Theo wonder if anything could survive here. A blue screen appeared with a notification that Theo had entered the domain of the guardian gods. The objective was simple yet daunting. survive the next 72 hours. He was stunned at the idea of enduring 3 full days in a place so hot he felt like he might melt at any moment. The ground beneath Theo's feet began to shake violently. Something enormous burst up from the sand dunes, sending sand flying everywhere. Theo could only think that this was utterly insane. The system announced the boss's appearance, a desert worm. Its massive body resembled a dragon of death. The monster let out an irritated hiss, identifying Theo as the intruder. With a piercing roar, it charged with its gaping maw, revealing rows of horrific razor-sharp teeth. Theo quickly sought a way to escape. He spun around, unleashing Dragon Gate Thunder Guard straight at the beast. The black lightning struck its head, but only cracked its armor, not even leaving a real wound. Theo's face filled with shock. Dragon Gate barely scratched it. Before he could think, another attack came flying. Golden lightning crackled across the worm's body. With overwhelming pressure, he gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing the problem. This monster shared Theo's lightning attribute, making his attacks nearly useless. It was like trying to put out a fire by adding more fire. The monster's emotionless voice echoed. "Intruder, die!" The worm roared, firing a bolt of lightning energy straight at him. Luckily, Theo dodged just in time, watching the beam carve a trench in the sand, which left him pretty scared. Damn it, it just destroyed my escape route. The worm burrowed back underground, then erupted right under Theo's feet with its massive toothy maw. It attacked where he had stood, obliterating everything in range. Theo had to keep leaping backward to evade its relentless assaults. He landed and skidded across the sand, his body starting to feel the strain, breaths coming in heavy gasps. Theo checked his mission timer, only 5 minutes in and it's already like this. I can't last 72 hours like this. The sandworm was too hard to hit since it kept moving underground. His lightning techniques were ineffective too. The terrain gave the enemy way too much advantage. But that sparked an idea in Theo. Maybe he could turn the terrain against it with this. Theo quickly rummaged through his inventory and pulled out another relic from a previous quest, the Ice Flower Butterfly relic. He wondered if he should use it now. It was a gamble, but he felt it was worth trying. He tried activating the relic to enter its dungeon. A system panel rang out. Ancient Dragon Clan relic Ice Flower Butterfly equipped, transferring to the 3rd dungeon. But then, a red notification flashed before Theo. The system blocked him, stating he couldn't start a new dungeon quest while another was active. Just as expected, not everything went according to plan. Right then, the world itself began to crack. Frosty fissures spread across the desert sky. An unnatural blizzard raged, tearing open a rift between spatial dimensions. The system announced an anomaly, 2 dungeons attempting to invade each other through the frost rift. A massive golden eye peered out as the Ice Flower Butterfly dungeon boss emerged. A dragon with ethereal white butterfly wings appeared from the storm. Its form not gigantic, but far more elegant and majestic than the sandworm. Its eyes were icy cold, freezing breath permeating the space. It spoke, its voice carrying ancient, perilous power that chilled everything. "It's been a while, Chosen One, you just did something quite reckless." This was the relic Guardian Dragon Fairy, its power saturating with glittering razor-sharp ice shards. It fixed its gaze on Theo and declared coldly, "You'll pay for your arrogance." A barrage of ice shards flew straight at Theo. At unimaginable speed, their paths curving as if GPS guided. Theo blocked desperately with his sword strikes, luckily avoiding injury. He cursed at his situation, never imagined things would turn out like this. Stuck between 2 guardians at once. This was the result of the gamble Theo had taken. He sighed thinking, he should have just tried to endure the 72 hours. That might have been better. He really should have chosen patience. But with things this far gone, Theo had no choice but to fight for survival. But contrary to Theo's thoughts, the sandworm's attack flew straight at the Dragon Fairy Guardian. It let out an incomprehensible cry after the surprise hit. "What are you doing?" The sandworm guardian replied dryly, "Intruder, kill all." Hearing that, the Dragon Fairy agreed. 2 guardians can't coexist in one place. Theo stood dumbfounded, not understanding what the hell was happening. They're attacking each other, both charged in fury. "Die, sandworm." "Intruder, I'll kill you." A system notification popped up, 2 ancient relics vying for dominance. The scene shifted to the battlefield, where the massive sandworm roared ferociously as it lunged at the Dragon Fairy. The ground quaked under the clash's power. As the sandworm barreled forward at terrifying speed, jaws wide to devour the Dragon Fairy, the dragon's shimmering shield held firm against the savage assault. Theo watched from the sidelines in awe at the unfolding chaos. The air crackled with massive lightning bolts, the earth trembling under the battle's might. He muttered to himself in a mix of shock and worry, "Just being near that is terrifying enough." Theo glanced at his sword, a strange black energy beginning to emanate. The black energy coalesced into the form of a griffin, ready for battle. Theo smiled, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Looks like you're itching to tear into something, huh, Moonblade?" The battlefield turned into a chaotic arena as the sandworm and Dragon Fairy clashed violently. Massive sandstorms whipped through the air while ice and lightning attacks filled the sky. Each collision shook the ground. Theo stood firm, unfazed by the surrounding maelstrom, his voice steady as he watched the epic fight. Hang in there a bit longer, you two look about done. As the battle raged on, the sandworm's attacks began overwhelming the dragon fairy's defenses. Lightning bolts struck the dragon, shattering its protective shield. A particularly powerful bolt hit the dragon fairy's wing, ripping through its delicate structure. The dragon fairy roared in pain, blood dripping from its mouth as it wobbled in the air. Unable to maintain balance from the injury, the dragon fairy crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. Dust and debris settled as the dragon fairy growled slowly, struggling to rise. But the sandworm gave no quarter. It denied the dragon any recovery and charged with lethal intent. The dragon fairy, sensing the relentless pursuit, narrowed its eyes in irritation. Then, in a decisive moment, it unleashed its true power. The entire battlefield was engulfed in an intense aura. A massive snowflake-like pattern emanated from the dragon fairy. Instantly, enormous ice spikes erupted from the ground, shooting upward at horrifying speed. The barrage of spikes was so numerous and fast that the sandworm couldn't dodge. They sliced through the air, slamming into the gigantic monster with brutal force. One ice spear shot straight into the worm's mouth, shattering its teeth to pieces. Blood gushed from the wound as the worm roared in agony, thrashing wildly. Even wounded, the colossal beast refused to submit. With raw primal power, the desert worm crushed the ice spear in its mouth, pulverizing it with absolute strength. Both guardian deities were injured, covered in blood and completely exhausted. They stared each other down, neither showing any sign of backing off. Hatred and determination burned fiercely. With a primal roar, the desert worm charged again, clamping the ancient dragon in its massive jaws. The ancient dragon gritted its teeth against the pain. It retaliated by summoning even more ice spears. They pierced the worm's body with unrelenting force. Despite the non-stop assault, the desert worm tightened its grip even more. The creature's roar became a symphony of pain and rage. Yet the desert worm still wouldn't let go, its jaws clamping down harder. Watching the fierce battle unfold and seeing the ancient dragon in mortal danger, Theo seized the opportunity without hesitation. He charged forward, gripping his sword tightly. Determination was clear on his face. The ancient dragon spotted Theo advancing. With the sword aimed straight at them, it couldn't believe its eyes. Theo swung the blade back, his voice booming with authority. You're going to be the first one. Theo swung the sword forward, a massive surge of green energy exploding from the blade, tearing through the air and slamming into the desert worm's body. The strike pierced straight through the worm with terrifying power, sending shockwaves ripping across the battlefield. The worm roared in pain, its body convulsing as Theo's attack carved right through it. But Theo wasn't done. He charged in for another finishing blow. Go wild, Griffin, from the moonlight blade. The griffin burst forth in a surge of power, diving toward the desert worm with lethal precision. The worm, still dazed from the previous hit, roared in defiance, but it was already too late. The griffin tore through the air, its razor-sharp claws effortlessly severing the desert worm's head. Standing off to the side, the ancient dragon watched in stunned silence, eyes wide with shock as it witnessed the desert worm's defeat. What the hell is this? The massive body of the desert worm collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, blood pouring from the wound as it sank into the sand. Theo landed calmly on the ground. He turned his attention to the system window that popped up in front of him. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the desert worm. You have conquered one of the 2 restored relics. Theo smiled, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Just as I expected, hunting the worm is the same as conquering the relics. One of Theo's eyes shifted to a deep crimson, filled with intense bloodlust. Only you left now. But before he could continue, the ancient dragon hurriedly interrupted. Wait, let's talk for a second. Theo turned to the ancient dragon with a relaxed expression. What do you want to say now? The ancient dragon tried to persuade him. Theo, this isn't the right way to conquer the relics of the ancient dragon. Theo raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. The ancient dragon closed its eyes, its voice growing more solemn. I am the wisest guardian among them all. I exist here to test your intellect. But before the ancient dragon could finish, Theo's dark aura flared up again. His eyes glinted as his voice turned cold and menacing. Perfect timing. Theo began walking toward the ancient dragon, his steps slow and deliberate. I've already proven my intellect. The ancient dragon realized there was no time left to negotiate and started sweating nervously. Wait, I haven't. But Theo, cut it off. I'm the one who made both of you fight each other, aren't I? Theo swung his sword back to unleash a devastating strike, his eyes blazing red as he released the full power of the griffin once more. If you really are the wisest guardian, then accept your impending end. As Theo unleashed his full power, the ancient dragon's final words echoed desperately through the air. Wait, let me give you a riddle. A colossal explosion erupted from Theo's attack, the sheer force sending visible shockwaves rippling miles across the battlefield. A system window flashed in front of him. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the ancient dragon. Before Theo could process the notification, everything around him began to shift. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported back to his room. Theo slammed his hand down on the table, still gripping the ring tightly. The remaining relic, shaped like a snowflake, was clearly visible on his ear. Theo felt the weight of both items, the immense power contained within them. A slow smile spread across Theo's face as relief washed over him while he looked at the relics in his hands. Finally, I've completed both of them. Another system window appeared, confirming his victory. You have completed the side quest by conquering both relics. But before Theo could finish speaking, a strange sensation hit him. Black mana began spreading, dark tendrils creeping out and enveloping the entire room. Theo turned his attention to the moonlight blade still in his hand. It was radiating darker energy than ever before. Confused, he brought the sword closer to his face, trying to figure out what was happening. Suddenly, a shadow flickered at the edge of his vision and Theo's heart sank. The shadow took the form of a griffin, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. The creature's voice was low and sinister, cutting through the silence. Theo Ragnar. I want to devour you alive. Theo's eyes widened in shock as the griffin's aura twisted and transformed. Theo gritted his teeth, desperately trying to pull back the black substance spreading across his hand. It was as if the darkness had come to life, swiftly wrapping around the sword and his body. Theo's eyes widened as realization hit. Damn it, I suppressed it once, but I forgot. The moonlight blade always craves flesh and blood. And if I'm not mistaken, it must have absorbed the power of both guardians before we came back. The black substance now felt like sticky threads, wrapping around his arm then his torso. Pulling him deeper into the darkness, Theo fought back, but the energy moved too fast, binding him tighter with every struggle. His body tensed as the darkness squeezed harder, far stronger than before. I have to do something fast or I'll be swallowed whole. From the darkness, the griffin materialized, its blazing eyes locked onto Theo. Its form grew larger as it approached, body shrouded in black energy. Theo's heart pounded as he realized the true danger. The griffin's voice came low and mocking. Theo Ragnar, I will swallow you whole right here. And with that, I'll chase the moonlight once more. The room seemed to shrink around Theo as the black energy completely enveloped him. In an instant, Theo was fully encased in a sphere of dark energy. The room fell silent and pitch black with no escape. He gasped for breath, his chest aching as if crushed, struggling to hold onto the last shreds of awareness. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a colorless void where faint ripples drifted by like a strange dream. Where the hell am I? The question echoed in his mind with no answer. The shadows around him began to stir, slowly taking shape into ghostly figures carrying the breath of death. They were the guardians he had once faced and defeated in bloody battles. Now they surrounded him, their cold gazes seeming to devour his soul. A chill ran down his spine as the horrifying truth hit. He was trapped inside the belly of a colossal monster, where darkness reigned like a cruel king. The ancient dragon appeared, its eyes burning like hellfire. Its voice cut through the air like a blade, declaring that the griffin had swallowed him whole. It warned that the beast would soon tear out his heart. Fate that Theo, despite his unease, seemed mentally prepared to face. The other guardians laughed mockingly, their tones dripping with contempt, calling him a foolish chosen one. They ridiculed his ambition, daring to dream of claiming their power while unable to even tame a griffin. But Theo, with astonishing calm, stood firm against the taunts. He looked straight at them, his voice low but steady. If my heart gets devoured, what happens then? The ancient dragon replied, its voice icy enough to freeze all hope. You will die. The desert worm cut in, its deep voice full of arrogance. We are immortal. We never die, only you face oblivion. The ancient dragon nodded, adding that they would return to the sacred relics, waiting for the next chosen one, even if it felt somewhat boring for immortal beings like them. Silence fell heavy as a curse. Their words hung in the air like sharp daggers, stabbing at Theo's pride. But he didn't falter. Suddenly, his voice rang out, sharp as a blade. Have you all forgotten the mission of the ancient dragon? The question hit like a surprise blow, leaving the guardians stunned, their eyes flickering with doubt. He reminded them of their sacred duty to support the chosen one in facing the nameless king, the threat that could topple the entire world. He warned that if he failed, the world would plunge into chaos and their irresponsibility would be the cause. His words burned like fire, scorching the arrogance of the ancient dragons until they fell silent, unable to speak. With a challenging smirk, he stared straight at them. You only care about your own interests, don't you? Or do you actually want to fulfill your duty? The ancient dragon erupted in rage, its massive wings trembling as it growled that he dared insult their master. It threatened, voice thick with killing intent. It seems you really want to die. But Theo didn't flinch. He looked directly into its blazing eyes, his voice low but powerful. then kill me. Stop threatening and do it, if you want to see the world collapse because of your own failure." The space fell silent, only Theo's heavy breathing echoing. The Guardians looked at him, their gazes shifting, as if seeing him truly for the first time. Not as a weak chosen one, but as an indomitable warrior. The desert worm spoke first, its voice rumbling like cracking earth. The crystal prison that held it shattered, dissolving into dust in the void. Both guardians, though reluctantly, acknowledged his courage. The worm called him brave, while the ancient dragon, with slight hesitation, admitted it was impressed by his confidence. "You're pretty good," it said, its tone no longer arrogant. It declared it would open the gate for him to escape. The desert worm agreed as well. And a gate slowly appeared before Theo, flickering with faint light like a promise of freedom. They said opening the gate was the only thing they could do, the rest depended on him. Without hesitation, Theo dashed toward the gate, his heart surging with determination to teach the monster a lesson it would never forget. He plunged through the swirling void, feeling as if he were being pulled through an endless vortex. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in another corner of the strange space where darkness and light intertwine. There, the griffin's soul had found its core consciousness. It was preparing to devour the sphere of light, believing Theo's body would soon belong to it. But right at that moment, a pained roar tore through the space. Theo burst out like an exploding beam of light, piercing the monster's soul from within with his very essence. The monster writhed, screaming in agony, while Theo stood atop it, his eyes blazing with triumphant joy. The griffin's physical form collapsed. Its eyes panicked as it saw him emerging from its own belly. It roared, accusing the other guardians of betrayal. But Theo quickly grabbed its beak, forcing it silent. He coldly reminded it, "The first time we met was through submission, not words." The griffin stammered, begging to be released so they could talk. But Theo firmly refused. He warned that if they kept fighting for dominance, both sides would just end up exhausted and nothing more. The guardians fell silent in contemplation, the fierce glow in the griffin's eyes gradually dimming as it yielded, realizing resistance against Theo was pointless. He noted that it was a wise choice. But the appearance of Drake, his first sacred relic, interrupted his thoughts. Drake materialized with a mysterious smile on its lips, greeting the Chosen One and asking if the other guardians had forgotten about it. It explained that letting the souls battle for control of the power was how past Chosen Ones had used it. When Theo curiously asked about the others, Drake dodged the question, saying he didn't need to know yet. It only promised that they would all help him grow and that they looked forward to what he would do next. Back in the room, a notification rang out, confirming the new powers now belonged to Theo. The ancient dragon's power boosted his immunity, while the desert worms granted superior resistance and overwhelming attack strength. The dark energy that had once gnawed at him now completely dissipated. Leaving behind an indescribable sense of relief, Theo staggered slightly, his body exhausted from the grueling battle. But the final trial had come to an end. He was surprised to realize the guardians hadn't died but still lived somewhere inside him, like eternal specters. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at the moonlight blade lying quietly on the table. The malevolent aura that once surrounded it had vanished. Fragile peace had finally returned. He walked toward the dragon's keep, deep in thought. Everything had turned out better than expected now that he understood the ancient dragon's power on a deeper level. He picked up the relic box, feeling the weight of destiny in the palm of his hand. Whether he liked it or not, he knew he was still bound to them. Far away, in a snow-covered graveyard where swords were embedded deep in the earth like silent tombstones, two majestic figures stood facing each other. Robber Ragnar, the black dragon with eyes as cold as ice, asked Julius if he truly acknowledged Theo as a successor candidate. Julius nodded but didn't hide his doubt. Of course, at this point, he clearly has enough talent to stand alongside the other 5 candidates. He asked back, "Are you worried because Theo is a regressor, aren't you?" Robber admitted it, his voice low and haunting, carrying memories of bloody battles. Julius could see the deep hatred in his eyes. Hatred for the regressors whom Robber himself had personally eliminated one by one. Without emotion, Robber confirmed and said that was exactly why he wanted to test him personally. Julius was stunned, but Robber emphasized that to become an official candidate, Theo had to go through the proper, unforgiving process. Julius's gaze drifted down to the sword in Robber's hand, feeling the dangerous aura radiating from it, as if it were alive and thirsting for blood. Robber nodded, revealing that it was the sword of the former Ragnar clan head, the Mad Dragon King, whom he himself had slain in a fateful battle. Back to Theo's side, the demon dragon stepped out of the room and spoke. Theo Ragnar, you need to depart quickly. The clan head has summoned you to the sword graveyard. In the biting cold of the sword cemetery, each snowflake fell like a frozen whisper, silent and relentless. Theo's feet crunched on the ice-covered ground, creating sharp cracking sounds that echoed across the desolate field. Filled with swords plunged deep into the earth. Each step he took fell heavy, carrying a grim purpose as he passed the memorial stones for fallen warriors. An invisible pressure weighed on his shoulders, heavier than any time he had stood here before. Now he understood that the L-I-N-G-E-R-I-N-G Chinese letter here felt even thicker because of the new burdens he carried. The clan head's final words from their last meeting echoed in his mind, a bitter smile touching his lips as their true meaning finally became clear. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice cut through the wind, announcing his arrival. The immediately dropped to one knee, respectfully greeting the towering great clan head before him. He waved a hand, dismissing the formality. That's enough, Theo Ragnar. With a cold, precise voice, he began listing Theo's recent achievements. From the treacherous instructor to his own older brother. Axion, then the master of the Rose Palace, executed for rebellion. But that wasn't all. The entire series merchant conglomerate was wiped out, and the Central Intelligence Bureau was nearly completely destroyed. He finished with a sentence that hit Theo like a punch to the gut. All of them, in their final moments, screamed your name. The words pierced his heart like a sword, leaving Theo stunned. He hadn't even managed to offer an excuse. When Julius commanded, his voice sharp as a blade, "Stop making useless excuses." He explained that a clan head must silently bear such heavy responsibilities. Then, with icy eyes, he handed Theo a menacing greatsword, the Mad Dragon Blade. Theo stared at it in shock, recognizing the name. It belonged to a former brutal clan head who had once massacred thousands. And the current clan head had personally defeated him. Seeing Theo's reaction, the clan head realized he knew something. Theo quickly bowed, responding carefully, "Isn't that the sword of the previous clan head? That's all I know." He had to be cautious since all current information about the Mad Dragon was classified. The clan head fell silent, his sharp eyes contemplative. He asked, voice deep like thunder, "Don't you have enough information about your previous life's clan head?" The question struck like a slash, shattering Theo's composure. His secret had been exposed. Julius's eyes flared with killing intent, carrying overwhelming pressure, making Tha struggle to breathe. "I extremely despise regressors. They change this world according to their whims, greedy and foolish. They treat the world like a chessboard they can flip whenever they please. That's why I swore to personally eliminate any regressor I discover." Killing intent poured from the clan head, flooding the space with terrifying oppression. Theo's face tightened in fear. This wasn't a test. He was dead serious. He could feel the horrifying power from his father, a being so strong he was nearly a demigod and not a regressor. He ordered Theo to take the Mad Dragon Sword. If he could overcome ITS Chinese letter, he would be acknowledged. But Julius declared he would only accept Theo Ragnar as a human. The regressor within would be erased forever. Theo hesitated and asked, "What does that mean?" The clan head explained coldly, "Everything you've ever met, saved, or achieved through regression will be wiped away, as if it never existed." Theo's mind flashed through familiar images. People he never met in his previous life, those fated to die, those he never knew, all of it would vanish. Clenching his fist, the darkness of past failures loomed over his mind. He turned to leave. "If that's the case, then I refuse." But the clan head's voice echoed, "No, you are not allowed to refuse. I told you I would kill all regressors, didn't I? Before you are two choices. Refuse my offer and die right here, or survive as the sixth heir after purging your past as a regressor." Theo stood at the edge of an agonizing decision, his mind raging in fierce conflict. He admitted his desire for his father's recognition, but if it meant achieving it that way, he would reject all of his power. Before he could draw his sword, the clan head swiftly severed his arm in the blink of an eye. "Did you really think that position could be obtained so easily?" Theo's eyes widened in disbelief at what just happened. "Did you think you could reach it without any sacrifice or loss?" He slammed the sword into the ground, intensifying the pressure until Theo could no longer stand. An immortal monster cannot be stopped. His face dazed. "The power gap is too vast. Do you think you'll get another regression chance?" Theo angrily shot back, "Don't misunderstand, father. The reason I regressed and came this far is because I want to protect and take responsibility for everything that was destroyed because of me. If you're going to stand in my way, if I have to throw away everything just for your acknowledgement, then right now, right here, I'll surpass you." He unleashed all his power, commanding the surrounding swords to surge forward in attack. Right after that, Theo surged forward powerfully with his remaining left arm. The clan head still stood motionless there, his hands only lightly waved. His entire domain expanded and swiftly seized control of Theo's sword. With just a simple downward motion of his hand, the swords reversed course, attacking Theo, forcing him to struggle desperately to defend. Theo unleashed his strongest sword technique, a raging dragon charging straight toward the clan head, but he remained utterly calm as if nothing was happening. And just as expected, the mad dragon sword embedded in the ground suddenly shot upward. It pierced straight into Theo's chest, halting his attack, and he collapsed. The other swords rained down around him, while Theo lay there with the sword lodged in his chest. The battle was decided. The clan head simply looked down at him. From his shadow, the black dragon slowly emerged. "I didn't think he would charge straight into battle with you like that. Yes, it's been a very long time since anyone dared to come at me head-on like that." The black dragon continued. "He's very different. All the regressors we've encountered so far used others as tools and eventually discarded them. Yes, this kid is really different." He broke into a satisfied smile and reminisced. A regressor swinging his sword to protect and take responsibility for everything that collapsed because of him. That's truly interesting. There are things beyond even my imagination. He stepped forward and touched the sword embedded in Theo. "Regressor Theo Ragnar, now I officially acknowledge you as the sixth heir. As a reward, I will bestow upon you the mad dragon sword, the one that belonged to my father, a regressor just like you. Both of you are regressors, yet you walk completely opposite paths. I look forward to what comes next." The sword lodged in Theo began to glow and pour energy into his body. "I will watch you very closely in the time to come." His entire body floated up into the sky, shining like a brilliant star, marking the end of the test. Inside Theo's mind, he awoke in some unfamiliar place. Outside were towering skyscrapers, with crowds of people in strange clothing, humans from the future. Theo approached, placed his hand on the railing, and pondered. This scene was a reflection. In the mirror, his face was that of an aged, frail old man. So that's how it is, it's all over. At that point, Theo suddenly snapped awake and returned to reality. He clutched his head in pain and said, "What were those things I just saw?" Suddenly, his mother's voice rang out. "You're awake now, my son." He turned to look at her in surprise. "Mom, haha, I slept in too late. Looks like I was really exhausted." Theo spoke up. "Are you okay, Mom? You're not hurt anywhere, right? That's something I should be asking you. Last night, the clan head brought you here unconscious and completely drained. I was so shocked, but seeing you worry about me like this, it seems you're feeling better." Theo pondered quietly. Could it be that everything he said to me was just a test? Suddenly, the door opened and two figures stepped in. "You're awake now, young master." It was Uvlan and demon dragon Julius. He spoke in congratulations. "Well done, Thea Regna. I heard you passed the clan head's test." "Huh, a test? Yes, you're the talk of the town right now." Hot news, hot news. The sixth heir of the Ragnar clan has been announced. Somewhere else, two heirs of the clan held newspapers in their hands. With excitement, well, this is interesting. We've got another rookie, a new heir, huh? Each previous heir had reacted differently to this news. At a frozen battlefield, someone stood amid the falling snow, deep in thought. "Captain," a girl rushed over breathlessly. "That kid has become the next heir after you, Captain." She shouted in frustration. "Ah, this is so annoying. I should have brought him to the Black Cavalry back then. I'm so sorry, even the master of the Camellia Castle failed." "You don't need to blame yourself like that, Ian." He held the paper in his hand and smiled. "Theo Ragnar, I think it's time I paid you a visit." He was none other than the captain of the Black Cavalry, Theo Ragnar. At the same time, outside the Grand Hall, the rank siblings appeared, blending into the lively atmosphere of the party. Halkus, looking annoyed, tugged at his uncomfortably tight tie and grumbled, "This suit is way too tight. I just want to rip it off already." Erica immediately scolded him. "Just endure it. It's exactly because of stunts like that people say the Rank clan is full of barbarians." From behind, a voice cut through their conversation. "Looks like everyone's here now, huh?" Spotting Remington, the Rank siblings lit up with joy, their faces brightening. Remington flashed a friendly smile and asked, "Everyone doing all right?" Halkus turned around and said, "You've been making quite a name for yourself out west lately. I heard you're on par with the Heavenly Dragon Peak." Remington laughed modestly. "Haha, rumors always get blown way out of proportion." Glancing around the banquet hall, he added, "By the way, have any of you seen Theo? I wanted to ask him a few things about the White Armor Cavalry." Right then, Ray appeared from behind, her voice soft but laced with meaning. "You're asking about Theo." Remington looked flustered and quickly apologized. "How could I dare look for anyone else right in front of the star of this party?" Ray smiled back. "It's fine. I know exactly what kind of event this is." She suddenly noticed the wine glass in her hand trembling slightly, as if mirroring the tension in the air. Then everyone's attention turned to the confrontation between Theo and Thorkel. It was an intense, silent test of strength. Halkus asked in surprise, "Is that Theo?" Remington nodded confidently. Who else would pull something like that right here? The clash of power dragged on for a moment. The banquet hall's atmosphere compressed under the pressure from their two overwhelming auras. Finally, Thorkel suddenly gave in, laughing heartily. I give up. Theo smiled back. What are you talking about? You're clearly holding back on purpose. Thorkel didn't deny it but added, I won't argue with that. But being too humble can sometimes come off as mocking your opponent, just so you know, but everything I said is the honest truth. If we went back to when I was your age, I'd lose without question. Theo replied gently, you're giving me too much credit. Thorkel turned to the crowd and declared loudly, seeing such an impressive younger brother makes me genuinely happy. He raised his glass high and shouted, to the new era of Ragnar. All the guests raised their glasses in unison, cheering, to Ragnar. Thorkel turned back to Theo. A successful debut for the new succession candidate, right? Theo thanked him. But inwardly he thought, Thorkel really knows how to play this. He showed off his strength to solidify his position while publicly acknowledging his rival to win over the crowd. The momentum Navan and I built has completely shifted in his favor now. Thorkel Ragnar, you can't underestimate him just because of that mild-mannered appearance. A short while later, his friends approached. Hulkus turned to Theo and asked, you haven't forgotten your oath to become my sword, right? Meanwhile, murmurs rippled through the crowd. How can someone reach that level at such a young age? Another chimed in. He's not engaged yet, is he? The scene shifted to the second floor of the palace, where an elder was seething with rage. He thought to himself that he would condemn Theo's actions and find a way to drive him out of the Ragnar clan. The elder growled, and yet there are fools who keep interfering. A mere bastard daring to stir up the clan like it's his personal playground. It makes me sick. Suddenly, he looked out toward the banquet hall and spotted Evelyn. His eyes blazed with fury. How dare that trash show her face here? A maid respectfully addressed Evelyn as captain and complimented her. You look absolutely stunning today. Evelyn was surprised, blushing as she asked, really? The maid insisted, have I ever flattered you? You're truly beautiful and adorable. Hearing that, Evelyn grew flustered. She tried to rush off to change into her uniform, but her subordinate stopped her. You can't wear a uniform to a party like this. At that moment, a wine glass flew straight into Evelyn's face, accompanied by a voice dripping with contempt. Just that little brat showing up is enough to make my blood boil. Evelyn trembled, recognizing the voice. The door opened, and the old man slowly approached. He roared, how dare you drag yourself here? Aaron angrily shot back, even if you're one of the 9 dragons, you have no right to treat the captain like that. Evelyn quickly held Aaron back, whispering softly, I'm fine, really, it's okay. But from the top of her head, dark red blood was trickling down. I'm alright, truly, I am. For my sake, please don't do anything. Aaron thought to herself, I've never seen the captain this terrified. What on earth did that elder do to put her in this state? The old man stepped closer, radiating killing intent. I told you never to appear in front of me again. He glared at Evelyn's mechanical arm and sneered. And now what's this? He ripped the mechanical arm off in an instant. Aaron roared in fury, hand dragon. The old man hurled it to the ground. With a cold clang, you think slapping this pathetic toy on will make everything go back to the way it was. If you're trash, then live like trash, crawl on the ground and let others trample you. If I ever see you again, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Evelyn panicked and ran away, while the elder stood there laughing loudly. Haha, finally that stench is gone. Aaron turned back, threatening to report this to the disciplinary council. But he challenged her, the council, how amusing, go ahead and do whatever you want. You're about to learn exactly what survival of the fittest really means in Ragnar. Arun was so furious she bit her lip until it bled, but right now she couldn't do anything to the bastard. Evelyn fled the palace, her heart heavy. Just as I thought, a place like this, I never should have come. She had tried to endure, just one more time. If you dare call me father with that filthy mouth one more time, I'll rip you into 100 pieces. Get lost and never show your face to me again, got it? She had done everything she could to overcome the pain of her past, but in the end, nothing had changed. Suddenly, she collided with someone in front of her. The demon dragon appeared unexpectedly, his voice calm but warm. Why the rush? The party's that way. Looking at the demon dragon, Evelyn saw in him the father figure she had never had. Her eyes flickered with a faint glimmer of hope. Back in the banquet hall, while everyone was chatting happily, a sudden scream rang out, startling everyone. Demon dragon Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Armor Cavalry, had just snapped the elder's arm. The elder howled in pain. Do you even know what you've done? White Dragon Captain, Julius Ragnar. The demon dragon released his grip, replying furiously. I already warned you, if you ever lay a hand on that child again, I'll make you regret your own stupidity. The elder screamed, you dare turn your back on Ragnar. Seize this dangerous criminal immediately. The disciplinary council immediately surrounded the demon dragon. Sharp sword tips pointed straight at the center. With no mercy, it's the law enforcers, they've stepped in. The lead enforcer declared, White Dragon Captain Julius Ragnar, you are under arrest for assaulting a council elder. We demand your cooperation, the demon dragon asked coldly, and if I refuse? The enforcer commander trembled before his killing intent. The demon dragon continued, Ragnar law states that an oath sworn on the sword must be upheld with one's life. 4 years ago, I swore on my blade in front of those old foxes. If they dare touch that child again, I'll make their lives a living hell. He unleashed a powerful surge of killing intent, sending the entire disciplinary council into panic. They could only retreat before the overwhelming pressure. Theo appeared, having heard that the demon dragon had broken the elder's arm. What? Can an inspector really handle this? Should we run? He thought to himself that none of this had happened in his previous life, so why now? Theo glanced at Evelyn, and suddenly it all made sense. Everything was finally clicking into place. Evelyn Nerville was the illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar, to Wolfgang, who prized pure bloodline above all. Evelyn's existence was a shameful stain he wanted buried at any cost. He had once planned to exile her, but the demon dragon recognized her potential and recruited her into the White Armor Cavalry, ruining Wolfgang's plans. When Evelyn rose to vice commander, shining with her talent, Wolfgang feared the secret would come out, so he exploited a mistake to try and kill his own daughter. He staged it as an accident. Evelyn survived by sheer luck but lost her left arm, unable to hold reins anymore. She was forced to retire and manage training ground number 4. She didn't even know about events like this banquet. Wolfgang never expected her to show up here. All this chaos was the fallout from Theo's actions after returning to the past. That's why Theo felt he had to take responsibility and fix all the variables he himself had created. The elder shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look at this spectacle." The demon dragon's blatant contempt for the protective elders of Ragnar. Using the authority of the 9 dragons granted by the clan head himself to threaten his own bloodline. Isn't this open rebellion? The demon dragon angrily shot back. "You bastard, lecturing me about abusing power, those words really coming out of your mouth." Theo quickly stepped in. Both sides are getting way too heated. "Because of your personal grudge, my friend's birthday party, which should have been full of joy, is now drowning in fear." Hearing Theo, the demon dragon gradually calmed down, but the elder was stunned that the boy dared to interfere. Theo continued, his voice calm but firm. "Why don't we settle this the traditional Ragnar way? A one-on-one duel." The elder panicked and said, "Nonsense. The demon dragon clearly injured me. There's no need for any duel. The fault lies entirely with him." But Theo emphasized, "You're right, but we can't let this chaos spiral any further." He turned respectfully to Lady Daffodil. "Do you agree, my lady?" The ice dragon lady Neil Ragnar Tun appeared in the banquet hall. Her chilling aura radiated, making the elder and those around him tremble in fear. She spoke, voice thick with anger. "This is my daughter's birthday party. This is my daughter's birthday party. What do you people think you're doing?" The elder hurriedly explained, "My lady, surely you can see what Julius has done." She replied, "I'm not interested in hearing anymore. These petty squabbles have nothing to do with me. So let's end this quickly and cleanly, just like the boy suggested. That's the last shred of mercy my patience will allow." A one-on-one duel, murmurs rippled through the crowd, worried that the elder's side had the advantage since they were all high-level swordsmen or above. Only the demon dragon could truly stand against them, the elder thought to himself. Exactly, only the demon dragon could win. He's holding all the cards. The duel rules were simple. Best of 3, first to 2 wins, the final match between the accused and the accuser, but the first 2 fights handled by close representatives. He figured the demon dragon only had the crippled Evelyn in a bastard like Theo, so he was confident it would end in the first 2 matches. He nodded and declared, "Fine, let the sword decide right and wrong." Thorkel watched from afar, thinking Theo had exceeded expectations. Knowing the demon dragon's temper, it was only a matter of time before something like this exploded. The situation could have spiraled out of control if Theo hadn't stepped in. The demon dragon might have been brought down by the elder's opportunism. Coming up with a solution that satisfied everyone in such a short time, this was going to be quite a show. At the arena outside the Daffodil Palace, the disciplinary council commander announced, "From this moment, under the council's supervision, the duel challenge begins. To ensure fairness, no mana is permitted. All actions in the duel are protected by the duelist's oath. Afterward, you must swear no revenge or lingering grudge." Both the demon dragon and the elder voiced their oaths in unison. The commander called for the first fighters to step forward. Theo Ragnar advanced from the demon dragon's side. He would be the first representative. The rank siblings asked worriedly, "Will Theo be okay?" Remington nodded, voice full of doubt. "Yeah. His opponent doesn't look easy at all. Why is the guy that strong?" "He's Beta, the Gale Sword right-hand man of the Elder, an elite among high-level swordsmen with top-tier swordsmanship. Still better than facing the Elders themselves." The Elder ordered, "Beta, no holding back, go for the killing blows." "You mean kill him, but he's a succession candidate." The elder's face twisted with even more rage. Don't worry, you know anything that happens in a duel is absolved of responsibility. At the very least, bring me back one of his arms. The demon dragon watched Theo's figure with worry. Theo, are you really going to be all right? Because of my reckless actions, you've been dragged into this, Theo replied confidently. Trust me. Through this fight, I'll put an end to the grudge between you two. He stepped into his fighting stance, eyes resolute, ready to cut down any enemy in his path. The scene shifted back to the arena, where the air grew thick with tense anticipation. The first round of the challenge was about to explode. Facing Theo was Beta, the elder's right-hand man. Beta responded, raising his sword in an aggressive guard, his aura sharp with confidence. The disciplinary commander's whistle pierced the silence. Instantly, Theo charged forward, his footsteps slammed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. He surged straight ahead at terrifying speed. Beta didn't retreat. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands and rushed to meet Theo head-on. The deafening clash of steel rang out as their blades collided. Shockwaves rippled across the arena. Dust billowed, the stone floor trembled. The massive impact forced both to stagger back, deep grooves carved into the ground beneath their feet. But Beta was no ordinary opponent, his figure blurred. Flickering in and out of sight in the blink of an eye, he appeared at Theo's flank, swinging his sword down in a ferocious slash meant to cleave his opponent in two. Theo barely managed to raise his sword in time, reflexes honed from countless brushes with death. Sparks flew like fireworks across the arena. Beta's eyes narrowed as he thought, I didn't expect him to hold his own against me. Even in these simple exchanges, he's standing firm. Is this the difference of a true successor? Dust from the clashes thickened, obscuring the arena. In a split second, Beta cleverly kicked a small pebble, sending it flying straight toward Theo's eyes. Theo instinctively raised his hand to shield his face, exposing a tiny opening in his guard. From the dust cloud, Beta lunged like a predator, eyes blazing red, sword aimed at Theo's weak point. He thought to himself, this kid still lacks real combat experience. This ends here. The sword tore through Theo's coat, the blade grazing perilously close to his neck. Beta mocked. For the honor of a successor, I'll make it quick and painless. Consider this a merciful death. But Theo Ragnar refused to yield to defeat. In that final instant, a smirk curled on his lips. He tilted his head back, dodging the blade by a hair's breadth. Then he dropped low, sliding into a crouch, poised to strike Beta's opening. Beta gritted his teeth. Did he deliberately expose himself? But no counterattack came. Theo remained crouched motionless, sword held low. The absence of an attack threw Beta off, his focus shattered. Seizing the moment, Beta leaped back, widening the distance. He thought, if he'd pressed the attack, I might have died. Why did he stop? Theo clutched his head, body trembling. A cold, dark energy poured from him, shaking the entire arena. In Theo's mind, vicious voices screamed, kill them, kill everyone who mocked you. Abandoned us, stole everything, burn it all. Beta watched, eyes narrowing. Exposing another opening, using the same trick again. You dare underestimate me that much? The successor, he roared and charged. You think I'll fall for it twice? I'll cut right through you. The sword came down toward Theo's neck, but this time it didn't touch flesh. Theo's sword snapped up, blocking the strike dead. Beta was stunned, he blocked it. Theo's demeanor had completely changed, his face darkened, aura thick with murderous intent, eyes blazing crimson as he stared inward, confronting the voices that wanted to devour him. Kill, 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 enough, I'll handle this fight myself. Shut up. Beta was confused, sweat pouring down as he yelled, you bastard, what are you saying? But before he could finish, in an instant, Beta's arms and legs were severed. Blood sprayed across the ground, staining it red. Beta couldn't comprehend what had changed. He only saw the sword rushing toward him. Panicking with no limbs left to defend, Beta screamed as Theo's blade descended. The sword struck the ground, unleashing a terrifying explosion. The earth cracked open, shockwaves hurling dust and stone everywhere. Spectators shielded their faces, nobles ducked behind seats, cloaks whipping in the violent wind. The ice dragon lady, Neil Ragnar Tun, intervened to contain the destructive force. Her expression grave. So this is Theo Ragnar, truly astonishing. The ground beneath her was torn apart. To unleash such power without using mana at his age, this is unprecedented. He surpassed standards most succession candidates never even approach. When the final dust settled, Beta's mangled body lay sprawled on the ground, limbs severed, consciousness fading. The disciplinary council commander raised his hand, his voice echoing across the now silent arena. Duel challenge, round 1, victor Theo Ragnar. The banquet hall erupted in gasps, stunned murmurs, and hurried whispers. In Theo's mind, he kept replaying the moment. What was that feeling? It wasn't like the usual grudges clawing at me. It was completely different, so strange, like something was guiding me, pushing me to attack. Theo recalled the strike that had split the arena. When I let go and surrendered to that feeling, I unleashed power on a whole different level. A faint, bitter yet curious laugh escaped him. Surrender to resentment, huh? Dangerous, extremely dangerous, but if I can control it. He clenched his fist, excitement flashing across his face. If I can master it, I could be twice as strong as I am now. The silence shattered as the commander's voice rang out again. Prepare for round 2, both fighters step forward. Without hesitation, Theo strode forward, his footsteps echoing on the ground. The accused side declared they would continue the fight. On the opposite side, the elder ground his teeth audibly, the sound almost echoing. Theo Ragnar continuing into round 2, that arrogant bastard. Fine, if you're so eager to die, I'll kill you right here. A new fighter stepped out from the elder's side. His aura radiated authority. I'm counting on you, young heir of Ragnar. The man was Page Grasson, the Mystic Sword, a former dragon-level swordsman. The rank sibling's jaws dropped, Erika's eyes widened in shock. That sword, he can wield it without mana. Hulkus grinned widely, that sword's no joke, I like it. But Remington's face darkened, his voice tense. Hey, why are you getting worried again? He might not win, but he won't actually die. I think the impossible is about to become reality. This isn't like round 1, where they sent a high-level overseer just to save face. This time, the Elder himself is stepping in, which means in this match, they're dead set on killing Lord Theo. But before the crowd could hold its breath, Theo raised his hand, signaling a pause. His demeanor relaxed, eyes almost playful. I surrender. Shock rippled through the arena, Page Grasson's calm composure shattered, rage exploding like a dam breaking. What the hell is this? Theo just smiled, a grin that flipped every expectation. How could a mid-level swordsman like me dare face off against an elder? No need to fight. The elder's victory is obvious. Even a newborn baby could see that. Pajagrusan slammed his sword into the ground in fury. The commander officially declared, round 2 victor, Page Grasson. The crowd erupted in murmurs. That was a straight slap to the council's face. Now they've got no honor left. Lord Theo's tactics are brilliant. Even with full force, they couldn't beat the demon dragon with that arm. Round 3's probably gonna be quick. The elder's face paled, a chilling realization creeping in. That damn successor, don't tell me he planned this far ahead. His scheme had been perfectly turned upside down. The scene shifted to Evelyn Nearville. She looked at the elder with a mix of surprise and relief. I've never seen him shaken like that. Guilt rose in her throat. Captain, I'm sorry, this is all because of me. But Theo stepped closer. Don't apologize, teammates help each other, that's normal. Julius smiled and added, exactly, Evelyn, watch closely, I'm going to crush them. Evelyn's lips curved into a fragile smile. Memories flooded back, she recalled Julius's voice like a lifeline back then. Evelyn Nearville, join the White Armor Cavalry. Your talent can't be wasted here. Another memory flashed, so what if you can't ride a dragon anymore? Retiring isn't the answer, come back and make the ones who abandoned you pay. Theo's voice echoed too, gentle but firm. You said you'd become my sword, right? Evelyn, I'll make your long-held wish come true. Past and present intertwined, a fierce flame ignited within her. She gripped her coat tightly, as if anchoring herself. Both of them care about me like this. And here I am, still hung up on useless things. Why have I been stuck in the past for so long? She opened her eyes, looking straight at Theo and Julius. Captain Evelyn shed her coat, casting off the heavy burden on her shoulders. She stepped forward with sword in hand, determination etched on her face. This villain role, I'll cut it off myself. The commander's voice boomed over the murmurs. Final round 3 of the duel challenge. Both opponents stepped forward. From afar, the elder advanced, one hand on his sword, the other heavily bandaged. He muttered furiously, pride wounded. Damn it, round 3 already. Because of that insolent brat, my reputation's beyond saving. Even if I die, I'll take Julius's arm. Then suddenly, the adjudication rang out, an unexpected ruling. The court accepts the accused's request. The accused side is changing fighters for round 3. The entire arena fell silent. All eyes followed Evelyn as she stepped onto the field, sword gripped with unshakable resolve. Seeing her, the elder burst into mocking laughter. Ridiculous, there's a limit to recklessness. Now what? Are you going to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Evelyn moved smoothly and precisely, staring straight into the elder's eyes. Without a hint of fear, don't be so stupid, old man. The one who should be begging is you, father. The word father hit like thunder. The elder's face twisted, teeth grinding, veins bulging on his neck. The arena air stretched taut like a bowstring. Elder Wolfgang sneered, voice hoarse and tearing through the space. Reckless courage has its limits. Now what? Planning to kneel and beg. He spat venomously, eyes blazing with rage. But Evelyn didn't flinch, she raised her sword. Her stance fluid like flowing water. Looking directly into Wolfgang's eyes, she replied coldly, Don't be so stupid, old man. The one who should kneel is you, father. The word father struck like lightning. Wolfgang's face contorted, teeth grinding audibly, veins on his neck bulging as if ready to burst. He stared at the daughter he'd once despised, now transformed into a storm that would crush him. The crowd exploded. Murmurs spread like wildfire. Father, she called him father, one whispered. Ovlan from White Dragon is Wolfgang's daughter. Another skeptical, no way, they don't look alike at all. Could she be illegitimate? I once met Wolfgang's official wife. She's telling the truth. Every whisper sliced into the elder's pride like a blade. His face flushed crimson as he roared, "You wretch, calling me father, how absurd." Evelyn smiled coldly, eyes sharp as her sword. "If I'd known you liked it so much, I would have called you father sooner. Seems you enjoy old stories, huh? Should I keep going? You nearly beat me to death when I was a child, just because I dared call you father, all because I was nothing but a bastard. And that's not all, you even tried to kill me in White Dragon to bury the shame of your illegitimate child." The arena fell deathly silent. Wolfgang roared, face twisted, desperately trying to shut it down. "As a member of Ragnar, what I did was justified. What's wrong with that?" But the crowd's murmurs drowned him out. Is she telling the truth? A bastard at his age, and an elder too. He keeps preaching about pure bloodline, yet look what he's done. Hilarious. Even the other elders narrowed their eyes, muttering, "You kept acting without restraint, now see the consequences." Another looked at Wolfgang reproachfully. "I warned you to be careful. I knew this day would come. Why didn't you finish her off from the start?" Rage boiled over, trembling into despair. Damn it. At the edge of the field, Julius and Theo watched, hearts pounding with every taut string. Julius called worriedly, "Evelyn, you don't have to push yourself this hard. Let me handle it." But Theo cut in sharply, "Don't worry, Captain. We just need to trust and watch. Let Evelyn settle this." Suddenly, the ground trembled. Evelyn and Wolfgang charged, swords clashed with deafening force, sparks flying across the arena. Each strike was a battle of bloodline and resentment. Wolfgang fought like a wounded beast, rage fueling his power. But Ovlan fought with something deeper, wolf forged in pain. A gentle swirling energy rose around her, shaking the air. Julius's eyes widened in shock as he whispered, "Impossible." "That's the divine wind dance." A roaring vortex swept through the arena, swirling around Evelyn like a summoned beast. Wolfgang was forced back, staggering, feet sliding. From the stands, the elders' faction stared in disbelief. Divine wind dance, isn't that the storm sword's technique? How could she master the lost art of storm sword? Evelyn stood firm in the center, eyes blazing, every movement razor-sharp and terrifying. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. She didn't just block Wolfgang's sword, she pushed him back. How did she learn the lost storm sword technique? Crushing one of Ragnar's top swordsmen. Theo from the stands smiled faintly and thought calmly, "Nothing surprising here. This challenge bans mana, so it's pure swordsmanship only. Differences in magical power mean nothing." Without mana, Wolfgang's true nature is exposed. He lacks the solid foundation of pure bloodline, so he'll never reach this level. Wolfgang couldn't believe he'd been pushed back by his own daughter, his face twisted in humiliation. "Damn it, I'll kill you. How dare you, you bastard." Evelyn gripped her sword tighter, eyes ice cold. Wolfgang leaped skyward, sword crashing down to crush her. Evelyn met him head-on, blades collided, sparks exploding like shattered stars. Wolfgang snarled, "You wretch, you think you can escape me? I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for your life." But Evelyn gritted her teeth and countered with a thunderous slash, stunning Wolfgang. She stared straight at him and shouted, "Come at me if you dare." Wolfgang's arrogance wavered for a moment. How is this possible?" Evelyn growled, eyes blazing. "When I was little, you were my whole world. I was always terrified of you. But now I have people I can trust. People who care, who won't abandon me. I'm not the weak child you once knew anymore." Wolfgang staggered before her declaration. He never imagined the daughter he'd cast aside would become this strong. In that moment of hesitation, Evelyn surged forward, her sword pierced through Wolfgang's body with unbelievable smoothness. Blood sprayed from him like a fountain. His body was hurled to the ground with a horrifying thud. The entire arena fell silent, shock etched on every face. Evelyn shouted, "I'm not that weak child anymore." Wolfgang's sword flew out and embedded in the ground. The crowd gasped, breathless with shock. Julius and Theo smiled with pride and satisfaction. The victor had been decided. Wolfgang lay sprawled, clutching his severed arm, blood pooling red around him. His breath hissed, teeth clenched, but rage still burned. "Damn it. Don't make me laugh, the fight's not over yet." Suddenly, the elder's arm froze solid, ice encasing it, immovable. He looked down, bone-chilling cold spreading. The ice dragon lady Neil Ragnar Tun approached, her presence thickening the air. She said coldly, "If you're one of the 9 dragons, stop humiliating yourself further. Accept your defeat." Wolfgang's defiance crumbled. The commander's voice thundered, "Winner of the 3rd match, Evelyn Nearville." The verdict was unanimous, no fault. Evelyn turned back. She walked to Julius with a warm smile. Evelyn Nearville reporting, mission complete. Julius said proudly, "Well done, Ovlan." She closed her eyes, cheeks flushing, a pure innocent smile. It's all thanks to everyone. On the opposite side, the Elders faction fell into chaos. One man helped Wolfgang up and asked, "Are you all right, Grand Elder?" Another picked up his weapon and presented it. "Here's your sword. You're badly injured, please get treatment first." But Wolfgang shoved them aside, rising with murderous aura enveloping him. He advanced, eyes blazing. Evelyn Nerville. Julius and Theo turned back with serious expressions. Wolfgang charged forward with clear killing intent, rage having stripped away his reason. "You wretched brat, I'll kill you myself right here." But before the sword could descend, a massive hand clamped tightly around his wrist. Julius, commander of the White Armor Cavalry, stood blocking between them. His eyes burned red with fury, his presence like an unstoppable storm. "Do you want me to take your remaining arm too?" Wolfgang clenched his jaw, knowing he couldn't match Julius in his current wounded state. Suddenly, a violent tremor struck from somewhere, bringing the entire arena to a halt in one beat. Right then, a messenger burst in, voice panicked. "Invasion! The Troyven clan has begun their attack. Everyone return to your positions immediately." Julius looked annoyed, but quickly turned away. "The Uvlan war has come back to the White Dragon unit now." Both replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Wolfgang roared, face twisted. "Those bastards dare disregard me. Stop, I said stop right now. This duel isn't over." But Neil Ragnar Tun stepped forward, her terrifying icy aura radiating. Hundreds of thin ice blades hovered around Wolfgang. "Hey, Elder, I'll say this once. Stop humiliating the 9 dragons further." He trembled in response. "You dare disrespect me, disrespect the Council of Elders." She replied calmly, "Who knows, your views are probably the same as mine." At the same time, the other council elders turned their backs and left. One muttered, "Even if the council's honor has hit rock bottom, we can't let a defeated loser still swing a sword as our representative." Those words shattered Wolfgang's remaining arrogance. He knelt down, humiliated beneath the banner that once belonged to him. Julius looked at the broken old man with satisfaction. Finally, this is over. What a pathetic end for a greedy old fool. The scene shifted to the Troyven headquarters. Troyven sat on the commander's throne, face as cold as ice. A general reported, "We've captured the central uch lekwanbazura lekwanadada unja lekwaneathra a highlands. Harmon Castle is about to fall." Troyven asked, "What about Ragnar's forces?" The general replied, "The Lord's cavalry and the 6 Pillars troops are concentrating at the central highlands." Eid smirked, not out of joy, but because the plan was unfolding exactly as expected. "Those foolish Ragnar, they're moving just as I predicted." He clenched his fist. "They'll see this war is only one piece of a much greater scheme." He rose from his seat and approached. Pointing at the map, his face lit with cruel delight. "While they pour their forces into the highlands, the place we'll swallow whole is right here." In the Bacchus clan territory, the atmosphere hanging over the 6 great noble families was heavy and gloomy. Outside the walls, one soldier whispered to his comrade about the new lord who had just taken office. He muttered that since that man became lord, he'd only locked himself in the castle, drowning in alcohol day and night. The soldier sighed deeply. In times like these, does he even realize he's the head of the clan? The other soldier shook his head, voice full of resignation and despair. He said, "Anyone who could leave already has, what's the point in asking?" He added bitterly, "What use is a lord in a territory drowning in debt? Even the knights and vassals who have served the Bacchus clan for generations have abandoned us. What can the new lord possibly do now?" He sneered mockingly. "Maybe he should feel lucky he still has money for booze." The other chuckled. "True enough." Then he lowered his voice. "Hey, isn't Regna sending reinforcements?" Hearing reinforcements, the first soldier snorted. He jumped back mockingly. "Reinforcements? You mean those freeloaders?" At this point, we're introduced to Ragnar's support team with member Aud Naren and Captain Sybil Dre. Another soldier grumbled that this team claims to patrol at night, but every time he checks, they're drunk and sprawled near the walls. The disappointment ran deep. They whispered that maybe Ragnar sent them just to completely push Bacchus out of the war. After hearing all about the Lord and Ragnar's so-called reinforcements, one soldier laughed loudly. "Ah, so that's how it is. Makes sense." Far away outside Bacchus Castle in the deep forest, a soldier who had secretly infiltrated for reconnaissance knelt before Troven forces, reporting what he'd overheard. The Troven force commander, cold and calculating, asked if the soldier's talk was accurate. The spy confidently replied, "Yes." Morale in Bacchus territory had hit rock bottom. He smirked, saying the campaign was already half won. After the report, the Troyven commander let out a terrifying, ruthless laugh. He raised his voice loud enough for his entire force to hear. "Did you all hear that? The enemy has collapsed." The soldiers cheered, "The enemy has collapsed. Let's finish this quick and head home." They roared, and soon after, the Trovan army began marching toward Bacchus Castle under the darkening night sky. On the castle walls, Sybil Dre, captain of Ragnar's support team, sighed and stretched as if still half asleep from previous drinks. A moment later, a sudden gust swept across the walls. From the shadows, a Troivan soldier silently climbed the stone wall. His dagger glinted faintly under the moonlight. He spotted Sybil lounging lazily and smirked. "Perfect, a drunk guard on duty. This is ideal for me." He raised the dagger and muttered, "Save the rest of that booze for your next life." Just as he prepared to plunge the dagger into Sybil's chest, the scene shifted to a past conversation between the demon dragon and Theo Ragnar. The demon dragon sat behind his desk, sharp eyes fixed on Theo. He asked, "You want independent command authority as a mid-level swordsman?" "Denied. In wartime, combat campaigns take priority. You get no special privileges." Theo calmly and composedly handed him a sealed envelope. "This concerns the war, please read the contents." The demon dragon opened it, and after reading the documents inside, his expression changed instantly. His brows furrowed in shock. "Is everything written here true?" Thea nodded. "Yes, Trovan's main targets are currently Harmon Castle and the Central Highlands, but that's just bait. Their real objective is the floating archipelago in the territory." The demon dragon fell silent for a moment, thinking deeply, then muttered, "Logical, that's a sound conclusion." Back on this side, the protagonist continued his explanation. From the series Assassin's Guild hostage incident, it's clear they're cooperating with Troivan. And the predecessor of Black Tower was the Archipelago Sea Transport Union, the organization through which all imperial finances flow. The demon dragon narrowed his eyes. "That explains Troivan's massive war funds," Theo agreed. "Exactly. With the island's strategic position, they'll become an even greater threat as the war drags on. That's why our top priority must be reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory." However, Troivan has concentrated enough forces at the Central Highlands and Harmon Castle, making it look like an all-out effort. "Ragnar has also deployed troops to counter. We have no more soldiers to spare," Theo spoke loudly. "They can't simply abandon strategic points. That's why I requested independent campaign command, from reinforcing Bacchus territory to investigating the suspected archipelago funding Troivan." Theo declared confidently, "I can handle it all myself." The demon dragon looked at him in astonishment. "You foresaw this far from your initial request." The demon dragon let out a short laugh and finally nodded. "Good, since it concerns the war, there won't be any issues." "Permission granted, but don't be too reckless," Thea bowed slightly. "I'll keep that in mind." As the demon dragon watched Theo leave, he thought to himself that the documents Theo provided were high-quality intelligence. But the fact that Theo chose to report directly to him instead of to intelligence specialists like the Black Dragon meant Theo intended to act on his own. In that case, the demon dragon muttered inwardly, "This permission is just a formality." The demon dragon muttered inwardly, "This permission is just a formality. If it's Theo, he's already prepared everything." Back to the present, right as the Troivan soldier prepared to stab Sybil, the seemingly drunken captain suddenly struck. With lightning speed, Sybil hurled the bottle straight into the attacker's face. Liquid splashed into the soldier's eyes, temporarily blinding him. The Troivan soldier recoiled, rubbing his face, then froze when he realized the liquid wasn't alcohol but orange juice. Sybil grinned widely and chuckled. "I don't usually like drinking alcohol." Before the enemy could react, Sybil moved like a flash and took him down in one decisive strike, killing him instantly. Another support team member rushed over and reported they'd dealt with the Vanguard infiltrators. Sybil nodded firmly. "Good, hurry up and light the signal." His subordinates exchanged excited, confident glances. One remarked that their swords would cut through Troivan forces in ways they never imagined back at the Flower Festival. Another laughed and said they weren't slacking either. As Sybil prepared to light the signal, he glanced at them mischievously and muttered that none of his team members ever listened to their captain anyway. Just as Sybil bent down to ignite the fire, one of the dead Troivan soldiers suddenly twitched. He grabbed his dagger and lunged at Sybil with wild eyes. Sybil and the others realized too late. The dagger swung toward him, but before it could connect, a streak of metal flashed through the air, and the Troivan soldier's head rolled cleanly to the ground. Standing behind the corpse was a calm, confident man with a faint smile. It was Navan Bacchus, head of the Bacchus clan. He slowly lowered his sword and said nonchalantly, "Be careful. If any of you get hurt, how am I supposed to face our lord?" Sybil, flustered by his presence, quickly bowed and said he'd correct his mistakes. Nevin smiled warmly and waved it off. "I'm just kidding, relax." But then his voice suddenly turned colder. "If you want to relax, though, there's one thing the lord should handle." Sybil casually handed the torch to Navan. "Mind holding the fire for me? I need to talk to the team." Navan instantly responded with a deadpan face, sword raised threateningly. Sybil got punched by Navan for joking around. Screams echoed on the walls. I'm kidding, just kidding. I'll go do it right now. One by one, signal fires along the castle walls flared to light. Illuminating the darkening night, soldiers rushed to their positions, shields raised high and bows drawn, ready for the impending assault. Navin stepped onto the wall and looked down. His sharp eyes caught the Troyvan forces climbing the stone walls. He quietly wondered, what did our lord see? How far could he predict? How did he see through everything? Below, the Troyvan forces froze as they noticed the signal fires blazing. Fear spread through their ranks as they realized the truth. Their ambush had failed. They were the ones who'd fallen into the trap. With a furious, resounding voice, Sybil shouted, "The Troyvan vermin have attacked. Hold Bacchus Castle. Wipe out the invaders." And so, the one-sided massacre began. Castle soldiers rained arrows and magic from the walls, mercilessly piercing the invading Troyvan army. Under the stormy sky, Tha finally arrived in Bacchus territory. He looked into the distance, seeing faint smoke rising from the battlefield. The war has broken out. Looks like I arrived just in time. With determination in his eyes, he gripped the reins tightly and charged toward the castle. Moments later, the battlefield fell silent as the last Troyvan soldier's body crumpled to the ground. Navin, Sybil, and the Bacchus clan soldiers stood amid the still smoking ruins of the raid, their chests heaved, weapons still slick with the inky black blood of war. Lord Theo's order to defend Bacchus territory had been carried out to the letter. Theo scanned the scene, chuckling softly to himself. You didn't have to yell like that, geez. He placed a warm hand on Sybil's shoulder. You did great. Those words hit Sybil harder than any blade. Tears welled in his eyes. He noticed me. Sybil stood frozen, basking in the recognition while his teammates crowded around, teasing with a mix of envy. I'm so jealous, you're one lucky bastard. Theo approached Navin. I didn't expect you to show up in person. Theo gave a light smile. I just dropped by as a precaution, but it looks like you all handled it without needing me after all. Navin glanced at Sybil and the soldiers gathered near the signal fire with a curious smile. Where did you find people like them? Theo's chest swelled with quiet pride. They're the ones I trained with back when I was a beginner swordsman. They wanted to serve me, so they joined the Camellia Palace Guard. Theo looked at Navin and added, seems they've earned your approval too, huh? Navin bowed his head, his smile softening. Honestly, at first I didn't have high hopes. They're just mid-level swordsmen, no real combat experience or standout achievements. But after working with them a few days, I felt the difference. Their skills are still rough, sure, but I can trust them. Theo closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the praise. Hearing you say that makes me proud. He muttered softly, then opened his eyes and looked straight at Navin. I have a request for you, Navin. He gestured toward the long line of soldiers responding to the signal fires. Now that the vassals and knights have left, the Bacchus Knights Order is empty. How would you feel about training these friends of mine to become the Bacchus Knights Order? Navin drew in a breath, excitement slowly creeping across his face, slow but genuine. The Knights Order. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of anticipation. Watching the change in him, the natural weight of responsibility settled easily on Navin's shoulders. Theo straightened up, made his decision, and began walking away, waving casually. Then I'm counting on you. Navin blinked in surprise. You're leaving already, young master. Yeah, Theo replied simply. I've seen what I needed to see here. I was just passing through anyway. I still have other things to handle. Navin asked. Another purpose. Theo turned back with a cheerful grin. An investigation of the floating archipelago. Navin bowed and let out a soft chuckle. I should be used to it by now, but your boldness still catches me off guard, young lord. Theo's smile widened as Navin continued. Isn't that place notorious for being hostile to outsiders? And it's really hard to get in. Don't worry, I have my own way, Theo replied. Leaving Bacchus behind, along the windswept coast lay the bustling port city of Dion, alive with its own rhythm of life. In the lower district of the city, a rowdy tavern filled with clamor. A hooded figure pushed through the door. He didn't notice the burly man blocking the way and bumped into him. The rough man's hand shot out and grabbed the newcomer's shoulder roughly. Hey, shorty, your eyes hanging under your feet or what? The hooded man calmly looked up and replied evenly. Ah, my bad, guess I didn't see you down there. The brute startled, the insult sharpening his brows. Oh yeah, then let me bend down to your eye level. The tavern's noise seemed to hold its breath. Then, in a flash, the hooded man's hand snatched a beer mug and smashed it into the brute's forehead. The room's atmosphere shifted from rowdy to tense silence, then to wild excitement in a single breath. People leaned forward, watching intently. Oh man, fight's on. Someone yelled with half thrill, half warning. Others burst into laughter. The barmaids rushed over. Hey, hold on, I'm coming. Yes, here's your drink, sir. Inside a candlelit back room of the tavern, a woman's voice read a report to the man opposite her. Summary of the demands. The floating archipelago will regularly supply gunpowder and steel to Troven as agreed. All costs will be counted as rental fees for the Azure Dragon Sword. The man slammed his fist on the table, face twisting in rage. Demands, dream on, that's a blatant threat. The man was Antonio Spinola, head of the Spinola clan and the next leader of their maritime empire. His anger filled the room as he snorted. And what rental fee? They steal the damn sword and then say they'll lease it back for money. What a farce, I won't fall for it. But sir, we have no other choice, do we? Antonio's reflection gleamed on the polished orb beside him. Without the azure dragon sword, the floating archipelago will sink fast. He rubbed his forehead, frustration turning to despair. Damn it, if we hadn't lost that sword, we wouldn't be under their thumb like this. His eyes darkened. Is there really no hope left for our archipelago? Before an answer came, a loud crash echoed from outside. Shouts, curses, and splintering wood. The sounds of a tavern brawl spilled into the room. Antonio stormed to the door and kicked it open. You bastards, my head's about to explode and now this. What the hell, you idiots, fighting again. The room suddenly went quiet. Dozens of faces turned toward him, some guilty, some defiant. How many times have I told you no more drunken brawls? Drink quietly, got it, idiots. From across the room, a calm, familiar voice rang out. Finally, he's shown himself. The speaker pulled down his hood, revealing sharp eyes and a confident smile. It was Theo Ragnar. Antonio Spinola, the next head of the Spinola clan. Inside Antonio's office, he leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers impatiently on the desk. So you're saying you want to go to the floating archipelago and board my ship as a fighter? Theo nodded unflinchingly. That's right, I heard sea monsters have been appearing more frequently near that floating land. As for my skills, what you saw earlier should be proof enough anyway. Your ship's short on crew, right? It's mutually beneficial. Antonio stroked his chin, tone turning skeptical. You're not wrong, we're looking for a few good fighters. Suddenly his eyes sharpened, posture shifting from weary to keen. But you're not getting on my ship. For a mercenary looking for work, your gear is way too clean. No scratches, no dirt, and that brawl happened right where I was. Pure coincidence. Plus, you know exactly that I have a ship heading to the floating archipelago. Clearly not normal. He leaned forward, fingers interlaced under his chin. If you were me, would you let someone like that on board? Theo let out a short, amused laugh. I'd be disappointed if you didn't see through that. Good, let's cut to the chase. Theo reached into his cloak and pulled out a small metal badge, placing it on the table. Armed Resistance Organization fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago. Black Tower leader Antonio Spinola. The name landed like thunder. Antonio's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Theo leaned in closer, voice steady. So then, Antonio Spinola, let's make a deal. Antonio's jaw clenched. How do you know I'm the Black Tower leader? Theo's smirk returned. Come on, that's not the important part, is it? Not how I know, but what I know. For example, about the azure dragon sword you're so desperate for. At the mention of the weapon, Antonio's composure cracked. His chair toppled backward as he shot to his feet. You bastard, you're one of Troyven's dogs. Theo's voice remained cold and precise. The foundation of any deal is calm, Antonio, don't lose it. Antonio glared, even thinking calmly, this is absurd. If you're not with Troyven, there's no way you'd know about the azure dragon sword. Before Theo could reply, the door burst open. One of Antonio's guards stepped in. Lord Antonio, is everything all right? Antonio waved him off. The guard hesitated, bowed, and left. Theo smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth curling confidently. What if I told you I'm the one holding the azure dragon sword? Ridiculous. The truth is Troyven stole it, and now you're claiming you have it. Absurd. Why is that absurd? Theo replied. They're just like me. Maybe they just said they have it, never actually showed it. Antonio's mind reeled as confusion clouded his thoughts. Thinking back, they never actually showed us the real thing. I can't believe our judgment was this clouded, even with the archipelago's fate at stake. Theo's smile lingered as he leaned forward slightly. You have nothing left to lose, right? So why not hear me out fully? Antonio took a deep breath, then slumped back into his chair. His voice softened, though suspicion lingered. Fine, I'm listening. Theo's expression turned serious. The legends and mysteries of the floating archipelago. It all started with the hero Kriemhild, right? A resigned sigh. Antonio opened a drawer beside him and pulled out an old journal. Looks like you already know the story. Yes, he drove his sword into the head of the sea dragon that ravaged the oceans. The floating archipelago is said to hover above the sea thanks to mysterious currents. But that's not true. The sea dragon sealed by Lord Kriemhild lies deep beneath the waves, and the massive mana it releases creates an updraft that keeps the islands afloat. The azure dragon sword is the device maintaining that seal, a medium that stabilizes the mana flow. But ever since Troyven stole the azure dragon sword, the mana flow has become unstable. If the sword isn't returned soon, the archipelago will sink to the bottom of the sea. Huge waves will rise from the ocean, tearing everything apart. Buildings, infrastructure, the people living there, their homes, their lives, everything will be swallowed by the sea. He looked straight at Theo, voice urgent. I'm not joking. The lives of everyone on the archipelago are at stake. If you really have the Azure Dragon Sword and return it to us, we'll give you anything you want. Theo's face darkened. Returning it isn't a real solution. Anyone could steal it again. The image of the Azure Dragon Sword flashed in Theo's vision, its dark light still etched in his memory. But most importantly, that would mean I'd have to give it up completely. Antonio's voice grew resolute. Then let's continue the deal. What do you want? If it's money, we can pay whatever. Theo's eyes lifted, calm but firm. No, what I need isn't money. A faint red glow flickered in Theo's eyes. I've prepared for this, a way to keep the Azure Dragon Sword while still saving the archipelago. All you have to do is take me to the floating archipelago. Sweat beaded on Antonio's face. He stared in disbelief at Theo's words. The scene shifted to the vast sea stretching like a living map, restless and silver under the blazing sky. A sailing ship cut through the waves, bow rising and falling as it carried Antonio and Theo toward the horizon thick with islands. Theo stood at the railing, wind tousling his hair, and when he spotted the sight ahead, his smile widened. There it is, at last. The floating archipelago hovered above the ocean like a patchwork of towns and harbors. Large and small ships traded around its docks, a blend of sails and smoke. Once a legendary trade alliance with customs so distinct even the emperor recognized its autonomy. Now the archipelago bore the scars of occupation. Under Trivan control since the Great War, it had been exploited and turned into a military production hub. Watching a row of forges spitting sparks like fireflies, Theo felt a cold shiver tighten his chest. By the end of the Great War, many satellite islands had slipped beneath the waves, vanishing from maps forever. He fixed his gaze on the islands, a thought settling like a blade in his mind. For the sake of both Ragnar and the archipelago, Troiven's traces must be erased. Before he could unfold his plan any further, Antonio's voice cut across the deck. You're not joking, right? You promised you'd save these islands. What you said earlier about preventing them from sinking by moving the islands themselves. Theo's smile didn't waver. Don't worry, it's possible. Because beneath the archipelago, deep at the ocean floor, lies a guardian deity of the ancient dragon. Then Theo drew the Azure Dragon sword from its sheath and placed it before the guardians. How does this sword look to you guys? Drake spoke bluntly. Oh, it's definitely a real relic, Sword Hunter chimed in. A sacred artifact of the ancient dragon. As Theo reached out to nearly touch the sword, faint traces of energy radiated from it. He frowned. Just as I thought, but why doesn't it resonate with Ragnar? The ancient dragon leaned closer. Hard to say, it seems the guardian tied to the Azure Dragon sword abandoned its duty and fled from the relic itself. Theo's eyes widened, fled from it. The ancient dragon glanced at Griffin before explaining. It's happened before. Back when a guardian forgot its own mission. Theo studied Griffin's tense expression. You guys could do the same if you accepted the cost, right? Griffin's reply was blunt. Only a madman would try. Only one ever escaped and survived. It wasn't easy. So not every dragon can do it. No surprise there. The mana leaking from him is enough to keep the entire archipelago afloat. Wait, if I can overpower him, could I move the islands myself? Drake answered gravely. In theory, yes, but you'd have to seal him first. Can you handle that? Before Theo could respond, the ancient dragon added what the others feared. Even weakened after abandoning the relic, he's still among the strongest. Griffin tilted his head. Can you even reach the ocean floor? Theo's smile returned. Of course I have a plan. Don't worry about how I'll get down there or seal him. I've already thought it through. The scene shifted back to the present. On the deck, Antonio's tense voice pierced the silence. So that statue really has the power to save the islands, a power even the natives don't know about. Theo glanced at him, expression calm. Still doubting me, even after I showed you the Azure Dragon sword? Antonio gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Guilt and worry flashed across his face. I'm not doubting, just worried. The fate of my homeland is at stake. I hope you understand. Theo's eyes softened slightly. He exhaled and smiled with steady confidence. Yeah, I get it. Just get me there first and I'll make sure it's saved. A faint glow shimmered before Theo's eyes. A system notification flashed. Side quest, Azure Dragon Sword, 3 objectives. Return the sword to its original resting place, locate the site, defeat the Guardian, and claim ownership. The scene transitioned as night enveloped the floating archipelago in an eerie stillness. Moonlight poured down like liquid silver, bathing the docks and silent harbors in silver. Beneath this calm surface, inside a dimly lit wine cellar, Antonio had gathered his most trusted subordinates, soldiers ready to bet their lives for their homeland. He pointed at Theo as his men stood at attention. Our mission is simple. Escort this man to the Creamhilt Monument. Once there, he'll handle the rest. The soldiers exchanged tense glances as Antonio continued. You all know Troiven has bought off the main clan's leader. That's why security around the monument is tight. We'll use the secret path as usual. It'll get you close enough. Each soldier stood straighter, eyes burning with resolve. Yes, sir. Long live the floating archipelago. Antonio turned to Theo. Then it's in your hands. Theo nodded once, eyes sharp and unreadable. Understood. Among the gathered soldiers, one lingered at the back, his lips curled into a sly smile, eyes glinting with something far from loyalty. The scene shifted to the archipelago's center. The colossal statue of Creamhilt towered above, a dragon-shaped memorial carved into the cliff face itself. Around it, high walls and watchtowers gleamed under the moonlight, guarded by soldiers clutching spears tightly, unaware of the shadows creeping beneath them. Deep below the surface, Theo and his group silently navigated a secret passage. An ancient, damp staircase reeking of sea salt. Theo narrowed his eyes as he ran his hand along the stone wall. So they really do have a secret path here. One of Antonio's soldiers whispered, "We're inside now. The waterfall noise keeps detection low, but stay careful." Theo nodded faintly. He opened his pack and drew the azure dragon sword. The blade shimmered faintly, resonating with invisible power. He turned to the soldiers with calm voice. "Thanks for your efforts. From here on, I'll go alone." The soldiers stared in awe at the sword's glow. One whispered, eyes wide, "Is that really the azure dragon sword?" Theo's gaze lifted to the towering statue of Creamhilt. The sword in his hand vibrated more intensely the closer he got. He traced the statue's length up to the massive dragon head. The source has to be up there. He took a breath and leaped upward. His body moved like a shadow through the faint moonlight. Below, one soldier watched Theo's ascent. He really has the azure dragon sword. Finally, hope for our archipelago. But the relief lasted only a second. Before the soldier could react, a hand clamped over his mouth. A dagger sliced cleanly across his throat. His eyes widened in shock. Blood spilled silently onto the stones. The assassin stepped back, face cold, as his dagger glinted under the moonlight. He whispered, "Now we'll take back the stolen azure dragon sword." Up above, at the peak of the colossal Creamhilt statue, Theo reached the dragon's crown. He stared at the towering statue. It reacted strongest here. The question is, what happens next? Without hesitation, Theo plunged the sword 30 inches into the ground. He winced as pain tore through his flesh. His hand burned from the sword's power. Stabbing it down like before caused nothing. Theo pulled out a recovery potion and drank it. "Let me think carefully. Maybe there's a hidden message," but before he could finish the thought, the air around him shifted rapidly. The assassin emerged from the shadows, eyes blazing with bloodlust. Without a word, he charged, his sword slicing through the air with deadly intent. Yet when the blade passed through where Theo had stood, it hit nothing. The assassin's eyes widened. What? Before he could recover, pain exploded in his gut. Theo had reappeared behind him, feet slamming into his ribs. The impact sent the assassin flying backward, body twisting midair with a crack. He coughed blood and clutched his side. Dazed shock flashed across his face. How did he get behind me? Theo landed lightly, readjusting his stance, eyes sharp as lightning. The assassin drove his sword into the ground for balance, breathing rag. From behind him, two more figures appeared. "Sir Grug, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Grug growled, eyes locked on Thea. "He's strong." They charged without hesitation. Theo still held the recovery potion in one hand, a slow, mocking smile spreading. Outside the walls of the Creamhilt monument, a deafening explosion tore through the silence. The guards shuddered and cried out. "Did you hear that?" Sounded like something broke. Then another soldier pointed upward with a trembling voice. "Look, the monument. Look at the Creamhilt monument." All eyes turned, and what they saw froze them in disbelief. Damn it. How is this possible? The colossal statue, once the pride of the archipelago, was beginning to crumble. Huge stone blocks peeled from its body and fell like meteors. The roar of collapse swallowed the night. The scene flashed back to moments earlier beneath the massive staircase of the Creamhilt statue, and Tunpa paced anxiously, brows furrowed as he stared up the tunnel. Why is it taking so long? What the hell are they doing up there? Before anyone could answer, hurried footsteps echoed down the passage. A female soldier stumbled out, gasping, face pale under the flickering torchlight. "Lord Antonio, big trouble?" Gray and his group, the ones who came with us, they suddenly attacked our guest. Antonio's eyes widened. What? Damn it, so Troyvan's spies infiltrated this deep. Meanwhile, atop the colossal statue, Theo's sword clashed against three assassins at once. Theo spun to block and counter, pushed back by their relentless attacks. Damn it, these bastards aren't amateurs. His gaze darted between them. Even when I create openings, they don't rush in recklessly, they're stalling. They've secured 3C zones, so they're waiting for reinforcements to move in quietly. Theo tightened his grip on the sword. No way I'm letting that happen. His voice startled the leader. What's he trying to do? Instantly, Theo's blade sliced through the air in a wide arc, unleashing a surge of energy that tore the stone beneath their feet. The ground shook violently, shockwaves ripping the rock apart as if the sky itself had been split. When the dust cleared, the ground beneath them cracked open. Something ancient glimmered below. Gray's eyes widened in horror. How did he know? Theo's expression shifted from tension to excitement. So it was right under my feet all along. Theo surged forward while Gray shouted orders to his men, "Stop him at all costs." But Theo moved faster than their reactions. The Azure Dragon sword vibrated with energy in his hand. A faint bell chime rang out, another system notification flashed before his eyes. Side quest, Balmung the dragon-slaying sword, desire to return to its original resting place. Objective, locate its position, defeat the Guardian, and claim ownership. Theo's thoughts clicked. I was overcomplicating it. It wants to return, the sword reacts strongest here. This is its original position. He raised Balmung high, the blade blazed with brilliant green flames. With one decisive thrust, Theo drove it straight into the heart of the ruin before him. It can only be here. The moment the blade struck, the ground convulsed. Energy erupted from the ruin like a tidal wave of light, shaking the colossal statue to its core. Gray and his men were flung back, tumbling across the cracked stone, their screams drowned by the roar of unleashed power. Theo stood firm, hands locked on the hilt, body trembling as the ruin's energy surged through him. Blinding light swallowed everything. Outside, guards along the Creamhilt walls spun around as a deafening crack split the night. Did you hear that? Something just broke. Then came the cry that froze everyone in place. Look, the monument. Look at the Creamhilt monument. All eyes turned upward, horror engulfed the fortress. The colossal statue, once the archipelago's pride, was crumbling. Damn it, how is this possible? Theo's body twitched as he slowly came to, vision blurry. A dull ache throbbed behind his eyes. What happened? Did I pass out? Theo blinked, trying to focus, then froze. The battlefield was gone, no ruins, no statue. Around him stretched a dense forest, ancient tree roots twisted across the ground. So I survived, just as expected. This must be inside the ruined dungeon. A familiar voice sounded beside him. So this is his domain. Theo turned to see his guardians standing before him, in miniature versions of their true forms. He raised an eyebrow. What's with those weird forms? The ancient dragon sighed, crossing tiny arms. We're manifesting directly using your mana as a medium. Your lack of magical power makes us look ridiculous. Anyway, for a ruined guardian to harbor such deep longing and pity for a human, that's no small thing. Theo's eyes widened. A human. Wait, could that human be Creamhilt? Griffin shook his head. We don't know for sure. We only read lingering thought remnants. Theo paused in thought. Given the situation, that must be it. Since there's no ruined guardian anymore, let's slowly explore this place. Perched high among the branches, a skeletal archer drew an arrow, its hollow eyes glowing. Right away, it released its grip, and the arrow tore through the wind straight toward Theo without any mercy. Theo's sharp instincts let him sense it coming instantly. He spun around and effortlessly snatched the arrow out of the air. An ownerless house, wasn't that what they said? So how do you explain this? He whipped back around and spotted even more movement. From behind the trees, skeletal soldiers began crawling out. Their bones creaked and groaned in a chilling way as dozens, then hundreds of them clambered over roots and rocks. Intruder, intruder, Balmung belongs to Creamhildi. The air grew thick with the stench of decay as their numbers swelled. In moments, Theo was completely surrounded, a jagged ring of rusted blades formed by an army of skeletons encircling him. For Creamhildi, we will annihilate the intruder. Griffin's feathers stood on end, so that's how it is. I never imagined that guy would go this far just to guard some ruins for a human named Creamhildi. Suddenly, another arrow shot toward them. Theo raised his hand and caught it mid-flight, spun it around, and hurled it right back. The arrow whistled past Griffin and punched straight through the skull of a charging skeleton. Theo slowly exhaled, his expression ice cold. They're numerous but nothing special. I just have to cut straight through all of them and it's over. Simple. The ancient dragon floated closer, shaking its head. It won't be as easy as you think. Theo frowned. What do you mean, look closer? His eyes followed and he froze. The skeleton whose skull had just shattered was still moving, its fingers twitching, bones grinding and cracking as it slowly picked up its sword again. The fragments of its skull began fusing back together, glowing faintly as they regenerated. These weren't ordinary soldiers. They were immortal warriors, dragonbone sentinels programmed to eliminate intruders. And like a wave, the others followed suit, raising their swords high with hollow eye sockets blazing with vengeful light. Theo's eyes widened as he watched the broken skeletons reassemble themselves, but then that familiar smirk crept back onto his face. Yeah, definitely not gonna be easy. Without hesitation, the skeletal soldiers surged from every direction, and the forest exploded into chaos. Theo's blade sliced through the air, the clash of metal against bone echoing throughout the woods as skulls shattered and ribcage splintered. Griffin hovered nearby, irritated. We can't keep fighting this endless battle forever. Got a better idea? Griffin's golden eyes narrowed. I'll give your idiot self some advice. That Creamhildi guy you mentioned, he's supposed to be a human like you, right? Then just tell him to relinquish ownership. Easy. Theo blocked an incoming arrow. Frustration boiling inside. He's a legendary hero. If he's still alive after all these years, can you really even call him human anymore? Dumbass. Griffin puffed up and glared at Theo. Insolent mortal. Wasting advice on an idiot like you is pointless. Theo snatched Griffin's beak midair. What did you just say, you oversized feather duster? Before he could finish, a brilliant blue light flashed right in front of his eyes. System notification. This dungeon is the final gift Leviathan left for Kriemhilde. Reclaim ownership of the gift from Kriemhilde. Theo's expression froze. Reclaim ownership of the gift. Wait, maybe that damn Griffin was actually right. But before Theo could piece it all together, the skeletal soldiers attacked again from every angle like a tidal wave of death. In an instant, he leaped into the air. Summoning multiple swords through remote control, Theo used them as stepping stones and rocketed upward, grabbing onto a thick branch hanging above the chaos. Dangling from the branch, he scanned the horde below. This can't just be endless resurrection. Activating synchronization with H-Ling, the mind gate. His eyes flared brilliant blue as his perception expanded outward like ripples across a pond, sensing every movement and aura in the skeletal army. All right, if my gut's right, there has to be something different. And then he spotted it amid the crowd. One skeleton stood out completely. Its aura burned deep crimson, unlike the dull green of the rest. Theo's lips curved into a confident grin. Found you. Without wasting a second, he launched off the branch. Swords materialized beneath his feet like glowing stone platforms as Theo hurtled through the air straight toward the Redora skeleton. Earlier, when they'd charged him, one of them had turned and fled. He should have realized it. The moment Theo closed in, that skeleton's head snapped up, a flash of panic flickering in its empty sockets. Theo raised his sword, black lightning crackling along the blade. Too late. Black Dragon Flash technique. The black lightning needles erupted from Theo's blade in jagged streaks. They ripped through the air, slamming into the ground and the skeletons at the same time. A deafening explosion followed, engulfing the area in blinding light. A system chime rang in his mind. The system had collected Kriemhilde's remains. Collect the remaining fragments of the remains to confront Kriemhilde. Theo glanced at his right hand and saw his palm glowing with deep crimson light. A small, smooth, ancient bone fragment rested perfectly in his palm, pulsing with energy. Item acquired notification. Kriemhilde's third ancient cervical vertebra. Theo's grin widened, excitement clear in his eyes. Just as I thought, I was right. Keep collecting them like this and we're good. The scene shifts to the harbor of the floating archipelago, now engulfed in an unrelenting storm. Sheets of rain lashed the wooden docks, lightning tearing the night apart. Amid the chaos, one of them spotted a lone figure walking toward the shipyard. A man in a black cloak approached at a measured, unhurried pace. You're late. Did something happen? The cloaked figure stopped abruptly. Nothing worth mentioning, though the storm makes everything a lot easier. What's going on here? The navigator stammered, eyes wide. Corpses lay everywhere, passengers, crew, guards, even merchants, all motionless, their eyes vacant and pale. The deck was slick with rain and blood. One young sailor dropped to his knees, trembling. What the hell is this? The passengers, they're all dead. The cloaked figure stepped over them without flinching. Those idiot soldiers on the floating island. The Azure Dragon sword was practically handed to them on a platter, and they still let it slip away. He reached beneath his cloak and pulled out a metal mask, but who holds it doesn't matter anymore. In the end, the entire floating archipelago is already in our hands. As thunder cracked, the man's name hung in the damp air like a curse, 9th of the 9 Phoenix Lords of Troven Noil. Rain poured in torrents across the floating archipelago, roofs slick, streets turning into rushing rivers. Windows flew open and people rushed outside, faces full of disbelief. Whispers spread through the storm as they stared into the void where a sound like a mountain splitting had shaken the night. How is this possible? What do we do? Out there, towering over the waves, the colossal statue of the water dragon, the guardian deity that had protected the archipelago for centuries, was collapsing. A young man's trembling voice whispered, "The monument, our island's guardian deity, it's falling." Meanwhile, deep inside the ruined dungeon, Theo carved a path through the endlessly rising legion of skeletons. Bone fragments shattered into dust beneath his blade. A final notification flashed before his eyes. Reclamation complete. Kriemhilde's remains 206-206. Finally got them all, but as he lifted the last delicate, faintly glowing fragment, he blinked in confusion. The cuboid bone, where does this one even go? Before the uncertainty could settle, another notification appeared. Would you like to access the memories of Kriemhilde engraved within the remains? Without hesitation, yes. The world blurred and Theo felt his consciousness pulled somewhere else. So this is what the hero from the legends looks like. What kind of life did he live? Light enveloped Theo and the dungeon dissolved into an ancient memory replaying itself. the memories of Kriemhilde etched into the remains. A barefoot child ran along the beach, sand sticking to her feet as she shouted. Toward a hidden cave carved by murky waves. Levi, Levi, I'm here, her voice echoed through the cavern. There, cradled in a stone nest, lay the dragon-slaying sword Bamung, its surface humming with faint light. She approached without fear, curiosity shining as she placed her small hand on the hilt. Wake up, Levi, I'm here. A burst of green light erupted, and a massive water dragon appeared before her, scales shimmering like moonlight on the tide. Its voice booming like thunder. How many times do I have to tell you, a child like you has no business here? The dragon's growl trembled with irritation. I am Leviathan, guardian of the ancient dragon ruins. You aren't even from the Ragnar clan. How dare you call me by that name? She just smiled and held up a basket of bread like greeting an old friend, puffing out her cheeks stubbornly. But your real name is way too long, so Levi is easier. The giant water dragon shrank until it stood before her like a large beast. Do whatever you want. Talking to you is more exhausting than anything, foolish child. Then it stared at the bread and muttered, why does that innkeeper always give you bread? She beamed, completely oblivious. Right, I don't get it either. Oh, today was amazing though. While Leviathan listened in silence, slowly chewing. And she chattered rapidly about the baker, the docks, random little things. Days turned into years, she grew up. Her voice deeper, hair longer, but she always returned with bread and endless stories. Leviathan kept acting annoyed, grumbling at every tale, yet it never once drove her away. And somewhere between the stories and the silences, the water dragon had begun watching over her not as the guardian of the ruins, but as something closer to family. Many years passed, the cave remained the same, cold, dim, filled only with the sound of the sea breathing in and out. One night under pale moonlight, those familiar footsteps returned. The water dragon sighed in exasperation and lowered its head. For heaven's sake, I told you not to come anymore. Why are you so stubborn? But before it could finish, something wet splashed onto the stone floor, the metallic scent of blood flooding the cave. Kriemhilde staggered into view, her body covered in cuts and bruises, blood streaming from her arms and legs. Her voice shook as she reached out. Levi, help me. Strangers had suddenly stormed the town and captured the people. Before she could take another step, a soldier burst into the cave and grabbed her by the hair. His holy sword plunged down right in front of Kriemhilde, terror flashing in her eyes. The soldier yanked her head up by her hair and sneered. Got you now, you stupid barbarian brat. Why'd you have to run, huh? Our great emperor is gracing this backwater sea with his favor. You should be grateful. His face twisted into something vile. And while we're at it, I figured I'd have a little fun too. The water dragon watched it all in silence, but its eyes had changed, gold and red flaring like molten fire. As its entire body tensed with a rage so profound it shook the air. Instantly, the cave cracked under the unleashed power of the water dragon. The whole island felt the violent tremor. The attack came without warning, and in the blink of an eye, the town was swallowed in flames. Greedy fire devoured every roof, racing from street to street. Screams for help mixed with the clash of steel and barked orders from the occupying soldiers. Move your asses if you don't want to burn. But even the soldiers started to panic. Hey, what's with all the noise? The sky above them suddenly darkened, and in that instant, a howling wind rose, carrying razor-sharp rain that fell like divine punishment. The water dragon had risen above the burning town, wings tearing through the storm and turning the rain itself into piercing weapons that skewered the soldiers. What kind of monster is that? Those who tried to flee couldn't escape its gaze. And atop the water dragon stood Kriemhilde. Tiny compared to the dragon's colossal form, her fresh wounds still bleeding, yet she gripped the dragon-slaying sword Bamung tightly in both hands. The soldier's eyes widened as he spotted the girl perched on the giant water dragon's head. Rain pounded his face as he screamed, "There's a girl standing on its head. She's controlling it. Kill her first." But he never got the chance to raise his sword. A compressed orb of air and seawater formed in the dragon's maw and fired. It tore through the soldier's neck so fast his head separated in an instant, tumbling to the wet ground before his body crumpled. Yet around the island's people, a fluid barrier shielded every helpless villager from harm. Kriemhilde remained atop the water dragon, gazing down through tears. Her voice breaking, barely audible. "I'm sorry, Levi, I'm so sorry." She pressed her trembling hand to its forehead, guilt twisting every word. "You were supposed to wait for the chosen one, but because of me. The water dragon's voice deepened. "Don't cry like that, everything's all right, isn't it?" But, suddenly a gentle, radiant light bloomed around her. The protective barrier the dragon had created enveloped Kriemhilde in a soft cocoon, slowly lowering her to the ground among her people. "You don't need to apologize." The moment her feet touched the earth, the villagers called her name over and over. "Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde, Kriemhilde saved us all." Kriemhilde looked up at the water dragon, her eyes full of sorrow. "But you said, I may have abandoned my duty, but I feel at peace." "This was my choice," Its eyes softened, remembering the tiny child who once came to talk and laugh beside it. By my own will, not the ancient dragons, I was able to protect your smile. But peace didn't last under an empire. Far away in a throne room, the emperor slammed his fist in rage. His voice echoed through the grand hall. My imperial army was defeated by some barbarian brat riding a water dragon. Unacceptable. I got too complacent because it was a remote territory. Send the imperial guard and reclaim that land for me. And the assault came, thick iron chains thicker than masts wrapped around the water dragon's body, binding it immobile. The beast roared and thrashed against them as soldiers flooded the island again. Villagers were blindfolded, dragged into lines, spears pressed to their throats. The commander watched smugly from horseback. Interesting, a creature that refuses to die. He pointed his sword at Kriemhildi. If you're its master, you must know how to kill it, tell me. The water dragon completely ignored him and looked only at Kriemhildi. It's all right, Kriemhildi. I'm a guardian deity. I can't die. I'll simply return to a deep slumber. Kriemhildi dropped to her knees, her body trembling with the last remnants of magic in the ruins. When I awaken again, you can surely call me back. The commander lost patience and raised his hand. Soldiers tightened their grips and lowered spears toward the hostages' throats. The water dragon's eyes softened. It seems our time is running out. Kriemhildi trembled, unable to move as tears streamed down her face. Rain, mist, seawater gathered around her hand, guiding her arm upward. Her fingers wrapped around the dragon-slaying sword with no intention of striking. Levi, please don't make me do this. I can't. The water dragon closed its eyes and spoke in a low voice. Perhaps our fates were sealed the moment I broke the rules. So don't carry the burden of guilt for protecting your people. I'll help you one last time. I've been so happy, Kriemhildi. And then with a hollow, heart-rending sound, the sword plunged deep into the water dragon's body. A roar tore through the sky as the dragon collapsed. Its massive form crashed to the ground, chains clanging around it. The commander stared at the motionless creature, eyes wide before twisting into manic triumph. He threw his head back and let out a deranged laugh. His voice cut through the rain like jagged lightning. But just as the laughter peaked, his expression vanished, the smirk dissolving, pupils contracting, breath hitching. Something's wrong. The soldiers around him shuddered, bodies stiffening. What? Fear seeped into their voices. How is this possible? From the horizon, a wall of water rose higher than cliffs, higher than watchtowers. A colossal tsunami awakened by the dragon's final breath. The ground shook beneath the people's feet as the waves roared forward, swallowing everything in their path. Soldiers screamed and tried to flee, but the sea devoured them without mercy. Yet at the archipelago's center, the people weren't drowned. The water curved around them, forming that familiar protective barrier once more. It shimmered like liquid glass. Kriemhildi stood in the storm, soaked and hollow-eyed, watching the waves carry the fatting form of the water dragon back into the abyss. Her voice broke. Levi! Her cry dissolved into the sea as the scene faded. Returning to the silent ruins where Theo stood, his expression had softened, a quiet sorrow settling in his eyes. So that's how it is. Kriemhildi wasn't the legendary hero everyone thought she was. She was just a girl, an unfortunate girl who only wanted to be friends with a guardian deity. Theo's thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. He turned and saw the Kriemhildi from the past standing there, the dragon-slaying sword held in her hands. She looked at Thea, her voice heavy with weight. So you're the one Levi has been waiting for, the chosen one. She bowed her head, a sad smile appearing. Because of me, Lord Levi couldn't fulfill his duty. I caused him pain he never should have had to endure. She stepped forward and offered the sword to Theo with both hands. Please make Levi happy. He was everything to me. Theo took the dragon-slaying sword in his hands, feeling its soft hum against his palm. Looks like I don't have to do anything special. Kriemhildi blinked, not understanding what he meant. Theo lifted the sword slightly and smiled with certainty. This guy already looks pretty happy to me. Those words hit Kriemhildi harder than any blade ever could. Her breath caught, shoulders trembling as tears welled up and fell. Her voice cracked, warm with relief. Thank you so much. The memory dissolved like mist and the world shifted. The rain had stopped over the floating archipelago. Clouds parted, letting moonlight spill across the ruined plaza where the colossal statue had fallen. Soldiers stood around the rubble, forming a barrier as soaked, trembling people gathered. Stay back, don't come closer. But whispers spread through the crowd as someone pointed, voice shaking. Wait, there's someone there. Heads lifted, breaths held. Atop the highest piece of the fallen statue stood a lone figure. As the light gradually reached where he stood, eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be, that's the one who saved our island from being swallowed all those years ago, isn't it? Theo stood amid the wreckage, cloak billowing in the sea breeze, surrounded by unending cheers. It's Kriemhildi. Kriemhildi has returned. The scene shifts to an underground meeting room on the floating archipelago. A secret council chamber trembled with panicked whispers. Senators from the three maritime clans had gathered in secrecy. A cold, authoritative voice floated through the dim hall. You assembled pretty quickly. Everyone in the room froze. Standing at the threshold was Noel, one of Troiven's 9 noble vassals. His presence felt like a blade pressed to the room's throat. A man spun toward him, voice cracking with worry. Noel, how are you so calm? Our plans ruined. The dragon-slaying sword was supposed to be in Troiven's hands by now. The damn galleon was right about that. But another immediately shot back. Then what the hell is that thing the outsider's holding? Because of him, everyone on the archipelago was rushing toward the monument, shouting that he was the legendary hero Kriemhildi. At this rate, the power of the 3 maritime clans will fall into his hands. This wasn't what we agreed on. But Noel's calm didn't waver. Yes, he had personally handed over the dragon-slaying sword in exchange for Troiven's promise that the clans would keep their status. His gaze swept over them like a cold predator. But watching you all make such a fuss over something so trivial is really annoying. That word annoying landed like a slap. One senator, offended by Noel's disdain, stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder. What? Trivial? Noel, what do you think our 3 maritime clans even are? The moment the words left his mouth, Noel's sword flashed and cleaved the man cleanly in two. The body hit the floor with a wet thud, blood pooling as the room filled with the sharp stench of iron. Noel didn't flinch, he just looked down at the corpse and said in an icy, even tone, "What do I think you are? Obviously insects. I could crush you any time." Another senator recoiled in horror. Noel, what are you doing? Noel wiped the blade on his own cloak, face still terrifyingly calm. You're traitors who sold out your own country for personal gain. You should be grateful Troiven tolerated you all this time. Instead, you whine about ruling the floating archipelago even as it's sinking. Greed has limits if you still want any mercy. The remaining senators trembled, trying to defend themselves. Are you serious? Without the archipelago's capital, Troiven will collapse too. Hearing this, Noel stepped closer until the man could feel his breath. His eyes reflected nothing but bloodlust. Fool, you still don't get it, do you? The man froze, every hair standing on end. Noel whispered, if you don't want to be slaughtered right here, shut your mouth and do exactly what I say. The senator's lips clamped shut instantly, sweat dripping from his chin as he struggled to breathe. Noel turned away as if nothing bothered him. If you want to live, bring me the dragon-slaying sword, bunch of trash. Right before stepping out, a soldier knelt respectfully before him. Forgive me, ninth pillar Noel, may I ask you something? Noel paused and nodded. The soldier swallowed hard, then asked, do you really trust handing the sword's recovery to them? Noel's voice stayed serious. I know what worries you. I'd prefer to retrieve it myself, but the situation doesn't allow it. One of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the tyrant dragon, is here. Noel's eyes narrowed further. Since he's arrived, restraining him is our top priority. The day had just begun on the other side of the archipelago as crowds gathered around the washed-out ruins of the giant dragon statue. Shards glittered in the sunlight, whispers rippling through the sea of people as Theo descended the ruined stairs. The crowd erupted, voices overlapping into a thunderous roar. Kriemhildi, Kriemhildi. Theo forced an awkward smile. I knew they saw Kriemhildi as a god, but I didn't expect it to be this intense. His thoughts drifted to the girl he'd seen in the memories. Kriemhildi wasn't a mythical savior or divine hero, she was just a kind girl caught in a tragedy far too big. His fingers tightened around the dragon-slaying sword. Even this sword they believe belongs to her. But in truth, it's a relic of the primordial dragon, only a Ragnar can wield it. When Theo reached the bottom of the stairs, a man broke from the crowd and shouted in desperation, Kriemhildi, I beg you, please listen. Those cursed Troiven scum are dragging the archipelago to ruin. Many here can't escape. If your heart still has mercy, please save this island. Theo blinked, then let out a small chuckle. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to play along a little. He raised the dragon-slaying sword high, his confident voice echoing across the ruins. People of the floating archipelago, I promise you this, I'll do everything in my power to save this island. A wave of hope surged through the crowd. Their voices rose again as they chanted his name. When Theo finally stepped down the last stair, a calm but reverent voice greeted him. We've been waiting for your arrival, Kriemhildi. A woman in ceremonial robes approached, regal, dark-haired. I am Marty, High Priestess of the Kriemhildi Temple. Please allow us to guide you from here. The scene shifts as they crossed a long mountain bridge leading to the temple. People lined the path in awe, whispering prayers and blessings as Theo passed. Inside the temple, where ancient murals lit the corridors, Marty spoke softly. For generations, our priests have maintained this place, believing in the prophecy that one day the hero would return. Please come this way. Theo's eyes widened. Marty pointed to a statue and revealed a small pearl necklace. It's said to have belonged to the hero Kriemhilde herself, and it's the key to the deep-sea abyss. A system notification flashed before Theo's eyes. Magic accessory, gate link key, Kriemhilde's pearl, Marty continued. Now that you possess it, shall we proceed? Theo hesitated, then sighed. Before we go, there's something I need to tell you. But the priestess only smiled serenely. You don't need to be afraid, my lord. Thea froze. How does she know? Muddy turned to look at him and replied. The dragon-slaying sword is a relic of the primordial dragon. Of course, only a Regna can awaken it. The reason we call this place Kriemhilde's home, even I can sense it after guarding the sanctuary for generations. The sorrow of a girl with no choice but to hurt the dearest friend she ever had. Her final wish was to protect this island. Kriemhilde has acknowledged you, so you deserve to be treated accordingly. Marty led Theo down an ancient staircase carved beneath the temple. At the bottom was a stone altar overlooking a pitch-black abyss. If you drop the necklace from here, a gate connecting to the water dragon will open. She placed a small ring in Theo's hand. Keep this with you. It will let you breathe and move underwater. With eyes closed in solemn prayer, I pray for your success and for the salvation of the floating archipelago. Theo slipped the ring on and gripped it tightly, a gentle but determined smile forming. No need to worry. I'll save this place no matter what it takes. The scene shifts back outside the Kriemhilde temple, where a crowd had gathered under daylight. People knelt along the long stone bridge, hands clasped, eyes closed as they prayed to the legendary hero. Suddenly, a earth-shaking crash shattered the silence. A soldier slammed his halberd down the path, shouting, "Everyone evacuate now." Another soldier stepped forward, voice cold as steel. The 3 maritime clans have completed their investigation. The man you're worshipping is a terrorist, an imposter daring to impersonate the hero Kriemhilde. A reclamation operation for the stolen dragon-slaying sword is underway. Citizens, disperse immediately. Gasps rippled through the crowd. How can this be? Is it true? Fear and confusion etched across their faces. Among the armored men stood Spinola Umberto, head of one of the 3 maritime clans. Sweat slid down his face as he watched the bewildered faithful. That's right, I think I made the right decision. My reputation might collapse after this, but without that sword, my head will roll first. I don't have time to hold on to any dignity anymore. With a sharp breath, he drew his sword. I'm going to die anyway, so I care about honor anymore, even if I have to kill everyone here. He raised the sword and commanded, from this moment on, anyone who stands in our way for any reason, kill without mercy. The soldiers surged forward like unleashed beasts, charging toward the praying people in the temple itself. Spinola followed, muttering, I have to reclaim the dragon-slaying sword at any cost. The scene cuts back to Theo, now deep beneath the temple. Descending the stairs, the priestess had guided him down. The spiral stone steps twisted into darkness until they met the shimmering surface of still water. Theo paused, studying the partially submerged stairs. So this is it. He reached into his coat and pulled out the pearl Marty had entrusted, a relic Kriemhilde had worn last. Then he dropped it into the water. The pearl slowly sank, vanishing beneath the surface. The moment it disappeared from sight, the water began to stir. Small ripples spiraled outward, deepening into churning waves. The circle of water suddenly parted, forming a floating round passageway like a gate made of light. It hummed faintly, droplets hovering in the air like drifting stars. Theo took a deep breath, steeling his resolve, then dove into the passage. The instant his body passed through the swirling ring, the world shifted violently around him. Then with a sudden jolt, everything stabilized. Theo opened his eyes and found himself floating deep within the vast, unfamiliar darkness of the ocean. He slowly turned his head, taking in the immense underwater world before him. I made it in, but I still have no idea where to go from here. As he drifted forward, letting instinct guide him through the abyss, something brushed the edge of his senses. Thea froze mid-current, eyes narrowing, but he saw only empty water. No sound, no shape, no trace. He scanned the area again, hand tightening as he thought to himself, I'm not imagining it, there's definitely something here. From behind, a series of ominous red lights flickered into existence, glowing like demonic lanterns igniting in the dark. Theo's eyes widened. He whipped his head around to look. At the massive shapes writhing through the water, their scales shimmering like liquid obsidian, jaws lined with razor teeth accompanied by terrifying hissing growls. One by one, the creatures fully emerged from the shadows. They circled him like wolves sizing up prey. Theo slowly exhaled, gripping Bomung tighter. He gave a wry inner smile. Sea serpents, the guardians of the deep. He glanced around, dozens of colossal sea serpents tightening their encirclement closer and closer. If they're here, that means. Spinola Umberto's voice tore through the air as he raised his sword high and bellowed. From this moment on, anyone who stands in our way for any reason, wipe them out. At his command, the soldiers surged forward like a pack of unleashed wolves, charging straight toward the people kneeling in prayer outside the Kriemhilde temple. Confusion rippling through the crowd as everyone struggled to make sense of what was happening, some muttering in worry. Why are soldiers from Hyun's 3rd district here? Are they seriously calling innocent civilians terrorists? Before Spinola's troops could reach the people, High Priestess Marty stepped forward, her voice icy and commanding. Stop. All of you halt right now. With steady steps, she placed herself between the mercenaries and the praying civilians, her white robe soaked through from the sea mist. Terrorists? On what grounds do you make such a claim? The man you're talking about is clearly the reincarnation of Kriemhilde herself. Behind her stood the temple knights, shields raised in full support. I swear on the honor of every priest who has guarded this temple across generations, aren't you the ones who owe us an explanation? Why have you brought Troivan mercenaries into the sacred ground dedicated to Saintess Kriemhilde? Gasps erupted through the crowd. Troivan, faces paled as the truth spread, another voice shouting, "They're the ones who stole the dragon-slaying sword. Didn't the 3rd District lose the Dragonbane blade in their ambush? Wait, don't tell me." A furious man strode right up to one of the soldiers and roared, "You've been colluding with the Troivan family, haven't you? Stealing the Dragonbane sword wasn't enough, you're planning to betray Saintess Kriemhilde too." The crowd exploded in rage. "We won't let you do whatever you want. This time we're protecting Kriemhilde." Spinola Umberto's face twisted in panic and fury as he watched the crowd turn against him. One of his subordinates leaned in, voice tight and pleading. "Lord Spinola, you've gone too far. We should pull back and regroup before this spirals completely out of control." But Spinola snarled, eyes wild, shoving the subordinate aside and roaring, "Troivan Mercenary Legion, kill them all." Chaos erupted instantly. Citizens screamed as mercenaries slashed through the crowd, blood splattering across the temple bridge. Another of Spinola's commanders grabbed his arm and yelled, "Snap out of it, Lord Spinola. This will only inflame the people further and ruin your reputation." But reason had died inside Spinola's mind. The one who needs to wake up is you, Romulan. Will reputation protect your soon-to-be-severed neck? Once we chose to betray the floating archipelago, we only have one role left, to become Troivan's perfect hunting dogs. His soldiers hesitated only a moment before obeying the brutal order. No matter who gets in the way, kill without mercy. I'll bear every responsibility. We must reclaim the dragon-slaying sword at all costs. On the High Priestess's side, the temple guardians held firm, fear flickering in their eyes as they saw Spinola's full force charging toward them with murderous intent. One guardian leaning close to Marty and whispering urgently, "We should retreat right now. This is getting way too dangerous." But before he could finish, Marty planted her feet and shouted, "No, we fight alongside the people." Clashes rang out as both sides collided, Spinola's soldiers roaring, "As if we're gonna let you bastards do whatever you want," while the temple knights and citizens shouted back, "Hold the line, don't let them break through." Spears thrust forward, brutally closing in on unarmed civilians. One man ducked as a spear tip hovered inches from his chest, breath catching in terror. But in the final instant, steel rang out sharply. Antonio Spinola himself stepped in, swinging his sword with precision and knocking the spear aside, saving the man by a hair's breadth. Antonio was the only one moving forward. His followers rushed to his side, forming a steel wall between Spinola Umberto's army and the terrified citizens, blocking attack after attack. The sudden intervention made Spinola Umberto's eyes widen in disbelief, rage twisting his features. "You idiots, what the hell are you doing?" Antonio parried an incoming strike, gripping his sword tighter. "Long time no see, father." But Spinola Umberto showed no warmth, only sharper fury. "Abandoning your rightful claim to the inheritance just to pull this kind of stunt? What a ridiculous, pathetic story." Antonio's jaw clenched at the accusation. With rage flaring, he swung his sword so fiercely that the oncoming spear snapped in two, shards of metal spinning across the ground. "What do you mean by pathetic stunt? Betraying your own country or slaughtering innocent civilians?" Spinola Umberto's rage only deepened, his eyes trembling with fury as he spat insults. "You miserable, traitorous bastard." The two armies clashed violently, with Antonio and his men joining the temple knights and citizens. Their side finally gained a fragile chance. Antonio pressed forward through the chaos. "All Black Tower members present. Advance, suppress those dishonorable bastards, and protect the citizens at any cost." The battlefield erupted with fresh power as swords met spears again and again, sparks flying like scattered embers. While Antonio fought fiercely, shielding civilians whenever he could, a grim thought weighed heavily in his mind. No matter how hard I try to rally the people's spirits, the reality is still overwhelmingly against us. We're still outmatched in strength and numbers. The line won't hold much longer, please hurry. The scene shifts to Theo. He's currently floating in the deep sea, surrounded by a ring of sea serpents, his eyes scanning their movements. "I figured there would be sea serpents, but I didn't expect this many." He watched their silent gliding, noticing something odd. Even though they encircled him, none seemed ready to attack. Why are they just hovering like that? Theo slowly lowered his sword as the truth dawned. Could the reason be the sealed Leviathan aura inside the blade? The idea sank in deeper. Cautiously, he reached toward one of the sea serpents, telling himself that if his hunch was right, this might actually work. The sea serpent didn't retreat. Instead, it closed its glowing eyes as Theo's palm rested on its head, a system notification flashing. Sea serpent trusts you. You have been acknowledged as its master. A green light spread from Theo's hand, drifting through the water like floating sparks, followed by another message. Wyvern taming has been activated. Sea serpent has been tamed. Theo stared at the glowing energy swirling around his hand and exhaled. It feels the same as when I first tamed Ragnar. An emotional echo flowed through the dragon heart. He could sense Leviathan's memories beneath the waves. The curiosity, the fear, and everything the great guardian felt as it sank into the abyss, all of it resonating through him now, exactly as the sea serpents remembered. Theo began communicating with the sea serpents through pure telepathy, their thoughts flowing through his mind like currents. All of you gathered because you were drawn to Leviathan's power. That's why you didn't attack me, you're just watching, waiting, because I carry the same aura as him. Another sea serpent glided closer, its eyes dim with worry, whispering directly into his mind. Theo's expression sharpened, then softened in surprise. Is that really true? But instead of fear, a slow smile spread across his face. Theo reached out, gently patting the sea serpent and speaking warmly. Don't worry, just trust me. I'll handle this no matter what, take me there. Theo climbed onto the sea serpent's back, gripping the dragon-slaying sword tightly as the creature coiled through the water, guiding him toward Leviathan's resting place. They plunged deeper and deeper into the abyss, the world growing darker until only faint green glimmers remained. Pressure thickened around him, fierce currents twisting violently. Theo raised a hand to shield his face, feeling the ocean squeeze like a fist. The deeper we go, the stronger the currents. Mana is being distorted all around, a clear sign we're getting close to Leviathan. He activated Dragon Egg synchronization, the mind gate, his eyes glowing with strange blue light that cut through the darkness. And then, at the very bottom of the deep sea, Theo finally saw it. The colossal form of the water dragon Leviathan lay motionless on the ocean floor, streaks of corrupted purple mana wrapping around its massive body like chains. Theo's breath caught. He whispered, "So this is Leviathan. It really has been lying dormant at the bottom all this time." Even with Leviathan's size, the pressure was terrifying, yet something about the mana felt wrong, twisted. The mana flow is so strange, just like the sea serpent said. This isn't the Leviathan I saw in Kriemhildi's memories. Suddenly, Griffin materialized beside him, feathers bristling as it hissed in shock. Whoa, this thing is completely rotten. Theo blinked in shock, eyes wide. But before he could respond, the fairy dragon drifted forward and murmured, "Agreed, its condition is dangerously unstable." Theo looked between them, tension rising. "Is it really that bad?" The fairy dragon sighed, voice calm but heavy. "I think you can sense it yourself. You carry a similar aura to him, after all." His eyes widened as a faint purple mist coiled around the aura he possessed. Could this be the same demonic corruption from the cave earlier? The fairy dragon nodded. "Exactly. Leviathan has been completely overtaken by the corruption. It's lost all reason." Before Theo could fully process, the purple streaks flared violently. The water dragon's eyes snapped open, glowing like molten amethyst. Then its roar exploded through the depths, unleashing a tidal shockwave that tore across the ocean floor and shook the currents around him. The scene shifts to a building perched on a cliff right by the sea. Inside, everything was in ruins, as if it had just endured a ferocious battle. Noel stepped in slowly, speaking calmly. "Our two nations may be at war, but there's one thing we need to get straight." Tyrant dragon in front of him, a man leaned back against the rubble. The man let out a soft, mocking chuckle, lips curling in disdain. "Long time no see, huh, ninth Phoenix Lord of Troyvan Noel." This tall man was Dantaral, one of the 9 dragons of the Ragnar family. Seeing Dantaral's unnervingly calm demeanor, Noel's eyes flashed with fury. "You think this is the time to laugh? Have you forgotten our pact?" His voice boomed, shaking the hall. "While we were fighting the Ragnar family, you seized the north in exchange for keeping Troyvan's takeover of the archipelago secret." Tyrant Dragon propped his chin, feigning thought. "I don't recall breaking any deal. Something wrong." That mocking laugh stabbed straight into Noel's last shred of restraint. He slammed his foot down, cracking the stone floor. "Stop playing dumb. Are you seriously saying you didn't know the 6th heir candidate was scheming behind our backs?" Images of Theo Ragna and the dragon-slaying sword flashed in his mind, making his blood boil even hotter. Noel's eyes blazed red with killing intent. "Be honest, Tyrant Dragon." A massive wave of killing aura erupted around him, so thick the air in the room warped, yet Dantaral stayed seated, even smiling as if watching a cheap show. Noel pointed straight at him and growled, "If you don't give me a proper explanation, our agreement ends right here." The scene cuts back deep underwater to Theo facing the gigantic form of Leviathan, now fully stained with the toxic black-purple streaks of demonic corruption. Purple veins pulsed beneath its once majestic blue scales, making Leviathan's entire body look poisoned down to its soul. Theo frowned, recalling, "Don't tell me this is demonic corruption." The fairy dragon beside him nodded, expression darkening. "Exactly. Leviathan has been completely overtaken and has lost all reason." Before Theo could react, Leviathan jerked violently, purple light flared, its eyes opening into twin pits of burning amethyst hatred. A roar erupted, powerful enough to split undersea currents, the pressure from the bellows shaking the entire area. Theo gritted his teeth. "What the hell is this? How could Troyvan?" The fairy dragon pointed at the deep purple crystal embedded in Leviathan's forehead. When the dragon-slaying sword was pulled out, the ancient seal was broken. Leviathan would have risen to protect this archipelago. "But look, Troyvan has something strong enough to poison an entire guardian deity." Leviathan began losing control. The sea dragon was about to go berserk. The fairy dragon recoiled in alarm. "It hasn't noticed us yet, but..." Before it could finish, Theo was already charging forward. His eyes glowed with cold blue light. "No time to wait. This is the only chance before it spots us. I have to seize this advantage no matter what." He activated juvenile synchronization, vision sharpening like a blade. He peered through layer after layer of scales, through streams of toxin until he finally saw it, the source of the demonic poison. He lunged, dragon-slaying sword aimed straight at the crystal. "If I destroy it, the corruption will be purged." But suddenly, suspicious lightning-fast streaks shot out from the magic stone. A compressed shockwave blasted outward like a storm, hurling Theo backward like a rag doll. His body slammed into the ocean floor, carving out a deep crater of ruin. Theo clenched his teeth in fury, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his forehead. Damn it, they set up a defense mechanism. Before he could even stand, the massive shadow engulfed him completely. Leviathan had spotted its enemy. Shit. It dove down like a meteor, but Theo dodged at the last possible second. The ocean floor exploded from the impact. Griffin rushed in roaring, "You can only pick one. Destroy that magic crystal before everything spirals out of control. Hit it right in the center of its forehead where you struck before." Theo backed off to keep distance and tried to think fast. "But how do I close the gap now? I'm not fast enough to break through that wall." Before he could finish the thought, Leviathan gathered energy and fired straight at him. A colossal orb of blinding light formed in its maw, so dense and radiant it made Theo's lungs seize up. Then came a deadly beam that annihilated everything in its path. Theo twisted aside at the very last moment. The energy torrent ripped through the water like it wanted to obliterate the entire ocean. Caught in the shockwave, Theo tumbled wildly in the currents until a sudden movement appeared right in front of him. A sea serpent shot forward, catching him and pulling him out of the Guardian's bombardment zone. Theo barely managed to grab its body as it yanked him clear of Leviathan's second slam, his face flashing with surprise. "Why did it save me?" No time to figure it out, Theo immediately climbed onto its back and gripped its scales tightly. Moving underwater is tough, but with you helping, it's a whole different story. He slapped the sea serpent hard. "Let's go," straight to the wound on Leviathan's forehead. The sea serpent shot forward like a spear. The demonic corruption pressure grew thicker the closer they got, the water around him starting to tremble violently. The perfect moment approached. Theo launched himself off the sea serpent's back. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand blazed bright, his eyes glowing red with condensed killing intent. Lesson learned from the fight with Griffin. He activated his active skills, a barrage of system notifications flashing. Griffin Claw activated, suppression rate against stronger opponents skyrockets. Fairy Tribe enhancement activated, body shielded from demonic chi via immunity. Dragon Devourer activated, using power to counter demonic Kai. The roared, half-blood paid with blood, guardian against guardian. He spun his body, unleashing a massive energy wave that sliced through the ocean and slammed straight into the crystal. 5 Dragon Claw. The crystal cracked, then cracked more, but it didn't shatter yet. Theo gritted his teeth, still not enough. He poured every last drop of mana he had left and pushed harder. A familiar sound rang out, crack. The crystal shattered into countless fragments. An explosion of light swept across the entire ocean floor. Theo panted heavily, but suddenly he sensed someone standing right behind him. A familiar figure materialized, the final fragment of Kriemhildi's memory. She trembled, eyes downcast with deep sorrow. The ocean shook once more. A colossal pillar of light shot straight upward toward the surface. Leviathan was dying, its eyes flickering between light and darkness. Finally, the Guardian's reason returned. It looked at the sword-wielding figure and rasped hoarsely, "Kriemhildi, is that you?" But the figure faded away, leaving only Theo standing there. He gave a soft smile. "Sorry, I'm not her. I'm Theo Ragna, the Chosen One. I came to deliver her final words." Theo closed his eyes, recalling Kriemhildi's last smile. She had smiled right up until the very end. Leviathan fell silent, its voice trembling. I understand, so all this time, she was still protecting me. Griffin cut in, no time left, you need to return to your relic right now. The fairy dragon added, agreed, pass your power to the chosen one. Leviathan furrowed its brow, as much as I want to, it's impossible. I disobeyed the primordial dragon and abandoned my duty as guardian. Now I'm tainted by demonic corruption. Even if you saved me, my fate can't be changed. It pointed a claw at Theo, so before I vanish, I'll transfer every ounce of my power to you. But fair warning, it's going to hurt like hell. Can you endure it? Theo gave a confident little laugh. I can handle it. Who do you think I am? Leviathan exhaled a long, weary, but relieved breath. At least I like your confidence. Then use it to protect what Kriemhilde wanted to protect the island. Theo's heart tightened. He raised the dragon-slaying sword with resolute eyes. I swear, I'll protect the people of the island. Leviathan closed its eyes peacefully. Thank you, Theo Ragna. Its colossal body began dissolving into streams of golden energy that swirled around Theo like a storm. Griffin yelled, Leviathan's ocean current is vanishing. The archipelago's going to sink fast. Hurry, there's no time left. Absorb that power now. Theo looked up and said, don't worry, Leviathan. He charged straight into the heart of the energy storm. I'll take your power and lift the entire archipelago myself. The instant he began absorbing, a terrifying pressure swept across the whole archipelago. From mountaintops to ocean depths, everyone felt Leviathan's final wave crashing down. Right as the protagonist touched the swirling energy vortex, it erupted with ferocious pressure, forcing his eyes wide open. A thought flashing through his mind, I was too arrogant. The shrunken guardians, fairy, dragon, griffin, and wyvern flashed brightly within the vortex. Even they had warned him. Leviathan's power was on an entirely different level. The truth hit too late. The mana was too vast, too wild, too ancient. Another violent eruption tore outward and Theo was blasted back, spinning helplessly in the crushing currents. I never imagined it would be this strong. At this rate, his body wouldn't hold, and just as the pain threatened to swallow him whole, a glowing command cut through the chaos. Use the sword. Theo forced his damaged body to move, gripping the dragon-slaying sword tightly. His eyes sharpened with determination as he carved a path through the raging vortex. In the next instant, he plunged downward in a violent burst of blue light, hurling himself straight toward the heart of the power. A massive explosion rippled outward like an oceanic storm. Theo hovered at its center, overshadowed by the churning vortex below. The violent mana storm compressed into a perfect sphere, a miniature ocean suspended in midair. Through the swirling mana, Griffin appeared, saying, looks like the kid actually used his brain. The fairy dragon floated beside it, tension crackling like static. Exactly. He used the dragon-slaying sword as a medium to lighten the burden on his body. Yes, Leviathan really helped him until the very end. Theo gripped the dragon-slaying sword as it rattled, anchoring himself against the swirling flow. Below, the radiant sphere expanded, glowing brighter and brighter until it illuminated the entire abyss. He stood at the heart of the storm, feeling Leviathan's immense power settle into him like the weight of the ocean itself. And with a rare, satisfied smile, he thought, this overwhelming mana, it's like I'm holding the entire sea dragon Leviathan. Every hardship was worth it. But the fairy dragon rushed forward, yanking him back to reality with a warning. This isn't the time to relax, chosen one. If you want to move the archipelago, this is your only chance to wield Leviathan's full power. Theo surged forward, channeling every bit of the power Leviathan had entrusted to him. Mana swirled violently around his body, streaks of light trailing behind. Got it. The fairy dragon appeared at his side, reminding him, have you decided on the destination? Theo didn't hesitate. The answer was crystal clear in his mind. Northeast Ragnar Bay, the very place where the floating archipelago once rested. As the core blazed brighter, his resolve locked in tight. That spot wasn't just suitable, it was the only anchor point where Leviathan's power could hold the archipelago in place again. Far above, the battlefield outside the Kriemhilde temple still raged fiercely. Soldiers clashed amid sparks and desperate cries when suddenly the sky cracked open. A roaring tsunami crashed down like divine judgment. The impact was too much, freezing every warrior mid-swing. Panic spread as the sky filled with blinding power. What's happening? Did something happen to Lady Kriemhilde? It's not going to sink, right? But the tremor beneath their feet answered before anyone could speak. What? It's really sinking? Another soldier shouted, pointing at the shore as it twisted and warped. Everyone, look over there. The coastline, look at the coastline. Because the ground was shifting, violent whirlpools spun around the archipelago as the entire landmass began to drift. It's moving. The archipelago is actually moving. Deep inside the fortress, where Noel faced Tyrant Dragon, the entire room began collapsing as seawater surged through the cracked floor. Noel staggered for balance, eyes wide in disbelief as the island continued its massive shift. What the hell is going on? did he absorb the dragon-slaying sword's power this fast? Tyrant Dragon just grinned wide, a twisted gleam of amusement at the corner of his mouth as he said, "This isn't the time for us to stand around. Things have turned out this way, why don't we call it here?" Noel snapped in fury, "Are you trying to dodge this, Tyrant Dragon?" But Tyrant Dragon's smirk only deepened. "Even I didn't predict Theo Ragnar's move. The plan's basically over. He seems to have exposed the secret of the dragon-slaying sword already. Isn't that good news? Kill him and take back the dragon-slaying sword." Noel stiffened, replying with bitter rage, "You're planning to use me to deal with someone who could become your own rival, staying hands-off while everything gets done." Tyrant Dragon leaned back with absolute confidence. "Instead of wasting time like this option benefits you way more, doesn't it?" Back outside the temple, Antonio watched the land tilt and glide across the sea, shock exploding across his face. The archipelago is really moving. That kid actually did it. With the final danger lifted, he raised his voice over the battlefield, commanding the soldiers and citizens, "Everyone, stop fighting. The archipelago is no longer in danger of sinking. We're all safe now," but his words were cut short as a brutal slash tore into his side without warning. Antonio's breath hitched, his face twisting in pain as he gasped from the sudden attack. But at the very last moment, a sword sliced through the air and blocked the strike by a hair's breadth. The surrounding soldiers froze, stunned by the speed of his movement. With one simple slash, Theo cleaved the charging guard's body in half midair. The soldiers around them erupted in excitement, shouting, "Kriemhilde has returned. She succeeded in sealing the water dragon." Antonio staggered forward, breathing uneven but eyes full of hope. "Hey Ragna, the archipelago's safe now, right? Yeah, it won't sink anymore." The tension melted from Antonio's shoulders as he exhaled with a grateful smile. "Thanks, kid. It's shameless of me to ask for one more favor." But Theo gently cut him off right away. "Don't worry, just rest, Antonio." Antonio froze. Those words carried absolute certainty. Theo's gaze swept over the wounded guards, acknowledging their efforts. "I fully understand what everyone here did to protect the floating archipelago and to protect me." Then he stepped forward, cloak billowing in the wind. "From now on, I'll take care of this place." Spinola Umberto's soldiers recoiled at those words. Fear gripped their hands as they realized the power standing before them was on a level far beyond their control. Spinola Umberto roared in rage and desperation. "What are you idiots standing around for? The dragon-slaying sword is right there. Stop hesitating and seize it now." Driven more by panic than courage, the army charged forward with frenzied shouts. But right then, Noel stepped onto the battlefield, his voice trembling with fury as he spoke. "In the short time I was gone, you've turned this place into a complete mess." Theo's expression changed instantly. Shock flooded his face as he realized exactly what was about to happen. Panic sharpened his voice as he yelled, "Everyone get down." The air seemed to crack as a razor-thin red line began glowing ominously in the distance. Spinola Umberto and his troops stiffened as similar deep red lines appeared across their necks. Then a blinding slash tore through the battlefield. In the next instant, every mark Noel had placed exploded simultaneously. The entire force of Spinola Umberto burst into sprays of crimson blood, heads cleaved perfectly and mercilessly in half. A single unstoppable execution carried out in one devastating stroke. But before that power could annihilate everything, a colossal wave of energy and water surged outward. The shockwave ripped across the land as the surrounding sea exploded, waves crashing in every direction under the clash of two overwhelming forces. In that single sweeping surge, the entire formation on the bridge collapsed. Water and blood flooded the stone walkway, soldiers tumbling like broken dolls across the battlefield. Antonio stared through the splashing water, his breath trembling as the impossible unfolded right before him. No way. Noel's attack finally settled enough for him to see the truth sprawled across the soaked bridge. Corpses, uniforms, and shattered weapons lay scattered in a massive streak of red blood. The nobles, the guards, all of them dead. Noel stood atop Spinola Umberto's severed head, the tip of his boot mere inches from the spreading pool of blood below. "Damn pirates. You couldn't even handle one illegitimate brat and instead turned everything into this disaster." Antonio's eyes widened, all color draining from his face. "Father." Theo stepped past Antonio, footsteps steady despite the blood-soaked chaos around them. "Snap out of it and evacuate the civilians now. The floating archipelago will need you." Antonio understood and began leading the people to safety. Theo narrowed his eyes at Noel, studying him through the lingering mist of water and blood. "Even from this distance, I could only block an ordinary strike." Noel charged forward, his entire body enveloped in raging red flames. "Ragna, you arrogant, illegitimate brat. This is the end of your hubris." Theo felt the sheer killing intent radiating off him. "Who the hell are you?" Noel's shadow dissolved into fierce red fire, his presence blazing like a wildfire. I'll tear you apart piece by piece until even your father wouldn't recognize what's left. Facing such an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, the protagonist couldn't help but feel fear grip his heart. He told himself that someone this absurdly strong couldn't just appear out of nowhere. It went against all logic. Legends don't step out of thin air without history or traces. He gritted his teeth in dread, guessing that the man before him was almost certainly one of Troiven's 9 Phoenix Lords. They were enhanced humans engineered to counter Ragnar's 9 dragons, living weapons, monstrous figures cloaked in human skin, their power and brutality beyond imagination, created solely for slaughter. In the Great War, they matched the 9 dragons in strength and swept battlefields like natural disasters. Theo wondered, have they completed them this early? Is the timeline shifting, or is my knowledge still missing pieces? Noel swung his sword with terrifying force. The attack sliced the ground in a straight line, splitting it open with a deafening roar as dust erupted like geysers. Theo leaped aside to dodge, heart pounding wildly in his chest. He was too fast. That speed wasn't just a blur, it was instantaneous. Theo took a step back, boots sliding on shattered gravel. Just as expected, this was the strategic weapon designed to counter the 9 dragons. Right then, Noel unleashed his aura. It expanded outward like a violent wave. The ground beneath him cracked, spiderweb fractures spreading rapidly as if the earth couldn't bear his weight, sending shockwaves that shook the very air. Theo once again weighed his chances in this fight. He calculated probabilities, variables, and the vast gap in power. If the man before him truly was one of the 9 Phoenix Lords, he didn't have even a thousandth of a chance of winning. Defeat was inevitable. But before he could measure options or plan a retreat, Noel leaped and attacked. The distance vanished in a fraction of a second. Theo somehow blocked the strike on pure instinct rather than sight, but the impact was brutal. He was hurled into the air by the collision. Theo gritted his teeth against the pain as the shock from the hit reverberated through his arms and up to his shoulders. Not giving him a second to recover, Noel raised his sword high overhead, the blade radiating terrifying light. He slammed down with full force, mocking that with the dragon-slaying power flowing through him, Theo shouldn't even be able to hold the sword properly. Theo strained to raise his sword in defense, a desperate block against an unstoppable foe. The result, he was blasted backward toward the buildings behind him. Theo flew like a skipped stone across water, smashing through brick walls and glass. Dust and debris engulfed the area as he crashed through structures and brought them crumbling down. Noel landed gracefully, boots barely making a sound, complete contrast to the violence he just unleashed. He told Theo to give up, warning that continuing would only bring more pain. Before the dust cloud cleared to reveal Theo's position, 3 daggers suddenly shot out from the haze toward Noel. Noel casually swatted the attack aside with his hand and caught them midair effortlessly. He sneered that such an attack was just a joke and he didn't have time for games here. He tossed the weapons aside with contempt. But before he could finish speaking, Theo appeared behind him. Noel glared, eyes cold and unimpressed. "You're too old for these childish tricks." Theo felt a mix of rage and confusion at the comment. He slashed downward, kicking up a thick cloud of dust with a resounding shockwave echoing through the ruins. When the dust settled, reality was clear. Noel had blocked the slash with just his own sword. He hadn't even moved a single step. In his mind, Noel began to understand what Lord S had hinted at. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit. A memory flashed in Noel's mind. He stood rigidly in a dimly lit room. Ead Troiven was warning him about Theo Ragna, the next generation of the Ragnar house. Ead told him to pay special attention to the boy. It wasn't just a warning, it was a mission directive. Ead ordered that if the chance arose to confront Theo, Noel must eliminate him immediately. Back in the present, Noel swung his sword casually. The sheer wind pressure alone swept away the surrounding dust. The ground beneath him was devastated from Theo's attack, proof that this kid possessed dangerous power. Noel thought silently that if Theo was left alive, he would definitely become an enormous variable in the war, one they couldn't afford, so the boy was a threat that had to be eradicated. The decision was made. Then we see Noel's sword drenched in Theo's blood. Dark liquid flowed along the blade's grooves and dripped to the ground. It was a deep wound. Theo was fleeing, struggling to buy time. Every second counted. One of his guardians was contacting him, asking what he was doing because they needed more time to help. A system notification appeared before Theo's eyes. Fairy support technique activation failed. Cooldown still active. The life-saving skill was completely useless right now. He told himself he couldn't lose here, not even as blood poured from the wound, soaking his clothes and leaving a long trail behind him as he ran. The system displayed time remaining until the dragon-slaying sword stabilizes. Over 2 minutes. 2 minutes in a fight at this speed felt like an entire millennium. Theo gripped the sword tighter, knuckles white. If he could just borrow Leviathan's power one more time, he might escape this. As he neared the harbor, the salty sea smell mixed with the metallic tang of blood. He he caught Noel's reflection attacking from behind in the water's surface. The once peaceful harbor was instantly destroyed by Noel's assaults. Warehouses collapsed, wooden crates shattered. Theo leaped back, dodging the strike by inches as blood from his wound sprayed across the blazing red ruins. Before he could catch his breath, another attack came rushing in. Theo leaned back, narrowly escaping the slash that leveled the buildings behind him. The sword Chi cut through stone and steel effortlessly, slicing structures in half. The upper parts of the buildings slowly slid down, crashing to the ground with earth-shaking force. Noel continued the pursuit like a predator toying with wounded prey. Theo dashed into the ruined buildings, climbing over piles of rubble and twisted metal to find an escape route. Even so, Theo forced his broken body to move with his last remnants of strength. He swung his sword with everything he had, unleashing a blazing attack, a wave of energy that erased everything in its path. When the dust cleared, Theo was utterly stunned, his heart tightening. Noel stood there completely unharmed, not a scratch, not a speck of dust on his clothes. Noel charged again, attacking relentlessly like a tidal wave. While Theo was cornered, his mind frantically searched for options that didn't exist. Sparks flew every time their swords clashed. Theo barely had the strength to stand, arms trembling, stance crumbling. Noel's strike severed everything, street lamps, the ground, the ruins. With a massive explosion, Theo was blasted into the ocean. Noel leaped after him and appeared hovering in midair like an executioner. He swung his sword, unleashing countless slashes. Invisible air blades tore across the sea surface, sending massive waves surging high before crashing down. When the water calmed slightly, Theo burst upward and appeared in front of Noel. He was soaked through, trembling and gasping desperately for air. His chest heaved with ragged, broken breaths. In his mind, Theo thought desperately, just a little more time for the dragon-slaying sword to stabilize. He checked the notification interface. 17 seconds left. Only 17 seconds. Noel gathered sword Chi, his blade blazing with terrifying light. This fight starting to get boring. Let's end it here. Theo's eyes widened. He knew the situation had turned extremely dangerous. This would be the finishing blow. So he came up with a way to distract him for a split second. A gamble, a stupid, desperate gamble. His gaze locked on his own dragon-slaying sword as he made the decision. He hurled the sword up over Noel's head, discarding his only weapon. What you're after is this dragon-slaying sword, right? If you're so tough, come and take it. Noel froze for a moment, staring up at the spinning weapon. That brief hesitation was exactly what Theo had been waiting for, a single instant of doubt. A sea serpent burst out of the water and snatched the sword in its jaws. Right then, Theo taunted Noel, "Looks like you don't have what it takes." Noel's eyes bulged with rage, his composure cracking. "You damn brat, even at the end you're pulling these cheap tricks." Theo stood firm on the dock as countless sea serpents rose behind him, emerging from the depths like ancient guardians. Noel glared furiously, his pride wounded far deeper than any physical blow. The sea serpents' attacks surged straight toward Noel in a straight line, focused beams of energy creating chaos beneath the surface. Noel blocked them and smirked. "You think these damn snakes can change anything?" With a casual swing of his sword, he swept away the sea serpents' assaults, turning them into harmless mist. But this time, he was surprised to see Theo charging straight in for the attack. Noel sneered, "The guy who's been running away the whole time finally has the guts to strike. No matter what you're scheming. Go ahead and give it everything you've got. I promise I'll give you a spectacular ending." Noel built up his energy, the pressure becoming unbearable, making the air thick and hard to breathe. Theo's eyes fixed on the notification. The countdown had stopped. 0, the dragon-slaying sword was fully stabilized. A voice echoed in his mind, "Thank you, Chosen One. Use the power I've left behind to protect yourself." It was an acknowledgement, a granting of authority. Noel was stunned by the sudden shift in Theo. The atmosphere around him changed instantly. A notification popped up. Hidden skill Nibelung acquired from the sword. A water dragon rose as Theo swung his sword, formed from the ocean itself and pure mana. It roared with a sound that shook the heavens. When their blades clashed, the impossible happened. Noel's sword, which had endured everything, shattered into fragments. Shards of steel scattered like confetti. Theo pressed the attack without losing momentum. A colossal water dragon surged forward from his slash, massive, majestic, and terrifying, ready to obliterate anything in its path. The brutal collision sent Noel flying like a torn rag doll, his clothes shredded in patches, fresh blood spraying through the air. Noel fell freely and slammed into the water. The impact was so violent he couldn't even react to land safely. The wooden bridge below collapsed completely under the force of his fall, leaving a furious ocean whirlpool that swallowed every trace of the enemy. Theo landed on the remnants of the bridge, standing tall amid the spray of water. At this moment, the tide had completely turned. He was now in full control of the game. But Noel wasn't that easy to kill. From the depths of the sea, he slowly rose to the surface. Under the dim light, his body revealed horrifying crisscross stitches, marks of a past tormented by inhumane experiments. Noel let out a hoarse laugh. Ha ha ha, what a shame, huh? That seemed like your ultimate move, you failed kid. He shouted with manic excitement, his twisted smile hidden behind the mask covering his severely burned face. That's all you've got, and you think you can kill me? Dream on. In response to that arrogance, Theo only looked down coldly. I was thinking the same thing. The 9 Phoenix Lords are said to rival the 9 dragons, so of course you wouldn't go down that easily. With that, Theo raised the dragon-slaying sword high, his eyes burning with vengeful fire ready to erase his enemy. Immediately, the sea behind Noel began to rise, standing upright like a living creature, obeying Theo's every command. It felt as if the entire ocean now rested in the palm of his hand. Theo pointed the sword straight at Noel. I may not be able to kill you right this second, but this power is more than enough to send you to the deepest abyss. Since half his body was submerged, Noel was instantly dragged by the powerful current. He felt the water constricting around him in terror and rasped, "Damn it, what the hell is this flow?" The sea surface spiraled at Theo's command, forming a frantic waterspout with irresistible speed. Theo shouted, "Sink to the bottom of the ocean like that." Under the authority of the water dragon Leviathan, Noel was completely powerless. No matter how wildly he struggled, the current coldly pulled him into the vortex and dragged him down into utter darkness. Before the raw force of nature embodied by water, a human had no chance to resist. Noel's final words were nothing but a desperate scream. "You damn brat." Silence fell over the space. Theo stood there with trembling shoulders from exhaustion. The wound in his side throbbed painfully, forcing him to clutch it tightly. Suddenly, the view narrowed, focusing only on his hair fluttering before his entire body collapsed to the ground. He lay sprawled on the stone, breathing heavily as if a 1,000-pound weight had finally lifted from his chest. "Leviathan, I kept my promise. If you demand anything more, I probably won't be able to open my eyes again." Time passed quietly. Theo had returned among the island's people. Antonio stood by the shore, gazing toward the opposite mainland in awe. "This is the first time in my life I've witnessed something like this. I'm not sure if my calculations are accurate. But at this speed, approaching the mainland won't face any obstacles." Antonio turned to him with a wry smile. "At first, when you said you'd move the entire archipelago, I thought you were crazy. But seeing the reality right in front of me, I have no choice but to believe it." Amid the crowd, a curious woman spoke up. "But why go through all this trouble to move the whole island? Wouldn't resealing the water dragon be easier?" Theo calmly explained to the people, "Yes, that would be simpler, but if we did that, today's tragedy would just repeat itself sooner or later. People like Troyvan and the Northern Alliance will never give up on seizing the dragon-slaying sword. Your island would once again be put in danger. Only when the island is no longer at risk of sinking and is properly protected can everyone truly feel secure about the future." He declared, "From now on, the floating archipelago will be located in northeast Ragnar Bay. Since it's no longer drifting, maybe we should give it a new name." Excitement lit up everyone's faces. Being near the Ragnar family meant absolute safety. Antonio looked at Theo intently. He swallowed hard and took a deep breath to gather the courage for what he was about to say. He bowed deeply and spoke, "Young master, please forgive me. The recent hostage incident at the series trading caravan caused by Black Tower, even though White Dragon Team had to sacrifice so much. No matter how much we were threatened by Troyvan, we can't escape responsibility for what happened. If you wish to hold us accountable for that." Theo stepped forward and lightly patted Antonio's shoulder. "Yes, you're right. You need to take responsibility for that right now. Say whatever it is, even if you want this head, I'll offer it to you." But in response, Theo replied calmly, "Antonio, leader of the Northern Maritime Alliance, I want you to take that vacant position." Antonio looked up in shock. What are you saying?" Theo explained clearly, "The Ragnar Family Series Trading Guild has been completely wiped out. Right now, the North no longer has large-scale trade routes. I don't want to worry about that anymore because I trust the archipelago's maritime alliance will do everything to fill that gap." Antonio stammered, "But I'm not worthy of that position." Theo didn't argue. He turned to the crowd and asked loudly, "Everyone heard that. Lord Antonio says he's not worthy. What do you all think?" In the silence, High Priestess Marty suddenly raised her hand and spoke. "I fully agree to let Lord Antonio take this position. We've all seen his sincerity." Following the Saintess, the woman who had asked earlier also raised her hand. "I agree too. He should be our leader." One by one, thousands of hands went up, chants of Antonio's name filling the air. Seeing the people united in supporting a leader with heart, Theo smiled with satisfaction. He thumped his chest lightly and declared firmly, "Then it's settled. First condition, as long as the Maritime Alliance fully fulfills its duties and gives certain priorities to the Ragnar family, I, Theo Ragna, swear on my family's name to guarantee absolute security and autonomy for this archipelago. I stake my honor on this oath being upheld. Antonio closed his eyes, overcome with emotion, a great heir of the Ragnar family standing before him, entrusting him with the duty to protect the people. He had no reason left to refuse. Antonio gave a faint smile. In the end, I'm still just the one receiving favors. He stood straight and proclaimed clearly, on behalf of the Maritime Alliance, I, Antonio Spinola, swear to cooperate fully with the Ragnar family. A blood oath had been sealed for the new alliance, granting Theo immense political power in the race to become the Ragnar family head. The people cheered wildly in pure joy. Right then, the island suddenly shook violently as if it had collided with something. Antonio startled in alarm, but Theo only smiled, closing his eyes to savor it. We've arrived. Welcome to the floating archipelago's new home. Meanwhile, on a distant, nameless rocky shore, furious waves crashed wildly against the cliffs as if the ocean itself was raging. Suddenly, a scarred hand gripped tightly onto a jutting rock. Noel, the one thought to have been buried at the sea bottom, was still alive. He had used his last scraps of strength to swim back up. His lungs greedily gulped air after holding his breath for so long. Noel crawled ashore, coughing violently from the water and the crushing pressure on his chest. His rage boiled over. That damn Theo Ragna. Next time we meet, I'll tear you apart and devour your guts. Suddenly, a cold voice rang from atop the cliff, startling Noel. Power enough to rival the Ragnar family's 9 dragons. What a disappointing performance. Noel froze, trembling as he looked up toward the voice. Tyrant Dragon. He shouted, that's right, didn't you say you'd be in trouble if our plan failed? What do you want? Whatever it is, just help me this once. Tyrant Dragon didn't reply. He leaped straight down from the cliff, landing with such force that it shattered the hard rock beneath, proving this was no ordinary being. He strolled forward casually. Foolish. It seems you still don't know what I want. Fine, I'll tell you. He smirked with utter contempt. My intention was to let you take the archipelago, then I'd simply take it from your hands. Noel was stunned, a bad feeling surging up. What? Don't tell me, from the beginning you planned to snatch it from us. Isn't it great to reclaim what was stolen? I thought you'd at least handle that annoying brat, but I was wrong. I never expected useless insects like you would fail so miserably against a kid. Noel raged, his arms suddenly distorting, swelling as if about to burst. This is the final combat form of a 9 Phoenix Lord. You're too arrogant, Tyrant Dragon. The era of the 9 dragons is over. Let me show you the true power of the 9 Phoenix Lords. That cocky attitude of looking down on me will cost you. But before Noel could strike, a terrifying burst of energy shot straight at him like a cannon blast, erasing half his body in an instant. It was Tyrant Dragon's attack. He watched Noel's lifeless corpse fly away and said coldly, those eastern bastards really are all talk. Even if the old 9 dragons are past their prime, you think you can compete with that little skill? Well, if it were one of the elders or that lizard god guy, maybe you'd have a chance. He walked away, eyes gleaming with murderous hunger as he looked toward the mainland. Theo Ragna. Let's see how strong you really are.